Hello and welcome back to my channel. Make sure you like and subscribe to my channel. Let's begin. Ash, who was in the midst of battle against Trip in the final match of the Virtuous City Conference, and both trainer were down to both one Pokemon each. Pikachu, use Thunderbolt, shouted Ash as Pikachu let out a Thunderbolt straight towards Trip Superior. Counter with Energy Ball, yelled Trip as Superior built up a green ball and shot it at Pikachu, cancelling out the Thunderbolt and causing a massive explosion in the middle where the two attacks met and when the smoke cleared. Pikachu was knocked out cold. Pikachu, yelled Ash, not caring for the fact that he just lost, and ran to Pikachu, picked him up and dashed off to the Pokemon Center, not waiting for the referee to declare the match. Pikachu can no longer battle, so therefore Superior is the winner and the Virtuous City Conference match goes to Trip, stated the referee. Then a huge applause broke out as Ash got to the Pokemon Center, and gave his Pokemon to Nurse Joy. Soon after, his friends arrived to a shell-shocked looking Ash who looked like he hadn't slept in weeks and had bloodshot eyes. "Hey Ash, it's alright, you did so well and was so close," said Iris softly. "Yeah, you were great Ash, don't worry, you'll win next time," said Siren in a comforting tone. "Thanks guys, I'm feeling better already," said Ash. "Ash, your Pokemon are back to full health," said Nurse Joy, handing all his Pokeballs back to their trainer. "Hey buddy, you feeling better?" asked Ash. "Pika," replied Pikachu. "You ready to return home before we set off again?" said Ash. "Cha," replied Pikachu. "Then let's go and well split at Navima Town," said Siren as Iris nodded her head. "Okay, thanks guys," said Ash. "Then let's get going," said Ash. "Okay then," said Iris as they just left the Pokemon Center. Navima Town. "Well, I guess this is goodbye," said Ash to Iris and Siren. "Yeah, but we will see you," said Iris. "Well, I must be going since the plane is about to take off," said Ash, running onto the plane with seconds to spare, and started waving with Pikachu to Iris and Siren. "So buddy, you ready to see Mum again?" said Ash. "Pikachu," said Pikachu, very excited about the fact that he gets to see Ash's mum again. "And don't forget about everyone else," said Ash. "Chew Pikachu," said Pikachu with a smile. "Well, the plane lands in about an hour, so what do you want to do?" asked Ash. "Pikachu pie," said Pikachu. "Good idea, let's grab something to eat," said Ash while walking over to the buffet. 1 hour later. "Attention passengers, we have just landed at the port of Pallet Town, please exit in an orderly fashion," said a lady over the speaker as everyone started to walk to an exit. Once they got off the ship and were walking along the beach towards the sunset. "Race you buddy," said Ash, taking off towards his house with Pikachu running hot on his heels, gaining ground on him, and when they were nearing the house Pikachu used a last jolt of quick attack to gain ground between him and Ash to win. But then Ash tripped and rolled through the door. Literally. "Ow, that hurt," said Ash while rubbing his head, but was suddenly picked up off the ground and was put in a bone-crunching hug from his mother. "Ashy, you're back, and you did so good in the conference," said Delia Ketchum, his mother. "Thanks Mom, but I still lost," said Ash, still trying to find a way out of the hug. "Ashy, your friends are here, so I'll let you go see them and buy you some snacks," said Delia. "Thanks Mom," said Ash as he walked into the other room to find all of his traveling companions, even Iris and Siren, Gary and Trip. "Hey everyone," said Ash. "Hey Ash and Pikachu," said everyone. "No offense Trip, but how do you even know where I live?" asked Ash. "Checked at the conference," said Trip with a shrug. "Now time to get down to business," said Trip. "We want you out of our lives for good, you weak piece of shit," said Misty, leaving a shell-shocked Ash and Pikachu. "Yeah, that's right, we want you to F off and never see you again," said May. "So leave and never return," said Brock. "Yeah, your dream is too hard for you and you dragged all of you down with two," Dawn said, while to Ash every word they said felt like a kick below the belt. "F-O-F-F all of you," yelled Ash with tears rolling down his face as he left and ran to Professor Oak's lab with Pikachu on his shoulder and ran through the door. "Ash, what happened?" asked a concerned Professor Oak. Ash then spent the next 5 minutes telling Professor Oak what happened. "Well Ash, you can't stay here, so go round up all your Pokemon and give me your Pokédex," said Oak as Ash did exactly what he said. Once Ash rounded up all his Pokémon, told them what was going on and returned them all to his Pokeballs, Ash got a surprise when he went inside. He found Cynthia talking to Professor Oak but suddenly realized Ash was here and started to talk to him. "Oh Ash, good you're here. I've upgraded you Pokédex for you so you can now carry an unlimited amount of Pokémon with you since I don't think it would be safe to keep them here," said the Pokémon professor, handing the Pokédex to Ash. "Also Ash, since you can't stay here I recommend going to the Kalos region which is west of Unova," said Oak. "Also Ash, I shall inform your mother about this." "Thanks Professor, and if I may ask why are you here Cynthia?" said Ash curiously. "Well, since I am no longer champion since I lost my championship match I thought I'd come and visit you and Professor Oak," said Cynthia to a shocked-looking Ash. "So how are you since you're lost?" asked Ash. "Fine compared to you considering you were just betrayed by all your friends," said Cynthia, and then Ash got another surprise. "Paul." "Hey Paul, long time no see," said Ash. "Hey Ash, how are you, and don't say you're fine because I know what those BSTRDS did," said Paul. "I'll live," said Ash with a shrug, even though everyone could tell he was putting on a brave face. "So if I may ask, can I join you to the Kalos region since I am no longer needed in Sinnoh?" asked Cynthia hopingly. "Me too Ash," asked Paul. "Of course I'd love it if you'd join me, I mean at least you guys won't betray me," said Ash, smiling for the first time since the incident. "Then would you give me your Pokédex you too?" asked the professor. "Okay," replied the ex-champion, and Paul giving her Pokédex to the professor, and he put them in his computer and typed some commands. "You also have no limitations to the amount of Pokémon you can carry as well," said the professor. "Thank you Professor," they both chimed at the same time as they both received their Pokédexes back. "Once you get to Kalos I recommend going to see Professor Sycamore in Lumio City, and I'm guessing you'll challenge the Pokémon League," said Oak. "That's the plan," said Paul. "And well, prove those BSTRDS how wrong they are, ain't that right Pikachu?" said Ash with a glint of determination in his brown eyes. "Pika," said Pikachu with the same look in his eyes. "Well then let's get going to Kalos," said Cynthia, earning a nod from Paul and Ash, and soon left but suddenly stopped when they felt a massive gust of wind behind them. Everyone stopped and looked to the source of wind to see a giant bird flying towards them at a fast speed. "Pidgeot!" screamed the bird as it landed a few from Ash. "Pidgeot!" yelled Ash, sprinting towards the giant bird. "Pikachu!" yelled Pikachu, following the same motions as Ash. "Whoa, that's the biggest Pidgeot I've ever seen," said Paul, awestruck. "I know it must be strong," said Cynthia. "Pidgeot, how are you?" asked Ash while giving Pidgeot a hug. "Pidgeot Pidge," replied Pidgeot. "Free butter free," Ash heard but didn't see where it was coming from. "Butter free," said Ash curiously. "Free," Ash heard yet again but couldn't tell where it came from until he was suddenly pushed to the ground by a purple blur. "Is that you Butterfree?" said Ash. "Free," said Butterfree while nodding into Ash's chest as tears suddenly slid down Ash's face that he was joined by the first two Pokémon he ever caught. "Hey Ash, sorry to break up the reunion, but who's this?" asked Cynthia, gesturing to Pidgeot and Butterfree. "Right, sorry about that, this is Butterfree and Pidgeot. They were the first two Pokémon I ever caught, but I realized them into Viridian Forest so that Butterfree could mate and Pidgeot to protect a group of Pidgey and Pidgeotto for a group of Spearow and Fiero," explained Ash. "Makes sense, but what are they doing here now?" asked Paul. "Good question," asked Ash, turning to Pidgeot and Butterfree. "Butterfree free Pidgeot OT," replied his Pokémon. "So you want to travel with me again you say," said Ash. He then received two nods. "All right then," he replied, holding out two Pokeballs as the Pokémon tapped them, going in there with a flash of light. Both of them without even shaking, they both went in their Pokeballs. "So fly to Kalos," said Ash, receiving two nods. "Garchomp, Pidgeot, Skarmory," called the trainers respectively. "Since when did you get a Skarmory, Paul?" asked Ash. "I caught her in Johto," said Paul after they took off. "Hey, watch this," yelled Ash when they were in the middle of the ocean near the Orange Islands. Suddenly Ash jumped off Pidgeot, shocking all, even Pikachu, but the giant bird, as Ash suddenly headed straight for the water in a nose dive while doing some flips. But suddenly, when he was about 100 meters from the water, Pidgeot suddenly disappeared and caught Ash with his nose an inch from the water and quickly rose back to everyone's altitude. "Ash, don't do that again, you nearly gave me a heart attack," said Cynthia sternly. "Sorry, but I've done it plenty of times with Charizard and Pidgeot is faster than Charizard," said Ash. "Next warn me because that looked fun," said Paul. "Paul, don't encourage him," said Cynthia. "I'm not, I just said it looked fun," said Paul as Cynthia just sighed. "I see an island," said Ash. "Then let's land," said Cynthia as they all descended towards the island until Ash saw a familiar pod of Lapras. "Lapras!" yelled Ash, and a single Lapras looked up instantly while the others soon followed, but not as fast. Suddenly Ash did what he did a few minutes ago, except he landed on Lapras and gave it a hug around the neck. "Lapras, it's great to see you again, old buddy," said Ash, still hugging Lapras. "Lapras," replied Lapras, turning its head and nuzzling Ash. "Hey, where are you guys headed?" said Ash. Lapras then gestured to the island that they were headed to. "Great, that's where we're going," said Ash. Once they got to the island, Ash, Pikachu, and Lapras were out playing around again. When Ash came to shore, Lapras was nowhere to be seen as his group was leaving, and Ash looked sad, but suddenly Ash heard Lapras cry out as it swam towards the beach. "Hey Lapras, where is your group?" asked Ash. "Lapras, Lap," said Lapras, gesturing in the direction out to sea. "If you don't hurry you'll be left behind," said Ash, worried. "Lap," said Lapras, shaking its head. "So you want to join me, eh?" inquired Ash. "Lapras, Lap," said Lapras, nodding her head as she tapped the Pokeball as soon as Ash had it in his hand. "Hey guys, who can cook, because I sure as hell can't," said Ash. "Don't look at me, I can't cook for shit," said Cynthia. "I can cook fairly well, lucky I have food to cook," said Paul as he pulled out the food and started to cook a stew. "Alright then, I think we should let all our Pokemon out," said Ash. "Alright then," said Paul as they released all their Pokemon. Ash had all his Pokemon, not naming them too many. Paul released Torterra, Ninjask, Aggron, Gastrodon, Drapion, Frostless, Torterra, Ursaring, Honchkrow, Weevil, Glisker, Magmortar, Nidoking, Hariyama, Skarmory, and a few new Pokemon, Scizor, Macamp, Salamence and Alakazam. Cynthia released her Roserade, Spiritomb, Togekiss, Milotic, Garchomp, Gardevoir, Glaceon, Espeon, and Dragonite. "Hey everyone who hasn't met Lapras, Butterfree, and Pidgeot, they decided to join us again," said Ash as all the Pokemon who knew them went to say hi to them again while the ones who didn't went to introduce themselves. "Hey Charizard, let's go for a fly," said Ash. "Zard," said Charizard, happily taking off as soon as Ash and Pikachu were on its back, and began exploring the island and soon found it uninhabited and then returned. "Hey, you know this island has no civilization whatsoever, so I was thinking, Paul, does Reggie still live in Veilstone City?" Ash asked Paul. "Yes," said Paul. "Well, he's moving," said Ash with a smirk. "Go pick him up," said Ash. "And Cynthia, since you lost your title you have no place to go, right?" said Ash, to receive a slow nod from Cynthia. "And now for a favor, Cynthia, can you go pick up my mom and Mimey and bring them here?" Ash told Cynthia and replied with a nod. "And what exactly are you going to do?" asked Paul. "Give us a home." "Build us a home," said Ash. "Huh," said Paul and Cynthia. "Well, since me and Cynthia haven't got a home," said Ash as he received a nod from Cynthia. "And why do I need to move?" asked Paul. "Well, look at it like this, would you rather live in a city or a tropical island all to yourself?" stated Ash with a smirk. "I see your point," said Paul with a chuckle. "I'll ask, but don't get your hopes up," said Paul. "That's all I asked," said Ash, "and now shoo and leave, Paul. I'll need you to leave your Scizor, Macamp, Alakazam, Aggron, Electivire, and Weevil." "Fine, later," said Paul as he took off on Salamence. "Ash, don't do anything too stupid while I'm gone," said Cynthia. "What, don't you trust me?" said Ash with a pout. "Do you really want me to answer that?" said Cynthia, taking off, leaving Ash in a puff. "Fine, let's get to work," said Ash as he started organizing the remaining Pokemon into groups and assigned them all jobs. 2 hours later. Welcome to Casa de Ketchum, said Ash as everyone's mouths dropped wide open as Cynthia and Paul arrived with his Ash's mum, Mimey and surprisingly enough Reggie. Wow Ash, this is impressive, said Reggie as everyone stared at the two-story house in amazement. Yeah, how did you make all this in 2 hours, asked Paul curiously. I don't know, asked Pikachu, said Ash as everyone face planted. What, everyone yelled. Just joking, you should have seen your faces, said Ash as he and Pikachu suddenly burst into laughter. Well anyways, how did you, asked Cynthia in a huff. Not hard with 72 Pokemon, said Ash, he has all 30 Tauros. Well you've got a point there, said Delia. Well anyways, let me show you guys around the house, said Ash, giving everyone a tour of the house and appointing the rooms to people. The house was a big 2-story house that was a stony gray color on the outside, and when you stepped inside there was an archway over the door. Once you entered the door you could only walk straight down the hall. At the end of the hall there was a big room that connected the kitchen and living room. Next to the living room there was a set of stairs that led to upstairs, but further past there was a study area, and on the other side where the kitchen was a toilet. There were 8 bedrooms upstairs as well as a games room. Every room had a queen-sized bed with a balcony and a large window, a telephone, a TV, and then soot. The games room had a pool table, table tennis table, air hockey, soccer table, a jukebox, and had a bar. And that room is yours, Cynthia, said Ash, showing Cynthia to her room. Thanks Ash, you know this really means a lot to me, said Cynthia softly. No problem Cynthia, said Ash, giving her a hug. I'll see you in a bit, said Ash, leaving Cynthia in her room. Downstairs. Hey Ash, where did you get all the materials from, inquired Reggie. Well, the whole house is made of stone except the flooring. I just got all the fighting types to mash up giant rocks and then got the fire types to melt it into a cube, then got Alakazam to mold it while the water Pokemon cooled it and stuff, and the floor is made of wood, said Ash. And how did you get all the furniture, asked Paul, sipping his hot cocoa. Well, let's say I borrowed it, said Ash, using quotation marks with his fingers as he said borrowed. Then all of a sudden he was covered in hot cocoa and had that expression of, did that really just happen, look on his face as Paul and Reggie were psing themselves laughing. I'm sorry, did Ash Ketchum just say that he borrowed the furniture, said Paul between laughs, seeing the same gesture as Ash did to describe borrowed. I wasn't lying, said Ash, deadly serious. Who are you and have you done with Ash Ketchum, said Reggie jokingly. Guys, this is serious, just don't tell my mom, said Ash pleadingly. You're not joking, said Paul, suddenly serious. No sheet Sherlock, said Ash as Cynthia walked in with a hot cocoa. What? Asked Cynthia. Ash stole all the furniture, said Paul bluntly as Ash was yet again covered in hot cocoa and Cynthia lost it. Good one, said Cynthia once she recovered from the laughter but saw everyone was serious. I wasn't joking, said Paul. Just don't tell Mom and we're good, said Ash. Okay, said Cynthia. Well, since I'm covered in hot cocoa I'm gonna go take a shower, said Ash, taking his leave. Shouldn't we return the furniture, said Reggie. Nah, everyone owes Ash so much as it is. I mean, he took down Team Galactic, Team Magma, Team Aqua and Team Plasma, said Cynthia. This kid's never seems to amaze me, you know, said Reggie as Ash walked in after his shower. What cha talking about, asked Ash while taking a seat next to Cynthia. You taking down all the criminal organizations, said Cynthia. Oh well, anyway, check this out, said Ash, picking up the TV remote. What and why is there a TV remote without a TV, asked Paul. Watch this, said Ash, pressing a button on the remote and a panel lifted off the wall and a TV moved forward. Everyone then stared wide-eyed at Ash. What? I just got Pikachu and Electivire do hook up all the thingy-ma jigs and just mounted the TV, said Ash. Man, where is the dumb Ash that made everyone look smart, muttered Paul. I was actually only good at architecture and math in school, check my grades if you don't believe me, said Ash while flipping the channels. Well, going to bed, said Reggie, taking his leave. Yeah, me too, said Paul. Since Ash's mum was already asleep and Mimey was doing who knows what, that just left Ash and Cynthia, on the same couch, alone, at night. They just sat there in a comfortable silence watching the TV until Ash heard a light snore and looked over to see Cynthia sleeping with her head on his shoulder. "Looks like I'll have to carry you to your room," Ash said quietly to himself as he picked up Cynthia bridal style and carried her to her room. Once Ash went up the stairs, left down the corridor and to the room at the end on the right and was placed her on the queen-sized bed, she stirred and woke. "Ha, Ash, what happened?" Cynthia said suddenly and rapidly yet also softly. "You fell asleep so I carried up here," Ash said. "You carried me?" questioned Cynthia. "Yeah, you weren't that heavy," said Ash smiling. "Yeah, thanks for that," said Cynthia giving Ash a peck on the cheek. No problem," Ash while blushing said to the blushing Cynthia. "Well, it's getting late and I've got a few errands to run tomorrow, so see you tomorrow," said Ash getting up and leaving. "All right, see you tomorrow, Ash," said Cynthia before drifting off into a dreamless sleep. The next day. We see Delia at about 9 in the kitchen in the morning making breakfast until Pikachu stumbles in. "Hello Pikachu," said a very cheerful Delia. "Pikachu pie," said Pikachu returning the greeting. "Is Ash still asleep?" asked Delia while flipping the pancakes. "Cha," said Pikachu while nodding. "Well, would you mind waking him up?" said Delia as Pikachu nodded and ran off to wake Ash up. When Pikachu got to Ash's room he immediately jumped on the bed and tried to wake him up. "Pika pie," said Pikachu while shaking him. "Zzz," snored Ash as Pikachu sighed. "Pikachu," cried Pikachu realizing a thunderbolt, and Ash jumped so high his head hit the roof. "Morning buddy," said Ash as he rubbed his head. "Pikachu pie Pika pie cha," said Pikachu as Ash nodded. "Okay, thanks buddy, tell Mum I'll be in the shower," said Ash as Pikachu. Then Ash went to the end soot to take a shower as Pikachu ran downstairs to inform Delia. "Pikachu cha chu," said Pikachu as Delia nodded. "Okay, thanks Pikachu," said Delia as Ash suddenly burst through the door. "Morning Ashy," said Delia. "Morning Mum," replied Ash. "Ash, be a dear and go and wake everyone up," said Delia. "If I must," said Ash leaving with Pikachu jumping on Ash's shoulder walking off. Mime," said Mimey. "Morning Mimey, Pikachu," said Ash and Pikachu to Mimey. Once Ash reached the top of the stairs with Pikachu perched on his shoulder and then walked into Paul's room. "Paul, wake up, pancakes are done," said Ash as Paul stirred and replied without opening his eyes. "Thanks Ketchum." Next was Reggie. "Hey Reggie, pancakes are done," said Ash as he knocked on the door but got no response. "Reggie, wake up," said Ash a bit louder this time while opening the door this time, but then heard the shower running so figured he was awake, then went to wake Cynthia up. "Hey Synth, wake up," said Ash knocking on the door but heard nothing. "Synth, food's done," said Ash now opening the door to reveal a sleeping Cynthia but refused to wake up. "Hey Synth, wake up," said Ash sitting on Cynthia's bed but still no sign of awakening. "Hey Synth, wake up," Ash said a bit louder while stroking her hair. "Synth, if you don't wake up I'll get Pikachu to ZA-, said Ash but was cut off. "Does my hair feel nice?" said Cynthia suddenly yet softly. "Very," said Ash teasingly while blushing as Cynthia started blushing but Ash was still stroking her hair. "Ah, my Ashy is all growing," Ash heard his someone who turned out to be his mum say at the door with Paul leaning against the doorframe and Reggie looking intently behind everyone else. Whined Ash, "I was just waking her up." "Sure you were now, hurry up, pancakes are getting cold," said Delia as she suddenly felt a gust of wind and Ash was nowhere to be seen to leave a blushing Cynthia. "I'll be down in a sec, I just gotta have a shower," said Cynthia excusing herself from the embarrassing moment. "Alright, but don't take too long," said Delia and turned around to only see Reggie and he was smirking at what just happened. "Just give em time," said Reggie walking off while chuckling to get some breakfast to leave a smiling Delia. "Hey Ash," said Paul while grabbing a few pancakes. "Hey Paul," said Ash in between bites. "So you and Cynthia, huh?" said Paul smirking. "Yeah, wait, no, we're just friends," said Ash blushing. "Oh please, it's as clear as day that you like her," said Paul. "Yeah, so," said Ash as he couldn't believe he was telling this to Paul of all people. Well, ask her out. I mean, you have a whole freaking tropical island at your disposal and there is sure as hell is a plenty to do. I mean, waterfall, you could take her swimming, but I mean she wanted to come on your journey, that should be proof enough, said Paul. Don't forget the hot spring, said Ash. Yeah, wait, what, we have a hot spring, said Paul, suddenly joyful. No shit, Sherlock, didn't I tell you about it yesterday, said Ash as Paul shook his head. Whoops, must have my mind, said Ash. Yeah, we have a hot spring, yelled Paul, and I'm pretty sure that woke up all the Pokemon who were currently still in their slumber, and everyone suddenly appeared downstairs. We have a hot spring? Questioned Reggie excitedly as everyone sat down and started eating. Yes we do, said Paul. Oh, and did I tell you we have an indoor pool, said Ash as everyone face planted. What, yelled everyone. Sorry, must have slept my mind, said Ash, grinning sheepishly while rubbing the back of his head as everyone finished and Mimey stared to do the dishes. Where is it, yelled everyone, one in unison again. Go down the hall, open the door under the staircase, follow that down and you're there, said Ash quickly. Wow, you have really outdone yourself this time, Ash, said Paul. Well, I've got errand to run, so I'll be gone the whole day, said Ash as Pikachu jumped on his shoulder. Mind if I tag along? I've got errands to run as well, asked Cynthia with a slight tinge of red on her face. Sure, said Ash as Paul shot him a knowing look. Hey Ash, can I speak with you for a second, said Paul, gesturing to upstairs, and both went. Okay Ash, riddle me this. We have pool, a tropical island and a DMN hot spring at our disposal, but Cynthia decides she wants to go with you and run errands, said Paul. Yeah, so, said Ash. Ash, your dense act might work on someone else, but it sure as hell won't work on me, said Paul as Ash sighed. Fine, you win, I'll tell her within the next 2 weeks, said Ash. So you mean you'll tell her in 2 weeks, said Paul. Basically, said Ash as Paul sighed. Well, as I said before, I've got errands to run, said Ash, taking this as his excuse to leave. Fine, but this is not over. If you don't ask her out within 2 weeks, I'll do it for you, said Paul, smirking. Later, Paul, said Ash. Hey Synth, let's go, said Ash as he grabbed his jacket and left the room, and Cynthia following his trail. So Ash, where are we off to first? Asked Cynthia. I dunno, about 4 a region and a few at the Orange Islands. Wow, those are a lot of stops, said Cynthia. Yeah, we've got a long day ahead of us, but you can still stay back if you want, said Ash. Nope, I'm coming along, but mind if we stop off in Celestic Town so I can grab so things of mine? Asked Cynthia. No problem, said Ash as he jumped on Pidgeot and Cynthia jumped on Garchomp. So what happened while I was in Unova? Asked Ash. Nothing really. Tobias was given the chance to face the Elite Four and bet all of them, and then I lost to him, said Cynthia on the brink of tears as Ash motioned for the bird Pokemon to head towards Garchomp, and when close enough, Ash jumped on Garchomp and put an arm around her shoulder and hugged her while I comforted her. Hey, it's fine, whispered Ash, everyone loses once in a while, that's what makes us human, let it all out, Synth, said Ash, still comforting the former champion. Thanks Ash, I feel much better, said Cynthia, and you know I'm somewhat glad that I lost, said Cynthia. And why's that? Asked Ash with an arm still around the blonde-haired girl. Because I get to travel around Kalos with you, said Cynthia, looking into Ash's eyes. Thanks Synth, said Ash as his eyes locked onto hers and they started to lean in, but was interrupted as they landed in the center of a small town. They both looked at each other, then away, blushing, while Ash got off Garchomp. Need a hand, said Ash, holding his out for Cynthia to grab. Thank, said Cynthia while grabbing Ash's hand. Alright, now to go find Officer Jenny, said Ash to Cynthia, returning their Pokemon. Well, let's try the station, said Cynthia as they started to walk towards the police station. Officer Jenny, said Ash as she was currently at reception. Yeah, oh hey Ash, who do I owe the pleasure, said Officer Jenny. I'd like to get Squirtle since some things have taken a turn for the worst, said Ash, suddenly looked down. Sure, I'll go get him, said Officer Jenny, getting up and going into the back as the doors flicked. Ash could see the Squirtle all playing poker. Squirtle, shouted Squirtle as it jumped through the door into Ash's arms. It's good to see you to Squirtle, said Ash, giving the turtle Pokemon a hug before jumping on the shoulder that Pikachu wasn't on. Pika, said Pikachu, giving Squirtle a hug. Squirt, said Squirtle returning the hug. Squirtle squirt, asked a confused Squirtle gesturing to Cynthia. Oh yeah, I forgot you two haven't met. Cynthia meet Squirtle, Squirtle meet Cynthia. She'll be traveling with us now, said Ash. Nice to meet you, said Cynthia holding its hand out. Squirtle, said Squirtle returning the handshake. Hey Officer Jenny, if you ever need Squirtle give me a call, said Ash. I will, but I doubt we'll really need him, said Jenny. Alright, see you later, said Ash walking out with the two Pokemon perched on his shoulder. Where to now? Asked Cynthia, both of them releasing their Pokemon. A dojo in between Pewter and Cerulean, replied Ash. Oh, and Pikachu, would you kindly fill Squirtle in on our current predicament? Ash told the yellow electric-type Pokemon. Both Pokemon mounted the Pidgeot while Ash and Cynthia both got on Garchomp. Pika Pie, Pikachu Pika Pie Cha Pikachu Cha Pikachu Cha Chu Pie, said Pikachu as Squirtle expression changed from angry to sad to annoyed to vengeful. Squirtle, said Squirtle vengefully and set off that everyone thought of his family like that. Hey Squirtle, well, prove them wrong in the next tournament of the decade. That is why I picked you up for some training, and we're going to see some old friends, then we'll take our revenge, Ash said somewhat darkly. Ash, please don't do that again, you're starting to scare me, said Cynthia. Sorry Synth, said Ash, and then they yet again landed at Anthony's dojo. Hey Anthony, Ash said as knocked on the door. Yeah, oh Ash, it's you, please come in. And who's your friend? Said Anthony eyeing the blonde girl. Anthony Cynthia, Cynthia Anthony, said Ash. Hey Anthony, would it be alright if I had Primeape back? Asked Ash. Sure Ash, but may I ask why? Replied Anthony. Okay then, said Ash as he told what happened to him to Anthony. Okay, I can see perfectly why you want him, said Anthony. Yeah, I want to train with Primeape again to prove them wrong, said Ash. Okay Ash, valid enough reason. Primeape, you have a visitor, called Anthony. Primeape, questioned the fighting-type Pokemon, but suddenly saw Ash and leapt over to Ash, putting him in a hug. See ya Anthony, said Ash leaving the dojo. Pikachu, Squirtle explanation, and Cynthia, this is Primeape. Primeape meet Cynthia, said Ash as they shook hands. As the Pokemon explained what happened to Ash, he looked just as vengeful. So you and Primeape? Asked Ash as Primeape nodded. Primeape, roared the Primeape as the Pokemon got on Pidgeot and Ash and Cynthia got on Garchomp. Where to next? Asked Cynthia. Saffron City Gym, replied Ash. What business do you have with Sabrina? Asked Cynthia curiously. Well, I got a call and have to pick something up, said Ash. Can you tell me what it is? Asked Cynthia. Nope, said Ash jokingly, you'll just have to wait to find out. Ah please, said Cynthia pouting. I'm hopping on Pidgeot before I crack, said Ash before jumping over to Pidgeot and landing on the bird before he started talking to his Pokemon. Hey Cynthia, race you, said Ash letting Pidgeot go flying off full speed. Hey no fair, go Garchomp full speed, shouted Cynthia before Garchomp sped up and caught up to Pidgeot and overtook it, somewhat too easily. Well, that was almost too easy, said Cynthia as they were in the outskirts of Saffron City. That's because it was. Pidgeot, show them your full speed, yelled Ash like a madman as Pidgeot went flying past Garchomp so fast that it caused some turbulence. Once they landed in front of the gym, it appeared that Ash was pretending to be asleep. Hey Synth, what took you so long? Said Ash pretending to just wake up. Well, let's just hurry up and get your, whatever it is you need, said Cynthia. Well then let's hurry up, said Ash walking into the gym with Cynthia next to Ash as he suddenly tipped his hat down and Pikachu jumped in Ash's bag so you couldn't recognize him. Hello, I'm here for a gym battle, said Ash to Sabrina, but she didn't recognize him. Sure, let's get this over with, said Sabrina leading them to the field. One-on-one good enough for you? Questioned Sabrina as Ash nodded. Well, good, now go Haunter, said Sabrina. Alright, go Pikachu, said Ash as Pikachu appeared out of the bag and onto the field. Well, if it isn't Ash Ketchum, said Sabrina chuckling as Ash suddenly covered in slobber. So let me guess Ash, this is your Haunter? Asked Cynthia. Well no, actually I used him in my gym battle here but I never caught him, but yesterday I got a call from Sabrina saying Haunter wanted to travel with me again, said Ash as Cynthia looked confused. Just when I thought I got you all figured out, said Cynthia. That's never gonna happen, you know, said Ash. Now, hate to interrupt your lover's quarrel, but I've got things to do, so you might need to go, said Sabrina while the duo started blushing. Yeah, speaking of which, we got stuff to do as well, said Ash. Goodbye, Sabrina, said Cynthia. See ya, said Sabrina once they reached the door. Well, where to next? Asked Cynthia. You can only come with me on 2 more trips, said Ash seriously. Why? Asked Cynthia, saddened about the fact that she couldn't go many more trips. It's better if you don't, and safer, said Ash. But why? Pleaded Cynthia. Just please, Cynthia, don't make this any harder. I'll tell you tonight if that will make feel better, said Ash. Fine, but you owe me, said Cynthia as they both mounted their respective Pokemon. So where to next? Said Cynthia, still set off from before. Empty Silver, said Ash as the Pokemon took off towards their next direction. And let me guess, it's a Tyranitar, said Cynthia bluntly. Larvitar, corrected Ash as Cynthia gave him a weird look. Why do you have so many Pokemon that are yours by all but Pokeball? Asked Cynthia. I'm just naturally alluring, said Ash, grinning. Keeping telling yourself that, muttered Cynthia. Sorry, I didn't quite catch that, replied the raven-haired trainer. Hey Ash, why didn't we go to get Larvitar when we were at the dojo, since it would have been a lot quicker? The order I met them in, said Ash as they were nearing Empty Silver, since they could see it in the sky. Whereabout are we meeting Larvitar? Asked Cynthia. I've got it all planned out, said Ash mysteriously. What are you gonna scream and hope Larvitar hears you? Said Cynthia. Of course not. I was going to yell, said Ash as Cynthia almost fell off of Garchomp, but didn't really matter since they were basically on the ground. Well, I'll be back here, said Cynthia, taking a few steps back. Okay then, Larviator ITSASH, yelled Ash, and it echoed through the whole mountain, and if Larvitar was there, I'm sure as hell he heard it, because then could hear a rustling noise. Saw brown blob tackle Ash. Ash, said Cynthia. Hey Larvitar, would you like to journey? Asked Ash. Larvy, said the bipedal Pokemon while nodding. Hey Ash, said Cynthia even louder. Great, said Ash. ASH, yelled Cynthia as she mounted Garchomp. Yeah, said Ash as Cynthia pointed to the avalanche coming down the mountain. Sheet, Pidgeot, let's get out of here, said Ash as Pidgeot appeared at his side like a bolt of lightning, and Ash hopped on Pidgeot and flew to the sky to Cynthia. Well, where to now? Asked Cynthia, smirking. Well, to Sinnoh now. I have a friend to meet and you've got business to do, said Ash. Details Ash, details, said Cynthia. The Lucario Kingdom, said Ash. Great, I've always wanted to go there, said Cynthia. I mean, isn't it epic that a Riolu will learn Aura Sphere, said Cynthia. Who do you think wanted to join me, said Ash, smirking. What, how, why, when, said a surprised Cynthia. In order, yes, there is another Riolu that, the Riolu I know doesn't want to be leader of the kingdom, and a few days ago I got a call, said Ash. Wow, you never cease to amaze me, Cynthia told Ash. What can I say, I'm unpredictable, said Ash. How much longer till we get there? Asked Cynthia. Well, if Garchomp can keep up, I'll say 10 seconds, said Ash. You're on, said Cynthia. Pidgeot full speed, and I mean it, said Ash as it looked like Pidgeot can go the speed of light. You too, said Cynthia, going almost as fast. Almost. Wow Ash, that is one fast Pidgeot you have, said Cynthia, obviously impressed as they landed. Yeah, I know, isn't that right buddy, said Ash while rubbing Pidgeot on the head. But, said Pidgeot, happy from the praise. Whoa, said Ash as he was tackled by a blue blur. Riolu, it's great to see you, said Ash as he was hugging Riolu. So Riolu, I understand you want to come along on my journey with me, asked Ash. Said Riolu. And I'm willing to bet that you want to battle, said Ash as Riolu nodded. Well Pidgeot, we finally get to see how much better you've gotten, said Ash. Riolu, first move is yours, said Ash, taunting Riolu. Riolu, shouted Riolu as he shot off an aura sphere. Take to the skies, Ash told Pidgeot as it quickly flew into the air. Pidgeot use wing attack, shouted Ash as Pidgeot flew towards the Riolu at an immense speed as its wings started to glow white, and I tried to hit it numerous times but only hit Riolu once. Well done Pidgeot, now use sand attack to follow it up with an aerial ace, said Ash as Pidgeot complied with his trainer's wish, knocked sand with its wing into Riolu and landed in his eyes making him unable to see. Then Pidgeot flew high into the air, then flew for straight towards the Riolu and made contact after it disappeared. Now go Pokeball, said Ash throwing a Pokeball, and Riolu disappeared inside it and the button flashed red and the Pokeball just shook for what seemed like hours until Riolu burst out panting. DMN, Pidgeot used Double Edge, said Ash as Pidgeot flew towards Riolu, but Riolu braced for it and threw the Pidgeot into a tree as it used Circle Throw. Pidgeot, are you alright? Said Ash. Geet, cried Pidgeot. Good, now use your new move Heat Wave, said Ash as Pidgeot released waves of fire towards the Riolu, who used Aura Sphere to counter but wasn't powerful enough and Riolu was hit with Heat Wave. Alright, well done Pidgeot, now go Pokeball, said Ash as he threw a Pokeball towards Riolu again, and Riolu was SEKED into the Pokeball and it shook and flashed until it stopped. Yeah, I just caught a Riolu, said Ash while holding the Pokeball in the air. Pi Pikachu, said Pikachu on Ash's shoulder. PIDGET, said Pidgeot flying in the background. And now to Celestic Town, said Cynthia excitedly as she was getting on Garchomp. Yep, which is where we get lunch, said Ash excitedly while getting on Garchomp and returning Pidgeot to rest for the battle. So what are we going to do for lunch? Cynthia asked Ash. Take away, said Ash flashing his wallet. Well, Celestic Town does have a good pizza place, said Cynthia. Glad to hear it, said Ash as they touched down. To the pizza place, said Ash taking off in some random direction. Wrong way Ash, said Cynthia, causing Ash to instantly turn around and walk off. To the pizza place, Ash repeated. Then let's go, said Cynthia running past Ash and grabbing his hand and dragging to the pizza shop. What do you want? Ash asked Cynthia. I'll have a small Hawaiian, said Cynthia as Ash nodded in response. Hi, can I get a small Hawaiian pizza and 3 large meat lovers? Ash politely to the girl over the desk who seemed to be staring at him. Yeah sure, no problem, said girl not taking her eyes off Ash. Don't you need to write that down? Ash asked the pizza girl as Cynthia was fuming at the girl. Yeah, the girl said in a daze and still not writing it down. Hello, Ash said fairly loudly while waving his hand in front of his face, snapping her out of her trance. Oh yeah, sorry about that, said the girl as she started writing the order down while he paid, and they went to a table next to a window. They just sat in a comfortable silence until their food is brought over by the same girl who had taken their order. Here is your pizza, said the girl who handed the pizza over to Ash. And here is yours, said the girl growling at Cynthia while handing her the pizza. Oh whoops, said the girl as she walked away and dropped her pen, bending down without using her knees so she showed off her butt to Ash, but he wasn't even paying attention as he was already tearing through his food. Humph, the girl huffed, walking away. Once Ash finished his pizza, which mind you was very quickly, he stared off into the distance out the window with a blank-looking expression on his face. You all right Ash? Cynthia asked the boy, concerned. Just thinking, was all Ash said. So what are we doing in Celestic Town? Cynthia suddenly looked sad but put on a brave face. I'm visiting my parents' grave, was all Cynthia said. Oh, do you want me to come with you? Ash asked the blonde girl. No, I'll be fine, was all Cynthia said. Okay, if you need me I'll be wandering helplessly through town, replied Ash while Cynthia cracked a smile. See you then, said Cynthia as they both got up and left for the door until Ash bumped into someone. Hey, sorry about Ash. Ash, is that you? Asked a boy with black hair and sea green eyes. Yeah, why do you ask? Ash asked this mysterious person. I'm hurt man, I know I haven't seen you since we were about 5 but still, said the mysterious man as Ash's eyes widened to the size of saucers. Weight scratched that bigger. Is it really you? Ash asked the man as the man nodded. So how you been, and more importantly what Pokemon do you have? The man asked Ash. Well, I started off with my partner Pick Dash, said Ash before he was interrupted. Before you start with your life story, mind telling me who he is? Asked Cynthia. "Oh right, Cynthia, meet Percy, he was an old friend but moved to Johto," said Ash. "Nice to meet you," said the man now known as Percy, holding out his hand to shake while Cynthia gladly accepted. "Nice to meet you too, but I gotta go," said Cynthia. "Alright, see you later, Synth," said Ash, giving her a hug. "Nice meeting you, Percy," said Cynthia before leaving the boys as they walked back into the pizza shop. "Yeah, well, anyways, I started off with Pikachu and he didn't really listen to me at first, and then it happened," Ash said as he and Pikachu shuddered at the memory. "What happened?" asked Percy. "Not going to write Ash's life story, so I'll just time skip to just after he tells him of the betrayal." "Harsh man," Percy told Ash. "Yeah, well, you know what they say, don't get mad, get eaten," said Ash before Percy and Pikachu burst out laughing. "It's not, don't get mad, get even, not eaten," said Percy in between laughs. "Oh well, anyway, said Ash before a news broadcast caught his eye. "We interrupt this broadcast for an important announcement. There is currently a fire in blaze in Pallet Town, and we have received word that the house on fire is home to Delia and Ash Ketchum. Both their whereabouts is currently unknown, and we are unsure on how this blaze started, and firefighters are currently putting it out. That's all the information we have, and we'll keep you updated." "Oh my Arceus," said Ash, staring wide-eyed at the TV, eyes filled with tears. "You okay, buddy?" Percy asked the distraught boy. "It's okay," Ash told Percy, pulling himself together. "And I now live in a mansion on a tropical island with everything I ever wanted," Ash said to a wide-eyed Percy. "See, gotta look at the bright side of things. If they never betrayed you, then you wouldn't have come across an empty tropical island with everything anyone has ever wanted in life," Percy replied. "Good point," said Ash with a chuckle. "Well, anyway, where do you live?" Ash asked as Percy suddenly looked gloomy. "Well, you see, I've gone sorta kinda rogue because both my parents passed away," said Percy quietly. "Well, pack your bags and whatever other shit you need and come live on mine. Right now we are on sale. We dropped all prices down to free for the rest of forever," Ash said, trying to mimic a holiday salesman as Percy and Pikachu started laughing. "One thing, what about my Pokemon?" questioned Percy. "How am I going to move all of my Pokemon at once?" "Well, good thing you know me, since I have a Pokédex that will let me carry an unlimited amount of Pokemon," said Ash to a jaw-dropped Percy. "Alright, deal, but where is your girlfriend?" "She's not back yet," Percy said as Ash blushed. "I don't know, but I'll meet you back here in half an hour, and she's not my girlfriend," said Ash, taking for the door. Once he left the pizza shop, he headed straight for the cemetery, PSS bolting for it. "Cynthia," called Ash, quieter than a yell but louder than his normal volume. "Cynthia, Cynthia, Cynthia," said Ash, getting louder as he progressed through the cemetery faster until he was running, until he heard a sob to find a crying Cynthia whispering to her parents that had graves side by side next to each other. "Sorry, Mom and Dad, for letting you down. You put your life at risk, and I failed. I failed you, Grandma. And everyone else. Then Ash was so kind to take me in. I feel like I owe him so much," said Cynthia between sobs. "You don't owe me anything," said Ash, suddenly stepping out from behind a tombstone and sitting next to her. "If anything, I owe you something," said Ash, kneeling down to her and pulling her into a hug. "You were there when I had no one else to turn to," Ash whispered while rubbing her back, trying to console her. "Boo dash," started Cynthia. "No buts," Ash forced. "You're a great person, and I know for a fact that your parents would be proud of you no matter what," Ash said, pulling her up, and started walking towards the pizza parlor while holding Cynthia up with an arm around her waist and she had an arm around his neck. Once they got there, they saw Percy with his bags and a Dragonite that looked bigger than normal. "You okay, Cynthia?" Percy asked her. Even though he just met her, he could tell she was distraught. "I'll be fine," Cynthia muttered while Ash released Pidgeot and they climbed onto him while Percy climbed on Dragonite, but not before handing Ash all his Pokemon. "Lead the way, Ash," Percy said, somewhat quieter than usual, and the trip represented that as not a word was exchanged. Once they arrived at the house, the others got a hell of a scare, especially Delia. "Ash, what happened?" Delia said softly yet forcefully. "Mom, you remember Percy and Cynthia had a mental breakdown," replied Ash as Delia pulled Percy into a bone-crushing hug. "Hey! Delia, said Percy in between breaths while trying to return the hug while Ash took Cynthia to her room trusting his mom to do all the introduction. Once they got to her room he laid her down on the bed and tucked her in. Thanks Ash, said Cynthia as Ash got up and was about to leave. Don't leave, Cynthia said suddenly and went back to her bedside. Anything you want, said Ash sitting on the balcony side of her bed and started to slide her hair. Can I lie down, asked Ash as Cynthia gave a slight nod and Ash slid down next to her, putting the blankets over himself and putting an arm under her pulling her close. I know this might be a touchy subject but what did you mean that it was your fault that your parents died, asked Ash as Cynthia's eyes swelled up even more than before. Forget it you don't have to tell M-, said Ash but he was suddenly interrupted. They exchanged their life for mine, said Cynthia quietly before drifting off into a deep sleep. I'll finish this off later, thought Ash before drifting off to sleep. 1 hour later. Cynthia awakes to find the bed empty, so she gets out of it and finds Ash downstairs at the table with Paul and Percy. So anyway you want to come, Ash asked Percy. Hell yeah, said Percy just before Cynthia walked in. Morning sleeping beauty, Ash said smiling. I think you forgot the, before sleeping beauty, chuckled Percy. Deech, faked coughed Ash. What are you guys talking about? Cynthia asked trying to get off the current subject. If Percy wants to come to Kalos with us, Paul replied. Sounds good, Cynthia replied. Well go to Oak with Cynthia and Paul tomorrow and I'll finish off my errands and meet back here sound good, Ash asked everyone as they nodded. Okay I'm going to go train with my Pokemon, Ash said as he went out the door to find some of his Pokemon around. Wheewww, Banshee whistled Ash and all of his Pokemon came from all over the island. That worked better than I expected, Ash muttered to himself as Pikachu got off his shoulder and released the rest of the Pokemon he had on him and ran to the lineup with the rest of his Pokemon. Okay now I want all of you to pair up, said Ash as most of the Pokemon paired up type-wise but not all like Infernape and Bizel. Okay I will work with each one of your groups so don't be sad if you're not first, Ash told his Pokemon. Alright well I need to work with Riolu so could Riolu and Primeape come up, Ash said as the respective Pokemon stepped forward. Don't be sad because I will work with your pairs eventually, Ash told his Pokemon but some still looked a bit sad. Okay now I want each and every one of you to work in your pair and spar, sound good, Ash said and received a lot of cries. Good but don't train too hard because we'll have a tournament at the end of the day, Ash said and received a lot more cries. Good now Riolu, Primeape follow me, said Ash as they started walking into the forest. So has Primeape learned any new moves, Ash muttered to himself while pulling out his Pokédex and pressed a few buttons. Primeape's known moves are Thrash, Scratch, Mega Kick, Seismic Toss, Close Combat and Gunk Shot, said the Pokédex. Nice Primeape and you even know Gunk Shot, said Ash as Primeape started to go berserk. What about Riolu? Ash asked. Riolu's known moves are Aura Sphere, Circle Throw, Force Palm, Blaze Kick, the Pokédex replied. Good job Riolu especially with Blaze Kick, said Ash patting Riolu on the head. Primeape I want you to use Mega Kick at the base of the tree where it is strongest, said Ash as Primeape jumped and kicked the base of the tree and it went flying and took down about 5 more trees on the way there. Well done Riolu use Force Palm on the side of the cliff and Primeape use Close Combat, Ash said as the Pokemon started bashing the side of the cliff and were making decent dents in it but none strong enough to break past the cliffside. Well done now I want you two to spar and I'll give you some tips, and no moves, said Ash as he climbed a tree and waited for them to fight. The Pokemon started to circle each other until Primeape threw a right fist at Riolu but dodged it by moving slightly to the left and dropped down and tried to sweep Primeape's leg but Primeape jumped and on its way down put its leg out and aimed for Riolu who just jumped backwards. This went on for about 20 minutes and neither Pokemon could get a hit on each other until they both hit each other at the same time with a right hook. Enough, Ash said hopping down from the tree. Well done but the only point I must make is that you should try and divert attention to one side and then get them with another so fake them out, Ash told his Pokemon. Now let's get back to everyone so we can start the tournament, said Ash but not before running and getting a head start and racing them back but just before they got there Riolu and Primeape just pushed past Ash and had a draw. WHEEWWWW, whistled Ash next to the lake near the house. Alright, the tournament is in your group at the moment, so well be in the tournament as a double battle, said Ash as his Pokemon got pumped. 30 minutes later. It was the final battle between Charizard and Sceptile against Primeape and Riolu, who turned out to be a good team and complemented each other really well. Alright, final battle between Sceptile and Charizard against Riolu and Primeape begin, said Ash. It started off with Charizard using a flamethrower at Riolu, who dodged it and shot an aura sphere at Sceptile, who just shot back a bullet seed. It caused an explosion midfield, but Primeape appeared through the midst of the smoke and unleashed a barrage of punches and kicks via close combat on Sceptile, who took it. Charizard then used a fire spin on Primeape, burning it. But Riolu took this as an opening and jumped on its back and used Force Palm, sending Charizard into the ground, but Primeape was then thrown into Riolu and both landed in the dirt as well, and Sceptile just fainted from exhaustion, as did Primeape, so it was just Riolu and Charizard. They both shot out an aura sphere and flamethrower, which collided, but flamethrower broke past it and connected with Riolu, sending him into the ground. Riolu, said Riolu, trying to stand up but collapsed. Everyone expected Ash to call the match, but held 3 fingers up and started to count down, and all looked to the field to see Riolu stand up. All the Pokemon looked surprised to see this, as Riolu stood up and made a stick, no bone out of nothing. Bone Rush. Riolu then jumped up to use Bone Rush and hit Charizard dead center on his head, but was suddenly grabbed and Charizard flew into the sky and flew back down using Seismic Toss, knocking out Riolu. Charizard and Sceptile win, said Ash before running over to Riolu, who jumped up and walked over to Charizard, and they started eyeing each other. While the other Pokemon could sense tension, Ash just smirked as they suddenly started laughing and shook hands. Good, the current champions are Sceptile and Charizard, announced Ash before walking towards the house. Charizard, Sceptile, Riolu, Infernape, Snorlax, Kalava and Lapras, rest up, I'll be needing you for tomorrow, Ash said before he walked through the door and into Cynthia and fell down. Ugh, hey Cynthia, said Ash from under Cynthia. Hey Ash, said Cynthia, blushing. Well, if you two are going to get it on, I'll leave, said Percy, but not before taking a picture with his phone and walking away. Cynthia then jumped up and said, I was just about to get you for dinner, said Cynthia as they walked into the room to see a laughing Percy and a smirking Paul. Well, we are glad you could take time out of your business and eat dinner with us, said Percy while receiving the deadliest glare from Ash and Cynthia. Well then let's eat, said Ash, and they all started eating, but none as fast as Ash. Still eating as fast as a Snorlax, Ash, said Percy. No, faster, said Ash, and he was already done. Well, I'm going to go feed the Pokemon. And Percy, all your Pokemon are somewhere on the island, said Ash as Percy nodded. Be back in a bit, said Ash as he went outside to find Riolu running around like crazy towards Ash. What is it, Riolu? Asked Ash. Master, there is an aircraft overhead and have kidnapped Pokemon on board, said Riolu. Thanks Riolu. Charizard, Sceptile, Noctowl, Pidgeot and Beelzebub, get over here ASAP, yelled Ash as the Pokemon were there in a matter of seconds. Riolu, hop on my shoulder, said Ash as Riolu hopped on the one adjacent Pikachu. Sceptile, hop on Charizard, Beelzebub on Noctowl, said Ash as they all followed orders, and Ash hopped on Pidgeot. After that aircraft, said Ash as all the Pokemon went full speed towards the aircraft. Okay Charizard, I need you and Pidgeot to wait here since you are too big to fit in the ship, said Ash as they roared back a reply. Riolu, see anyone suspicious use Aura Sphere and Pikachu Thunderbolt, said Ash. Pika-Ri, replied the respective Pokemon. Beelzebub, Water Pulse, Noctowl, Air Slash, Buoy Towel, replied the respective Pokemon. Alright Riolu, lead the way, said Ash as Riolu closed his eyes and ran around the ship, and in the meantime found many grunts from Team Rocket. Next room on the right Master, said Riolu. Thanks Riolu. Force Palm, said Ash as Riolu jumped and his palm connected with the door and blew it to pieces. Master, they seem to have a Kirlia, said Riolu. Okay then let's go, said Ash grabbing the distraught Kirlia and running out the door back to where they left Charizard and Pidgeot. Pidgeot, let's go, said Ash jumping on Pidgeot, and they got back to the ground in mere seconds with all the other Pokemon down just a bit later. WHEEWWWW, whistled Ash and all his Pokemon appeared in seconds. Attack, yelled Ash pointing towards the ship, and all of his Pokemon used their strongest attack and blew up the airship. Okay, thank you, Riolu. Pikachu, can you come with me, said Ash as he headed into the house to deal with the Kirlia. Okay Riolu, I'll need you to get a bowl of water and food, said Ash. Pikachu, help him, Pika, replied Pikachu before heading off into the kitchen with Riolu. Once they returned, they put the items down on the table next to Kirlia. Riolu, if Kirlia wakes up while I'm gone, give her the food and water, said Ash. Yes master, said Riolu. Ash then went around the house and found Reggie and brought him back to find Kirlia eating and drinking while talking to Riolu. Hello Kirlia, said Ash smiling, but then frowned as Kirlia quickly jumped and hid behind Riolu. It's okay, he's the one who saved you from the bad people, he a good human and would never hurt you, said Riolu. Hello, said Kirlia shyly. Hello Kirlia, said Ash softly as he sat down on the couch and Riolu jumped up, so Kirlia followed. Kirlia, this is Reggie, he will check to see if you are hurt, said Ash slowly as Kirlia asked Riolu if he was a good human too, and Riolu replied yes. Okay, said Kirlia. Reggie started to check over her. No permanent damage, just bruises, this might sting a little but it will help, is that okay? Reggie asked Kirlia, who slowly nodded and had potion sprayed on his bruises, who recoiled from the sting but soon got better. Thank you, Kirlia said to Reggie. Anytime, said Reggie replying before walking away. So Kirlia, how did you end up being kidnapped? Ash asked Kirlia. I was born into it and they treated me badly and said I was weak, Kirlia said before crying again. Well Kirlia, would you like to stay here and become a part of my family, because I know what you are going through? Ash asked sadly. What do you mean? Asked Kirlia. My best friends, they all betrayed me, Ash told Kirlia. I accept, Kirlia said. Huh, Ash said suddenly. I accept your offer, said Kirlia. Great, said Ash smiling sadly while pulling out a Pokeball and caught Kirlia, then released her instantly. Riolu, I trust you to show her around, and Kirlia, rest up, I'll need you tomorrow, Ash said. Yes Master Ash, replied Riolu and Kirlia. Great, now I got to go tell everyone I just blew up a DMN ship, Ash muttered before going off to find and explain the explosion. Go help Pai, said Ash while walking away. Pokemon translation device activate. So Riolu, where are we going? Asked Kirlia. To introduce you to the other Pokemon, and Pikachu is going to help, said Riolu. Please don't let any of them hurt me, Kirlia said scared. They won't, isn't that right Pikachu? Said Riolu. Yeah, no one will dare, said Pikachu walking next to Riolu. Thank you, whispered Kirlia. Pikachu, care to do the honors? Riolu said smirking. Love to, Pikachu said returning the smirk, and shot a thunderbolt high in the sky, and soon all the Pokemon were in front of them. Everyone, this is Kirlia, she's new, so be nice to her, she's had a hard past, and if not you'll have to answer to Pikachu and I. Riolu addressed everyone as they all showed some sign of recognition, whether it be a cry or nod. Good, now go on with your business, said Pikachu as most of them went away, but a few stayed to greet her. The Pokemon that stayed was Butefree, Heracross, Noctowl, Bulbasaur, Squirtle, Totodile, Kalava, Donphan, Swellow, Torkoal, Staraptor, Torterra, Gible, Snivy, Levany, and of course Oshawott, who had hearts in his eyes. Kirlia, this is some of our family, Pikachu said while he and Riolu went around and introduced her personally to the Pokemon. Once it got to Oshawott. Well, let's just say he copped an iron tail and force palm. Sorry about that, he usually does that to girls, said Pikachu. Crazy BSTRD, Riolu muttered as Kirlia was hiding behind Riolu. Look, we should get back to Ash, let's go Kirlia, Pikachu said as Kirlia was still hiding behind Riolu. Let's go, Riolu said as he took Kirlia by the hand and ran towards the house, leaving Pikachu behind to catch up. Once he got there, he found them all in Ash's room with Ash talking with Kirlia and Riolu. Pokemon translation device deactivate. Sorry about that Kirlia, I'll talk to Oshawott tomorrow about that, Ash apologized to Kirlia. Thank you Ash, that would be much appreciated, Kirlia said telepathically. No problem now, would you like to go see everyone else in the house? Ash asked as Curlia looked indecisive. Are they as nice as you and Reggie? Asked Curlia. Of course, Ash replied. Then I'd love to, said Curlia. Great, said Ash as Pikachu jumped on Ash's shoulder and Riolu and Curlia hopped onto the ground and started walking behind Ash. Ash, your mum is downstairs in the kitchen, said Riolu, sensing her aura. Okay, thanks Riolu, Ash said as they went down the stairs. Hey mum, called Ash heading into the kitchen. Hey Ashy, what are you doing sweetie? Replied Delia. Showing Curlia around mum, meet Curlia, she's had a hard paw, Ash said at his mum who just scooped up Curlia and just span it around. Oh, aren't you the cutest thing in the world, cooed Delia. Mum, be careful, what the heck, Ash yelled, just standing there since Curlia seemed to be enjoying the attention. Come on Curlia, let's go, you still need to meet everyone else, Ash said, trying to get away from this situation. Okay, calm down Ashy, Delia said while softly putting Curlia down, and they left the room with Ash sighing. Ugh, let's just everyone else isn't like that, well at least Paul won't, thought Ash as he stated, chuckling at the thought of Paul picking up Curlia and spinning her around. Once they headed into the living room to find Cynthia, Paul and Percy in there watching TV, but was soon interrupted by Ash and the trio of Pokemon. Hey guys, this is Curlia, I want everyone to be nice to her, she's had a hard past if you can't tell, Ash stated as Curlia was hiding behind Riolu. Nice to meet you Curlia, Percy said, bending down and rubbing her head. Riolu, is he a nice human? Curlia asked, scared out of her wits. They're all good humans, didn't I tell you this? Riolu answered back telepathically. Okay, Curlia replied. Nice to meet you, said Curlia. Whoa, cool, telepathy, said Percy. Curlia, this is Paul, he's a little bit dark but is still fairly nice, Ash said to Curlia. Okay, said Curlia. Hey Curlia, nice to meet you, Paul said, only looking away from the TV for a split second. Curlia, now this is Cynthia, Ash said, gesturing to the blonde-haired trainer. It's a pleasure to meet you Curlia, Cynthia said while getting up and walking over to Curlia to have a look at her. Well, I must say you are the prettiest looking Curlia I have ever seen, Cynthia said as Ash nodded in agreement. Thank you, Curlia said while blushing. Well, I'm going to hit the hay, got a big day tomorrow, Ash said. Night, chimed Paul and Percy at the same time. I'll join you, Cynthia said as Percy burst out laughing and even Paul chuckled. We're in the bed or under the covers, Paul darkly said as Percy laughed even harder. He fell off the chair, landing head first on the ground. Forgot, Cynthia muttered under her breath before leaving the lounge room to head upstairs, and Ash and the trio weren't far behind. Once they got upstairs and went into the room, it started raining, not raining, hailing, storming, and lightning, and didn't look like it was going to let up through the night. Riolu, I can't sleep through the storm, I'm scared of thunder, the noise sounds like the beatings I used to get, Curlia said to Riolu. Don't worry, I'm here, an angry Riolu said, moving closer to the foot of the bed to comfort Curlia. Thank you, Curlia said before drifting off into a dreamless sleep. The next morning Ash woke up early, well earlier than usual, so it was still pretty late, so everyone was up and ready for the day. Ash's eyes fluttered open to find his bed Pokemon free, so he safely assumed everyone was up and ready for the big day. Once Ash had his shower, brushed his teeth, got changed and all the other essential, he fled his room to go downstairs and found the smell of fresh pancakes. Morning everyone, Ash said groggily even though he had a shower. Morning Ash, everyone chimed at the same time as his mum served up some pancakes and put them on a plate in front of him. Thanks Mum, Ash said. No problem Ashy, now eat up, since from what I hear you're not telling anyone what you're doing, Delia said, getting serious. Don't worry Mom, I'll be fine, just trust me and I promise, if it helps I'll try not to get myself killed, Ash said. I think you mean you won't get yourself killed, Delia corrected him. Yeah, that, Ash said slowly, don't worry anyway, I'm just calling in a few favors and deeds, Ash said mysteriously. Okay, but if you die I'll kill you, Cynthia said. I'll hold you to that, Ash replied, chuckling. Well, I'm out of here, Ash said, stepping outside to get some of his strongest Pokemon. Sceptile, Infernape, Lapras, Snorlax and Kalava, Ash said, returning them to their Pokeballs. Great, now Charizard, let's go, Ash said while the trio and Ash hopped onto Charizard and soared high in the sky to unknown places. Meanwhile. Well, we best get going if we want to get to Pallet Town and back soon, Cynthia said as Paul just grunted. Okay then, let's go, see ya Delia and Reggie, Percy said before walking out the door. Dragonite, Percy yelled, and moments later you could see all the palm trees bending back. Hey Dragonite, let's get going, Percy said as Paul and Cynthia mounted Skarmory and Garchomp respectively. Gra-ah, snorted Dragonite as he took off into the sky. Let's see if you can keep up, Percy yelled as he got Dragonite to go full speed, which is almost as Pidgeot. Almost. No problem, Cynthia yelled back, tailgating him, with Paul just behind Cynthia. After about 10 minutes they finally arrived in Pallet Town at the doorstep of Professor Oak's lab. Hey Professor, open up the DMN door, we don't have all the dash, Percy said while leaning until it flew open and Percy fell down with a thud. Long time no see Professor, Percy said to a confused-looking professor. Who are you? Inquired Oak. Why do I always get this reaction? Percy muttered to himself. Look into the eyes, who else do you know that has my colored eyes? Percy said, opening up his eyes. Well, you have sea green eyes, Oak said until a shock of realization hit his face. No, 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 are you kidding me Percy my boy, Oak said before giving Percy a quick hug. I'm assuming you're here for what I think you are, Oak said gesturing to Cynthia and Paul. If that is what I think it means then yes it does, and is Gary here? I need to beat some sense into him, Percy said slowly and maliciously. No, he's in Hoenn doing research then, Oak said while taking Percy's Pokédex. Okay then, I'll just beat some sense into him later, Percy said. You do that, Paul muttered. I will. Hey Professor, I was thinking I heard something about a big tournament on in 3 weeks. What's the deal about that? Cynthia asked, remembering the poster in Celestic Town she saw on the way to the cemetery. Scott is organizing a competition with all the world's best trainers hand-picked by him, and I'm pretty sure that all of you got an invite, and I think your brother might be coming out of retirement, Paul, Oak said, shocking them all, well, other than Paul, who just grunted. Good, a great way to get in shape before we head off to Kalos, Percy said, rubbing his hands together. Sounds good to me, but are the others going to be there? Cynthia said slowly. Yes, they have all been invited, but also you should get your invites tomorrow, Polyper Mail, Oak said, sighing. Okay, time to get cracking. If we are going to win this thing we got to get training, Percy said while taking his Pokédex and sprinting outside to get to the island and start training. Ugh, some things never change, Oak said, sighing. Well, I've got to get back to work. Goodbye, Oak said, excusing himself. Goodbye Professor, Cynthia said while Paul, being Paul, just grunted a goodbye, as usual. We might want to catch up to him, Cynthia said as she could see Percy in the distance on his Dragonite. You go ahead, I'm going to catch some Pokemon, Paul said in a low tone before flying off on Skarmory. Okay, I'll go and catch some Pokemon after lunch, Cynthia thought. Garchomp, catch Percy, Cynthia said as she mounted Garchomp and broke the sound barrier. Whoa, that was fast, Percy said as Cynthia appeared next to him. Then you haven't seen Ash's Pidgeot, Cynthia stated as Percy looked in awe. Well, I'll just have to race him tomorrow when he gets back then, Percy said with a small smile curled onto his lips. $10 you'll lose, Cynthia said, smirking. Deal, and where's Paul? Percy asked the blonde trainer. Pokemon catching, Cynthia replied. Okay, well, while he's doing that then I'm going to train, Percy said. I know I heard you before, Cynthia said as they landed. Okay, well, catch you later, Percy said before taking off into the island. Garchomp, rest up, well, be busy later, Cynthia said while walking inside, leaving Garchomp to go rest. Hey Cynthia, Delia said, looking slightly tired since she had just finished making lunch. Hey Delia, you look tired, Cynthia said. I'm fine, I just made us some lunch, Delis replied. Well, then you can go to the hot spring and relax, you've earned it, Cynthia said. No, I'm fine, Delia said before she received the look from Cynthia. Fine, I'll go, Delia said before walking off to the hot spring. Hey Reggie, Cynthia said as she spotted him at the table eating the sandwiches made for lunch by Delia. Hey Cynthia, what's up? Reggie asked the former champion. Nothing except the fact that the biggest tournament for the century is coming around and you're coming out of retirement, Cynthia stated bluntly to a shocked Reggie. Care to elaborate? Reggie said wide-eyed. Well, in other words, Scott has organized a tournament in 3 weeks that is huge and has asked the best trainers from around the globe to come and compete, and you, me, Paul, Percy and of course Ash has, Cynthia said, taking a bite of a sandwich. Well, then I might as well get started with my training then, because if there is one thing I've learned, it's never turn Scott down, Reggie said, finishing off his sandwich and going outside, leaving Cynthia to finish of her sandwich by her lonesome. Once she finished, she muttered to herself, well, now is as good as time to start. After that she went outside to round up her Pokemon and head off. Garchomp, let's head to Kanto to see what we can catch, Cynthia said as Garchomp sped off to Kanto. Once they got there, they touched down in a wilderness and looked around to see nothing but trees and a lake. Well, here is as good as any, Cynthia said to herself, but she heard a rustle behind her and saw a Sandshrew. Well, Sandshrew as good as any Pokemon. Garchomp, Stone Edge, Cynthia said. A stone floated around Garchomp and shot out towards the Sandshrew, who had little time to react and was hit. Even though it wasn't very effective, it still looked like it did a decent amount of damage. Good, now Brick Break, Cynthia said as Garchomp ran at Sandshrew with her fist glowing white and swung at the Sandshrew, who just used Dig to dodge. Use Flamethrower on the ground, Cynthia said as the Pokemon obeyed, and Sandshrew soon shot out of the ground looking hot and bothered, and used Earthquake to shake things up. No pun intended. Go Pokeball, Cynthia yelled as she tossed a red and white ball at the Sandshrew, who was absorbed into the Pokeball in a red flash of light. The Pokeball shook over and over until it stopped and the Sandshrew appeared to be caught. Great, Garchomp, now let's go catch about 6 to 7 Pokemon a region, then go and train, Cynthia said. Gra, and Garchomp, who seemed to agree with her mindset. Good, now let's get going to find more Pokemon, Cynthia said as she walked further into the woods with Garchomp trailing her as she caught many new Pokemon and did the same with Johto, Hoenn, Sinnoh and Unova. Later that day, thought I was going to see Cynthia's Pokemon. Well, you'll have to wait. On the way back to the island after catching many Pokemon that day, it was still about 3 o'clock in the afternoon, leaving them at least 7 to 8 hours training. Once she landed and went inside the house to get a drink, she noticed everyone gathered in the living room with everyone but Ash sitting down. Well, look who finally arrived, Ash said, a smile curling onto his lips. What's going on? Cynthia asked curiously. No one knows, well, other than Ash, Reggie said, also curious. Well, I've got each and every one of you presents, Ash said, shocking them all. What kind of presents? Percy asked, somewhat scared. Well, I got all of you a Pokemon each. Ash said, still smiling, holding 4 Pokeballs in his hands. Let's go outside, Ash suggested, and they went outside. Okay then Ash, let's see these Pokemon, Percy said. Okay then, here you go, but release all of them at the same time, Ash said as they all nodded. What's to bet they are all magic or dash, Percy began but was cut off as they all released there and all their jaws dropped. Ash, did you, how, what, can, who, why, who, how? Percy stumbled over his own words. Being the chosen one has its perks after all, Ash said, smirking. Thanks Ash, Paul said, being the first to recover, who went to his Pokemon, which was a Cobalion. How did you get these? Cynthia asked, being the next to recover, moving to Virizion. Well, like I said, I have many favors to call in, and it really wasn't that hard when you come up against Mutwo, Ash said it like it was nothing. You have Mutwo, everyone other than Delia and, of course, Paul screamed. Yeah, me and Mutwo go way back, don't we? Ash said, smiling as he teleported into the clearing. Anyway Percy, I see you like Terrakion, Ash said, somewhat sweat dropping as Percy and Terrakion were hitting it up as old mates at a bar, and Percy just shrugged. Now Reggie, I see you like your little green friend, Ash said, smiling as Reggie and Shalebi hit it off like 2 peas in a pod. Yeah, he's going to be great in the tournament, Reggie said, smirking. Thanks for reminding me, I saw Scott today and he said to give you all these letters, and Mom, don't think I forgot you, Ash said, pulling out a Pokemon egg from his bag and handing it to her. Oh, thank you Ashy, Delia said, pulling him into a hug. Oh, and also this, Ash said, throwing a Pokeball into the air, and to complete the Swords of Justice team, Keldeo appeared. Also, I'm going to train with my Pokemon. See you later, and close your mouth unless you want to look like a Magikarp, Ash said, running off with Keldeo running behind him and Mutwo floating behind him. Paul was the first to recover, who walked off to train with his Pokemon, soon followed by Reggie, then Cynthia, and lastly Percy. But Cynthia didn't walk off to train by her lonesome. No, she went to find Ash. After about 5 minutes of searching, she found Ash near the base of the volcano with all of his Pokemon and many she hasn't seen before. "Hey Ash, want a training partner?" Cynthia said, trying to catch Ash off guard but failed epically. "I sensed your aura, and sure," Ash said, smiling with his eyes closed. "Great, my Gible could train with your Garchomp, Riolu, Kirlia and Lucario, my EVs and your Glacian, and that's that Infernape and Bizel you're with me," Ash said, smirking while walking towards Cynthia. "Okay, if you're going to be around me I'll have to train in self-defense because I've got a habit of attracting danger," Ash said as Cynthia nodded. "But what about the others?" Cynthia asked. "Well, I know Percy knows self-defense since he took lessons. Something tells me Paul will try to kick my butt if I even say I'll teach him this stuff, and Reggie is, well, he's Reggie," Ash summarized. "Okay, then let's get started," Cynthia said, taking off her coat. "Alright then, just match the moves that Infernape does and you, me, and Bizel match it," Ash said, getting pumped. "Okay then, let's go," Cynthia said as Ash gestured to Infernape to start the training. 2 hours later. "Let's take a break, shall we?" Ash said, stopping as the 2 Pokemon and 2 people looked exhausted. "Rest up, we'll be back later, tell everyone I said this," Ash said as Infernape took off, telling all the other Pokemon to take a break. "Hey Ash, where is Pikachu and all your other Pokemon?" Cynthia asked Ash. "Training with my legendary Pokemon. You know, I could send your Pokemon that way and I'll have a one-on-one session with you," Ash said as Cynthia blushed slightly. "Okay, thanks Ash, well, we should get going, I'm pretty sure dinner will be ready soon," Cynthia said as their mansion came into view. "Hey, I just got a great idea," Ash said out of nowhere. "Arceus, help us," Cynthia said, laughing. "You're mean, but anyway, why don't we see what the other guys want to do and collaborate our training sessions," Ash said to Cynthia. "Sounds pretty good, but then again I doubt Paul would say yes," Cynthia said, chuckling. "I'm sure he wouldn't mind working with a few legendary Pokemon," Ash said, chuckling. "You've got a point. Now let's hurry and get inside so we can ask them," Cynthia said, smiling as they entered the dining room to see everyone just preparing the table a bit. "Hey guys, need a hand?" Ash asked everyone. "Nah, we're good, go grab a seat," Reggie said as Ash and Cynthia complied. Once everyone was sitting down eating at the table, Ash and Cynthia decided to spring the question upon them. "Hey guys, why don't we combine our training session together till the tournament?" Cynthia asked as all eyes were on her. "Sounds like a good idea," Reggie said as Percy nodded in agreement. "Sure," Paul said, shocking everyone. "Wow, didn't even have to pull out the secret weapon," Ash said out loud. "And what would that be?" Percy asked. "I've got more than 2 legendary Pokemon," Ash said, once again shocking everyone. "Also, while I got all your attention, I need all of you to get something formal to wear," Ash said, smiling as he received an onslaught of curious looks. "We're going to a ball," Ash said as all the boys groaned. "Not that kind of ball, you numbskulls, I'm getting knighted as an Aura Guardian," Ash said as the boys looked more cheerful, well, except for Paul. "Sounds much better than what I thought it was going to be," Percy said, chuckling. "Yeah, when is it exactly?" Reggie asked Ash. 12 days from now, so not this Friday coming but next," Ash said as Paul suddenly had a malicious smirk. "Shut it, Paul," Ash said suddenly. "What?" Paul said, chuckling with the same look on his face. "What's going on between you two?" Reggie asked. "Inside joke/deal sorta thing," Ash answered. "Okay, well then, do you want to get to training then?" Ash asked everyone. "You go ahead, I'll be out soon," Cynthia said as all of them answered in the same sort of response but with all different excuses. After waiting for about 10 minutes, Ash started to get up but restless and decided to head in to see what was taking all of them so long, but got shocked since all the lights were off. He walked into the living room and flicked on the light to get the shock of his life. "Surprise!" everyone yelled. There was a birthday cake that said "Happy 18th birthday Ash" and had packets of chips, chocolates and other sorts of junk food. "Shittt," Ash yelled since he just had the living Daylight scared out of him. Ash language, his mother scolded him, stepping out from behind the chair. What's going on? Ash asked everyone. Silly, it was your birthday last week and you have already forgotten, Cynthia said as realization came across his face. Oh yeah, so what are we going to do? Ash asked, getting excited. What you usually do, pull an all-nighter doing stupid shit and watch some movies, oh, and play beer pong, Percy answered as Delia left going to bed because she was tired even though it was only about 8 p.m. Great knick-knocking, house egging, and tons of other stuff, Ash said, getting excited. And what movies did you bring? I got comedy and horror, The Conjuring, Paranormal 1 to 4, Road Trip and Road Trip Beer Pong, Percy said, chucking him the box sets as Ash sat down. Great, comedy last, horror first as usual, Ash said as Percy nodded. Once they all sat down, it was Paul, Percy, and Reggie on the three-person couches, and Ash and Cynthia were lying on the ground next to each other watching the last Paranormal Activity movie. Once they got to the middle of it, Cynthia jumped since she was scared and grabbed hold of Ash, and she didn't even realize until about 5 minutes later, so she just scooted over towards Ash in her sleeping bag and just lied down closer to him so she could feel his body heat. You know, if you're scared you can just say so, Ash said, putting an arm around her, pulling her closer to him as she rested her head on his shoulder. Once the movie finished, Ash and Cynthia heard a click noise and turned to see Paul and Percy taking photos on their phones. I give up, you guys are impossible now, want to go egg some house, Ash said, getting up, taking Cynthia up with him, just then realizing that he was only about 2 centimeters shorter than her. Sounds good, Paul said, smirking. Grab a pillowcase and grab any sheet you want, that is replaceable, Ash said, this knowing Percy would have grabbed a vase. Fine, Percy huffed as they all met back there in 5 minutes and had things like eggs, toilet paper, water bombs, fake blood, even logs, and Paul came back with a golf club, who knows where he got it from, and golf ball, and also 5 masks and gloves. Take these, Paul said, handing out the masks and gloves to everyone. Once they were all on and ready, they all chose their most fastest and stealthy mode of transport. Ash and Cynthia were on Pidgeot since a Garchomp would have easily stood out in the night sky. Percy on Dragonite since they were going to Kanto, and Paul and Reggie riding on Ash's Charizard. Let's go, Ash said silently as they landed in Pewter City. Hey, chuck us a stink bomb, Ash said as Paul threw a stink bomb to him. I didn't mean it literally, Ash whispered, juggling the stink bomb until he caught it. You're the one who said it, Paul shrugged as Ash threw it into the Pewter City gym. Payback's a beach. Nice shot, now to Cerulean, Ash said after about 5 minutes of stink bombing the town, and flew over to the city. What to use, 9-iron or wedge, Ash said, looking over the golf clubs. Opinion, 9-iron, Percy said, smirking as they lined up outside the Cerulean City gym. Ash hit the ball and then yelled, "For," and then ran back to Pidgeot and flew over to Hoenn to Petalburg City. Sticky notes, Ash said as he covered the whole Petalburg gym in sticky notes. For the next hour or so, Ash and his friends pulled pranks on anyone who betrayed him and any random person. But by far the worst one of all was Ash buying Oreos and putting toothpaste inside the Oreos and placing them outside Trip's house in Glad wrap. Ash, by all the things you've done tonight, that is just plain old evil, Percy said, looking scared. I know, but hey, payback's a beach, Ash replied, shrugging his shoulders. Well, now that we've done this, why don't we go play some beer pong, Reggie questioned everyone as they all agreed in some shape, way, or form. Once they arrived back to the island, they set up the game, and the teams were Ash and Cynthia against Paul and Percy while Reggie refereed the match. It was first to 3 wins, but both had 2 each and both sides were on their last cup, with it currently being Percy's shot, and they weren't playing with blocks. Come on, just drain this 1 cup and I've got this, Percy said to himself as he shot the ball into the air but hit the edge of the plastic and bounced off. Sheet, Percy cursed under his breath as he missed the shot while Ash drained it, winning them the game. While Percy was sculling the tequila, Az and Cynthia were celebrating. Nice game, movies, Ash said after celebrating as they all nodded and went back to their original spots and put on Road Trip, and about halfway through the movie Reggie fell asleep, so they got permanent markers and drew on his face. Then it was Paul and Percy, and they followed the same fate as Reggie. which just left Cynthia and Ash, and they just kept talking about random things until they both drifted off into sleep at the same time. Late morning. Ash's eyes fluttered open, and he looked around, and for once he was the first one up, of course not counting his mom, and Ash was about to get up when he felt an unknown weight on his chest and arm and looked down to see Cynthia with her head on his chest and his arm around her shoulders. Ash, being unable to get up, just sat there enjoying the feeling of holding Cynthia close, and just stayed like that for a while, unsure of the time since he couldn't get up. "Morning, Cynthia," Ash said, still holding her close. "How could you tell I was up?" Cynthia said, eyes still closed. "Your breathing changed," Ash replied, still holding her, until yet again they heard a click noise and saw Percy and Paul taking photos. "Get rid of the noise," Paul said grumpily. "Sorry, phone's effed up," Percy replied, looking at each other as they both started laughing, while Paul chuckled anyway. "Face," they both said at the same time and left to clean up, and the ruckus woke Reggie up, who went to have a shower, leaving the two lying down alone until two decided it was time to get up. Mind you, it was a good 2 hours later, which was about 1 in the afternoon. "Hey guys, come check the news report," Ash yelled, calling everyone into the room to see what the fuss was. "Have a look at this," Ash said while everyone else sat down and focused on the TV. "And there is also damage to the Cerulean Gym as well as many other gyms like Petalburg, which was covered in sticky notes, and Striaton Gym, which was covered in eggs as well." The news reporter said as Ash offed the TV and saw everyone smiling at the job they've done. "Well, I'm grabbing a bite to eat. I'd recommend doing the same if we are going to train together," Ash said, getting up and walking into the kitchen and eating a few sandwiches, making sure to leave food for the others who were about 10 seconds after him. "Okay, well then I'm going to need you to send all your Pokemon other than your fighting types or agile bipedal Pokemon over to the other side of the island," Ash said once they were all outside. Once that was done, the remaining Pokemon were Paul's Electivire, Aggron, Ursaring, Weevil, Scizor, Machamp, Alakazam and Magmortar. Percy had Feraligatr, his starter, Sandslash, Marowak, Excadrill, Rhydon, Golem, Golurk, Swampert, Poliwrath, Politoed, Floatzel, Kabutops, Piplup, Sneasel and Wartortle. Reggie had an Ampharos, Granbull, Blaziken, Zangoose, Empoleon, Abomasnow, Crocodile and Golduck. Cynthia had Roserade, Lucario and Garchomp, choosing to send all her newly caught Pokemon to the other side of the island to train. Ash on the other hand had Pikachu, Primeape, Heracross, Totodile, Sceptile, Infernape, Bizel, Oshawott, Pignite, Crocodile, Scraggy, Levany, Larvitar, Riolu and Kirlia training. Infernape took the lead, teaching them all to defend and attack using MMA. After about 3 hours of the MMA, they decided to stop for the day and decided that tomorrow they would train with their Pokemon as a group, and decided the day after Rota they would have a mini tournament with each other. Percy ended up being ref by bad luck, missing out, but they would do that and rotate and stopping 2 days before the tournament to leave for the Alpha region to Diablo Island, but of course they've got to get past the night in Rota first. Not going to time skip to then for now. Sounds pretty good, but I'm still going to have to train all of you guys eventually because, well, I'll probably attract some weird gay team that is all focused on money and fashion in Kalos, Ash said jokingly. Yeah, probably, Cynthia said, giving a half smile. Well, anyway, I'm going to be on the other side of the island if anyone wants me, Ash said before walking over to the other side of the island with his Pokemon as his entourage. Once he arrived there, he only found his Pokemon there, assuming that all the other Pokemon went off to do their own thing after the training. Ash just sat there talking to all his Pokemon, new and old. Anyway, we have a lot of stuff to do before the tournament, so who's with me, Ash said as he received many loud roars. Anyway, I need to train with the EVs and some other things. Now you can do whatever you want, and also when I return we'll be having a race, Ash said, walking off with the EVs trailing him into the forest. I need 3 of you to step forward, Ash said as 3 of them did, and Ash held out 3 stones. Take a stone, Ash said as the EVs discussed what stone they were going to take, and once they did they all touched the stone. Then Flareon, Jolteon and Vaporeon appeared. Good, now I need 3 more to accompany me with Charizard to Sinnoh now, Ash said as 2 more of them stepped forward. Good, now let's go to Sinnoh, Ash said as they returned to the other Pokemon. Charizard, we need a lift to Sinnoh, Eterna City first, Ash said as Charizard bent down and Ash and the EVs got on, leaving Pikachu behind seeing no need to take him. So grass or ice, Ash asked the Pokemon as they began to chat. EV, EV1 said. VEV, said EV2 said, and it went on for about 20 seconds until they decided that EV1 was grass and 2 was ice. Okay, great, now let's get going, Ash said as they landed on the border of Eterna City and headed into the forest west of the city. Okay, then let's find the moss rock, Ash said as they started walking around the forest until they saw a decent-sized rock that was covered in moss. Touch it, Ash said as the EV happily complied and then evolved into Leafeon. Well done Leafeon. Now to Snowpoint City, Ash said as they mounted Charizard, who flew to Snowpoint City with no trouble despite the blizzard. Good work Charizard. Now to the cave, Ash said faking bravado as they walked into the cave to see a rock the same as the moss rock but covered in ice. Okay, now EV touch it, Ash said, but EV was way ahead of him and had already touched it and became Glacian. Okay, well let's get going. Whoa, Ash began until he saw an angry Medicham and shot a focus blast at them, but the Pokemon jumped out of the way but hit Ash. Eevee, it's your time to shine, Ash said as he looked angry being hit by a focus blast. Eevee said as it jumped in front of Ash looking determined to beat Medicham. Okay, Eevee, use quick attack, Ash said as Eevee ran towards Medicham leaving a white trail behind him and hit Medicham, but it looked like it did little to no damage. Ugh, try bite, Ash commanded as Eevee yet again took off towards Medicham and bit it on the head, this time doing noticeable damage. Well done, now dodge the fire punch, Ash yelled as Eevee tried to jump away but was hit with the fire punch and collided with an icicle. Are you okay Eevee? Ash asked the evolution Pokemon as it got up and nodded in response. Good, now use Shadow Ball, Ash said, but was cut off as Focus Blast him Eevee and this time struggled to get up. Eevee, are you hurt? Ash asked, getting worried as the Pokemon on the sidelines started to get anxious and started to cheer. Eevee said slowly and quietly. Eevee said louder. Eevee yelled and started to glow a light blue and emerged a Pokemon no one knew. It was a pale cream-colored fur with pinkish feet, ears, and tail. Sylveon, said the Pokemon. So I guess you're a Sylveon, I'll ask Professor Rowan later, Ash said to himself. Let's use Attract Sylveon, Ash said as hearts appeared around Sylveon and flew towards Medicham surrounding her and went into Medicham's body. Great, now go Pokeball, Ash said as he threw a Pokeball at Medicham and went inside the ball and the ball landed on the ground. The ball shook once, twice, 3 times and then stopped. Medicham was caught. Awesome, Ash said as he picked up the Pokeball and met Charizard outside looking suspiciously at Sylveon. Don't worry Charizard, Sylveon's with me, Ash said as Charizard calmed down and they flew to Sandgem Town and landed outside Professor Rowan's lab. Hey Professor Rowan, open up, it's urgent, Ash yelled through the door, banging on it until Professor Rowan showed up. What is it Ash? Professor Rowan said, annoyed by the boy's rude appearance. You might want to take a look. At this, Ash said, gesturing to Sylveon, and the professor's eyes opened so wide that you could compare them to the size of plates. No way, is that a Sylveon? Professor Rowan said, picking up the Pokemon. Yes, now tell me. Eevee and I were battling a Medicham and evolved into a Sylveon. Why did this happen? Ash said, throwing Medicham's Pokeball and catching. Well, Eevee only evolve into Sylveon if they really care for their trainers, but I thought it was just a legend, Professor Rowan said as they all went inside the lab and Rowan stated doing tests on Sylveon. You know, that is the first real one to date. No one else on this planet owns a Sylveon. Also Sylveon is a fairy type and no other Pokemon discovered is yet to be known as a fairy type, so you also have the only fairy type Pokemon in existence, Professor Rowan said as this time it was Ash's turn to go wide-eyed. Great, well I'll just have to take extra care of Sylveon then, won't I? Ash said as Sylveon started nuzzling his head. Ash, I'm going to say this for your own good, do not, and I mean do not let anyone in the world get a hold of Sylveon, especially someone like Team Rocket, okay? Rowan said as Ash nodded. No problem Professor, I'll be on my way, Ash said as Rowan already had all the other professor in the line and telling them about Sylveon. Well then let's get going, I'm starved, Ash said as he mounted Charizard and they took off towards their home. Good, now go play and have fun, but be careful, Sylveon, Ash said as the Pokemon ran to the other Pokemon and started playing. Now anyone who is up for the race come here, Ash said as all the Pokemon stepped. Good, now I want all of the Pokemon that can fly, to fly to Pumelo Island and fly back. Any who can swim there swim, and anyone else run up the island's volcano, then down the other side onto the beach, then run along it too here, Ash said as all the Pokemon lined up ready to race. 3, 2, 1, go, Ash yelled as the Pokemon took off in different directions. After about 5 minutes, Sceptile and Pikachu finished the races on land first, Lapras finished the one in the ocean first, and Pidgeot won the flying race, and within another 5 minutes all the other Pokemon finished. Good work everyone, now you can rest night guys, let's go buddy, Ash said as Pikachu jumped on his shoulder and they walked off into the forest and back to the house. Once they got there they ate their food, then went to watch TV with everyone else other than Delia, who was cleaning the house as usual, and Reggie, who was checking Delia's egg. Hey, Ash said, flopping down onto a seat and lying down with Pikachu sprawled over his stomach. Hey, everyone chimed. What's on? Ash asked. Nothing, Percy replied. So where did you go? Cynthia asked. Well, you might not believe me, but I evolved some of my EVs into Flareon, Vaporeon, Jolteon, Leafeon, and Glaceon. Then after that I caught a Metacam, and what else? Oh, I know own a Sylveon, which is a fairy type and the only one in existence is with me, Ash said, smiling about what happened. Well, that's good too. Wait a second, only one in existence, with you, Percy began but was hit with realization. Legend has it that EV will only evolve into Sylveon if the trainer and Pokemon are in perfect harmony, and the EV would do anything for the trainer, even sacrifice itself, Cynthia said, remembering a book she read. Also, I must protect Sylveon from people like Team Rocket, Ash added. That as well, Cynthia said. Okay, so now that you know that, do not tell anyone about it, since I'm going to use it in the tournament as my secret weapon, Ash said, smiling. Good idea for once, Knight, Paul said as he got up, leaving the others in the lounge. Well, I'm heading off too, Percy said before yawning as the other two nodded. Okay, so what's going on in Rhoda? Cynthia asked Ash. Well, the plan is go there, dance a bit, I get knighted by Queen Eileen and a few other stuff happens, but that's the basics of it, Ash said. Do you even know how to dance? Cynthia asked him as he shook his head. Now that you mention it, I have no clue whatsoever, Ash said as Cynthia sighed. Okay, let's move this stuff out of the way and I'll show you, Cynthia said, getting and lifting one side of the table and Ash doing the same on the other side. How do you even know this stuff? Ash asked. I took dance lessons as a kid, Cynthia said, scrolling through her iPod and found a song and placed it on the radio dock and started to play it. Place your right arm on my back and your left arm linked up with my right, Cynthia said as Ash followed the instructions and started to move to the beat. 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, Cynthia counted as she and Ash danced, and he picked it up quite fast and began to lead. Towards the end of the song they both realized how close they were to each other and began to lean in. Closer. Closer, until they were just an inch apart. Then the music started to play Can't Hold Us and scared the shit out of them, and they both jumped back, and then they saw Pikachu video recording it with one of those really expensive cameras they use for TV. Good work, Cynthia said, going to the kitchen to take a drink. You too, I'm going for a walk, Ash said before he started walking to the door but stopped abruptly as Cynthia started talking. Can I come as well? Sure, Ash replied as they both went outside and walked a couple 100 meters to the beach and walked along the shoreline. After about half a kilometer they decided to stop and sit down at the beach. So how do you think you're going to fare in the tournament? Ash asked Cynthia. Pretty good, from what I hear the gym leaders, Elite Four, champions and Battle Frontier brains have to compete, Cynthia said, regretting it instantly. Good time for some payback, Ash said as Cynthia looked at him. You do know revenge isn't always the key, Cynthia said wisely. I know, but this is the right time for revenge and I've got it all planned out, Ash said. You're cold, Ash said suddenly. Nah, I'm fine, don't worry, Cynthia replied. Here, take my jacket, Ash said, taking off his jacket and handing it to Cynthia. No, keep it, I'll live, Cynthia said. No, you take it or else, Ash said. Or else what? Cynthia said, hoping to get off topic. I'll let your mind wander, but take the DMN jacket, Ash said, putting on her shoulders. Fine, but have you ever thought about ever becoming a politician? I mean, you are very persistent, Cynthia said, smiling. If Pokemon fails, I'll look into it, Ash said, chuckling, but he started shivering. Now you're cold, Cynthia said. Yeah, so I'd rather be cold than let you be cold. It's my code of honor, Ash said, faking bravado. Fine then, Sir Ketchum, well share, Cynthia said, playing along with the joke. Okay, Ash said, succumbing to Cynthia as he moved closer to her, and they both went into the jacket, both blushing by the closeness of the other. Are you happy? Ash asked suddenly. Of course I'm happy, Cynthia said, shocked at what he said. Good, because I don't want you to feel complied to live with me, Ash said, looking down at the sand. I never felt that because you always know how to spruce up my day, Cynthia said as they both lied down in the sand. Is it my handsome looks, my awesome personality, or my epicness? Ash said jokingly. I'd have to say all of the above, Cynthia said, smiling but not joking. So are you happy? Cynthia asked Ash. As happy as I've ever been, Ash started. I've got my mum and Mimey living here cleaning, we own an island, we've got Reggie as a breeder, Paul as my rival, Percy as my childhood friend, and the most wonderful girl in the world by my side, Ash said, smiling even though he was blushing by the last part. Nice joke, Ash, Cynthia said, blushing red as a strawberry. Whoever said I was joking? Ash said, suddenly looking into her eyes. No one, Cynthia said as they both pulled away, looking at the stars, and silence overcame them. Soon they were both asleep on the beach until Ash awoke feeling something on his foot and saw the tide had come in. Ah, Cynthia, wake up, the tide's coming in, Ash yawned while shaking Cynthia, trying to wake her up, and succeeded. Huh, what's going on? Cynthia asked before yawning. Tide, Ash said, gesturing to the ocean that had crept up on them. Okay, I think it's time we head back to the house, Cynthia said, getting up, and miraculously they both still had the jacket on. They waked back in silence. Once they got to the house, they went inside and Cynthia took a drink of water. I'm off to bed, I'll see you in the morning, Cynthia said as she climbed the stairs. Me too, Ash said, going up the stairs, taking two at a time. Once they got to the top of the staircase, Ash and Cynthia gave each other a quick hug, then went to their respective rooms. Once he got to his room, he collapsed onto his bed and started to think about everything that happened. The dance. The stroll. The almost kiss. But one thing was for sure. I'm in love with Cynthia, Ash whispered before drifting off into a dream-filled sleep. Time skipped to day before Rhoda. Since Kirlia was more comfortable with the other Pokemon, Ash, Riolu, Pikachu and Charizard were tying up a few loose ends, so in other words, Riolu was training at the summit of M. Coronet. Good Riolu Aura Sphere, Ash said as Riolu dodged the thunderbolt from Pikachu and shot off an Aura Sphere, almost making contact. Almost. That's enough of that. Well, take a break then. After that, we'll head home and have a practice battle with Percy for some fun, Ash said, chuckling as they got back on Charizard and flew back to the island. Once they got there and challenged Percy to a battle, well, he just couldn't say no. What do you say to a double battle? Percy suggested as Ash contemplated it. Sounds like a good idea, so Riolu, Kirlia, you up for it? Ash asked the Pokemon next to him. Yes, yes, Master, Kirlia and Riolu said. Riolu, don't call me Master, Ash sighed. Yes, Master, Riolu replied, smiling as Ash sighed. Anyway, let's just battle, Percy said as he released two Pokemon. Dugtrio and Marowak. Alright then, give me your best shot, Ash said, gesturing him to attack. Dugtrio, use Night Slash on Kirlia, Marowak use Flamethrower on Riolu, Percy commanded. Okay, Kirlia, use Psychic on the Flamethrower and send it into Dugtrio, Ash said as the Kirlia did just that. Good, now use Aura Sphere on Marowak, Riolu, Ash said as Riolu dispelled a ball of aura at Marowak. Deflect it with Bone Club, Percy commanded and sent it flying harmlessly away off to the sideline. Well done, Marowak, now use Bone Rush, Percy said as Marowak extended the bone in his hand, not like that, and ran at Riolu. Show them a real Bone Rush, Riolu, Ash said as Riolu began to do the same thing as Marowak, and they had a bone fight, leaving it be Kirlia and Dugtrio in a one-on-one battle. Alright, Curlia, use magical leaf, Ash said as Curlia made purple glowing leaves appear and sent them shooting at Doug Trio, who was hit by them. Take this, Doug Trio, use sucker punch, Percy said as Doug Trio dug its way underground and hit Curlia from directly under her, doing a lot of damage to her, which left struggling to get up. Doug Trio finished this off with, Percy began, but was cut off as Riolu started glowing blue and evolved into Lucario. Great, now Lucario, send Marowak into Doug Trio into with force palm, Ash said excitedly as Marowak was sent crashing into Doug Trio. Ash, I concede, Percy said, hanging his head in defeat. Okay then, Ash said as both trainers went to check on their Pokemon. After that, Ash decided that he needed some time to think about things, so he went off with Pidgeot and Pikachu and decided to go for a fly to Hoenn. Once they got there, they decided to go for a walk through the Cave of Origin, where he just happened to see Gary and Dawn. Pikachu, is that really them? Ash asked the yellow Pokemon, who nodded, who just happened to hear and turned around. Ash, is that really you? Please tell me that's you, Dawn said, running up and throwing herself onto Ash, giving him a hug. What do you want? Ash yelled as Dawn quickly backed away. Look, Ash, we're sorry about what happened, Gary quickly said as Ash looked unamused. Start explaining then, or you're going to see how much stronger Pikachu has got, Ash demanded. Ash, we're sorry, but they made us, Dawn began with tears in her eyes. They threatened my mum and Professor Oak if we didn't say those stuff, Dawn said with tears flowing down her face. Ash, she's not lying, Gary said sincerely. I know, Ash said. Ash, please forgive us. Wait, what do you mean you know? Gary said, shocked. It's an aura thing now, Ash replied, losing his anger. Ash, we are sorry, but would you forgive us? Gary pleaded. Okay, but you'll have to prove it, Ash said. Okay, I've still got my half of the Pokeball, Gary said, pulling it out of his bag. Okay, that proves it, but next time tell me if something like that will happen and I'll whoop their buttes to the moon, Ash said, smiling. So anyway, how about a little battle, for old time's sake, Gary said with a sad smile. Okay then, follow me, Ash said as he got on Pidgeot. So Ashy boy, is that your old Pidgeot? Gary said as he climbed on. Skarmory and Dawn climbed on his Fearow. Pidgeot? Dawn questioned them. Oh, I never told you about Pidgeot, Ash said as Pidgeot faked looking hurt and flew upside and shook him off for a few seconds before getting him from midair. Something tells me that's not the first time it's happened, Dawn muttered under her breath. Yeah, anyway, what's the deal with Pidgeot? Dawn asked again. Second Pokemon I ever caught, and it was with a Caterpie, Ash said, chuckling. Only you, Ash, Dawn muttered. Yeah, but then I had to release him to look after a flock of Pidgey and Pidgeotto from a flock of Fearow and Spearow, Ash said. So anyway, where are we going? Gary asked as Ash smiled an unnoticeable smile. You'll see, Ash said softly. Welcome to Casa de Ketchum, Ash said as the other two looked in awe and envy. Also my island, Ash added as their mouths just dropped and eyes widened even more. Okay, so who lives here? Gary asked after getting over the initial shock of the place. Oh, just me, Mum, Cynthia, Percy, Paul, Reggie and a lot of Pokemon including several legendaries, Ash said as they both fainted. After about 10 seconds they came around and just stared at Ash. What? Ash asked. This place is Fenji awesome, Gary yelled. Oh, and did you say good old Percy is here as well? Gary said, smiling. And Paul lives here, Dawn yelled. Yeah, so what's so wrong about that? Ash said, smiling. Well, the fact that he's rude to his Pokemon, Dawn replied in a huff. He's changed, give him a chance before you judge him, and also do not bring up Cynthia's title match loss, Ash said. Fine, Dawn said in a huff. You're on then. After this you and me a full 3-on-3 battle, Gary said cockily. Time to shut down your ego, Ash said, smiling. Please, my ego's way too big for that to happen, Gary said, chuckling. Well, see, Ash said, smiling. Well, anyway, let's go ask everyone, Ash said, walking in as Gary and Dawn looked slightly nervous. Calm down, once I explain they'll understand, Ash said as the others walked in behind him. Hey man, what are they doing here? Percy said, jumping up to deck Gary. Percy, calm the F down and I'll explain, Ash said deadly serious as everyone was looking at them in hatred except Paul who was just sipping a coffee smiling amused. Sheet just got interesting, Paul said smiling. Once Ash explained their story and how he forgave them the others had as well. Okay, so Ash, what do you say to our battle now? Gary said excitedly. Okay, Ash said walking outside of the house as everyone followed. Once they prepared they decided it would be on the lake which had several platforms on it. Call out your first Pokemon, Reggie said who was refereeing the match. Kalava, I choose you, Ash said throwing a Pokeball and Kalava appeared as Gary looked slightly unsettled. Go Electivire, Gary said sending out his trusty electric-type Pokemon. Begin, Reggie said as both trainers. Flamethrower Thunderbolt, the trainers yelled as both Pokemon fired of their attacks and made contact, none of them budging. They're evenly matched, Dawn stated as Cynthia smiled, think again. As soon as Cynthia said this Quilava's flamethrower started gaining ground on the Thunderbolt until it made contact and did a significant amount of damage. Well done Kalava, Ash said as Kalava jumped back on the platform in front of Ash as Electivire managed to pull itself out of the water. Not bad Ash, Electivire used Thunder Punch, Gary commanded as Electivire ran at Kalava fist glowing and crackling with electricity. Smokescreen then agility into quick attack, Ash said as Kalava dispersed smoke and Electivire couldn't see and was suddenly hit by Kalava from behind by a powerful quick attack that knocked Electivire out. Ash and Kalava win, Reggie announced. Kalava return, I might need you later, Ash said recalling the fire-type Pokemon. Go Umbreon, Gary said throwing a Pokeball and Umbreon appeared. Pikachu I choose you, Ash said as Pikachu jumped off his shoulder and onto the platform. Pikachu used Thunderbolt, Ash said as Pikachu shot of a bolt of electricity at Umbreon. Shadow Ball, Gary commanded as Umbreon fired a Shadow Ball at Pikachu's Thunderbolt making contact and ended with an explosion. Quick attack, both trainers shouted as their Pokemon took off and kept ramming into each other over and over. This is getting boring, finish it with Volt Tail, Ash said smiling. Huh, everyone but Dawn said but all watched intently as Pikachu combined Volt Tackle and Iron Tail into one and knocked out Umbreon. Once they both recalled their Pokemon, Gary sent out Blastoise and Ash sent out Sylveon, I choose you, Ash said as Sylveon appeared on a platform. No, 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 you have a Sylveon, Gary yelled as the whole island shook. It's so cute, Dawn yelled and would have run up to grab it if Percy didn't hold her back. Don't even try, Percy said smiling. Sylveon as in a Pokemon from legend as in fairy-type destroyer of dragon-type Sylveon as in only Sylveon if it would give its life for you Sylveon, Gary said going on and on about Sylveon. Are we going to battle or what? Ash said as Gary refocused. Right, Blastoise use Hydro Pump, Gary said as Blastoise shot water from its jets and aimed for Sylveon. Dodge then use Moonblast, Ash commanded as Sylveon dodged the Hydro Pump and shot its attack right back at it making contact. Not bad but try this on for size, Skull Bash, Gary said as Blastoise flung itself at Sylveon covered in a white cloak. Counter with Double Edge, Ash said as Sylveon copied Blastoise and met midfield and collided and caused an explosion of big magnitude. Once the smoke cleared you could see both Pokemon were down. Both Pokemon are down leaving Ash as the winner, Reggie announced and then took the Pokemon from the trainers and went to heal them. Great battle Ash, you've gotten way better since our last one, Gary complimented Ash as they walked into the house to grab a drink. You too, I've heard you were invited to the tournament. So are you two going to compete? Ash asked the researcher and coordinator. Yep of course, replied Dawn and Gary as they both smiled. Good, I could use some competition, Ash said smiling. I'm guessing everyone else is as well, Dawn asked as Ash poured them all a glass of lemonade. Even Reggie, Ash said smiling knowing that Dawn would be shocked. Also it is compulsory for all gym leaders, Elite Four, Champions and Frontier Brains to compete, Ash said knowing he'll be getting much unwanted attention. So it will be somewhat challenging, Cynthia said before taking a swig at her lemonade. Good, I look forward to whooping some but, Dawn said before getting a few looks. What? Dawn said. Never thought I'd hear the day when words like that came out of your mouth, Ash said smiling. Also, did you hear about the damage to the gyms and stuff? Percy said, smiling. Yeah, whoever did it did a DMN good job of it. Wait a second, that was you guys, wasn't it? Gary began but changed course. Well, what else were we going to do for Ash's 18th birthday party other than get drunk and watch movies? Percy replied. Still the same old Percy, still the same old Gary, Percy came back with. Touché, Gary said, chuckling. Anyway, anything new? Gary asked Ash. Same old, catching Pokemon, training Pokemon, being an idiot, Ash said with a smile. Oh, and don't forget tomorrow, Paul said, smirking. F up, Ash said, slightly angry, getting the ulterior motive of it. Oh well, we've got a ball on tomorrow and you're welcome to come, Ash invited the duo. Really, a ball? That's a good one, Ash, Gary said, laughing. I become an Aura Guardian, Ash said as Gary stopped laughing. I'm coming, Gary stated quickly. Thought so, now I'll leave you two to go shopping, Ash said, walking away quickly, leaving Gary to the torture. Shopping, let's go now, Dawn squealed. No, yelled Gary as he was dragged out of the house. Later that night. Hey Ash, Paul said, smiling. Don't forget the deal, Paul whispered in his ear before heading off to bed, leaving Ash to ponder in his own thoughts until Cynthia walked in with her night clothes on. Hey, Cynthia said, snapping Ash out of his thoughts. Hey, Ash replied as they just watched the TV for a while until they heard a knock on the door and Ash got up to answer it. Ugh, hey Ash, can I stay the night? Gary asked as he collapsed on the floor with Dawn behind him, picking up all the bags of clothes that he dropped as Ash sighed. I guess, but no funny business, Ash said, helping Gary up. Okay, but can you show us to our rooms? Dawn said before walking in. If I must, Ash sighed before showing them their rooms before going downstairs and sitting down next to Cynthia. You ready for tomorrow? Cynthia asked him. Hell no, I'm so FNG nervous, Ash said as he leaned into Cynthia. Relax, all you got to do is have a dance and sit on a chair looking pretty, Cynthia said, smiling. If only you knew the half of it, Ash said, closing his eyes for a second. I'm guessing it's something to do with your joke/deal, Cynthia said, sighing inwardly. Basically, except it's not going to be easy, Ash said. What is it? Cynthia asked curiously. You'll find out tomorrow night, Ash said, giving her a kiss on the head before going off to his room to sleep. Arceus, help me tomorrow, Ash said before going to sleep. Ash's eyes fluttered open as the sun peered through the curtains and onto his eyes. He looked around for Pikachu but couldn't see him, so he assumed he was up. He looked at the clock and it read 10:30, so he didn't sleep in too. Today's the day, Ash said to himself, getting ready but not changing into his clothes yet since there would be plenty of time to do it later. Once that was done, everyone but Dawn and Cynthia were there, but you could already guess where they were. Today's the big day, huh Ash, Paul said, smirking darkly. Shut it or I'll deck you, Ash said sternly. Yeah, whatever, but remember, if you don't, Paul said, cracking his knuckles, well, I'll just let your mind wander for a bit now. What's this deal I've been hearing about? Gary asked, taking a sip of his tea. He tells Cynthia he loves her, Paul said, smiling, knowing that Gary would choke and spit out his tea. Which happened? Ha 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 ha, Gary laughed. He's not joking, Ash said, deadly serious as Gary stopped laughing. Okay, good luck, but when did you realize you were in love? Gary asked him. I don't know, just kind of hit me, Ash said, smiling, thinking about all the times they shared. What about the beaches? Gary asked, thinking back to his days as a kid. They're just that, beaches, Ash said. Good, anyway, how did you get over your denseness? Reggie asked. I was never dense, it was just an act. This guy, Ash said, pointing to Paul, figured it out, Ash finished. Well, I've got to head off to Rhoda to prepare and stuff. See you later, Ash said, but not before walking out. Once he was outside, he called over his Lucario, Pikachu, Pidgeot and Curlia, but to his surprise a Gardevoir came over. Do I want to ask? Ash asked Gardevoir and Lucario. No, was the response by both Lucario and Gardevoir. Okay, well, we got to head off to Rhoda, so inside guys, Ash said, holding out 2 Pokeballs and returned Gardevoir and Lucario. Let's go Pikachu, Ash said, both of them jumping on top of Pidgeot, who took off towards Rhoda in Kanto. Once they arrived in Rhoda, they met with Queen Eileen, who showed Ash to his room in the castle. Since he would now be an Aura apprentice, he would have won. After that he got a personal tour from the Queen through the castle. After the day of preparing, the music began at 6:30 and people crowded onto the dance floor and began dancing. Ash even saw, strangely enough, Paul and Dawn there dancing, definitely going to ask Paul about that later. He had organized with the Queen to let him outside to talk to Cynthia at about Speak of the Devil. She just appeared in a diamond silver colored dress that reached down to her knees and was in a pair of high heels, and the dress had no sleeves and she had little to no makeup on. She looked beautiful. Cynthia walked up to Ash, who was in the clothes of an Aura Guardian, 8th movie, and gave him a quick hug. "Hey," Cynthia said while they were still hugging. "Hey, you look beautiful," Ash said, pulling away from the hug, and could see many people, both guys and girls, glaring at the two in envy. "Thanks, you look pretty hot too," Cynthia said, blushing beet red as Ash caught on with the blushing game. "Thanks, you know I would normally have to sit in this chair the whole time, but seeing as I'm very convincing I'm allowed out of it at about 8, Ash said, smiling. "Good to know, but don't you have to dance?" Cynthia asked hopingly. "Yep, but that's after I'm knighted," Ash said, smiling. "Good to know my lessons weren't in vain," Cynthia said, smiling. "Hey, have you seen Lucario and Gardevoir?" Ash asked suddenly. "No, and Gardevoir?" questioned Cynthia. "Curlia evolved, don't ask me how," Ash said, scanning the crowd. "Over there with Percy talking," Cynthia said. "Hey, can you get Lucario for me? I need him with me when I'm knighted," Ash asked Cynthia, who nodded. "Be back in a sec, don't go anywhere," Cynthia said, giving Ash a wink before walking off to get Lucario. "Hey," random girl said, who jumped out of the crowd. "Hi," Ash said slowly, creeped out by her appearance. "Would you like to go on a date with me? My daddy is rich and I could pay you," the girl said, smiling. "A little bit forward, but no thanks, I don't date slots," Ash said, prepared to get a slap, but the girl just kept persisting. "Please, I'll pay you 5 million if you go on a date with me," the girl pleaded. Ahem, someone cleared their throat from behind them. "Cynthia. Lucario, would you please dispose of her quickly," Ash said very fast. The next thing you see is the girl flying across the ballroom until she crashed into the punch, landing headfirst in it. "You'll rue this day, whatever your name is," the girl muttered before walking out of the ballroom. "Thank you, Lucario, she was really beginning to bug me," Ash said after he, Cynthia and Lucario stopped laughing at her flying across the room and everyone's faces. "Hey Cynthia, mind coming out with me to the balcony? I need a breather," Ash said, getting and handing Lucario the staff. "Sure," Cynthia replied. "Keep the seat warm and don't kill anyone," Ash said to Lucario, who just smiled. "I'll try," Lucario said while spinning the staff on his finger as Ash just sighed. "Whatever, be back soon," Ash said, walking away with Cynthia to the balcony. "It's beautiful out here," Cynthia said, smiling, looking over the balcony. "It sure is," Ash said, but not looking over the balcony but at her. "Cynthia, I need to tell you something," Ash began as he looked into Cynthia's gray eyes. "Here goes nothing," Ash muttered before he started speaking. "Cynthia, you are the most beautiful person I have ever met, you have a great personality, you are a great Pokemon trainer, you have the best smile that could brighten up even my worst day, as long as you're happy then so am I guess what I'm trying to say is that I love you, Cynthia," Ash said, but not before he finished he felt Cynthia's lips crash onto his as their lips moved in sync with one another, both of them in heaven, but unfortunately, you have to breath. "I love you too, Ash, if you couldn't tell," Cynthia said, taking a seat and pulling Ash down with her. They both just sat there looking over the balcony with Cynthia's head resting on Ash's shoulder until Cynthia spoke up. "That was the deal, wasn't it?" Cynthia stated. "Yes," Ash sighed. "Okay, good to know," Cynthia said, smiling. "Well, as much as I'm enjoying this, we might want to head inside," Ash said reluctantly. "I know," Cynthia said as they both got up, but hands still intertwined. Once they re-entered the ballroom and Ash returned back to his seat, after about 5 minutes they started the knighting ceremony. "Ash Ketchum of Pallet Town, we are hereby gathered here today of your knighting," Eileen began. "Will you always defend a lady?" asked Eileen. Yes, my queen, Ash answered as he was on one knee. Will you always speak the truth and only the truth? Eileen asked. Yes, my queen, Ash answered again. Will you always be charitable and defend the poor and helpless? Eileen asked again. Yes, my queen, Ash answered yet again. It went on for a while until the queen finished all the questions and Ash answered them all correctly. Ash, you have passed the test of integrity. Now I hereby dub you Aura Guardian, Sir Ash Ketchum, Queen Eileen said as she dubbed Ash with his staff. Thank you my queen, but if I remember correctly I'm only an Aura apprentice, Ash whispered to the queen under the applause as the queen just smiled. You'll see, Eileen whispered back. I also hereby present Sir Ash Ketchum's trainer, Riley Jen, Eileen said gesturing to the door where Riley appeared much to Ash's surprise. Well if it isn't Ash, Riley said smiling as Ash grinned. Yes, how are you? Ash said shaking Riley's hand. Great, what about you? Riley answered as he began a conversation with Ash until it got relatively late. Hey Ash, we're about to head off, Cynthia said slipping her hand into Ash's. Okay, be with you in a sec, Ash answered her giving her a peck on the cheek before going back to talking with Riley. So I won't be back until I'm requested by the queen, so I won't need to train or anything, Ash said shell-shocked. Basically, so you really won't be called here unless it's an emergency, but I'll check up on you while you are in Kalos, Riley said as he gave Ash a handshake and Ash walked off. Once they got home, Ash said goodnight to everyone then went straight to his bed and collapsed on it thinking. What a great day. Time skipped to 2 days before Pokemon World Tournament. Hey Ash, you all packed? Percy yelled from his room across the hall. Yeah, Ash yelled back zipping his bags shut. So are you ready for this? A familiar voice said softly from across his room. As Ash looked back he could see Cynthia, the girl he loved. Of course, what about you? Ash asked as she came and sat down on his bed. Definitely, Cynthia replied before Ash gave her a peck on the lips. So how are we doing this? Ash asked Cynthia as they left the room. We're all going to Vermilion City on Paul's Salamence, then we'll catch a ship to Diablo Island, Cynthia said smiling as they appeared at the bottom of the stairs. Good, so are you all ready to head off? Gary asked everyone since he and Dawn had basically moved in since the apology. Almost, I just need to return my Pokemon then we are all set, Ash said walking out and returning 5 minutes later with his signature bag filled with Pokeballs except for 6 on the front of his belt and 3 on the back for emergency. Ready? Ash said as everyone was in the kitchen discussing things and they all walked out as Paul got Salamence out of his Pokeball and they all climbed on him before they all took off to Vermilion City. So how many trainers are competing in this tournament? Ash asked Reggie. The top 48 highest-ranking trainers over the decade, Reggie said, who obviously did his homework. But, knowing Scott he'll do something convoluted and to mess with everyone's head, Reggie stated as Ash chuckled. Yep, that's Scott tenfold, Ash said smiling. We're here, Paul said from atop Salamance's head. Okay then, how long till the boats leave? Percy asked Gary. 20 minutes give or take a bit, Gary answered. But we can get on now, Gary said finishing off statement. Once they touched down everyone went to go book the rooms. What do you mean there are only 7 rooms left? Ash said sighing. I'm sorry but they are all booked out, the receptionist apologized. All good, well take them, Ash said before receiving the keys since it was all expenses paid trip. I got my own room. Everyone called a bit too fast for Ash and he and Cynthia were stuck in the same room. Now you two nothing dirty, Delia said smiling innocently as the two blushed bright red looking at the ground. Mom, Ash complained as his mom just smiled. Looks like it's you and me Ash, Cynthia said sighing as Ash dished out all the keys before walking to his room and entering it. It was nice, there was a window that had an oceanfront view, a queen-sized bed with a TV in front of it and plenty of room to let out some of their Pokemon if need be. It's nice, Ash said smiling as Cynthia nodded placing her bags next to the bed. Hey Ash, Paul whispered gesturing for Ash to come over to the corridor so Ash strolled to the corridor. Here, Paul said handing Ash something and Ash looked confused. It's protection, Paul said before walking away laughing. Hey get your mind out of the gutter, Ash somewhat yelled across the corridor. You want me take it back, Paul said as Ash shook his head, almost too rapidly as Paul just laughed to himself and walked off. Once Ash pocketed the protection and walked in, plopped himself onto the bed and flicked on the TV. After about 5 minutes Cynthia walked out of the bathroom with her hair slightly damp and she was in her nightclothes, even though it was only about 10 in the morning. You already going to bed? Ash joked to her. No, but we have a room to ourselves and we might as well make the most of it, Cynthia said smirking as she just plopped down onto the bed as Ash just flicked off his jacket and put on a pair of shorts. Got a point, Ash said smirking just as much as Cynthia. Want to watch a movie? Cynthia asked her boyfriend. Sure, what do you want to watch? Ash asked Cynthia. What about Pirates of the Caribbean? Cynthia suggested. All four? Ash asked her and Cynthia just nodded. After the movies plus others and some room service. Hey, I need some air, want to go to the roof? Ash asked Cynthia, jumping off the bed. Yeah, sounds good, Cynthia said putting a robe on over her clothes as Ash just chucked his jacket back on again. Once they got out of the room, Cynthia slipped her hand into Ash's and got a few looks in the hallways. Once they reached the roof without much trouble, they just sat there looking out to the sea and stars. Who do you plan to use first in the tournament? Cynthia asked Ash. Depends what Scott and Good Show have planned, Ash said slipping an arm around her waist, pulling her near. Good point, knowing them they'll manage to drag the whole tournament on for a month, Cynthia said resting her head on Ash's shoulder. Yeah, was all Ash said. After about 10 minutes just sitting there they decided to head in and go to bed early since the ship would be docking at 5 a.m. Once they jumped into bed and just flicked the TV on just for the sake of it. Night Cynthia, Ash said. Night Ash, Cynthia said giving Ash a kiss before heading off to sleep with her head on Ash's chest. Early morning. Attention all passengers, we will be docking in 5 minutes, prepare to depart, a sailor said over the intercom. Ugh, groaned Ash covering his ears. Wow, that must have been loud if it woke you up, Cynthia said climbing out of bed and getting into the bathroom before Ash. Better get ready, I'll have a shower at the hotel, Ash said putting his clothes on and Cynthia walked out in her usual attire. Better get going, Ash said grabbing his bags and picking up a still sleeping Pikachu as they both walked out to meet everyone in the hallway. Morning everyone, Ash said as they all replied in some way. So are we going to get off this ship or what? Percy said looking pumped. Hold your horses, Ash said as they started to walk towards the exit. Hey, watch it, said a voice up front. No, not this early in the morning, Ash groaned as all color drained from his face. I've got this, Paul said before releasing a Pokemon. Alakazam teleport us out of this DMN boat, Paul said and soon all appeared outside of the ship on the docks. Thanks Paul, Ash said as Paul just nodded once in acknowledgement. Where exactly do we register? Ash asked Reggie who was looking on the map. In there, Reggie said pointing to the giant stadium that was the WPA. World Pokemon Arena, DMN. That's a nice stadium, Gary said in awe. Yeah, and I'm going to be holding the cup inside that stadium, Ash said dreaming. Over my dead body, Percy replied. I'll happily have that arranged, Paul said cutting into the conversation. How much? Ash asked Paul. No pay, I'll do it just because he reckons he can beat me, Paul said pondering ways to kill him. Okay, now that how much Percy is going to be killed for is arranged, can we please go sign up now? Cynthia asked and with that they all stared walking towards the stadium. Once they arrived at the stadium, and after a 10-minute wait in line they were finally served. I'll need your Pokédexes, the woman at the counter said as they all handed over their Pokédexes to the lady. Okay then here are your Pokédexes back and your keys to the rooms you'll be staying in, the lady said handing the Pokédexes back to their owners respectively and giving all the keys to Delia. Once they got outside they decided to go to their rooms and unpack but ASH, someone from behind them shouted and they all turned around to see one of Ash's oldest rivals. Hey Richie, Ash said as Richie stopped running in front of the group. Hey Ash, who's the twin with the twin Pikachu? Percy asked as they stood next to each other. Richie, I'm sure you remember Gary, but these are Dawn, Paul, Percy, Reggie Paul's brother, my mom Delia and Cynthia, Ash said gesturing to those trainers respectively. Hey, I'm Richie and this is Sparky, Richie said scratching Sparky under his chin. Yeah, I say you two are twins, Dawn said smiling as everyone agreed in some way. Well, if it isn't Ash, someone said from behind them as they all turned around to see Harrison. Hey Harrison, long time no see, Ash said shaking Harrison's hand. Ash, someone from behind them said, and Ash was suddenly thrown into the fountain next to him, then saw Cameron, Bianca, Stefan, Barry, Morrison, Nando, Tyson, Casey, Virgil and Rafe. Seventh movie guy with Blaziken that kicks butt. Hey all, it's been a while, Ash said smiling, being surrounded by most of his rivals. So you got invited too, huh, Cameron said with Lucario by his side. Ah, well I did. Beat the Kanto Battle Frontier, Ash replied as most people looked on confused. Okay, I'm going to say this once, Ash said with one hand on his head. Okay, this is Richie, Harrison, Cameron, Bianca, Barry, Stefan, Morrison, Nando, Tyson, Casey, Virgil, Rafe, Percy, Reggie, Paul, Gary, Dawn, my mom Delia, and last but most certainly not least, my girlfriend, Cynthia, Ash said as he and Cynthia blushed at the label and looked onto many wide eyes. Well, I never thought I'd see the day, Richie said chuckling. I reckon, Morrison said chuckling himself. Why does everyone have the same DMN reaction? Ash whined as everyone else laughed. So are you all of you registered? Ash asked everyone as they all responded in some way. Good, now I'll look forward to beating all of you in the tournament, Ash said laughing softly as his rivals looked at him in disbelief. Please, no way you're going to beat me, Tyson stated, arms crossed. Okay, then let's settle this in the tournament, Nando said, singsong being the sensible one. Fine, Ash said in a huff as he turned off to go to the hotel that they had on the island. So where is your hotel? Bianca asked Ash. Hotel 3, Ash replied as they headed there. Nice, me too, Cameron said as he bumped into someone. Hey, watch where you're going, a familiar voice said. Geez, mind your manners, sorry, Cameron said. No, he's not, Ash said rudely as he turned around to face who it was. Well, if it isn't another idiot, the person replied. Coming from you, Ash replied as Richie and Harrison looked wide-eyed. Would want to put your money where your mouth is, the girl said. Fine then, Ash said chuckling. What? She asked angrily. The fact that you actually reckon you can beat me is funny, Ash replied. Over my dead body, the girl said as Ash looked at Paul who held a 0 in his hand. That can be arranged, Ash said laughing as she shivered. Are we going to battle or what? Ash said drawing a certain pokeball, smirking. Okay, she replied pulling a pokeball from her waist as a crowd began to grow near the lake they were at. Go Gyarados, she said tossing a pokeball as a Gyarados appeared in the lake and Ash started laughing. That same old trick, huh? Well, try this on for size, I might think you'll recognize this Pokemon, Ash said as he threw the pokeball. Togekiss. What do you mean that it's familiar? No you did not, shouted an enraged girl. Yes I did, Misty, Ash said smiling. How? Ha, she asked obviously set off. I'm the chosen one, I have a few favors anyway. Are we going battle? Ash asked as she was just frozen in shock. Ugh, Togekiss use a weak air slash, Ash said as Togekiss used a weak air slash, doing severe damage to Gyarados, snapping Misty out of her trance. Okay then Gyarados use flamethrower, Misty said as Gyarados shot a stream of fire at Togekiss and Ash made no command whatsoever. Ha, what kind of trainer are you letting your Pokemon get severely hurt in a battle? Misty taunted while Ash just smirked and pointed up. What? Togekiss looks unharmed whatsoever, Virgil said shocked by its defense. That is generally what happens when you have 3 weeks of intense training, Cynthia said smiling by everyone's reaction. Then I'd hate to see Charizard, Harrison muttered. Care to finish this with extreme speed, Ash said joyfully as Togekiss complied and sped towards Gyarados at unimaginable speed, hitting it and knocking it out. And you're a gym leader, pathetic, Paul said walking away. Great job Togekiss, return, Ash said returning Togekiss and walking away from Misty with everyone else in tow. Care to explain what just happened there, Ash? Because last I checked Misty was one of your friends, Richie asked confused. That beach is no friend of mine, Ash said, still wound up from the battle. Someone else care to explain? I need to cool down, Ash said, running into the forest. I'll do it, Cynthia volunteered as everyone looked at her. Well, basically after Ash's loss in the Unova League, all of Ash's friends turned on him and whatnot, burned his house down and other stuff like that, and they even threatened Professor Oak and Dawn's mother if they didn't turn on him, Cynthia explained briefly as mostly everyone looked shocked at this. Harsh, Virgil said, looking shocked, and said off. Wow, well, let me just say this, they better not face me in battle since I'll demolish them and humiliate them, Barry said darkly. DMN straight, Gary said sadly. Anyway, what's past is past. We now have a wild tropical island to ourselves. Ash is an Aura Guardian and are heading off to Kalos after the tournament, Percy said smiling. Same, we were going there as well, Bianca said. Good, it will be somewhat challenging in Kalos then, Paul said, knowing what reaction he'd be getting. After about 5 minutes someone finally noticed something. Hey, where is Cynthia? Rafe said, looking around. Probably went off to talk to Ash, Virgil answered with a shrug. Probably. Hey Ash, where are you? Cynthia called out, walking through the woods until she found a clearing. There was an open field with luscious green grass, a beautiful blue lake with a waterfall about 15 meters high with someone sitting at the lake throwing rocks into it. As Cynthia walked up to Ash he started to say, I know you're there, Ash said without turning around but just sitting on the ground. Hey, what's wrong? Cynthia asked, plopping down next to him. It's just, she brought up some bad memories that wanted to forget, Ash said slowly with Cynthia understanding. I understand, Cynthia said, pulling him into a sideways hug. I mean, what if they're right? What if I am a failure? Ash said as a tear rolled down his face. I mean, I am so lucky. I have great Pokemon, Ash said, scratching Pikachu's cheek. I have a great family and I'm even so lucky that I'm dating you, my dream girl, the girl who I don't deserve, Ash said as more tears were rolling down his face. Don't ever say that, Cynthia said softly yet suddenly and forcefully. Why, it's all true, Ash said, looking Cynthia in the eyes before thwack. Ash Ketchum, if you ever say that again I will cut your head off and use it as a piñata, Cynthia began. Anyway, I'm the lucky one, I got the most loving, caring, and greatest person in the world, Cynthia said, letting a lone tear fall down her face. Let's leave it like this, we're both lucky and both love each other, Ash said, wiping away her tear. Sounds good, Cynthia said as she leaned in for a kiss. It was long and succulent yet also meaningful and filled with love, and it would have gone on forever. But, well, you've got a breath. Once they got to the group, who seemed to be talking where they still left them, and boy did they look hot and bothered. Hey Ash, was my present handy? Paul said, smirking as Ash punched him in the arm. You're an idiot, Ash muttered. Well, I'm off. The draw start tonight at 7 and we've only got about 3 hours, so I'm off to relax. See ya at the draw, Cameron said, walking off with Lucario. Yeah, me too, see you later, Rafe said, walking off as within the next few minutes the group dispatched into the same one as it was originally. Okay, Hotel 3 is here, Reggie said, walking into the building, and Ash dispatched the keys and he was sharing with Cynthia. Okay, time to get settled in, Ash said, chucking his bag on the floor, then placed his backpack that had all his Pokeballs in it. Pretty nice suite, Cynthia said from the balcony. I'm going to invest into one of these, Ash said, smiling. Sounds good, so what do you plan to do if you win the prize money? Cynthia asked him. I don't know, maybe but Mom a holiday, few other things because I want to get you something nice for your birthday, Ash said. Ah, how sweet, Cynthia cooed. I'm taking a nap, wake me up before the ceremony, Ash said as he laid down on the bed and went to sleep. Ash's eyes fluttered open as he felt a strong jolt of electricity pass through his body. Ugh, Ash hummed as he looked up to see Cynthia standing in front of him with Pikachu on the bed smiling. Ash, you might want to get ready since we've got to be there in 20 minutes, Cynthia said as Ash sped around the room faster than the Road Runner and was ready in mere seconds. Then what are we waiting for? Ash said, opening the door for Cynthia as Pikachu jumped on his shoulder. After about a 5-minute walk to the PWA, where they were holding the opening ceremony. Ash and Cynthia met up with everyone in the arena where Scott and Good Show appeared on the podium. Once everyone in the stadium hushed up, Good Show began to speak. "Hello, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to the biggest tournament over the past decade." Good Show boomed over the speaker as Scott stepped forward. "Yes, I'd like to thank you all for coming. Now down to business. We have the best 2048 competitors over the past decade, handpicked by Charles and I," Scott said as carefree as always as the crowd roared with excitement. "Yes, it is exciting, but it's not going to be a single battle for the first leg, it's a double battle," Charles said as the crowd roared. "Also, the first round is more of a ladder thing, so every team of 2 is put in group of 8 teams, and the top 4 teams will proceed to the one-on-one matches," Scott said as the crowd cheered with excitement. "If you yet haven't worked it out yet, that will leave the top 512 trainers for one-on-one battles, and rather than having a random selection panel, you can choose your own teams," Charles said as all the trainers began to shift around to find a partner. "You have until 9:30 to register your partnership to the Nurse Joys over in the corner over there," Scott said, pointing to the stand where there was a table set up with 3 Nurse Joys with a laptop each. "That leaves you with 2 hours. Trainers, begin," Charles said over the speakers as the trainers started to scuttle around finding partners. "Cynthia want to be my partner?" Ash asked her just standing there. "Love to," Cynthia said as they made their way over to the table with the Nurse Joys and registered the 2. Once they registered, they found out that Reggie and Tyson paired up who knew each other, Dawn and Paul surprisingly, and all his rivals paired up except for Percy, who paired up with a girl named Annabeth. "Well, since everyone has partnered up and there is still 1 hour left before closure, you can all leave now and see the groups in the Pokemon Center on the screens," Scott said as everyone started to shuffle out of the stadium and head over to the Pokemon Center. Once they arrived there, Ash found out that he was in Group 3, with some strong opponents like Lance and Steven paired up in the same division. Most of Ash's friends were all in different groups except for Richie, who paired up with Harrison, and Barry, who paired up with Cameron. "Well, that's relatively good since we all have a chance to get through," Ash said as he examined the groups. "Well, at least we can battle Steven and Lance, who could prove to be somewhat a challenge," Cynthia said, smiling. "Yeah, it's going to be a lot of fun beating everyone," Ash said, chuckling as someone behind them laughed. "That's a good one, you beating us," Lance said behind them, laughing, as well as Steven. "Well, if you honestly reckon you can beat us, then prove it," Steven said, pointing to the roster. "We will," Ash said, glaring at them, planning to wipe the floor them in their match tomorrow. "Let's go, well, show them tomorrow," Cynthia said, pulling Ash out of the Pokemon Center. "I'm going all out tomorrow," Ash said angrily, and Cynthia nodded. "Me too," Cynthia said, smirking. "Let's go, we'll need to be up early tomorrow since our match is relatively early," Ash said as he and Cynthia walked off to their condo. Ash and Cynthia stood in the trainer's side of the field at 9 in the morning, and even though it was early, the stadium was packed. This is a 2-on-2 double battle between Ash Ketchum and Cynthia Sharona against Lance Jacobs and Steven Stone with 1 Pokemon per trainer. "Begin," the referee said, indicating with the flags. "Go Salamence," Lance said as Salamence came out of his Pokeball. "Go Armaldo," Steven shouted. "Togekiss, battle dance," Cynthia yelled, sending out Togekiss. "Heracross, I choose you," Ash said calmly while throwing a Pokeball, and Heracross appeared on the field. "Begin," the referee said, waving the flags. "Salamence, use Dragon Rush," Lance yelled as Salamence flew down straight towards Heracross surrounded by blue aura. "Heracross dodge, then use Mega Horn," Ash commanded. Heracross jumped out of the way and slammed its horn into Salamence, knocking it back a couple of meters. "Togekiss, use Air Slash on Salamence," Cynthia commanded as its wings glowed blue and shot disc-like razor blades towards Salamence and was knocked back a few more meters. "Don't stand for that, Salamence, use Flamethrower," Lance commanded as Salamence shot a stream of fire out of its mouth towards Togekiss. "Armaldo, assist him with Stone Edge," Steven said as Armaldo raised stones out of the ground and sent them over to Togekiss. "Heracross, use Protect," Ash said as Heracross flew in between the attacks and created a barrier in between them. "Now Togekiss, use Aura Sphere on Armaldo," Cynthia said while Heracross and Salamence began a battle between them. Togekiss shot a blue ball of aura at Armaldo, who countered with Ancient Power. "Good work, Armaldo, now use Rock Tomb, Steven said as Armaldo had a giant boulder appear in front of him and threw it at Togekiss and it split into smaller boulders heading towards Togekiss. Quick use Extreme Speed, Cynthia said, but no avail as Togekiss was pinned by the rocks that were crushing it that were on its wings. Armaldo finished this with Hyper Beam, Steven said, but was shocked as Armaldo got hit as Salamence was thrown into him. Heracross, quick use Focus Punch on Armaldo, Ash said as Togekiss managed to free itself from the rocks just in time to see Heracross fly across the arena and connected his fist with Armaldo, sending him skyward. Armaldo used that momentum and go straight into a dig, Steven said, gritting his teeth as Armaldo dug underground. Take to the skies Heracross, Ash said, just in time to dodge Armaldo flying through the air, but was hit by a flamethrower from Salamence just before he was hit in the stomach with an extreme speed. End this now, use Hyper Beam, Ash said as Heracross shot a yellow, orange-colored beam from its horn. You to Togekiss use Hyper Beam, Cynthia said as Togekiss did the same, shooting a beam from its mouth as the attacks formed. Get out of the way. Lance and Steven yelled in horror, but both Pokémon were hit by the attacks, knocking them both out. Salamence and Armaldo are unable to battle, Togekiss and Heracross win, and the victor of this battle is Ash Ketchum and Cynthia Sharona, the referee said, indicating with the flags as the crowd roared with excitement. I don't believe it, folks, the champions of Johto and Hoenn just lost to Ash Ketchum, champion of the Kanto Battle Frontier and Orange Island, and Cynthia Sharona, EX champion of the Sinnoh region, the announcer screamed over the microphone. Well done Heracross, return, Ash said, returning Heracross after patting it on the head. Well Ash, congratulations, I never thought that you would beat us, but congratulations, Steven said, shaking his hand as Cynthia and Lance walked over to the center of the field where Steven and Ash were. Good match, Lance said, shaking Cynthia and Ash's hands. Well, that was fun, Cynthia said before she pulled Ash into a quick kiss, much to everyone's shock. Did I just see Cynthia and Ash kiss? The announcer yelled at the top of his lungs. Well, congratulations are in order then, Lance said, patting Ash on the back as Steven shook his hand once again. Let's go Synth, we've got plenty of time since it's early, so how does the beach sound? Ash asked Cynthia. Sounds good to me, but wouldn't the place we found yesterday be better, a lot more private, Cynthia said slyly as Lance and Steven cut in. Mind talking about this when we're not around, Lance said as they walked off the field. Whatever, we're out of here, Ash said as he and Cynthia began walking towards their condo to get ready for their day alone. That was slightly interesting, Cynthia said while she was getting ready for their day out. Yeah, but now we are going to have the paparazzi all over us, Ash groaned as they left the condo and began walking towards the lake. Once they got there, they released all their Pokémon, who began to play around like Bizel and Oshawott and many other water-type Pokémon, jumping off the waterfall into the lake or just chilling in the lake. I think everyone else likes it here, Ash said as waded through the water with Cynthia next to him. Yeah, this is a place we'll have to come to again, Cynthia said smiling as they stopped against the rock face next to the waterfall, getting a slight massage from it. Booey, Bizel said, popping its head out of the water before touching Ash, then swimming off. Ash, who just looked confused for a second while Cynthia just giggled, I think you're it, Cynthia said. As soon as Ash heard this, he sped off to tag one of his Pokémon as Cynthia laughed softly at his antics. Oh, how I love him, Cynthia whispered to herself. Ash was now running from Lucario, who was IT, while jumping and doing backflips to show off. After about 10 more minutes of Cynthia watching them play tag, she decided that it was time for lunch, so she and Ash went and bought a 50-kilogram bulk supply of Pokémon food from the store. Once they arrived back at the field and all the Pokémon had food, with Snorlax eating 40 of the 50 kilograms while Ash and Cynthia just sat against a tree leaning on each other eating some chicken sandwiches. Hey, come check out all these Pokémon, someone said from behind them. Once they turned around, they could see a short boy with dark blue hair, glasses, a green top and shorts, who was standing next to a girl, brown hair, blue eyes, green bandana with an orange sleeveless vest and black shorts. Hey, don't those Pokémon look familiar to you? The girl said as she walked up to the group of Pokémon who just glared at her. They should be, Ash said boldly from behind the tree just sitting there. Who are you? The boy asked, acting bravely. Your worst nightmare now, Scram, Ash yelled back. Make me, the girl said as she suddenly regretted it as all the Pokemon looked ready to attack her. Happy to oblige, Ash said as he clicked his fingers and all the Pokemon began to charge up attacks as the boy and girl ran out of there screaming. That was one disaster I was happy to avoid, Ash thought to himself. But after about 5 minutes they returned looking very set off. Come out here and show yourself, the girl yelled, obviously annoyed. I'm fine thanks, Ash said knowing it would annoy her. You better come out or else, the boy growled. Or else what, there are at least 100 Pokemon right there on my side and you're threatening me, Ash said chuckling. Oh please, your Pokemon wouldn't stand a chance against mine, I mean they are obviously poorly trained, the girl said as Ash whistled. You think my Pokemon are poorly trained? Well you might want to reconsider, Ash said as Keldeo appeared from the trees ready to blast the sheet out of the boy and girl. We might want to get out of here, the boy said scared much to the girl's confusion. What, it's only one Pokemon, she said smiling. Yeah, a legendary one and I have a few more, Ash yelled from behind the tree still. Okay, I'm going now, goodbye, the girl said before she and the boy ran off. After this Ash and Cynthia just laid down and Cynthia placed her head on Ash's shoulder and Ash placed his head on hers and they drifted off into a light sleep. Cynthia's eyes fluttered open as she felt something tug on her sleeve and she looked up to see Pikachu. Hey Pikachu, what's up? Cynthia said rubbing her eyes as Pikachu pointed to the sky and the sun was setting. Oh, thanks Pikachu now would you wake Ash up? Cynthia asked as Pikachu smiled evilly. If possible. P-I-K-C-H-U-U-U-U, yelled Pikachu as it released a powerful thunderbolt that woke up Ash. What's going on? Said an extra crispy Ash from the ground as Cynthia giggled. It's getting a bit late Ash, we might want to go back to the condo, Cynthia said helping Ash up. Thanks, and yes that does seem like a pretty good idea, Ash said as he started recalling all his Pokemon and so did Cynthia. Let's go, Ash said as he slipped his hand into Cynthia's and Pikachu jumped on his shoulder. Do you know who we have next? Ash asked Cynthia who just shrugged. Couldn't be as hard as Lance and Steven but we should really go and check at the Pokemon Center, Cynthia replied as Ash's stomach rumbled. And some food, Ash added as the three started laughing and walked their way over to the Pokemon Center. In the Pokemon Center they checked the board and found out they had trainers called Lyra and Curry. Lyra and Curry, this ought to be interesting, Ash muttered as Pikachu nodded his head in agreement while Cynthia looked at them confused. You know those people? Cynthia asked Ash as he nodded. Yeah, I met them in Sinnoh after her Marill got stuck in between two buildings, Ash said smiling while Pikachu laughed lightly. I'm guessing that they will be a challenge, Cynthia asked Ash. So were Lance and Steven, weren't they? Ash said as she giggled. Good point, Cynthia said as they got in line for some food. After they ordered some food and went to sit down at a table, they saw the gang. Hey, grab a seat, Percy said shuffling over. Thanks, Ash said as he placed down his plate but Percy stole a chip. So, where did you two disappear off to today? Gary asked smirking. Went for a picnic, played tag with the Pokemon, nothing really just a little bit of fun, Ash said after he finished eating his food, which mind you is mere seconds. That's all? Percy asked the two. Basically, Cynthia said until Ash interrupted, and we fell asleep. Good to know now I'm out of here, I've still got training to do, Paul said taking off and they watched him until he reached the door. So Reggie, how was your battle with Tyson? Ash asked breaking the silence. Pretty good, we won by a landslide, Reggie said smiling. Glad to hear it, Percy, Ash asked his old friend. Too easy if you ask me, I mean aren't they meant to be the best trainers in the world, Percy said chuckling. So what about my Ashy boy, Delia said smiling as she always was. Not too bad, I mean we only bet Lance and Steven, Ash said as he received a lot of shocked looks on the table. I can get you the tape if you don't believe, Ash said as they all nodded their heads furiously. Good, Gary, what about you and Richie? Ash asked Gary drawing all the attention away from him. Course we won, Gary said with a triumphant smirk. Dawn, what about you and Paul? Ash asked as Dawn gave him the really look as Ash just nodded his head. Good to know you all won, Delia said smiling as they stood up and left heading back to the rooms. So what's the game plan, Ash? Cynthia asked, referring to their match tomorrow. I don't know, we can work something out before we go to bed, Ash said as Cynthia nodded. Sounds good, Cynthia said as they stepped into the hall and was surprised to find Scott sitting down. Hey Scott, Ash said, shaking his hand. Hey Ash, long time no see, Scott said. Did you need anything? Ash asked the person in the Hawaiian top. There is, but you don't have to, Scott said, looking at the ground. Course we'll help, Scott, I mean you've done so much for me, Ash said as the others nodded. Okay, but just to let you know it's dangerous, Scott said. Please, I've been killed before and I'm still here now, Ash said before realizing what he said. Sheet, Ash swore under his breath, knowing that he'll be explaining the situation to the others later. Okay, well, long ago there was a cult that was devoted to ending the line of aura guardians who they are themselves, yet they are slightly different, their aura is black. Black like the night sky, and they have come over here looking for the last remaining aura guardians in the world, and I'll need you to help protect them, Scott said before Ash tried to suppress his laughter and failed miserably. Something funny, Ash? Scott asked, clearly unamused. I am an aura guardian, Ash said, much to Scott's surprise. Well, oh well, then I'll have to have protection put on you, Scott said, stumbling on his words. I don't think I need protection if you watched my match this morning, Ash said, smiling. Good point, but still I'll need you and Riley protected, Scott said as Ash's interest perked. I didn't know Riley was in the tournament, Ash said. Yeah, he's pretty good but still need protection, Scott said. But I don't need protection, Ash said, sighing as he pulled out his Pokédex and showed he was allowed to have unlimited Pokémon and the list of Pokémon he has. Fine, but if anything happens you will be under protection by Red himself, Scott said before walking away. Okay, well, I'm tired, I'm going to bed, Ash said before someone behind him fake coughed and made him turn around to many eyes. Anger. Surprise. Worry. I guess I have some explaining to do, Ash said before sitting down in the lobby. To make a long story short, clone Pokemon were fighting original ones and Mewtwo was fighting Mew and I jumped in the middle of it and got obliterated, and then the Pokemon started crying and I was magically brought back to life, Ash said, recalling his memory relying on his aura. As he looked around he could see faces of pity, sorrow, and worry, but the one that got him most was scared. Cynthia was scared. She was so scared that she broke down right there and pulled Ash into a hug, and he had a feeling that she wasn't going to be letting go anytime soon. Hey, it's alright, I'm here, no, that's all that matters, Ash whispered in her ear as Delia and Dawn started shooing everyone away. Come on, let's head up to the room, it's getting late, Ash said as they made their way to the room they were currently staying in. Once they got inside, Ash laid Cynthia down on the bed and fell down next to her, and Cynthia nuzzled her head into his chest. Hey, it's fine, Ash said, stroking her hair. It's all fine, I'm here now, Ash said, trying to calm her down. I know, but it still scares me, Cynthia said, sobbing into his shirt. Don't let it, I'm not going anywhere soon, Ash promised her. Just go to sleep, Ash said as Cynthia nodded slightly. What about the strategy? Cynthia asked. Even though the words were muzzled by his chest he could still make them out. Well, do it tomorrow before our match, Ash said, closing his eyes before drifting into a deep slumber. Ash's eyes fluttered open as he felt some weight on his lips and looked up to see Cynthia giving him a kiss, and she suddenly pulled away. At least I don't need Pikachu to wake you up every time, Cynthia said, smirking. I like your way better, Ash said, returning the smirk. Glad to hear it, Cynthia said, winking before walking into the bathroom. Ah, Pikachu, how did I end up with someone as wonderful as her? Ash said, scratching Pikachu behind the ear. Pika Pie Chu Pika Chu Pika Pie, Pikachu replied happily. I guess you're right, but I'm still as happy as I've ever been thanks to her, she's the best thing that's ever happened to me, Ash said as someone covered his eyes from behind. Is that so? Someone said from behind him. Of course, she's the best person in the world, Ash said, smiling before moving the hands away to see an extremely red Cynthia. Do you mean that? She asked quietly. Every word, Ash confirmed, but no sooner he felt lips crash onto his. It was the most passionate kiss that they had. Their tongues fought for dominance until Ash finally gave in and let her tongue in his mouth as he tasted her lips. Strawberry. They tasted like strawberry. It would have gone on for longer but, Gary walked in on them. "Oh, for the love of Arceus," Gary screamed, closing his eyes and slamming the door shut. Leaving Ash, Cynthia and Pikachu, who was sitting there with a video camera recording everything, the words, the kiss and Gary. Maybe we should get ready," Ash said quietly before looking at Pikachu, who was just posting it on his Facebook page with his iPhone. "Where the hell did you get the bloody iPhone, Pikachu?" Ash asked his longtime companion, who just shrugged and put it in his pocket, which was invisible. "I'm not even going to ask," Cynthia muttered before hopping of the bed and sent Ash into the shower. After Ash finished his shower, they decided to work on the strategy for their battle. "That's a good idea, but what about this one as well?" Ash said before pointing to the sheet of paper sitting in front of them. "Good point, so we'll use tactics 3 and 7, Cynthia said as Ash nodded before looking at the time and nearly fainted. "Our battles in 10 minutes, let's go," Cynthia screamed as Ash grabbed Pikachu and they bolted through the door. "If the trainers from the blue corner do not appear in the next 20 seconds, they will be disqualified," the referee said, and the time ticked down, second by second. 10. 9. 8. 7. 6. 5. 4. 3. 2. "Wait," Ash screamed, running up to the stand with Cynthia next to him. "You are lucky, 2 more seconds and you would have been disqualified," the referee said, glaring at them before looking neutral again. "Due to the lateness from the blue corner, red corner will have first attack now, send out your Pokemon," the referee stated while waving his flags around. "Butterfree, I choose you," Ash said, throwing a Pokeball as Butterfree appeared from the Pokeball. "Gastrodon, battle dance," Cynthia yelled as Gastrodon stood next to Butterfree. "Go Meganium," Lyra said as the sauropod-like Pokemon appeared. "Feraligatr," Curry said as the menacing water Pokemon appeared on the field. "Ash, just because we're friends doesn't mean I'm going easy on you," Lyra yelled as Curry nodded. "Wouldn't want it any other way," Ash yelled back at them. "Feraligatr, use Hydro Pump. Meganium, use Leaf Storm," Curry and Lyra yelled as Feraligatr let a jet of cold water fly at Butterfree and dozens of leaves flew at Gastrodon. "Psychic on Hydro Pump and use it to block the Leaf Storm," Ash yelled as Butterfree used Psychic and stopped the Hydro Pump in its tracks and created a shield-like barrier in front of Gastrodon, shielding in from the leaves that were then absorbed into the water. "Now send it back at them," Ash yelled as Butterfree sent the Leaf Storm and Hydro Pump back at Meganium and Feraligatr, hitting them with the attacks. "Don't stand for that, Feraligatr, fight back with Ice Fang," Curry said as Feraligatr ran at Butterfree and bite it with an icy cold fang. "Meganium, use Giga Drain," the leaves around Meganium's neck started to glow green and flew at Gastrodon in beams of energy. Gastrodon used Sludge Bomb, Gastrodon shot off a volley of brown sludge at Meganium's Mega Drain, cancelling it out. Butterfree used Solar Beam, Butterfree began charging up solar energy. "You too Meganium," Meganium began charging up energy as well. "Let it rip fire," yelled Ash and Lyra as the 2 Pokemon shot off 2 beams of solar energy at each other, making contact in the middle of the field, and neither of them gave way, both of them fighting for ground. "Come on Meganium," Lyra encouraged as Meganium gradually started to make ground. "Don't give in Butterfree full power," Ash yelled as Butterfree's solar beam grew almost double the size before pushing Meganium's beam back towards it at a rapid speed and hit Meganium. Or so they thought. The beam exploded just before hitting Meganium, creating a cloud of smoke, but Meganium was still took some damage. Gastrodon Earthquake, Gastrodon jumped in the air and landed back down, shaking the earth and hitting Feraligatr and Meganium, even though it wasn't a very effective move. Feraligatr used Ice Beam on Gastrodon, Feraligatr shot a beam of ice at Gastrodon. Counter with Stone Edge, 3 sets of stones in a veil began to circle around Gastrodon before he shot them off at the Ice Beam, cancelling it out and causing a minor explosion. Butterfree used Psybeam, quickly, Ash said as Butterfree shot a beam of psychic energy at Meganium, landing a hit and knocking it back a few meters. Meganium use magical leaf on Gastrodon. Meganium shot a quick glare at Butterfree before sending glowing leaves at Gastrodon, which caught it off guard and hit it. Gastrodon, muddy water. Gastrodon released some brown water in a spiraling shape before shooting it off towards Feraligatr. Feraligatr use ice beam. Feraligatr shot a beam of ice at the muddy water, freezing it, but even though it was frozen, Gastrodon still pressed on hitting Feraligatr with the muddy water, ice beam combo. Butterfree time to finish this up with Bug Buzz, Ash commanded as Butterfree let out a noise that made Feraligatr and Meganium flinch, then recalled it and sent it off in a beam of energy towards the two, making direct contact, causing an explosion and a lot of dust. As it cleared, it was clear to see that Meganium was down, but Feraligatr managed to get up. Meganium is unable to battle, the referee called, waving his flags at Meganium as Lyra recalled Meganium. Feraligatr use Hydro Cannon. Curry yelled as Feraligatr made a final dash effort to knock out both Pokémon. Dodge it, then use Earth Power Gastrodon. Cynthia yelled as Gastrodon managed to jump out of the way off the Hydro Cannon before it started to glow yellow before the ground started to crack until it hit Feraligatr and knocking it down, making it unconscious. Feraligatr is also unable to battle, making Butterfree and Gastrodon the winners, and the victory goes to Ash Ketchum and Cynthia Sharona, the referee said as the crowd went crazy with cheers. Great job Butterfree, Ash said as Butterfree received a pat on the head from Ash before he returned Butterfree back to its Pokeball. You to Gastrodon, Cynthia said, returning Gastrodon back to the Pokeball. Good battle Lyra and Curry, Ash said, walking towards the center of the field with Cynthia next to him before shaking their hands. You to Ash, Curry said while pulling away from the handshake. So Ash, it's been a while, what's happened since we last saw each other? Lyra asked Ash and answered when he grabbed Cynthia's hand and lifted it up, gesturing to their relationship. Yes, we know about that, it's been all over the news, Curry said as Ash and Cynthia looked somewhat shocked. Didn't see that one, Cynthia muttered. Another one, Pikachu has Facebook apparently, Ash replied as they started to stroll of the field. I know, I have him on Facebook, we've kept in touch, Lyra answered, shaking her phone in next to her face. Okay, Ash said slowly before everyone started laughing. Also, how did you get so strong? Curry asked Ash and Cynthia as they looked at each other. Hard training, was all they answered. So being with Cynthia hasn't helped your training? Lyra questioned as Cynthia chuckled. No, if anything he's helped me get stronger, Cynthia said smiling as Ash blushed. Anyway, we've got to get going, Curry said as they said goodbye and departed. What now? Cynthia asked Ash. I don't know, want to watch Dawn and Paul's match, it's meant to be on soon, Ash said as Cynthia nodded, so they headed off to find Paul's match. After about 5 minutes of walking around they managed to find Dawn, and Paul's match was 4 fields down. Come on, let's head into the change rooms to see if Paul and Dawn are there, Cynthia said as she, Ash and Pikachu headed into the change rooms and just managed to catch Paul and Dawn before they walked onto the field. Remember, stay calm, collected, and remember to kick their butt, I've got $20 riding on you and Pikachu has a 10, Ash said as the Dawn and Paul just looked shocked and confused. Since when did you start betting, and since when did Pikachu? Dawn asked them as they just shrugged. I don't know, but believe me, I rarely get my bets wrong, so I've won tons of money, ain't that right buddy? Ash said. Pikachu said, waving a wad of cash on front of their faces. Anyway, off topic, now go out there and smash them, Cynthia said, encouraging them as Dawn and Paul left them as Ash and company went to find a seat. Once they found a seat which was 4 rows back from the actual field and was on the side of the field. This match between Paul and Dawn against Dylan and Sean, begin, the referee shouted throughout the stadium. Dylan was about 6 feet 2 inches, and a build in between solid and skinny. He had dark brown hair that was swiped to the right of his head. Sean was only an inch shorter and had the same build, yet his hair was slightly lighter and was also swiped to the right, and they could have been mistaken for brothers. Oh, Ash said softly. What? Asked Cynthia. Just watch, was all Ash said. Electivire, stand by for battle, Paul said as Electivire appeared on the field. Mamoswine, spotlight, Dawn yelled, throwing Mamoswine's Pokeball. Blaziken, DMN, that just happened, Sean said as Blaziken appeared on the field. Sceptile, show M who's boss, Dylan shouted as Sceptile appeared on the field doing a backflip in mid-air before landing next to Blaziken. Sceptile, leaf blade on Mamoswine, Dylan said quickly as Sceptile sped into action and hit Mamoswine a quick yet powerful leaf blade making it cringe in pain. Electivire, fight back with Brick Break, Paul said as Electivire sped off into action and ran at Blaziken who just stood there waiting for a command. Blaziken counter with Sky Uppercut, Sean said Blaziken took off towards Electivire with its hand kicking up dust along the way as it dragged on the ground and made contact with the Brick Break and they were evenly matched. Thunder Punch with your other hand, Sean yelled out as Blaziken quickly jabbed it with the Thunder Punch on the arm that it was still fighting the Sky Uppercut with that allowed it to give it the edge of the and strike it with the Sky Uppercut even though Electivire had its speed boosted. Mamoswine use Ice Shard on Sceptile, Dawn said as Mamoswine began to shoot blocks of ice at Sceptile who just ducked and weaved through them. Sceptile, let's go with Crush Claw, Dylan said as Sceptile's hands glowed blue and it ran towards Mamoswine but launched an Ice Shard at the command of Dawn but just jumped over it and landed on Mamoswine's back and hit it with the Crush Claw before jumping back to his spot on the field. Mamoswine use Ancient Power, Dawn yelled getting slightly angry at the fact that they were taking a beating as Mamoswine sent off a glowing boulder at Sceptile who wasn't just fast enough to dodge it. Electivire, while Sceptile is distracted use Fire Punch, Paul said as Electivire's fist glowed red and spiraled around his fist as he ran towards the downed Sceptile. Blaziken, help out Sceptile with superpower, Sean yelled as Blaziken's flexed its muscles and picked up the running Electivire and tossed it at Mamoswine. Sceptile, use Sunny Day, Dylan said as Sceptile brightened up the day as it got sunnier and then things got dim, for Paul and Dawn. Solar Beam, Dylan said as the Solar Beam hit both Pokemon making them take heavy damage from the powerful attack. Blaziken, use Overheat while Sunny Day is still in use, Sean said as Blaziken sent off a power packed attack that hit Electivire and Mamoswine damaging them further. What's going on? They're taking a beating out there, Cynthia said as Ash nodded. I know, those two must be good trainers, I'd like to battle them again, Ash said. Electivire, fight back with Thunder, Paul said as Electivire began to move its arms in a circle repetitively and charged up electricity. Blaziken, fight back with Flamethrower, Sean said calmly as Blaziken let off a blast of hot fire at the oncoming thunder and cancelled out the attack, kicking up dust. Sceptile, use Earthquake, Dylan yelled as he smirked. Blaziken jump, Sean said quickly as Blaziken jumped the height of a 30-story building, completely avoiding the attack that hit Electivire and Mamoswine. Mamoswine, quick fight back with Blizzard, Dawn yelled as Mamoswine blasted ice-cold wind toward Sceptile who was clipped on its leg which became frozen to the ground. Electivire, take out Sceptile with Fire Punch, Paul said as Electivire, once again ran at Sceptile. Sceptile get out of there with Brick Break then straight into Electivire with a Dragon Claw, Dylan said calmly as Sceptile chopped at the ice in one foul swoop and broke it, freeing his leg before charging up a Dragon Claw. Duck and jab, Dylan yelled as just before Electivire could make any contact whatsoever, Sceptile ducked before it quickly jabbed Electivire in the stomach with a powerful Dragon Claw. Sceptile, time to end this frenzy plant, Dylan yelled as Sceptile glowed an earthy green and slammed its fist into the ground which caused giant roots to shoot out of the ground and started heading towards Electivire and Mamoswine. Blaziken, blast burn, Sean yelled as Blaziken's fist flames grew stronger and more violent as it released a relentless blast of fire energy setting the frenzy plant on fire yet not destroying it so it was a frenzy plant, blast burn combo attack. As the smoke cleared it was obvious that no one, and I mean no one, could have survived that onslaught of brutal and powerful attacks, and the proof was there. Sceptile and Blaziken are the winners and the match goes to Sean and Dylan, the referee stated. Good try Electivire, Paul said returning Electivire as Dawn did the same with Mamoswine. Good match by the way, Dylan said shaking their hands as they met on the middle of the field. You guys are good, I hope I battle one of in the actual tournament, Paul said as they entered the change rooms. Same here, Sean replied. So how old are you anyway, Dawn asked them. We are both 15, Dylan replied. So you've only been trainers for 5 years, how did you get so strong, Paul asked shocked by their strength. Yeah, we only competed in leagues since we turned 13, before that we trained, Sean said. You know you still look like twins, Ash, who suddenly appeared out of nowhere with Cynthia next to him. Why do we always get that, Sean said slightly fuming. Maybe it's because you two always look and act fairly alike, Ash replied chuckling. How do you know each other, Cynthia asked puzzled as Dawn and Paul nodded. Family friends, but we were more like distant brothers, Dylan said smiling. So wait, you two aren't twins, yet both your mothers are family friends with Delia, not to mention that you two look very much like brothers, Cynthia said as TH3 nodded. Basically, they all replied smiling. Anyway, what are we doing now? Dawn asked everyone. Lunch, the three boys replied before looking at each other before everyone bursting out laughing. So how is everyone else? Ash asked them as they walked off to find a restaurant or something. Good, they are competing in the tournament, Sean answered smiling. Good, I look forward to kicking their butt, Ash replied before he saw a cafe. How about there? Ash said pointing towards the cafe as everyone nodded and crossed the road. What other Pokemon aside from the obvious do you have? Paul asked the two boys who shared a look and nodded. Well, here's the thing, you cannot tell anyone it's secret, Sean whispered leaning in. I've got. Dylan began, well you'll just have to wait now won't you? Dylan said before he and Sean started laughing before the others looked slightly sad. Fine, don't tell us, but did you win yesterday? Dawn asked the two boys who just nodded. Of course we won yesterday, who you think we are, some hobos off the street? Dylan said chuckling. Could have fooled me, Ash muttered, but everyone heard him. Beach please, Dylan said before the waitress gave him his burger and took a bite out of it, then realized the waitress left her number. Rock off. Sean said as he held out his hand as Dylan nodded as well. 1, 2, 3, they counted as everyone watched in amusement, and they all thought that it was sad that they played rock paper scissors for a chick. Sean had rock and Dylan had rock. It went for about 10 minutes with both of them drawing over and over again. Of bloody hell, just both of you take her number, Dawn said getting peeved off. Good idea, Sean said as they both pulled out, entered the numbers in their phones, looked up to see everyone face down in the ground. Ugh, what did we miss? Sean asked as Dylan just shrugged. So who are you battling tomorrow? Ash asked the two boys. Some randoms probably, Sean said cracking his knuckles. Easy win, Dylan said as the door opened and Ash's face paled as to who just entered the cafe. Ash, are you feeling okay? Sean asked him, unaware of his predicament, but Dylan caught on fairly quickly and whispered the situation to Sean. Quick Dawn, hide, Ash said before Dawn was shoved by Ash towards the bathroom. Cynthia, my beautiful star, oh how you shine bright in the night. Yeah, Brock said before collapsing after he copped a quick jab to the face via Ash. Oh great, if it isn't the weakling of Kanto, Brock said as the others made their way over to where Brock was. Hey, look what the Meowth dragged in, Brock said pointing to Ash. What, your ugly face? Ash retaliated. DMN, Sean and Dylan said, pretending to be commentators with their hands in front of their mouths. No yours, Brock said lamely as all you could hear would be a cricket. His what, CC body, great personality, or just his epicness in general, Cynthia retaliated much to everyone's shock, but Dylan and Sean they just went, OH, burn. We talking about me now? Brock said being cocky. I was talking about my boyfriend, Cynthia said knowingly. Ah, so you want me to be your boyfriend now? Brock said on one knee. No, I've got one and his name happens to be Ash Ketchum. Cynthia said. Pathetic, take a hint, but then again you are just a retd, Paul said as Dylan and Sean just went, awhh, and Brock was officially enraged. I challenge you to a battle now, Brock said lowly yet forcefully. I've got a better idea, you weak piece of shit, Ash said standing up and pushing him. Me, Dylan and Sean take on all of you, Misty, May, Max, Tracy, Trip, Silen and Iris, Ash said smiling. Please, you're too weak to even stand a chance, Trip said smiling maliciously. Funny, I was just about to say the same thing about you, Dylan said glaring at him. You're on, Misty said wanting revenge as they all left the cafe and walked outside the cafe and into a clearing with a lake next to the clearing. 3 on to 8, I almost feel sorry for them, Sean said smiling. Almost, Dylan said drawing a pokeball. Gyarados go, Misty said as Gyarados appeared in the lake. Steelix, crush him, Brock said as Steelix appeared next to Gyarados. Scizor, go, Tracy said as his Scyther obviously evolved. Blaziken, on stage, May called as Blaziken appeared next to Scizor. Sceptile, Max called out as Sceptile appeared on the field in between Scizor and Blaziken. Pansage, time to shine, Scylan called as Pansage appeared in the field as well. Dragonite, you too, Iris called as Dragonite started to hover over the field. How are you going to counter this, you beach, Trip said smiling. Go, was all Dylan, Sean and Ash said as their Pokeballs flew up into the air and appeared 3 Pokemon of legend. No way. Cynthia said in shock. Everyone on the field looked in shock and awe as there, on the field was a legendary Pokemon. To the left in the lake was Kingdra who just floated there harmlessly and a Lucario that was Dylan's but there, in the middle of the field. What the hell, everyone on the other side of the field screamed as they looked at the towering over them. I feel something dark emitting from their body, I wonder what it is, Ash thought to himself before he was pulled out of his thoughts by more outbursts. Where the hell did you get that, Dylan and Sean yelled by his side. Rayquaza, ancient power, Ash said ignoring everyone's outburst as forms a glowing ball of energy and shot it at the others on his side of the field creating an explosion that knocked out all the others' Pokemon as their trainers just looked at Rayquaza in sheer fear. Return my friend, Ash said recalling Rayquaza as they could see Gary sprinting over to them. Where did you get Rayquaza? Gary screamed about 10 inches from his face. We'll talk about this later, Ash said before walking off with the others in tow as he left Trip and company with jaws dropped and in shock. So mind telling me where you got Rayquaza, Cynthia said softly yet sternly as they were nearing the stadium for some reason. Sky Pillar, Ash answered quickly with as they entered the stadium and took a seat for some unknown reason. Why are we here? Dawn asked Ash but Paul answered first. This is Reggie's match, and Ash nodded focusing on the match again as Reggie and Tyson stepped onto the field. Let's go Absol, Reggie said as Absol appeared on the field causing the crowd to murmur about the disaster Pokemon. Sceptile, Tyson said throwing a Pokeball as Sceptile appeared, standing proudly in front of the crowd. Sand/go, said the trainer on the left whose name was Alice. Rhydon, battle time, called the trainer on the right named John. Begin, said the referee. Absol use future sight, Reggie said. Absol's eyes glowed blue before stopping. Sceptile bullet seed, Tyson called as Sceptile shot bullet from its mouth that sprayed at the opposition. Sand/, defense curl, Alice said as Sandshrew curled up in a ball that softened the bullet seed. Rhydon, send it back with hammer arm, John called as Rhydon used hammer arm in a circular motion to send bullet seed back at Sceptile. Absol, shadow claw on its horn, Reggie said as Absol's claw glowed black and jumped at Rhydon, striking it on the horn. Sand/, help out Rhydon with crush claw, Alice said as Sandshrew jumped at Rhydon and Absol, claws glowing blue, before it struck Absol barely missing Rhydon knocking Absol off. Sceptile, leaf blade, Tyson called as Sceptile rushed Rhydon. Rhydon, fight back with double hammer arm, John said as the crowd gasped. Both Rhydon's arm glowed as it ran at Sceptile and began trading blows, neither landing a hit. Absol, iron tail, Reggie called as Absol charged at Sandshrew and swung its glowing tail at it. Sand/counter with slash, Alice called as Sand/ met Absol halfway and caused a spark on contact as they fought for ground. Absol, jump and use Megahorn while spinning, Reggie smiled as Absol jumped and span around letting Sand/ follow through as he went past Absol before she hit Sand/ and knocking him into Rhydon letting Sceptile win a fast leaf blade. Sand/, get up and use rock climb, Alice said as Sand/ jumped up and started to run up a hill that it created with Sceptile on top before ramming it. Sceptile, bullet seed, Tyson called as Sceptile was flying back through the air, it shot a bullet seed at Sand/ who also went flying back when all of a sudden a rainbow-colored sphere came out of nowhere and hit Rhydon sending him flying back a good 10 meters. Sceptile, Finish this with Frenzy Plant, Tyson said as Sceptile went on all fours and its eyes glowed a grassy green color as giant vines flew out of the ground and headed towards Rhydon and Sandslash, who were whipped with the vines until they fainted. Sandslash and Rhydon are no longer able to battle, leaving Reggie and Tyson the victors, the referee stated before the stadium erupted with cheers as Reggie and Tyson walked over to Alice and John and shook their hands and left the stadium only to be met with Ash and co. After a round of congratulations, the group headed off until they were interrupted by Riley, who just appeared in front of them, scaring the shit out of them. "Hey Ash, we need to train tonight, 4:30 in the woods. Bring all your Pokemon," Riley said before disappearing, not giving Ash a chance to protest. "Well, there goes my night," Ash muttered, looking at his watch and seeing that he only had 30 minutes. "Well, I've got to get ready for training," Ash said as everyone said goodbye, and Ash went off to his room before leaving, not 10 minutes later arriving in a clearing where his aura had been telling him where to go, where he saw Riley with all his Pokemon out. "So Ash ready to get training?" Riley said while stretching. "I guess," Ash replied, unsure about his training. "Alright, what we are going to do here is to try and create you an aura weapon," Riley said to a now confused looking Ash. "Meaning?" Ash asked as Riley chuckled. "You see, all aura users are bestowed a gift, they can turn their aura into weapons such as a sword or nunchucks," Riley said, demonstrating as he put his hands and materialized a sword. "But be warned, you can only have one aura weapon," Riley said, making the sword disappear as Ash nodded. "Okay Ash, now focus all your energy into your hands and your soul," Riley said as Ash closed his eyes and began to send his aura into the designated spots. "Okay, now try and materialize a weapon of your choice," Riley said as Ash let the aura pour out of his hands and created a sight that shocked Riley to his core. Ash had a sword and staff in one hand and a pair of nunchucks in his other. "Well, I don't believe it," Riley said, laughing like a madman. "You, Ash Ketchum, are even stronger than Sir Aaron himself. He had two aura weapons, the sword and staff, yet you surpassed him, Ash. You will be the strongest aura guardian for many millennia," Riley said as he put a hand on Ash's shoulder, who just looked shocked. "Anyway, enough of that, I believe it's time for a training session," Riley said as Ash nodded before sending out all his Pokemon before Riley smiled. "Didn't expect anything less of you, Ash," Riley said to a grinning Ash. "Thanks, I try my best," Ash answered. "Well, how about we try and work on your dodging ability," Riley said as Ash nodded. "Okay, all your Pokemon go into a specific area depending on their needs and my Pokemon will shoot at them while they dodge," Riley said. "Sounds good," you all heard Riley, Ash said, saying the last part to his Pokemon as they split. Flying Pokemon took to the air and swimming Pokemon dived into the lake. "Okay, now on the count of 3 my Pokemon will attack you with some of their attacks and you are going to dodge," Riley said as he lifted up 3 fingers. 3, 2, 1, go! Riley counted down using his fingers at the same time as Riley's Pokemon began their onslaught. After about 2 hours of training they decided to call it quits, returning the Pokemon except Pikachu and turned their attention towards aura training. "Alright Ash, now time for some fun, use an aura sphere on that tree," Riley said as Ash charged up an aura sphere and shot it out through his hands that hit the tree and caused an explosion of some sort. "Not bad, could be much better but not bad," Riley said, looking at Ash studying his technique. "Okay Ash, to improve your technique, hold your breath when you release the aura sphere, it will become stronger, also have a better center of gravity and stance, like this," Riley said as he placed his left foot in front of his right, which was angled and upper body facing the same way as the right foot with the arms pointing out in the same direction as the left foot. "Okay Ash, now you try," Riley said as Ash copied his stance, yet this time shot a larger ball of aura that knocked over 3 trees this time. "Okay, thanks Riley. This technique really does work," Ash said, smiling as Ash and Riley continued to practice their aura spheres for the next half an hour. "Okay Ash, time to call quits, it's getting a bit late," Riley said as he stood up straight again. "Good, I was getting a bit hungry," Ash said as he and Riley began to walk out of the clearing and back into the main area of the island. "So what's the plan now with these black aura guardians?" Ash asked Riley, who just sighed. "That's just it. We don't even know anything other than the fact that they use dark aura and that they have history with aura guardians and are called Black Guardians, Riley said as Ash smiled. And the fact that they hate our guts for no particular reason, Ash said as he and Riley started to laugh lightly. So Ash, had any trouble with any battles? Riley asked the raven-haired trainer. Really, did you really just ask me that? Ash said unimpressed as Riley laughed. That answers that then, Riley said calming down from his laugh. Hey Riley, on a serious note, do you actually think that we can defeat these Black Guardians with just us two? Ash asked seriously. Anything is possible, Ash, and there are more aura guardians than just us, Riley said smiling. Such as? Ash said as they neared the hotel. None off the top of my head. Riley began as Ash suddenly looked down, but, I know that there are at least 10 more aura guardians, each with their own apprentice. On top of that we have a whole army at our disposal. Not to mention how strong our Pokemon are, Riley said optimistically. True. Ash said before they walked into the lobby. Later Riley, Ash said giving him wave as Riley just teleported out of here. After going up the lift to the elevator and entered his hotel room to a lovely fragrance of food that smelt absolutely wonderful. Hey babe, smells great, Ash called throughout the hotel room. Thanks, it all done, Cynthia said handing Ash a plate, and they plopped down onto the bed and flicked the TV on a random channel and began eating. So how was training? Cynthia asked Ash as they gulped down the spaghetti that Cynthia made. Pretty good, I'm sure all my Pokemon are a lot faster now and I learned a neat trick. Can I see this neat trick of yours? After dinner for sure, Ash said smiling as Cynthia gave him a kiss on the cheek. Thanks, I really appreciate it, Cynthia said before focusing on the TV as they sat in a comfortable silence until they finished dinner and walked out onto the balcony. Here's the trick, Ash said as he closed his and focused his aura and into his palms and materialized the blade as Cynthia stood in shock, just seeing a blade being made from absolutely nothing. Here, take it, Ash said, handing the blade over to Cynthia as he made a staff out of nothing, then handed it over to Cynthia and yet again made the nunchucks out of nothing. That's cool, Cynthia said as Ash dematerialized the weapons and began to walk back into the hotel. So what do you want to do? Ash asked the blonde trainer as she just shrugged her shoulders. Whatever, she replied as Ash smiled looking outside glass door and into the ever-nearing sunset. I've got an idea, Ash said as he grabbed Cynthia's hand, who blushed at the sudden gesture and started to walk out onto the building. Charizard, Ash said as he called out Charizard as he crouched down. Hop on, Ash said as he climbed onto Charizard. Okay, was all she replied with as she hopped onto Charizard and stood next to Ash as Charizard took off at Ash's command as they soared through the skies and just emerged above the clouds for a perfect view of the sunset. It's beautiful here, Ash said as he hugged Cynthia from behind and put his head on her shoulder. I know what you mean, Cynthia replied as they just stayed like that until the sun fully set. You know, when we get a house, I want a view like this every night, Cynthia said smiling as Ash nodded on her shoulder. Yeah, I'll see what I can do, Ash said smiling as they started to fly back to the hotel room where they landed and began to walk inside. Hey Synth, Gary and Richie are going to battle soon, do you want to go watch? Ash asked the blonde trainer. Sure, why not? Let me just grab a coat, Cynthia said as she grabbed her black coat, and they headed off to the stadium to watch Gary and Richie battle. Once they got a seat, they focused on the battle that was about to unfold before their eyes. May the trainers please step out onto the field, the referee said as all 4 trainers appeared on the field, and much to the other surprise, their opponents were none other than May and Max. Send out your Pokemon, the referee instructed the trainers. Blaziken, on stage, May called as Blaziken appeared in front of May. Galade, let's go, Max said as the psychic fighting Pokemon appeared on the battlefield. Electivire, Gary said as he threw Electivire's Pokeball and it appeared on the field in a fighting stance. Zippo, Showtime, Richie said as a massive Charizard appeared on the field that looked ready to fight. Begin. Blaziken, Flamethrower on Electivire, May said. Blaziken released a jet of flames at Electivire. Counter with Thunderbolt, Gary said as Electivire's arm rotated in a circular motion and shot out a jolt of electricity and made contact with the flamethrower and sliced through the middle of it. Galate, close combat, Max ordered as Galate ran at Zippo who just stayed there, waiting for a command from his trainer. Zippo, fire punch on my command, Richie said as Zippo growled in response while Galate neared Zippo. Now, Richie commanded as Zippo's fist on fire made contact with Galate's stomach, sending the psychic fighting type reeling back in pain. Blaziken, fire punch, May commanded as Blaziken sped at Electivire with a glowing fist of fire. Show them a real fire punch, Gary commanded as Electivire sped at Blaziken and met halfway across the field, fists colliding as they for dominance over one another, until Electivire slowly made some progress, sending Blaziken flying off back near her trainer. Zippo, take to the skies and use aerial ace on Galate, Richie commanded as Zippo flew up and then flew at Galate who just stood there while Max looked mildly scared. Try and stop it with a thunder punch, Max said cautiously as Galate sent electricity to its hand as it sent it in the direction of Charizard who neared him, but just before Galate could strike him, he disappeared and reappeared, then hit Galate sending him flying. Blaziken quickly hit Charizard with a thunder punch, May said quietly as Blaziken ran around behind Zippo and jabbed him with a quick thunder punch before jumping back over to May. That was shifty, Zippo used Focus Claw, Richie shouted angrily as Zippo roared so loudly that it would have sent a pack of Gyarados fleeing with their tail between their legs. Zippo began charging up a Focus Punch and a Dragon Claw into one fist as it sped towards a scared-looking Blaziken. Blaziken, dodge, May called knowing that no move in her arsenal of attacks could stop the attack, as Blaziken jumped up trying to dodge, but to no avail as Charizard flew up and smacked Blaziken into the ground, effectively knocking Blaziken out. Blaziken is unable to battle, the referee said as May returned Blaziken looking disappointed. Galate go for broke and use Psycho Cut while spinning, Max said as Galate started sending out crescent-shaped energy discs, sending them around the whole field. Zippo, use Dig, Richie said as Zippo dived into the ground creating a hole as Electivire jumped in afterwards while Zippo continued on making a tunnel until it came out of the ground and hit Galate, knocking it back, and struggled to get back but managed to do so. I'll give you one chance, kid, forfeit, Gary warned Max. No, Max shouted back in rage. I warned you, kid. Electivire light up this stadium with a thunder, Gary said as Electivire released a powerful thunder that from a distance it would have looked like fireworks. When it died down, all could see Galate on the ground disappearing as Max returned it. Galate is also unable to battle, meaning that Gary and Richie are the winners, the referee announced as the crowd cheered for the winning duo as the brother-sister duo ran out the stadium looking ashamed and embarrassed. Ash and Cynthia were about to go down to congratulate the two until they heard over the speakers, all competitors please report to the stadium in 15 minutes for an announcement, Good Show said, and appeared no longer than 15 minutes ready to say whatever he was going to say as soon as all the trainers gathered in the stadium. As everyone should know, the double battle rounds are not meant to be over, but due to immense numbers dropping out and whatnot we have 10-24 competitors left, so we decided to just skip to single battles, Scott said as the trainers murmured to themselves. Also, it will be full battles from now on and will begin in 2 days, Good Show said as the crowd cheered in excitement. Okay, that's all, Scott said as he dismissed all the trainers and the stadium started to thin out of competitors, leaving Percy, Gary, Paul, Cynthia and Ash. Let's go before it gets too late, Paul suggested as the five started to leave the stadium until Ash stopped suddenly, catching the attention of the others. You guys go ahead, I'll catch up, Ash said casually as the others just shrugged and walked off back to the hotel. As soon as they left the stadium, Ash threw a Pokeball and released Charizard and hopped onto Charizard's back, and they flew off with Ash directing them every so often until they reached an airship just off the island that just on the coast out that was out of sight hidden in the clouds. Charizard there, Ash said pointing towards the airship. Use Slash to make a door, Charizard, Ash said as Charizard made a door and dropped Ash and Pikachu inside. Wait there for me, Charizard, Ash said as Charizard growled in acknowledgement. Let's go, Ash said as he and Pikachu began to sprint around the ship looking for the ship's core and headed below deck to the engine rooms until he found it. Alright, Gardevoir use Future Sight, Ash said as Gardevoir used Future Sight on the engine. Thanks, return, Ash said returning Gardevoir as he began to run towards the meeting point until he heard a faint cry and slowly backtracked to the room. It contained a girl. A baby girl. She had people dead around her and she herself was barely alive. Ash quickly took her in his arms and ran back towards the meeting point with Pikachu zapping anyone who got in the way. "Okay, thanks Pikachu, Charizard, let's go," Ash said as he jumped onto Charizard as they flew back towards the hotel as they suddenly saw the ship destroyed from a huge explosion and Ash decided to enter from the balcony. As Ash slid the door open and stepped inside, baby in his arms. "Cynthia," Ash screamed as a sleepy-looking Cynthia appeared from the bedroom. "Can't it wait till morning?" Cynthia said, rubbing her eyes until she saw Ash with a baby. "What the hell Ash?" Cynthia screamed as she ran over to Ash and began to panic until they heard a knock on the door. "We heard screams," said an annoyed-looking Dawn, followed by Paul, Gary, Delia, Percy and Reggie, and saw Ash with a baby in his hands, and then everyone except Reggie and Delia began to panic. "Ash, you can't go around kidnapping babies," Dawn yelled as they all started running around crazily. "Calm down," Delia yelled, shocking everyone since she never heard them yell, and slowly but surely calmed down. "Okay Dawn, warm up some milk, Ash get some blankets, Gary get a small cushion from the chair, Cynthia towels, and Paul get a face cloth," Delia said as everyone began doing what she said as she took the baby. In a matter of seconds as she washed the baby, dried it off and wrapped it in blankets, then gave it some milk as Delia put her to sleep. "So Ash, care to explain to us why you have a baby?" Delia asked Ash as she rocked the baby in her arms. "Well, I was attacking a Team Rocket airship and on my way out I heard a cry and found her," Ash said, gesturing to the sleeping baby, "so I took her and left and here we are now," Ash finished sighing. "You didn't mention something Ash," Delia said sternly as Ash cringed. "Okay, she was in a cell with dead bodies, so I'm assuming she has no parents," Ash said as he now received looks of shock. "We'll have to take her to the hospital to get her checked up to make sure she's healthy," Delia said as everyone nodded in agreement. Soon everyone left, leaving Ash and Cynthia with the baby as they just sat there watching her, making sure she was fine, and whenever she woke up they would just give her a bottle and put her back to sleep. "Cynthia, we should head off now," Ash said, scooping up the sleeping baby in his hands, but not before rubbing his eyes, feeling tired. "Okay, let's go quickly," Cynthia said as they quickly ran to the hospital. "Hey, it's an emergency, we found this baby and we'd like to make sure she's alright," Ash said as the receptionist who just pressed the ER button as a doctor came and quickly took the baby from Ash's hands and ran her into the ER. Later Paul and company showed up to the hospital. "Any news?" Paul asked, and Ash just shook his head as they just took a seat. Not 10 minutes later the doctor came out of the room. "She's alright, but she isn't your child, is she?" the doctor said as Ash shook his head. "Then we'll have to put her up for adoption then," the doctor said sadly as Ash suddenly looked defiant. "Then I'll adopt her. Then I'll adopt her." "What?" everyone other than Delia screamed as they all looked at Ash, shocked. "Guys, I'm legal age and I found her, so I feel as it is my responsibility to take her in," Ash said as Cynthia hugged him from behind and said, "I agree with Ash, we'll adopt her," Cynthia said as she gave Ash a peck on the cheek before turning to the doctor. "Any problems?" Ash asked with the biggest smile on his face. "No, I'll give you the papers, and also we ran a DNA test and found out she is 3 months old and her birthday is the 12th of October, the doctor said as he handed Ash the baby. "Any name on the DNA test?" Cynthia asked the doctor. "No, I'm sorry, but she wasn't a registered baby," the doctor said as they were led into an office and handed them the forms. Once they were filled and they were stuck on deciding a name. "What should we name her?" Ash asked Cynthia as everyone started spurting out names. "Lisa. No. Natalie. No. Kate. No. Sarah. I don't mind that, Cynthia," Ash asked her, which she replied with a nod. "Middle name. Ellie." "Yes," Cynthia said quickly while Ash just looked at her and nodded. "So her name is Sarah Ellie Ketchum," Cynthia said, filling it in and finished off and went back to the hotel with the baby and then had a problem. How are we going to compete and look after her at the same time?" Ash asked Cynthia, who shrugged. "Don't forget, we are in single battles now and I'm sure Pikachu would look after her," Cynthia said. "Pika," Pikachu replied, saluting her before he went back to playing with the baby. Also, I should probably go tell Scott that Team Rocket is at the tournament, Ash said as Cynthia nodded. Okay, see you later, Cynthia said, giving him a kiss on the cheek before he walked out. Throughout the walk, he saw people training their Pokémon for the tournament, people going shopping, or were just sat at the cafe. Ash, someone from behind yelled, and Ash turned around to see Dylan and Sean running towards him. How goes it? Ash said to them once they caught up to him. Nothing much, Sean replied. Same old, take out a Team Rocket airbase and adopt a child, Ash said, smirking. Yes, wait, what the hell? Dylan and Sean screamed simultaneously. Just what I said, I found her in the airship then adopted her. Got a problem, Ash said, smiling as they shook their heads. Congrats mate, but what are you going to do with Team Rocket? Dylan said while Sean nodded. Kick their butt into jail, Ash said, punching his right hand into his left palm. If you ever need a hand, give us a call, Sean said, smirking. I highly doubt I need help, but okay, if you insist, Ash said, smiling. Where you off to now? Sean asked. I'm off to Scott to tell him that Team Rocket are at the tournament, Ash replied. They then parted ways and Ash headed to Scott's office. On arrival to the office and after Ash explained the Team Rocket airbase, he left, and on his way home he encountered a slight problem. Just wait right there, catch him, yelled a voice from behind him, and turned around to see his friends, and they looked vengeful. They still have that darkness on them. I better talk to Riley about it. I don't have time for you, Ash said and began walking off. Too bad, Misty said from behind him. Gardevoir, teleport me out of here, Ash said, throwing a Pokeball before he suddenly disappeared and reappeared in front of his hotel room. 2-day time skip. Ash was standing on the field, with none other than May in front of him standing on the opposite side of the battlefield. Ready to lose, May taunted Ash. Funny, I was just about to ask you the same thing, Ash replied, smirking as May turned an angry shade of red. You'll regret that, May said, throwing a Pokeball to which Venusaur appeared. Zoroark, show them your power, Ash said, smirking as the Illusion Fox Pokemon appeared. Zoroark, Night Days, Ash said. Zoroark slammed its 2 front paws into ground, sending a crimson aura attack all over the field, creating smoke. Once the smoke cleared, Venusaur is unable to battle. Send out your next Pokemon, the referee said in shock, much to May's horror. You'll regret that, May said madly. You just said that and look where that got you, Ash said as the crowd started laughing. Glacian, May said as Glacian appeared on the field. Zoroark, return, Ash said, returning Zoroark into her Pokeball. Pikachu, show them your power, Ash said as Pikachu jumped on the field. Pikachu, you wouldn't attack little ol me, would you? May said with puppy dog eyes as Pikachu just shook his head. Fine, Glacian Ice Beam, May growled as Glacian charged a ball of ice at its mouth before expelling it towards Pikachu, who just took the hit. Pikachu, dodge, Ash said as Pikachu twirled around the ice beam like a ballerina. Shadow Ball, May said as the crowd started laughing while Pikachu was dancing around the Shadow Ball. Pikachu just ended with a weak tackle, Ash said as Pikachu ran and hit Glacian, sending it into the wall at tremendous speed, knocking it out. Glacian is unable to battle, send out your next Pokemon, the referee stated monotonously. Beautifly, take the stage, May said as Beautifly appeared on the field. Sceptile, show them your power, Ash said, returning Pikachu while the dragon appeared on the field as May shivered. Beautifly, Silver Win, wait, May began, but Ash stopped her suddenly before turning to the referee. Can we handicap this and let her send out her other 3 Pokemon? Ash asked the referee, who looked at Goodshow, who nodded. Cocky BSTRD, May muttered before throwing 3 Pokeballs, to which Blaziken, Munchlax, and Blastoise. I'll even give you the first move, Ash said, smirking. Beautifly, Silver Wind, Blastoise Blizzard, Blaziken, Fire Blast, Munchlax use Solar Beam, May said as they all charged their attacks before firing their attacks at an oncoming Sceptile, who just stood their arms crossed. On contact there was a lot of dust kicked up upon contact. When the smoke cleared, Sceptile was just standing there, unfazed about the attack. Now Sceptile, Do whatever you want, Ash said as he sat down and relaxed while Sceptile smirked maliciously before charging up a leaf blade. All 4 of his opponents fell and it looked like Sceptile didn't even move. All he on Mame's side of the field are unable to be a battle, Sceptile wins, the referee stated in shock since it looked like Sceptile didn't even move and all 4 Pokemon dropped down, unconscious. I would say good job but that would be a lie, Ash said darkly before walking off with Sceptile and Pikachu following behind. Too easy, Ash said as he walked off meeting the group, Percy, Paul, Gary, Dawn, Cynthia, Reggie, Delia, Sarah, outside of the arena. Well done, Cynthia said handing Sarah over to Ash. Thanks babe, Ash said giving Cynthia a kiss on the cheek. Sceptile is fast, I'll give him that, Gary said as Ash nodded. Yeah, Sceptile is a perfect combination of size, speed and power, Ash said as Sceptile looked pleased. Yeah, it looked like he didn't even move, Dawn said joining in on the conversation. Training paid off then, hey buddy, Ash said to Sceptile. Sceptile replied nodding his head. Hey Ash wait, the group turned around to see May running after them. What do you want, Paul asked, suddenly getting his old attitude back. Whoa, what's with the rudeness, May asked Paul. Weird, she doesn't seem to have that dark aura radiating off her, Ash thought to himself. Wait, Ash said stopping an argument to break out, she was possessed by a dark aura that is now gone, Ash said much to everyone's confusion. Okay, let me start from the beginning. When everyone turned on me, I felt a dark aura radiating off of them and now suddenly May's is gone, Ash said clearing up everyone's confusion. May what is the last thing you remember, Ash asked her. I remember getting attacked by a bunch of Pokemon that was covered in this dark thing, May responded. Aw shit, Ash said before Gary cut in, Shadow Pokemon, Gary said as Ash nodded. Wait, if it was Shadow Pokemon, how did May get affected, Dawn asked the two. I've got my suspicions and if it's true, we are in bad trouble, Ash said quietly but everyone heard him. And what is this suspicion of yours, Cynthia asked Ash. That Team Cypher has teamed up with the Dark Guardians, Ash said making Gary shiver. Who's Team Cypher, Dawn asked Ash. Team Cypher is an evil organization that makes shadow Pokemon which are Pokemon that feel no emotion or pain, becoming the ultimate fighting machines, Ash said as everyone shivered. Not good then, Dawn said. Not good at all, Ash said as everyone sighed in defeat. Then what do we do, questioned Paul. Leave it to me, Ash said as he received unamused looks from everyone. No, we won't, Cynthia said arms crossed. Fine, but later, I really don't want to deal with that now, Ash said sighing. Okay then, mind telling me what happened between all of us and why you have a child, May asked Ash who sighed yet again. This is going to be a long story, let's get back to the hotel before we explain, Ash said frowning. Not 10 minutes later they arrived at the hotel as they went up the elevator and parted ways leaving Ash, Cynthia, Sarah and May. Once they entered the room, put Sarah to sleep and everyone got comfortable, Ash began his story. Ash told May everything, the betrayal, becoming an aura guardian, getting together with Cynthia, about Sarah, everything except the island location. So Ash, where do you live then? May asked Ash who shrugged. We roam the land, looking for a place to live, Ash said mysteriously while Cynthia looked incredulous. Fortunately May didn't realize. Okay, I better go then, I'd hate to overstay my visit, May said about to get up before she was stopped. No, it's fine, stay, but we've got to go soon because I've got a battle soon, Cynthia said stopping May who slumped back into the sofa. Okay, I'd love to see your battle, Cynthia, May said smiling. Who wants a coffee because I'm beat, Ash said getting up and heading towards the kitchen. Yes please, May said a bit faster than Cynthia who replied, I'd love one babe. Ash appeared 5 minutes later holding 3 cups of coffee handing them out. After some small talk and the empty coffee mugs, Ash put the television onto the tournament channel just in time to see Paul's Torterra knock out a Beartic sending him to the next round. Well, Paul won, now you're up next, Ash said before walking into Sarah's room. Sarah, time to get up, Mummy's going to go battle, let's go, Ash said as Sarah rubbed her eyes before being hoisted up into Ash's arms and walked out carrying Sarah and had a warm bottle of milk shoved in his hands by Cynthia. The walk to the stadium was uneventful, and once they arrived, Ash and May went to find a seat, leaving Cynthia in the trainer's room. Once they found a seat and got comfortable, Cynthia and her opponent appeared on the field. "Look, it's Mummy," Ash said, pointing towards Cynthia as Sarah began to clap very uncoordinated. "This is a battle between Cynthia of Celestic Town and Alex of Solation Town. Begin," the referee said as both trainers threw Pokeballs as their respective Pokemon came out. On Cynthia's side was Gastrodon. "Alex, Abomasnow." "Abomasnow, use Hail," Alex said as Abomasnow's body glowed bright white before snow started to snow. "Gastrodon, use Muddy Water," Cynthia commanded. Gastrodon spiraled brown-colored water out of its body, making contact with the hail and making it disappear. "Smart move using water to dissipate the hail," Alex said, complimenting Cynthia, who just smiled. "There's more where that came from." "Gastrodon, use Mud Bomb," Cynthia commanded as Gastrodon let loose a round of mud bombs at Abomasnow. "Bullet Seed to counter Abomasnow," Alex said as Abomasnow opened its mouth and shot out green seed-like bullets, countering the mud bomb and not pushing it back, despite the type advantage. "Stone Edge," Cynthia instructed Gastrodon, who sent a barrage of stones at Abomasnow, who just stood, waiting for a command, which he got. "Ice Beam," Alex said as Abomasnow sent off a beam of ice towards the Stone Edge but was quickly overpowered by the stones before feeling the full brunt of a champion-level Pokemon Stone Edge. "Nice, use Rock Tomb," Cynthia said as Gastrodon tapped the ground with some force and Abomasnow was trapped in a wall of stone. "Abomasnow, get out of there with Wood Hammer," Alex said as you began to hear a pounding sound and the rock slightly cracked, bit by bit before revealing a tired Abomasnow. "You deserve more credit than I give you for," Cynthia said, frowning, while Alex replied, "Thanks, now Abomasnow, Ice Beam," Alex said as Abomasnow shot off another beam of ice at Gastrodon. "Earth Power," Cynthia countered. The Earth Power went under the Ice Beam and hit Abomasnow, crippling his aim of the Ice Beam so it just missed Gastrodon. "Cynthia's good," May said as she looked on at the battle. "Well, she wasn't the champion of Sinnoh for anything, and with the training we've done, I'm not surprised she's not using her full power," Ash said, smiling while Abomasnow and Gastrodon were fighting. "Wait, you're saying Gastrodon isn't even using his full power and Abomasnow is taking a beating?" May said as Ash nodded. "The training was intense, we only did it for a few weeks, but the results show nonetheless, and she hasn't even used the Pokemon I gave her, even though I doubt she'll use though," Ash said while May looked at him for a second before turning back to the battle at hand. "Abomasnow, Ice Punch," Alex said as Abomasnow charged at Gastrodon, ice blazing from his and swung, hitting Gastrodon, sending him towards the wall. "Use Icy Wind to slow down," Cynthia said as Gastrodon sent out a cool breeze into the wall, slowing Gastrodon until it completely stopped heading towards the wall, just falling to the ground harmlessly. "Abomasnow, get in close and use Blizzard," Alex said as Abomasnow ran at Gastrodon, and once it got close it unleashed a powerful blizzard. "Dig to dodge the blizzard, then pop up and use Sludge Wave," Cynthia said as Gastrodon dug a hole to dodge the blizzard before popping up behind Abomasnow and shot a wave of sludge at Abomasnow, doing severe damage, putting Abomasnow on its knees. "Gastrodon, end this with a body slam," Cynthia said calmly as Gastrodon jumped and landed on Abomasnow with a loud crash, knocking it out as the referee ruled him unable to battle. "Very few people manage to survive so long against my Gastrodon," Cynthia complimented. "Thanks, but he's going down right here and now, go Shiftry," Alex said as the dark grass-type Pokemon appeared on the field in front of Gastrodon. "You do remember that Gastrodon knows Sludge Wave," Cynthia smirked. "I do, but you do know Shiftry is a grass-type," Alex smirked in return. "Well then, start off with rest," Cynthia commanded as Gastrodon fell asleep and began to recover health. "Okay Shiftry, use Sunny Day," Alex said as the weather looked sunnier thanks to Shiftry firing beams of light into the sky. "Good, now use Energy Ball," Alex said as Shiftry fired off a ball of energy at the snoozing Gastrodon. "Sleep Talk," Cynthia said as Alex's eyes widened, then the ground began to shake, but that didn't stop the energy ball from hitting its mark. "End this with Solar Beam," Alex said as Shiftry gathered solar energy into his palms fast thanks to the sunny day before towards Gastrodon, yet despite this Cynthia still remained calm. Gastrodon, counter with sludge wave, Cynthia said as Gastrodon awoke and shot a powerful blob of sludge at the oncoming solar beam, causing a big explosion. Alright Gastrodon, before the smoke clears, use earthquake, Cynthia said as Gastrodon shook the earth so hard that the field was slightly damaged from the earthquake. Shiftry, are you alright? Alex said once the smoke cleared, but Shiftry looked to be in pain, yet it was still standing. Shiftry, time to finish this. Leaf Storm, Alex said while the wicked Pokemon poured all its power into the leaf storm that was heading for Gastrodon. Gastrodon, counter with Stone Edge, Cynthia said to Gastrodon, who sent another barrage of stones at the oncoming leaf storm and was matching it quite evenly. This went on for a couple of seconds until there was an explosion kicking up a lot of smoke. Once the smoke cleared, the results were clear. Both Pokemon are unable to battle. Send out your next Pokemon, the referee said while the two trainers returned their Pokemon before they both threw their Pokeballs. I must say I didn't expect you to be this strong, Alex said chuckling. Ditto, Cynthia said as she released a Pokemon which was Honchkrow. Go Houndoom, Alex said as the two Pokemon glared each other off. Houndoom, start things off with a flamethrower, Alex said as Houndoom sent a jet of fire at Honchkrow. Counter with Dark Pulse, Cynthia said calmly while Honchkrow sent purple circles of dark energy at the oncoming flamethrower that was stopped in its tracks by the Dark Pulse, causing the flamethrower to shoot off backwards. Honchkrow, use superpower, Cynthia said as Honchkrow was covered in a light blue aura as it flew at Houndoom and picked him up in his beak, then threw him across the arena. Houndoom, if you can move, use Thunder Fang, Alex said as even though Houndoom was crippled, she quickly shook it off and jumped at Honchkrow, grabbing its wing with its thunder-infused jaws, bringing it crashing down from the sky as both Pokemon panted for breath for several moments before glaring at each other again. Honchkrow, Sucker Punch, Cynthia said while Honchkrow flew at Houndoom at blistering speed. You to Houndoom, use Sucker Punch, Alex said as Houndoom started to run at Honchkrow and hit it with its left horn while Honchkrow was matching it with its left wing. They were even. Almost. Honchkrow, wing attack with your right wing, Cynthia said as Alex's eyes widened in shock as Houndoom was seen flying across the arena. Houndoom, toast that bird with Inferno, Alex said pulling out one of the strongest fire-type moves. Houndoom sent what looked like a blue flamethrower at Honchkrow. Honchkrow, Sky Attack, Cynthia said while Honchkrow's body became surrounded in a white aura and flew at Houndoom through the Inferno and hit Houndoom, sending him into the wall where he didn't get up from. Houndoom is unable to battle, Honchkrow wins, the referee said, but mere seconds later Honchkrow fell out of the sky. Honchkrow is also unable to battle, the referee stated as Cynthia returned Honchkrow. Ninetales, Battle Dance, Cynthia said while the majestic fox Pokemon appeared on the field. Go Claydol, Alex said as the ground and psychic type appeared on the field. Ninetales, set this place alight with heat wave, Cynthia said while Ninetales opened its mouth where a ball of fire was before creating a wind from its mouth sending the flames at Claydol. Rock Tomb as a shield, Alex said as Claydol used Rock Tomb in front of itself, stopping the heat wave making contact. Melted Ninetales, Cynthia said with much confidence while Ninetales' heat wave grew even more red and started coming out at a faster rate as the rock started to smolder and melt, much to Alex's shock. Did you see that, Ash? May said, not taking her eyes off the battle. Yeah, and you know what else, Ash said as May stayed silent, so Ash took it as a sign to continue. She only caught the Ninetales a couple of weeks ago, Ash said smiling while May looked shocked. What, how does she manage to train her Pokemon to that level in a couple of weeks? May asked more to herself than but he just answered anyway. Let's just say that we have a brutal yet effective training schedule, Ash said as May looked surprised. Can you give me your schedule, Ash? May asked before Ash burst out laughing that it attracted the attention of everyone near him, but he just brushed them off. What's so funny? May asked angrily. Well, the fact that this training schedule is too hard for your Pokemon, and also you're a coordinator so your Pokemon aren't as battle-hardened as a trainer's, and it's just too hard for you, Ash said as May fumed red and looked like she had steam coming from her ears. So what you're saying is that you won't give me your training schedule because I'm a coordinator and my Pokemon aren't as strong or battle-hardened as yours, May fumed while Ash nodded. Basically, I mean it wouldn't suit your battle style since you're a coordinator, and did you look at our match? My Sceptile took out 4 of your Pokemon without breaking a sweat and in mere seconds, might I add. Ash said as May calmed down. I guess you got a point, but still, can't you just give me the schedule? May said as she looked down. I'd love to, but you'd incorporate it into your battle style too much and you'll try it out as well, Ash said as he just shook his head before turning back to the battle at hand. Claydol, Earthquake, Alex said as Claydol shook the stadium to its core with a powerful earthquake attack. Ninetales, jump and use Fire Blast on the ground, Cynthia said to Ninetales, who jumped and used Fire Blast on the ground using the kanji-shaped fire attack to propel itself into the air, completely avoiding the earthquake. Ninetales, Energy Ball, Cynthia said, much to Alex's and the crowd's surprise as Ninetales began charging up a green ball of energy before dispersing it towards Claydol. Dodge it, Alex called out to Claydol, who tried to move out of the way but only partially got out of the way, taking the energy ball to its left arm. Ninetales, end this with a Dark Pulse, Faint Attack combo, Cynthia said to Ninetales, who shot out dark discs of energy at Claydol before disappearing and reappearing behind it and slamming into it with her tail, sending Claydol towards the super effective Dark Pulse, knocking Claydol out cold. Claydol is unable to battle. Send out your next Pokemon, the referee said to Alex, who returned Claydol before throwing another Pokeball, to which a Macargo appeared. Macargo, Rock Slide, Alex said to Macargo as rocks started falling out of the sky, and Ninetales, despite being told to dodge, was still hit by a few. Ninetales, return, Cynthia said, returning the fox Pokemon much to everyone's confusion again, but she just threw another Pokeball as an Alakazam appeared, while Ash cracked a grin that soon turned into a chuckle, then a full blowout laughter. What's so funny? May asked, somewhat annoyed at all the attention. Well, I and Cynthia have perfected a way to make fire type's life a living hell, and it starts with her next move, Ash stated, which is. May said, trying to get him to finish. Dig, Ash and Cynthia said at the same time, while May just sweat dropped and looked slightly angry. Alakazam furiously dug a hole deep into the earth thanks to Dig, but dug deeper than a usual Dig, while Cynthia just smiled as Alakazam floated back up to the top thanks to its psychic powers. What was the point of that? Alex questioned Cynthia's motives. Watch, Alakazam use psychic, Cynthia said, much to everyone's confusion, but the earth began to shake slightly as Alex heard sound of water but brushed it off with that his ears are playing tricks on him, until water suddenly burst up from the hole Alakazam dug earlier, yet it was controlled like someone used psychic on it. Macargo, get out of the way, Alex screamed in realization of what was about to happen, but, you see, Macargo aren't really fast Pokemon, in fact they're snails, and because of that Macargo got hit with a giant jet of water, plus the concentrated power of a psychic on top of that was just too much for the lava Pokemon to handle and just fell unconscious. Macargo is unable to battle, send out your last Pokemon, the referee said, a little wide-eyed after seeing that attack. How did you do that? Alex asked, eyes widened in surprise as he returned Macargo. Easy, if you dig deep enough into the earth, you will hit water sooner or later, so I incorporated that and used psychic to bring the water up to attack you, Cynthia said to Alex, who grabbed a Pokeball in his hands. So in other words, you made a well and used psychic to bring the water to the surface, Alex said, dumbing it down. Basically, Cynthia replied. Well, this is my last Pokemon, but we'll be going down fighting, Alex said, kissing the Pokeball for good luck before throwing it into the air, revealing a mighty Infernape. That's one big Infernape, nearly as big as my boyfriend's, Cynthia said to Alex, who sweat dropped. I don't know if that was a compliment or if that was an insult, Alex muttered before commanding Infernape to attack using U-turn and Shadow Claw. Infernape ran at Alakazam, then jumped above him and ready a Shadow Claw before diving back down with the combined force of U-turn and Shadow Claw, knocking Alakazam unconscious by the ultra-effective move. Alakazam is unable to battle, send out your next Pokemon, the referee said to Cynthia as she returned her battered Alakazam. Flygon, Battle Dance, Cynthia said, revealing the mystic Pokemon to the crowd. Flygon, Dragon Breath, Cynthia said to Flygon, who sent a light blue beam of dragon energy at Infernape, who looked determined. Dodge, then Mach Punch, Alex commanded. His Infernape jumped over the Dragon Breath and landed on Flygon, slamming him in the back with an aura-covered fist, sending Flygon into the ground. Infernape, Focus punch, Alex said to Infernape, who jumped off the downed Flygon and charged up its first until it was glowing white before giving Flygon an uppercut, sending it back into the air. Flygon, combine Heat Wave and Draco Meteor, Cynthia said as Flygon realized a red, not orange, red ball into the sky which dispersed and erupted into a meteor shower that was combined with the power of Heat Wave. Dig then end this with Rock Slide, Alex said to Infernape, who nodded and dug itself underground and waited for the meteor shower to finish before appearing and caused rocks to appear out of the sky, each hitting Flygon, grounding him. Flygon, if you can use Stone Edge, Cynthia said in desperation for the first time this battle. Flygon managed to send a barrage of stones that were once spiraling around him into the Infernape, who cringed from the stones, but nothing else happened. Then Flygon collapsed. Flygon is unable to battle, send out your next Pokemon, the referee said to Cynthia, who already had a Pokeball in her hand, throwing it to Ninetales, who just smiled innocently. Ninetales, use Attract, Cynthia said to Ninetales, who blinked and hearts formed around her before they were sent off and hit Infernape, immobilizing him. Good, no Ninetales, end this Zen headbutt, Cynthia said to Ninetales, who started running while her forehead began to glow a bright blur before knocking Infernape into the wall but still managed to get up. Go for broke and use Overheat, Alex said in pure desperation while Infernape started to glow slightly red before releasing an extremely powerful blast of red and white fire. Match it Ninetales, Cynthia said to Ninetales, who nodded, copying using the same process as Infernape before releasing an extremely powerful blast of red and white fire. The overheats hit, making contact as everyone in the crowd could feel the intensity of the flames as the stadium burned up. Bit by bit Ninetales inched forward until she was just an inch away from Infernape. Finish it Ninetales, Cynthia encouraged as Ninetales' mouth opened, size of the flame increasing to finish of Infernape knocking him out. Well done Ninetales, Cynthia said, returning her before walking to the center to shake Alex's hand before walking out of the field with Alex trailing. Hey Cynthia, a voice called from her side that revealed Ash, May and Sarah, with Ash handing over the ladder. Whoa Cynthia, I knew I never should have let you go on a journey, you've already had a kid, Alex said, looking shocked while everyone just looked on confused. She's adopted, Cynthia said, before seeing everyone's faces. Oh yeah Alex, meet May and Ash meet Alex, my cousin. Your cousin, didn't see that one coming Synth, Ash said to Cynthia, shrugged. You'll meet my family in some pretty weird places, Cynthia said while Alex nodded. Okay then, I'm assuming that you're Cynthia's boyfriend, that's her child and you're third-wheeling it because you have nothing else to do, Alex said, pointing at Ash, Sarah and then May. Basically, Ash said while May glared at him. You're mean, May retorted while Ash shrugged. I try, he replied. Anyway, now that that's out of the way, I'm outta here, Alex said, walking off. Well, that was interesting, Ash said while Cynthia shrugged. It's usually like that, Cynthia replied. Well, I'm going, May said, cutting before walking off somewhere. Well, it's just us, Ash said as they started heading off to the hotel room. I'm going to pay Scott a visit, Ash said suddenly before Cynthia nodded while Ash walked away. 1 hour later. Ash walked into the hotel looking as happy as ever. Hey babe, Ash told Cynthia, giving her a kiss on the lips quickly before walking off and jumping over the couch and sat on it while Cynthia blinked. Why are you in such a good mood? Cynthia questioned slowly. The talk with Scott turned out great, Ash said smiling. Mind telling me what went down? Cynthia said, taking a seat next to him. Okay, it went like this. Flashback. Ash knocked on Scott's office door, then walked in, not waiting for an answer. What is? Oh, it's you Ash, what could I do for you? Scott said to Ash. I'm here to offer you a deal, Ash told Scott, who looked interested. I'm listening, Scott said, focusing on the trainer. Here's the thing, with the baby we won't be able to travel, so I've come to offer you a deal. If me or Cynthia win the tournament, I want you to buy 12 islands, one being the one we're standing on, Ash told the well-rounded man. Why would I do that? Scott asked Ash. Well, I want to create a league and you know I can deliver, Ash said, shocking Scott. Hear me out, if I win I want you to buy the islands and I'll create 8 gyms, an Elite Four and champion. Yet there's a twist. It's doubles, so you need 2 people to challenge the league, so what do you think? Ash said while Scott was contemplating. Tempting, very tempting, but I want a 30% cut from everything, Scott told the 18-year-old. 20% and I'll put the prize money towards it as well. 25%. 20% and you can build a battle frontier on it as well as the prize money, Ash said while Scott grinned. You got yourself a deal, but don't forget you've got to win first, Scott told the Pallet Town native. You honestly think that is going to be hard? I mean, we beat Lance and Steven for crying out loud, and they are some of the strongest trainers to roam the world and are possibly the strongest trainers at this point, albeit me and Cynthia can give them a run for their money, Ash stated while Scott smirked. Also rigged the matchup, so I'm up against Damien, I've got a score to settle. Okay, but can I ask why? Scott asked Ash. Ash replied very darkly, it's time to unleash the beast. After Ash said this he turned and left, but not before hearing Scott whisper. I don't doubt that you'll win, Ash, in fact I'm hoping you win, Scott mumbled to himself, but Ash heard him. End flashback. So in short, you said if either of us win we make our own league and it will be a doubles league, Cynthia said to Ash, who nodded before he was tackled to the ground by Cynthia. You're the best, Cynthia said into his shoulder before she asked, who will be the champions? Cynthia asked him slowly. Really, out of everything that's what you ask, but to answer your question, there are 2 champions since it's doubles obviously, but it's us, Ash said, and not a moment later he was pulled into a kiss. You're the best, Cynthia said to Ash. Yeah, I've got other stuff to tell you about, Ash said slowly while Cynthia eyed him suspiciously. You're not cheating on me, are you? Cynthia asked jokingly, but unfortunately Ash took it the wrong way. No, 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 I love you too much to cheat on you, Ash said while Cynthia chuckled. I was joking, Ash, Cynthia said to Ash, who looked relieved. Well, it sorta kinda started like this. Flashback. Ash was walking back all happy-go-lucky until the infamous trio jumped out of the bush, surprising him since he hadn't seen them in a month or so. What do you want? And skipped the motto, I'm busy, Ash told the 3, who crossed their arms in annoyance. Fine, we want Pikachu, Jessie said to Ash, who just laughed. What's so funny, twerp? James asked Ash. Well, you see, I don't have Pikachu or any of my Pokemon with me, Ash said to the trio, who just huffed in annoyance. Fine, we'll take our leave then, Jessie said as they were about to walk back into the forest before Ash stopped them. Wait, I've got a proposition to offer you, Ash told the 3, who stopped suddenly. We're listening, the 3 said together. Well, I'm going to take down Team Rocket and I've grown accustomed to having you 3 around, so I'm going to offer this once and only once. Join me, Ash said while the 3 froze. What was dat, twerp? Meowth said looking shocked. You heard me, quit Team Rocket and join me. I'll even train you and Meowth. I know how much you hate Giovanni's Persian, so I'll even let you take him down, Ash said while Meowth got a malicious glint in his eyes. You got yourself a deal, twerp, Meowth said, leaving a shocked James and Jessie standing there. Aren't we going to talk about this? Jessie said to Meowth. Think of it like this, we have no way of stealing Pikachu, so we join them, help him take down Rocket and we are set for life, Meowth said to Jessie while James looked approvingly. He's got a point. Can't be, join, James said to Jessie, who sighed. You got yourself a deal, twerp, Jessie said, Ash shaking his hand. Meowth, if you please, Ash said holding out a Pokeball. Meowth hesitated for a split second before tapping the Pokeball before tapping it. End flashback. So Team Rocket is on our side now? Cynthia asked, confused at his motives, while Ash nodded. Yep, they are now on my side, Ash said triumphantly while Cynthia still looked confused. Why did you offer them that choice? Cynthia asked Ash. Well, for one, they really aren't bad people. They just had nowhere else to turn to but Team Rocket, and they have helped out on more than one occasion. They also have potential to be good trainers, Ash stated again. How do you know they won't try anything? Cynthia asked yet again. Charizard, Ash said, leaving Cynthia confused, leaving him to elaborate again. They are scared shitless of Charizard, and I'm sure that Sceptile and the others are pretty scary for them as well, Ash said while Cynthia shook her head mockingly. You're almost a forgiving, Cynthia said to Ash, who shook his head. I'm never going to forgive someone, Ash said looking down before looking up again. Now where were we? Ash said, pushing Cynthia into a kiss. 6 days later. The rest of the past uneventfully with Ash, and all his friends and rivals made it to the top 5-12 and unfortunately the betrayers. Everyone was gathered in the lounge of the Pokémon Center around a table. So Ash, you have Damien today, I'm guessing you've met him, Dawn said while Gary was motioning to stop, but Dawn paid no attention to him. You know Charizard, right? Ash said slowly. How could I not? Strongest Charizard of Cherrysific Valley, beat Articuno, and took on Entei. How could I not know Charizard? Dawn announced, saying some of his biggest achievements. Yeah, well, Damien abandoned him as a Charmander, Ash said as everyone froze in place. Wait, that guy abandoned a Charmander and it's now the strongest Charizard in the world, Percy said looking shocked. Who in their right mind would abandon a Charmander? Delia said shaking her head. Karma's a beach, Paul said smirking. Very much so, I'm heading off to my match, Ash said as he got up and walked off to the stadium with Cynthia and Sarah in tow. 20 minutes later. The battle between Ash and Damien will begin now, release your Pokémon, the referee said the trainers. Hey Damien, remember the Charmander you abandoned 8 years ago, Ash said darkly while Damien laughed. That weak thing, I'm sure it's still a little Charmander with no skill, Damien said to Ash, who smiled. Say it to his face, Ash said, throwing a Pokeball to which a Charizard almost double the size of a regular Charizard standing at 3.3 meters and looked just as strong, and sent the evil eye at Damien. Just so you know, this Charizard is the Charmander you abandoned and is now the strongest Charizard in all of Kanto and Johto. Even stronger than Lance's, Ash said as Damien looked shocked and scared but then looked cocky again. Prove it, Damien said, releasing an Arcanine who normally would have looked menacing, but compared to Charizard, it looked like a puppy. Honestly, taking on one of the world's strongest Pokémon with an Arcanine, really? Ash questioned Damien. Arcanine, Fire Blast, Damien said, ignoring Ash's comments. Charizard, send it back, Ash said to the monstrous Pokémon who just hit the Pokémon Fire Blast and sent it back at Arcanine. Only with more force. I think Charizard just well proved it, Ash said while Damien was glaring at the downed Pokémon. Arcanine, get up and use Flamethrower, Damien told Arcanine, who got up and shot a stream of fire at Charizard who just yawned. Charizard, dodge and punch him. No moves, just brute strength, Ash said to Charizard, who nodded just as the Flamethrower looked like it was about to hit Charizard. He flew out of the way at breakneck speed and then his right fist connected with Arcanine's jaw, sending him into the wall, rendering Arcanine useless. I expected better since Charizard's so weak, Damien said, returning the fire Pokémon and sending out a Metagross. You think because Metagross is heavy that Charizard won't be able to beat Metagross, Ash said to Damien, who glared at Ash. Well, just so you know, Charizard can bench press over 3,000 pounds, Ash said with Charizard flexing his muscles and Damien giving him a WTF look. Enough of that, Charizard, throw him, Ash said to Charizard, who picked up the pseudo-legendary and without much trouble and threw him in the air and landed on the ground with a thud. Metagross, use Psychic, Damien said to Metagross, whose eyes shone blue before a blue line appeared around Charizard. Charizard, shrug it off, Ash said to Charizard, who refused to budge while Metagross tried as hard as possible to slam Charizard into the ground, but to no avail. Metagross, Shadow Ball, Damien commanded harshly as Metagross gathered a ball of black energy and dispersed it at Charizard, who just stayed in its pathway. Charizard, use Flamethrower and tone it down. I don't want to have to pay for you destroying the DMN Stadium, Ash said to Charizard, who glared at him before shooting a stream of fire that looked larger than anything a normal Charizard could produce at the Metagross. Charizard, when I said tone it down I didn't mean that much, Ash scolded Charizard, who just pointed at the extra crispy Metagross, saying, I got the job done, while everyone's sweat dropped at the two arguing. Gallade, Damien commanded with the Gardevoir counterpart appearing on stage. Charizard, Flamethrower, Ash said to Charizard, who sent yet another Flamethrower at Gallade yet was slightly bigger. Much better Charizard, Ash praised the Charizard, who looked over the burnt Gallade looking satisfied with its work. Bisharp, bring me the head of Charizard, Damien said cruelly while Ash smirked. Charizard, Seismic Toss, Ash commanded while Charizard had picked up Bisharp before it could even react and slammed it into the ground. Bisharp, that was crap, Damien said, returning the Pokemon. Machamp, break him, Damien said harshly while the fighting type appeared on the field. Charizard, aerial ace, Ash said while Charizard flew at Machamp and disappeared only to reappear right in front of Machamp and slamming into him, causing Machamp to fly into the wall before slumping down into unconsciousness. Gyarados, if you don't win, you'll regret it, Damien said to Gyarados, who shivered and looked slightly scared. Charizard, use Fury Claw, Ash said, leaving Damien and everyone else in the crowd confused while Charizard flew at Gyarados with a Shadow Claw in his left claw and a Dragon Claw in his right claw and placed them together, causing an energetic field to surround Charizard. Gyarados, Hydro Pump, Damien said while Gyarados shot a huge blast of water at the oncoming Charizard, who just flew through it while Damien gaped at this, and then suddenly, Charizard knocked Gyarados. Gyarados, you're going to regret that, Damien said to the Pokeball he returned Gyarados to before leaving, but walked into an invisible force field and turned around to see Ash's eyes glowing blue. Oh Damien, sorry, but you're not going anywhere until Officer Jenny gets here, Ash said, making Damien panic and started banging on the invisible force field for the next couple of minutes until Officer Jenny arrived at the scene. Damien, you are hereby under arrest for charges against cruelty to Pokemon, Officer Jenny said, arresting said person. Mr. Ketchum, I would like you to come with me to the station for questioning also, Officer Jenny told Ash, who nodded. Happily, if it puts him behind bars, Ash said coldly, but not before sending Cynthia a message via Aura to meet him at the hotel. At the station. I would like to ask some things about putting an arrest warrant for Damien. Why did you do it? The officer asked Ash. He abuses his Pokemon an unruly amount, Ash told Jenny, who put it down on her notepad. Might I ask how you know about this? Ash was asked. My Charizard was once his Charmander that he left for dead, in fact I can even prove it, Ash told Officer Jenny, who nodded her head. Okay then, but we might want to head outside. I don't think Charizard will fit in here, Jenny said while Ash nodded, agreeing completely. Once they got outside, while Ash let Charizard out of his Pokeball, who let out a roar which easily could have been heard in a 10-mile radius. Charizard, I want you to tell us about the stuff your old trainer did to you, Ash said while Charizard's eyes glowed maliciously. How am I going to understand? Jenny asked Ash, who smirked. Aura, was all Ash said. Damien used to abuse us by putting shock collars on us and used whips and other methods. 4. Me, since I'm a fire type, he used to dunk me in water and then later left me for dead, Charizard told the officer, who understood thanks to the aura. That's all we need to put him away and have his trainer license revoked. Thank you Mr. Ketchum, but the problem remains of what to do with his Pokemon, Jenny said, putting a finger to her chin while Ash smirked. I'll happily take them off your hands, Ash said smiling, while Jenny nodded. That would be for the best, but I'd need some sort of proof from a higher to show that you are responsible enough, Jenny said to Ash, who smirked. Well, there is Lance, Stephen, Wallace, Cynthia, Alder and most gym leaders and quite a few professors and Queen Eileen, so I'll just show you that I'm an Aura apprentice and I'll be on my way, Ash said, pulling out his upgraded Pokédex and pressed a few buttons, bringing up some documentation proving that he was in fact an Aura apprentice. 20 minutes later. After Ash left the station, he headed for the clearing that he found on the first day. Once he arrived there, he let out all the Pokemon he obtained thanks to Damien. He released all the Pokemon. There were Gyarados, Arcanine, Metagross, Galade, Bisharp, Machamp, Golem, Alakazam and Zangoose. Your trainer Damien has abused you, and for that I have had him arrested, Ash said, making all the Pokemon cheer in excitement. Hold your horsia, I know he was arrested, but I was given the right to train you, Ash said, saying the last part through his aura, making all the Pokemon gasp and bow their head in reverence. You don't need to bow, for I am your equal and not your superior. In fact I look as though all my Pokemon is family, ain't that right buddy, Ash said, scratching his Pikachu behind his right ear, making all the Pokemon look happy. Also, if you think you can't trust me, this Charizard of mine used to be Damien's Charmander, which he abandoned and I took in, Ash said, letting out the monstrous Charizard after finishing his statement, while all the looked in awe and envy at the size and power of Charizard. If you train hard, I can turn you into a specimen like Charizard, but I won't push you any harder than you want, Ash stated before returning all of his Pokemon except Charizard and Pikachu. Ash mounted Charizard, who began to fly to the hotel where he met Cynthia, who asked where he had been this past hour. He then explained to his girlfriend what had happened before they decided to go and watch Paul's match. Once they arrived in the stands, they sat and got a few stares from guys and girls alike in jealousy. The battle between Paul and Trip is about to begin. Send out your Pokemon, the referee said, making Ash and Cynthia's eyes widened. Paul, kick his butt, Ash told Paul telepathically, who smirked. Well, that was unexpected, Cynthia stated, putting her head on Ash's shoulder. You're telling me? And where is Sarah? Ash asked Cynthia, stroking her hair. Your mom said she wanted to spend time with her granddaughter, Cynthia told Ash while the battle was about to begin. Paul sent out his Alakazam, who looked slightly bigger than normal, while Trip countered with his Leopard. Alakazam, Miracle Eye, then Future Sight and Psychic, Paul told Alakazam while an eye shone on her forehead. Then her eyes became blue and then became even brighter and picked up Leopard. What? How's that possible? Trip exclaimed angrily. Miracle Eye, and slam Leopard into the ground, Paul said calmly while Leopard was slammed into the ground. Leopard, Dark Pulse, Trip commanded the Dark type, who shot out a Dark Pulse towards Alakazam. Alakazam, use Focus Blast, Paul said while Alakazam shot a ball of light blue energy from her hands at the Dark Pulse, which was sliced right through and hit Leopard, sending her back a few feet. Leopard, Night Slash, Trip said while Leopard ran at Alakazam with a claw glowing bright purple and prepared to scratch him. Alakazam, Toxic Protect, Paul said while everyone looked confused but Ash and Cynthia. Alakazam put up a barrier around him that looked like Protect but was glowing purple. Leopard hit the shield and was sent back several meters. What is that? Trip muttered in shock. That is a Toxic Infused Protect. It took me and Alakazam to get, but we got it down, Paul said, observing the current situation. Alakazam, Energy Ball, Paul said to Alakazam, who flung a ball of green energy at Leopard, who looked slightly out of comfort. Leopard, Dodge, then Dark Pulse, Trip commanded the cat-like Pokemon, who jumped left, then in midair shot a Dark Pulse at Alakazam, who didn't even blink. Alakazam Psychic, was all Paul said while her eyes glowed blue. She gathered the energy ball and sent the controlled energy ball at Leopard, who wasn't even paying attention until she copped an energy ball on the left side of his face. Leopard, use Slash, Trip said, and Leopard was about to run but flinched for a second, then ran at Alakazam again, extending her claws towards Alakazam and tried to swipe at him, but he disappeared. Alakazam, end this with Focus Blast, Paul muttered darkly while Leopard turned around to see Alakazam a mere foot behind him and saw Alakazam launch a Focus Blast that smacked Leopard in the face with such force that he was sent into the wall and left a hole that traversed a foot in. Impressive, Trip said. Too bad I can't say the same about you, Paul growled back while Trip turned his head in confusion. Did I PSS you off? Trip questioned the purple-haired trainer. More than you know, Paul stated, returning Alakazam. Magmortar, stand by for battle, Paul said as the fire type appeared on the field. Conkeldurr, Trip said while the huge fighting type appeared on the field. Magmortar Flamethrower, Paul said to Magmortar, who pointed the cannons on its arms at Conkeldurr, then released two mighty streams of fire at Conkeldurr. Hyper Beam, Trip commanded sharply at Conkeldurr, who fired an orange and yellow beam from his mouth at the oncoming flamethrower but only stopped one of the preceding flamethrower before getting hit by one on his right arm. Conkeldurr, use Focus Punch, Trip said to Conkeldurr, who started to run a Magmortar with a fist glowing a bright white color. Smog then set it alight with a weak flamethrower, Paul said while Magmortar released poisonous, flammable gas on Trip's side of the field before using his flamethrower to ignite it, setting the whole field ablaze with the explosion, sending Conkeldurr flying away, much to Trip's horror, but looked better when Conkeldurr stood up. Magmortar Fire Blast, Paul said to Magmortar, who put both of his hands together and released two jets of fire combining to make a kanji shape attack at the Conkeldurr. Focus Blast, Trip said while Conkeldurr sent a blast of light blue energy at the oncoming fire blast, and turns out they were even. We're even, Trip stated looking at the two attacks while Paul growled angrily. We are not even, Fire Blast is a weaker attack than Focus Blast, so that means I'm stronger, Paul said harshly while Trip recoiled. Prove him wrong Conkeldurr, use Dynamic Punch, Trip said to Conkeldurr, who ran at Magmortar with a fist glowing a bright red. Rock slide then dual chop, Paul said while rocks suddenly started falling from the sky in the path of Conkeldurr, slowing down the muscular Pokemon then started running towards Conkeldurr with the dragon-type move being used by Magmortar and began hitting the Conkeldurr with his powerful fists. Magmortar, stop, Paul said as Conkeldurr began to sway and collapsed on the ground face first, and the referee called the match in Paul's favor as both of the Pokemon were returned. Salamence, stand by for battle, Paul called, letting out the dragon and flying-type Pokemon. Lampent, Trip said while the ghost, fire-type appeared on the field. Lampent, Shadow Ball, Trip commanded Lampent, who sent a purple ball of energy at Salamence, who just yawned. Salamence, take to the skies then use Hydro Pulse, Paul said while everyone looked confused while Salamence shot out a purple Hydro Pump at Lampent, hitting him with a part super effective attack and throwing him back several meters. Lampent, overheat, Trip said calling out the extremely powerful fire-type move to Lampent, who shot an orange blast of fire at Salamence. Take it, Paul said while it took the overheat, yawning in the meantime, and Trip started to look scared. Shadow Ball over and over, Trip said, hoping a flurry of Shadow Ball could take Salamence down a few levels. Take all of them, Paul said to Salamence, who kept taking Shadow Balls for the next 30 seconds, leaving a tired Lampent. If you've given up, Salamence use Hydro Pump, Paul said while Salamence formed a blue orb in front of his mouth before sending the massive stream of water at Lampent, who recoiled in fear, but other than that it didn't move, giving Salamence the perfect shot which allowed said Pokemon to knock out Lampent. Good job girl, return, Paul said recalling his Salamence before turning to Trip. I'm giving you a chance to concede, Paul said looking at Trip, who looked unsure. I can't concede, Trip stuttered, accepting defeat before leaving the stadium in confusion and embarrassment. Trip, wait, Paul said catching up to him. What? Trip asked slightly angrily. Let me guess, you don't know what's going on or where you are, Paul said while Trip looked shocked. Hit the nail right on the head there, Trip said to Paul, who sighed. Come with me then, Paul sighed before walking towards the hotel with Trip in tow. The walk was short and silent, much to Paul's pleasure. In there, Paul said pointing at a hotel room as they walked into it. Much to Trip's surprise, there was Ash and Cynthia. Explain to him what the F is happening around here because it's screwing with my head too much, Paul said before walking out of his room, and presumably heading to his room to sleep. Oh wow, this is going to be fun, Ash sighed before gesturing for Trip to take a seat. So I'm guessing you want to know what's going on, Ash said, more of a statement than a question, but Trip nodded anyway. So here's the deal. Ash started and began to tell him everything that happened up until this point, albeit he left out the location of where he lived and the Aura Guardian stuff. So in short, your friends are being controlled by Dark Guardians and I was until I gave up against Paul, Trip summarized Ash's explanation, and you are dating Cynthia and adopted a child, Trip said slightly sadly, but no one could tell. Yep, she's the best thing that ever happened to me, Ash said stroking Cynthia by the hair since Cynthia had moved her head into his lap. Okay, well I best be going so later, Trip said walking out of the room. Well that's done, so do you want to go out for dinner, Ash said still stroking her hair while Cynthia smirked. Ash Ketchum, are you asking me on a date? Cynthia smiled. Depends on your answer, Ash said while Cynthia giggled softly before pulling Ash's head down slightly, pulling him into a soft kiss. I'll take that as a yes, Ash muttered before she sat up. I'd hope so, if not I'd be worried about you. No, let's go get ready, Cynthia said before walking over to the room with Ash in tow as they entered the room and proceeded to get ready. Ash wore a dark blue pair of jeans and a dark blue t-shirt underneath a black jacket. Cynthia on the other hand was wearing a pair on black skinny jeans and a purple blouse. You look absolutely gorgeous, Ash said kissing her on the lips while leading her outside. And you look smoking hot, Cynthia said bluntly, while blushing at his prior compliment and slipping her hand into his. Well let's go, Ash said leading her to the elevator that was empty while they both looked a little devious. When the two got out, they both looked hot and flustered, but everyone dismissed it as the two walked out of the lobby hand in hand. That was fun and we just started the date, Ash said leading her to a restaurant just around the corner from the hotel. The waiter gave them a window side booth and attracted many looks of jealousy and envy from guys and girls alike. the two just ignored the looks and continued on with their date. They gave the waiter their orders, a porterhouse steak with a side of potato salad, and Cynthia ordered a large bowl of carbonara pasta and a glass of sparkling Moscato. "So who do you battle next?" Ash asked Cynthia, who shrugged. "Not a clue. I pay attention to where and when I battle, not who. I mean I can crush almost anyone here," Cynthia stated while Ash nodded. "I know, and make sure you get to the finals because I'll be waiting," Ash said, smiling while Cynthia put her head on Ash's shoulder while he began to slide her hair until the meal came. "To a happy future," Ash said, holding out his wine glass in front of himself. "To a happy future," Cynthia said, smiling. "Cheers," they both said as they tapped their wine glasses together before downing the drink and began to eat their delicious meal. After the meal at the restaurant, Ash took Cynthia to the beach where the two walked along the footpath next to the sand. "It's a beautiful night tonight," Cynthia said, tightening the hold on Ash's hand. "Only second to you, which might I add will never take your place," Ash said to a now gleeful and blushing Cynthia. "You know you're the only person in the world who can make me blush like this," Cynthia said, hiding her face in the crevice of Ash's shoulder. "I should hope so, if not I'm in trouble then," Ash joked around with Cynthia giggled. "This is one of the best nights of my life," Cynthia said, looking at Ash happily. "I agree, although the best time of my life is when I'm around you," Ash stated, sliding an arm around her waist. "We should probably head back soon, it's getting late," Cynthia said, showing Ash her phone which showed that the time was 12, "but not just yet," Ash said as they walked further down the path until Ash stopped. "What is it, Ash?" Cynthia asked him suddenly. "I love you," Ash said, pulling her into a kiss. "I know, and I love you too, but what was the suddenness in it?" Cynthia asked Ash. "Nothing, I just felt like saying it," Ash said with a goofy smile. "We should head back now," Cynthia said as she and Ash walked back towards the hotel, hand in hand, as happy as they could get. "I hope you enjoyed your time with him, Cynthia, because he won't be with you for long," said a mysterious figure behind the trees. "Morning, babe," Ash said, hearing Cynthia stir from her slumber, and her eyes flickered open for a second before closing them in bliss with her hair strewn all over the raven-haired trainer's chest. "We're not moving," Cynthia said, eyes closed, getting her stroked by her boyfriend. "Wasn't planning on," was all Ash said, moving his hands, continuing to slide her hair before the moment ended with a phone call. "Hey Ash, you do know Cynthia's battle is in 5 minutes and she's not at the stadium, do you know where she is?" Gary asked Ash, who paled slightly. "Yeah, I know where she is, right next to me," Ash said slowly while Gary clicked his tongue in disappointment. "Well, you might want to get over to the stadium right now," Gary said, hanging up the phone so all Ash could hear was the beeping that signaled the phone call ended. "Hey Cynthia, look at the time," Ash said slowly while Cynthia peered over to the bedside table clock. "The read 1, yeah and?" Cynthia said, waiting for Ash to continue his statement. "And, your battle is in 5 minutes," Ash said while Cynthia looked thoughtful for a second before it set in as she looked horrified. "Oh shit," Cynthia said before scrambling out of bed and throwing her clothes on so fast that it looked like a blur before she stormed out the door with Ash on her trail, sliding his jacket on. "Cynthia, wait up, we can take Pidgeot," Ash said. The two stepped outside with a worried-looking Cynthia. "Sounds good," Cynthia said while waiting for Ash to release Pidgeot before the flying Pokemon appeared in a flash of white light. "Pidgeot, to the stadium at full speed," Ash said, tightening his grip on Pidgeot with Cynthia registering this and doing the same just in time. This was Cynthia's first time riding at full speed on Pidgeot, and let me tell, it was like a Bugatti Veyron full speed, times about 3, they were going so fast that it created an air of vortex around them and made Cynthia turn white in color. And then suddenly, it all stopped, the vortex, speed and the location. "Wow, that was fast and I think I'm gonna be sick," Cynthia said, looking slightly green. "Calm down, Pidgeot, land please," Ash asked his Pokemon, happily obliged, who landed on the field of the stadium while Cynthia hopped off Pidgeot and took her place at the trainer box, much to everyone's surprise. The 3-on-3 battle between Cynthia and Victor is about to begin. Will both trainers send out their Pokemon?" the referee said while both trainers grabbed a Pokeball of their belt. "Garchomp, battle dance," Cynthia said, releasing her signature Pokemon, who let everyone know her presence with a mighty roar. "Weevil, come out, Victor said, releasing the dark and ice-type Pokemon who grinded her claws together. Weevil, Ice Punch, Victor said, attacking right off the bat. Fly up then dive down and use Brick Break, Cynthia said just before Weevil managed to hit Garchomp, who flew into the air and then down again quickly with the tip of her wing glowing white and slamming the tip of the wing onto the top of Weevil's head, effectively knocking him out. Weevil is unable to battle, send out your next Pokemon trainer, the referee said while Victor looked annoyed at Weevil being taken out by a single hit while Cynthia noticed this and shrugged. Weevil has great speed and attack but it has horrible defense, I just brought it out, Cynthia stated, leaving Victor fuming. Golem, put her in her place, Victor said, throwing out a Pokeball revealing the spherical-shaped rock Pokemon. Garchomp, end this quickly, I want to get back to what I was doing, so use Dragon Pulse, Cynthia said seriously while Garchomp powered up a purple ball of energy and then launching it at Golem, who looked in pain and could barely stand. Self-destruct, now, Victor shouted while white light surrounded Golem and shot out in all directions in a flash of light, then leaving a crispy Golem in the middle of the field with a hole in the field and an emerging Garchomp coming out of the hole. So Ash, what did Cynthia mean when she said, get back to what I was doing, Gary asked. That, my friend, is none of your business, Ash retorted while Gary glared at him. Fine, don't tell me then, Gary said, crossing his arms across his chest. I wasn't planning, Ash said, making Gary go slightly red. Fine, let's get back to the battle, Gary said in defeat. Just so you know, Cynthia is using Garchomp, so I really wouldn't call it a battle, Ash said. So what would you call it then? Percy mocked him. A massacre, I mean the other guy should just give up, Ash stated, focusing on the battle at hand. Just shut up and watch, Paul said from next to the two, making his presence known and at the same time, effectively shutting the two up, and the two focused on the battle. Roserade, come out, Victor said cautiously. Garchomp, flamethrower, Cynthia said, allowing Garchomp to release a stream of fire. Dodge Roserade, Victor shouted to Roserade, who managed to dodge the attack, barely. Petal Dance, Victor called out to Roserade. Fire Blast, Cynthia said as Garchomp let out the blast of fire that engulfed the Petal Dance and Roserade without much, if any, resistance. Once the smoke cleared after the final attack, and it was obvious that Roserade wouldn't be able to stand up to battle, so it was over, and the smoke being cleared proved that. Cynthia recalled Garchomp before leaving the stadium, to where she was met by Ash, Gary, Percy and Paul. Well done, babe, great massacre, Ash said, giving her a quick hug and a kiss on her forehead. We've got to get Sarah from Delia, Cynthia said to her whilst he nodded. Gary, Percy, and Paul congratulated them before they moved on to their own battles. Gary had a battle against Iris and Paul against Silen, and Percy would watch them battle. They would have gone to watch the matches, but they wanted to return to sleeping, and Ash voiced their thoughts. All of them understood and told them to go ahead. They would explain everything that happened themselves. They quickly parted ways as they all walked off, and Cynthia and Ash went back to their room, on the way calling Delia and asking her to look after Sarah for a bit longer. Of course, she agreed. Once they got to the hotel, they got into their room and collapsed onto the bed exhausted. Ash managed to turn on the television before he passed out with Cynthia's head on his chest. Ash awoke a few hours later only to find Cynthia nowhere near him. He stood up sleepily before walking around the room and not being able to find Cynthia. Ash then left the room and walked out of the hotel, but still couldn't find Cynthia. He groaned before running around the main places of the island before he found her on the shore at the beach, sitting on the pier. She was there with her feet hanging in the water. Hey, Ash said, walking up to her. Hey yourself, Cynthia replied playfully whilst Ash sat down next to her. So what's up? Ash asked her. Nothing, I just felt like taking a walk, Cynthia said whilst Ash put his arm around her shoulder. Well, next time can you please tell me, it took me ages to find you, Ash said whilst she nodded into his shoulder. Let's go, we've got to get Sarah from my mother, Ash said whilst they stood and walked off, his arm never leaving her shoulder as they walked all the way back to the hotel that Delia was at. They got Sarah from her, and according to Delia, she was a little angel. They went back to their room and got comfortable. Ash got a bottle of milk for Sarah to buy, feeding her by hand. "Hey Ash, what's for dinner?" Cynthia asked him, and he shrugged his shoulders. "Whatever you want, babe," Ash shouted out to her before continuing to feed the baby in his arms. "Chinese it is," she shouted back before she ordered room service, and 20 minutes later the food arrived. With the baby asleep and the bed comfortable, they sat there with the TV on as they had all their food placed in front of them. They took their time eating because they were in no rush to finish eating fast. An hour later and all they were doing was watching TV. Ash had his arm around Cynthia and pulled her in close whilst she had her head placed on his chest while the TV flickered between scenes of the battles that took place today. "This is what I'm talking about," Ash said to himself whilst Cynthia looked up. "What is it that you're talking about?" Cynthia responded. "I'm in the Pokemon tournament where the world's best trainers are. I've got an amazing group of friends and rivals here as well. Heck, we've even got a child now, Synth. But the best part is being here with the person of my dreams," Ash said whilst stroking her hair. "Tell me, have I met this person before?" Cynthia said playfully. "Maybe." She had beautiful blonde and a smile that can light up anyone's day. "She has the most piercing gray eyes that look into yours and you can't help but stare back, and she has the most amazing personality in a person ever." "Not kidding, I've never met a person better than her. In fact, I would say that she is the best thing to ever happen to the world, or at least my world," Ash replied, smiling slightly as he felt Cynthia's face heat up after every word he said. "Thank you," Cynthia said softly as she continued to lie down on his chest. "Who said I was talking about you?" Ash said, chuckling before he was hit over the back of the head. "Way to ruin the moment, Ketchum," Cynthia said, slightly mad. "Sorry, but it's true, everything I said about you," Ash told her. "Way to bring back the moment," Cynthia said before she flicked her head back and placed an upside-down kiss on his lips. "I should compliment you more often," Ash said whilst she laughed. "Yes, you should," Cynthia said before she turned her attention back to the TV. Ash continued playing with her hair until they both fell asleep. "Wake up," Gary yelled from the door, waking up everyone inside except the baby. "What is it?" Cynthia said groggily as she opened the door. "Good Show is having another mandatory conference in the arena for all the competing contestants," Gary said. "When does he want this conference?" Ash said to Gary as he stood up, removing himself from the bed. 1 hour, Gary told them. Within that 1 hour, they got ready, gave Delia the baby to look after, and arrived at the stadium with no time to spare. "Morning everyone, hope you all slept well," Good Show began while he heard murmurs of everyone as a reply to that question. "Well, I'm sure some of you may have realized, there is a vast majority of people dropping out of the competition due to stress and the toll of the battles. With that and everyone that has been eliminated, this is your top 64-inch," Good Show said. "That's right everyone, look around. Everyone here is now your competition and I expect no holding back," Good Show told everyone while they all got pumped up. "Alright everyone, the battles are number 6 on 6, your names have all been entered into a shuffling system to select your opponents. It should appear on the screen shortly," Good Show said, and as soon as he finished the screen showed up. The first match involving his friends that he would watch involved Dylan against Drake from the Elite Four from Hoenn. Reggie had Alder next up. Leaf, who Ash didn't even know was at the tournament, was battling Skyla. He'd be sure to go watch that with Gary. Afterwards, Cynthia had to battle Lorelei. Difficult but winnable. Sean was battling Bertha, which was right after Cynthia's battle. Dawn was battling Harrison. He was sure that Harrison would win though, Dawn lacked the raw power that Harrison had. Then was Ash's battle. Wallace would be difficult for Ash to take out. He'd leave Pikachu to take out Milotic in that battle. Ash grimaced looking at the next match. Paul versus Tobias. Paul would have a hard time against the newly crowned Sinnoh champion, but he had faith that Paul could pull out the win. Percy had to take on Sinnoh Elite Four member, Aaron. Last but not least, Gary was versing Price. Last battle there would have been. Gary would be using Arcanine, Ash was sure of it. Some of the interesting matchups that he'd want to watch would have been Gold versus Sydney. Gold was considered one of the strongest trainers in the world. Along with Silver and Winona. Silver was also apparently super strong. Karen vs Agatha would definitely be interesting to watch. Dark vs Ghost. Jasmine and Claire would be interesting. Two Johto gym leaders, in fact, arguably the two strongest. Brandon vs Palmer. That would be the match of this round. Brandon would be without a doubt the strongest Kanto Frontier brain, and the same could be said about Palmer. It would be one of the great battles of the tournament everyone would be talking about for months on end. That's all everyone, this will be up in Pokemon centers all over the island and sent to each of you, good show said before everyone left. Dylan stood on his side of the battlefield, ready to battle against the dragon trainer across of him. He was sure it would be a great battle, whether he won or lost. This is a full 6-on-6 battle consisting of Dylan from Hoenn and Drake from Hoenn. Will you release your Pokemon? The referee called out to both trainers as they released their Pokemon. Drake let out his battle-hardened Altaria onto the field, while Dylan released his Infernape, who looked pumped to battle. Begin. Altaria, use Dragon Breath, Drake called out to Altaria who was flying over the battlefield. Calm Mind, Dylan said whilst Infernape used Calm Mind just before taking the Dragon Breath easier now thanks to the Calm Mind. Altaria, use Dragon Pulse, Drake commanded the Dragon and Flying-type Pokemon. Calm Mind once more Infernape, Dylan told Infernape who took the hit again with no trouble thanks to the Calm Mind since the special defense and special attack boost. Calm Mind once more Infernape then use Flamethrower, Ash commanded the Flame Pokemon who complied and shot a stream of fire at the Altaria. Counter with your own Flamethrower Altaria, Drake said whilst Altaria shot a stream of fire back at Infernape. Infernape's Flamethrower was slowed down but not stopped and pressed on to envelope Altaria in a ball of flames. The friends that gathered to watch him consisted of Ash, Cynthia, who had Sarah, Sean, Gary, Paul and Dawn. Why does he keep using Calm Mind? He's only going to take damage, Dawn asked aloud whilst everyone looked at her, Ash and Sean knowing what he was doing out of experience and Gary, Cynthia and Paul because they are smart enough to figure it out. Easy, he's using Calm Mind to strengthen up his special attack and special defense luring in Altaria because if Infernape has greater special attack and defense higher than Altaria then it's suicide to fight from a distance but if he comes in close, he's going to have trouble against Infernape's instinct taking into effect because of his typing. So what he's doing is making it nigh impossible for Drake to win by distance attack and in close, it's no doubt Infernape would win, Gary said with the expertise a professor should have, so Dawn just nod her head. Altaria, use Sky Attack, Drake shouted to Altaria who flew up into the sky before glowing a pure white then dived towards Infernape who awaited orders from his trainer. Infernape, follow my order exactly as I tell you, okay, Dylan told Infernape who let out a shriek to respond to the order. Altaria was diving right down and straightened out above the ground and flew towards the monkey-like Pokemon. Alright Infernape, Thunder Punch on the ground, then jump up, Dylan said to Infernape. Infernape used Thunder Punch on the ground with made rocks and rubble shoot up into the air and collided into Altaria who was going too fast to avoid the rocks. Infernape then jumped and landed on Altaria's back. Elemental Combat, don't let up, Infernape started to hit and kick Altaria with everything Infernape had at his disposal. Shake it off, Drake called out to Altaria, slight worry evident in his tone. It then became a race against time. Altaria to get Infernape off or Infernape to knock out Altera. Focus Blast, Dylan called out to Infernape who let up on his assault before prepping a Focus Blast in his hands before firing it straight into the back of Altaria who was blasted into the ground at such a great force that it left an imprint in the solid ground. Somehow Altaria wasn't put down but it wouldn't take more than one hit, possibly two, to put it down. Altaria, use Earthquake, Drake said shocking everyone in the stadium that Altaria knew Earthquake. Infernape took the attack head-on and landed near his trainer after being sent flying back. Infernape, use Flare Blitz to end this, Dylan said to Infernape who was covered in blue flames before shooting of like a rocket towards Altaria who couldn't do anything but take the hit and be knocked out. Infernape took recoil damage from the powerful attack but thought nothing of, feeling too proud to about taking out Altaria to feel pain. Flygon was next for Infernape to battle. Not an easy foe to beat and with Infernape only around 50% it wasn't likely to win, but give it hell on the other hand. Dylan was sure that would happen. Infernape, use aerial ace to get in close, then use double fire punch, Dylan said to Infernape, who started to run at Flygon at blinding speed before jumping at the mid-air Flygon and slammed into the unsuspecting Pokémon with a dual fire punch. It appeared the attack didn't do as much damage as Dylan would have liked, but he'd take anything at this point. Flygon, Rock Tomb, then Sandstorm. Flygon sent rocks at Infernape as he fell back to earth from his previous attack and was slammed by rocks slamming into him and trapping him, then creating a sandstorm that would provide damage over time. Infernape, focus now, I need you to use Stealth Rock, Dylan said slowly and calmly for the situation he was in. Infernape closed his eyes and used all his willpower to focus on the task at hand. He took stones out of the earth and they landed around Drake's side of the field, waiting for a target. Infernape, get out of there with Flare Blitz, Dylan said to Infernape as he was once again enveloped in flames before he shot out of the rock tomb and was headed for Flygon. Dodge, then Dragon Tail, Drake told Flygon, who dodged the oncoming attack by spinning. In finished that spin and used that extra power to hit Infernape in the back, and he was sent flying through the air before crashing to the ground unconscious, and the sandstorm faded from view. Electivire was next. For some reason or another Dylan chose Electivire. His electric attacks were negated due to Flygon's ground typing. Electivire, electric terrain, Dylan commanded as the whole terrain switched to suit an electric Pokémon. Though it didn't affect Flygon thanks to his typing, it did help Electivire. Flygon, Dragon Breath, Drake commanded his Pokémon, who shot a stream of dragonic energy at Electivire. Counter with Light Screen, then Flamethrower, Dylan said as Electivire put up a barrier around it before opening her mouth and meeting the oncoming Dragon Breath with her own attack of fire. They battled with the beams for a second before they ended up making no progress and dispersed the beams that they fought with. Electivire, close the gap, then use Rock Slide, Dylan said to Electivire, who ran at Flygon, and rocks started to fall from the sky, limiting Flygon's aerial movement. Flygon, disperse of the Rock Slide with Draco Meteor, Drake said to Flygon, who released a ball filled with more energy than even the most powerful Dragon Pulse could hold. It exploded into the air and landed all over the field and destroyed the rocks and several other places over the field, and one even hit Electivire. Electivire, use Flash, Dylan told the electric Pokémon, who used Flash and temporarily blinded the flying Pokémon. Well done Electivire, slam Flygon into the ground using Psychic. Electivire did as told, and he used Psychic to slam the airborne Pokémon into the ground repeatedly. Flygon, Dragon Pulse, Flygon snapped out of his temporary blindness and sent a Dragon Pulse at Electivire. Dodge the attack, then use Brick Break, Dylan said, which is exactly what Electivire did. He jumped over the Dragon Pulse just before it hit him and used the Shockwave to boost his jump towards Flygon, who could do nothing but take the full brunt of the attack. Flygon, Earth Power, Drake told Flygon, who caused the earth to part ways and created a crevasse that hit Electivire, causing the Pokémon damage. Electivire, use Focus Blast, Dylan shouted while the Pokémon sent a condensed ball at Flygon, which hit the Pokémon on the underbelly, one of most Pokémon's weak spots, and Flygon was no exception. It knocked the wind out of the dragon and ground Pokémon. Flygon, use Flamethrower, Drake commanded. As soon as Flygon regained control of his body, he launched an extremely powerful burst of flames at the two-tailed electric Pokémon. Thunderbolt, was all Dylan said before Electivire wounded his arms and released a powerful bolt of electricity that slowly but surely pushed back the flamethrower all the way until it hit Flygon but avoided damage due to his typing. How come Thunderbolt bet Flamethrower even though they had the same attack power when they used Flamethrower? Dawn asked yet another question, which was yet again answered by Gary. Electivire used an attack that matched his typing, thus giving him a boost that we call Same Type Attack Bonus, or Stab for short. It's the same if you're Piplup, it would be stronger than if a non-water Pokémon used the attack, Gary said to Dawn, who nodded her head in understanding. Electivire, Power-Up Punch, Electivire ran towards the Flygon, who awaited orders from his master. Flygon, use Protect, Flygon was enveloped in a shield that would protect from the oncoming move by the electric Pokémon. Electivire, switch to Feint, Dylan said to Electivire, who alternated his attack as he bypassed the residing barrier and hit the unsuspecting Flygon, who thought he was protected from the Electivire. Flygon use sonic boom, Drake shouted to the Flygon, who recovered from the attack quickly before firing a sonic boom at Electivire, who was still in the air before he was forced to the ground at a faster than what he braced for and took damage because of it. Electivire, use Iron Tail on the ground to help you jump up in the air, Dylan told the Pokemon, who obeyed and jumped back up and at Flygon. Use Dual Chop, Dylan shouted as soon as Electivire was in range to hit the opposing Pokemon. Electivire slammed both of his purple glowing fists into Flygon's back and was suddenly sent hurtling to the ground. Flygon managed to level out of the fall before slamming into the ground, but only barely. Electivire landed in front Flygon with a malicious look in his eyes. He was enjoying this battle despite the type disadvantage. Electivire, don't let up. Use Fire Punch, Electivire ran at Flygon and gave an uppercut of fire and sent Flygon back high into the sky, where he leveled out and glared at his opponent. Flygon, use Rock Slide, Flygon began making rocks appear from the sky at will as they started to fall on and around Electivire. Dig to avoid the rocks, Electivire burrowed under the ground to avoid the potentially dangerous attacks that could hit her. Flygon, use Earthquake, Flygon raced to the ground as fast as the dragon and ground Pokemon could. Get out of there, Electivire, Dylan said, keeping calm despite the dangerous situation at hand. Electivire got out from the underground but couldn't get into the air to avoid the earthquake fully and was taking lethal damage at this point that could be crucial. Electivire, get in close and use Fire Punch, Dylan said to Electivire, who ran at the grounded Flygon. Flygon, counter with Dragon Claw, Drake ordered as Flygon flew at Electivire, just above the ground. They met in the middle of the battlefield as the two continued to fight over physical superiority. After several seconds of no progress to either side, Drake decided to throw a spanner in the works. Use Dragon Tail, Flygon swung his tail around towards the unprepared Electivire. Electivire, counter with Iron Tail, Dylan told the Pokemon, who used his two tails to hold back the Dragon Tail that could prove to be lethal to him. Until Dylan called out a move that would change the tides of this battle. Electivire, use. Electivire use Ice Punch, Dylan yelled across the field while Electivire swung her fist at the lockdown Flygon, who was trapped in position because of the battle of their tails. Electivire swung its icy fist in an uppercut motion and knocked Flygon in the jaw and sent it sprawling across the field and landed right in front of Drake, unable to battle. Drake recalled his downed Pokemon, then sent out his mighty and majestic Kingdra with battle-scarred skin showing experience, but that didn't stop the Stealth Rock. Just like him to hide the finishing move until the last minute, Ash said, shaking his head. Well, you've got to admit that it is more theatrical that way, Gary retorted to Ash, who shrugged his shoulders. But it would have been easier to win if he used Ice Punch earlier, Ash replied. Not really, he had Dual Chop and a few other moves, saving a finishing move until last was a good idea, Gary replied to Ash, who shrugged. But now he's got Kingdra, and even though it's a water type, advantage is gone, Ash stated while Gary nodded. But he's still got Dual Chop, Gary said as they turned their attention back to the battlefield. Kingdra, use Dragon Pulse, Drake commanded aloud while Kingdra shot a powerful Dragon Pulse at Electivire. Meet it halfway with Focus Blast, Dylan countered while Electivire put her palms together and slowly opened it, a ball of energy there. Electivire then sent it out to counter the Dragon Pulse. The Focus Blast stopped the Dragon Pulse and they created an arena of smoke through the arena. Evenly matched, Dawn said while Ash, Gary, Paul and Sean all shook their heads. Nope, Paul said out loud as Dawn looked at him curiously. Not evenly powered, Focus Blast is a harder and stronger technique than Dragon Pulse. If Focus Blast matched Dragon Pulse, then that would mean that Kingdra is stronger than Electivire at the current moment, Paul said while Dawn nodded her head. So it's like if a water gun matches a hydro pump, then the Pokemon using water gun is technically stronger, Dawn elaborated for herself while everyone present nodded their head. Thunderbolt, Dylan said while Electivire whirled its arms at a rapid pace before firing a powerful bolt of lightning at the Kingdra once the smoke lifted. Twister, Drake shouted. Kingdra began to cause a giant spiral of high-pressure air in the arena. By the time the Thunderbolt reached the Twister, it was already 50 feet in the air and absorbed the Thunderbolt, which was visibly in the Twister, which now had sparks of yellow shooting through it. Kingdra let go of the twister, which made its way over to Electivire and sked him into the vortex with a screech from Electivire. After several seconds, the twister died down while Electivire was on the ground, panting in pain and trying to catch its breath. Electivire, use your thunder, Dylan said while Electivire let loose a powerful bolt of electricity at Kingdra, who couldn't avoid the attack and was blasted with the electric bolt of lightning that caused Kingdra brutal damage. Electivire dropped to his knees after the attack because of overexertion. Kingdra, end this with Ice Beam, Drake said while Kingdra blasted a beam of at the downed Electivire, who couldn't dodge the attack and took it, fainting in the process. Dylan returned the Electivire to her Pokeball before he replaced it with one on his belt. Dylan looked at the Pokeball before throwing it. Out came the ferocious Croconaw from his Pokeball. Croconaw Dragon Dance, Dylan said calmly while Croconaw began doing a weird dance on the field while it was covered in purple energy, making the water Pokemon stronger and faster. Kingdra, use Dragon Breath, Drake shouted while Kingdra sent a beam of energy towards the dancing Croconaw. Dodge it, then use Dragon Dance again, Dylan said while Croconaw leapt out of the way of the oncoming attack that the Kingdra had sent his way. He then started dancing again. Kingdra, surf, Drake said while Kingdra soon majestically was atop a giant wave that was making its way towards Croconaw. Move, didn't know people still used them. Croconaw use Mimic, Dylan said while Croconaw soon rode atop a wave that was going to meet the one that Kingdra was using. They kept surf up until they both collided with each other in the middle of the field and created a ferocious collision of water which went in every direction, which would have got the audience wet if not to the psychic barriers in place thanks to the Alakazam. Croconaw, Ice Beam, Dylan swiftly commanded while Kingdra was still regaining his bearings from the colliding surf attacks. The attack hit Kingdra but didn't do as much damage as an ice-type move should to a dragon because of his water typing. Kingdra used Dragon Pulse, Drake said while Kingdra shot a ball of energy at Croconaw who was waiting for the oncoming order. Cancel it out with Hydro Pump, Dylan said while the attack by Kingdra was cancelled out by the torrent of water that zoomed into the Dragon Pulse. Kingdra, Scald, Drake said as Kingdra released a blast of boiling water at Croconaw. Croconaw dodge with Dig, then use Ice Fang, Dylan said while Croconaw dug into the ground swiftly to avoid the oncoming attack who shot over the hole where Croconaw once was. Before Kingdra could cut off the attack and prepare to dodge, Croconaw shot out of the ground and bit the Kingdra on its head and clenched down hard with his icy jaw. Kingdra, use Substitute, Drake said while Kingdra disappeared from where he was and Croconaw was biting the head of a fake Kingdra. Alright Kingdra, use Hyper Beam, Drake said while Croconaw was still biting the Substitute and shot a beam of raw energy at Croconaw. Croconaw Mimic, Dylan yelled with desperation despite the fact that it didn't drip into his voice. Croconaw shot his own beam of raw energy at Kingdra whose beam got in the way. The hyper beams met in the middle of the field and caused a massive explosion as they exploded upon contact. Croconaw, Barrage of Ancient Power, don't stop, Dylan said to Croconaw who began to use ancient power to shift parts of the earth and throw the smoke, hoping to hit Kingdra. It took a good half-minute before the smoke cleared enough and Dylan was sure that he'd hit Kingdra at least thrice. An ice beam shot through the field as soon as he made out the silhouette of Kingdra. The ice beam struck Croconaw on his chest and was sent hurtling back in pain. After a few seconds, Croconaw was back on his feet, despite the pain he was in. Croconaw, Blizzard, surround the whole field, don't let it escape, Dylan said while Croconaw used a blizzard across the whole field and hit Kingdra who writhed in pain but stood high and mighty. Croconaw, walked forward and closed the spread of Blizzard, Dylan said as Croconaw made his way towards Kingdra who couldn't move and slowly made Blizzard just cover Kingdra who began to be covered in ice crystals. Once he was in close proximity of the dragon Pokemon, Dylan let loose another order, Croconaw, end this with Ice Beam, Dylan said while Croconaw shifted the Blizzard into an Ice Beam. Soon. The Kingdra couldn't take the intense cold and was knocked out mere seconds later. Drake recalled the downed dragon Pokemon and replaced with the foreign Draglich who took stealth rock damage. Croconaw, Iron Tail, Dylan said while Croconaw closed the distance between the dragon and sent his iron-coated tail at the Draglich. Counter with Dragon Tail, Drake barked while Draglich swung and spun his body so he could counter the oncoming Iron Tail, which he did not only counter but avoided completely and still hit the Croconaw, who was sent hurtling backwards due to the attack. Croconaw, use Ice Beam, Dylan said. Croconaw sent a blast of ice towards the Dragalage on the other side of the field. Dragalage, counter with Thunder, Drake said while Dragalage shot a bolt of electricity which not only cancelled out the ice beam but overpowered it and hit Croconaw, sending him on his knees. Dragalage Sludge Wave, then Focus Blast and Rain Dance, Drake ordered while Dragalage opened its mouth and spewed sludge at Croconaw, who couldn't avoid the attack as he was still getting up. Then Focus Blast was sent straight into the gut of Croconaw and was sent backwards, but despite all the punishment, still managed to shakily get up when the rain started to patter along the floor of the stadium. Thunder, Drake said before Dylan could say anything. A bolt of lightning was sent down from the sky and hit Croconaw, who was knocked unconscious from the bolt of lightning and was slightly charred on parts of his body. Dylan returned him, knowing Croconaw was knocked out. Dylan then released one of his first Pokemon. Gallade. Gallade is out. We are about to see one of the most amazing techniques ever created, Sean said while everyone looked at him. Dylan has created quite possibly the most versatile technique with Gallade here. It is such a complex move that it took them 3 years to master, and no one on Earth has ever created this technique, and I guarantee no one ever will without his help, Sean said while they all looked at the Gallade inquisitively. Gallade, Future Sight, then Teleport with Elemental Combat, Dylan said while the eyes of Gallade glowed blue before they stopped. Then he teleported to right behind Dragalage and began to use Close Combat with a mixture of other moves that combined using fists and feet of Gallade. Dragalage, Twister, Drake said, forcing Gallade to retreat or be SCKED into the Twister, but Gallade still did damage thanks to the Elemental Combat. Vacuum Wave, Dylan ordered while Gallade created its own tornado-like attack and met in the middle of the field, but the surprising thing was that the Vacuum Wave SCKED in the Twister and continued to make its way towards Dragalage, who couldn't dodge the attack. Dragalage used Shadow Ball, Drake said while Dragalage shot the Dark Ball at Gallade. Counter with Shadow Sneak, Gallade dodged the attack and jumped into the shadows and appeared behind Dragalage, who couldn't avoid the hit. Gallade, use Ice Punch, Dylan said, and Gallade used his last move that placed him in an advantageous position, who slammed an icy fist into the head of Dragalage, who let loose a cry of pain as the attack made contact on him. Dragalage, Draco Meteor, Drake said while Dragalage charged its energy and released it into the air and landed down all over the arena. Despite this, only 2 of them hit Gallade. Gallade, use Ice Punch, Dylan said while Gallade teleported behind Dragalage and copped an Ice Punch to the back of the head. Dragalage, use Dash, Drake was cut off when the Future Sight was sent into the arena and engulfed Dragalage, who couldn't take the punishment and was knocked out. Drake returned Dragalage before he looked at the Gallade. Strongest one he's ever faced, considering it wasn't even panting. Drake then released his Haxorus, who looked battle-ready, and that didn't change after Stealth Rock. Gallade, this is it. Swords Dance, Dylan told Gallade, who nodded before a bright light glowed around Gallade, and after a few seconds he appeared with 2 swords in his hands, ready to battle. This is what you were talking about, Gary said, whose mouth was ajar as was everyone else in the crowd. Yes, he managed to change Swords Dance from a stat-raising move to summon to swords itself. It is a very masterful technique, like I said, never been used, Sean said, smiling slightly. That is an amazing technique there, mate, Drake said with a hearty laugh, though he was still as surprised as the rest of the crowd. That's not the last of it. Gallade use Ice and Fire Punch, Dylan said while Gallade summoned the types of the attacks into the swords. He was left with a pure white sword and a blazing red sword. Go Gallade, Dylan said while Gallade ran at Haxorus, who awaited orders. Haxorus, use Dragon Pulse, Drake said while Haxorus shot a ball of energy at Gallade, who front flipped over the attack. Gallade then closed in and started fighting the Haxorus on close quarters. This is where both of their trainers stopped giving commands to their Pokemon and looked observantly at the battle at hand. They could do nothing but let the Pokemon take over with their instincts. Haxorus let loose a dual chop at Gallade, who spun around it and swung his right sword, Fire, at Haxorus, who took the hit on the right side of his body and roared in slight pain but mostly rage. Haxorus used Slash and caught the right arm of Gallade but ignored it and swung his icy sword at Haxorus, who took that to his left foot. Gallade then drove his right sword forward and into the chest of Haxorus, who took a few steps back before roaring into battle with Dragon Claw, which countered his right sword, which was aimed for his right arm. Gallade then swung his left sword and caught Haxorus on his left shoulder, who roared in pain but kept up the Dragon Claw before slipping into an outrage. Gallade took a few steps back as to prepare for the raging Haxorus. He dodged the first strike by crouching, then spinning on his back and slicing his feet with the ice sword, causing Haxorus to slightly tumble, but regained balance moments later. Haxorus head-butted Gallade, who stood up from the attack and was sent hurtling back. Haxorus then rushed Gallade and swung its right claw at Gallade, who countered with his left sword and slammed his right sword into the right arm of Haxorus. He writhed in pain and snapped out of his outrage while Gallade jumped back to Dylan's side of the field while Haxorus awaited Drake's order. Haxorus, Giga Impact, Drake said while Haxorus charged at Gallade in a blinding white veil of light. Gallade counter with Vacuum Wave, Dylan said, but rather than Gallade using Vacuum Wave normally, he placed the two tips of his swords together and used the Vacuum Wave to charge at Haxorus, and the momentum caused Gallade to spin. The veil of white met the one of red and white, causing an explosion which caused both Pokémon to be set flying backwards. Once both Pokémon regained footing, they then launched at each other with Dragon Claw from Haxorus and a Leaf Blade from Gallade. Grass no, Dylan said quickly and quietly while the eyes of Gallade glowed blue, and then Haxorus fell into the ground face first, then took a Leaf Blade from Gallade. Haxorus was sent sprawling towards Drake, who looked at the unconscious Pokémon before recalling him. He looked at his last Pokeball with a smile on his face. He released it, and to no one's surprise, out came the amazing form of Salamence. It was considered the strongest Salamence in the world for a reason, so Dylan needed the 3 Pokémon advantage. Salamence still had to take Stealth Rock damage. Gallade, Teleport and Ice Punch, Dylan said while Gallade teleported onto the back of Salamence and brought an ice-cold fist onto the back of Salamence. Salamence, get it off, Drake said calmly. Salamence used Dragon Tail to knock the Gallade of his back as Gallade fell to earth with a thud. Gallade, use Ice Punch, Dylan said while Gallade jumped so high that it managed to reach Salamence, which surprised everyone in the stadium. Gallade used the momentum to drive an icy uppercut into the jaw of Salamence, who roared in fury and pain. Salamence, Zen Headbutt, Drake barked at Salamence, who swooped at Gallade and knocked the dual type back into the ground. Gallade slowly rose out of the ground and glared at Salamence. Spam with Shadow Ball, Dylan said while Gallade released Shadow Ball after Shadow Ball until almost the whole sky was painted black. Even though only a few of them hit Salamence, that wasn't the point as they stayed in the sky above the Salamence. Why the hell did he waste all the energy Gallade had left to have Shadow Balls everywhere? Dawn asked while everyone turned to look at Sean. Relax and enjoy the show, you'll see why in a few seconds, was all Sean said with a smile dancing on his face. Gallade, you know what to do, Dylan said while Gallade started to use Vacuum Wave from right underneath Salamence. It wasn't aimed for Salamence, who was looking at the Gallade, but what it did do was SCK all the Shadow Ball towards Gallade due to the Vacuum Wave. But due to the position of the mouth of the Vacuum Wave, the Shadow Ball blasted Salamence at the back. Every last Shadow Ball disappeared in the next 20 seconds, but Gallade had collapsed due to exhaustion from the attack and passed out. Dylan returned Gallade to his Pokeball after whispering a word of thanks. A burst of light and a dragon of his own appeared on his field. A Dragalage of his own was on the field. Dragalage, Twister, Dylan said while Dragalage let loose a powerful Twister that made its way at Salamence, who took the attack and looked unfazed. Dragalage, Sludge Wave, Dylan said while Dragalage shot sludge at the giant dragon, who took the attack again, and looked unfazed yet again. Alright old friend, use Dragon Claw, Drake said while Salamence flew down towards Dragalage. Dragalage, take the hit and use Toxic, Dylan said while Salamence charged at Dragalage and hit him with his powerful Dragon Claw but didn't remain unscathed now thanks to Toxic. All he needed to do now was buy time for Toxic to take effect and defeat Salamence. Salamence, use heat wave, Drake said while Salamence let loose a blazing wave of fire which hit Dragolich, who was knocked back but didn't stay down for long. Dragolich, hydro pump, Dragolich shot a high-pressured blast of water at Salamence, who took the hit and surprisingly, recoiled from pain, though it was very slightly. Dragolade, Twister, Water Pulse and Dragon Pulse, Dragolich blasted a twister at Salamence, who evaded the attack, but unfortunately, that was a gauge so Dragolich could use Water Pulse with accuracy as it hit Salamence. Salamence winced so he couldn't dodge the Dragon Pulse. Dragon Pulse hit Salamence, who took damage, and it looked like that. Iron Wind, Drake said to Salamence using one of their many secret techniques. Salamence shot down at Dragolich with the power of Tailwind behind him and swung his current ironclad tail at Dragolich, who was hit and sent hurtling backwards. Dragolich barely managed to get up. Thunderbolt, Shadow Ball, Sludge Bomb and Dragon Pulse, Dylan said while Salamence tried to dodge these attacks but couldn't due to immense accuracy of Dragolich and was hit with all the attacks that were shot. Salamence recoiled in pain from the attack. Salamence, end this now. Dragon Rush, Drake said with dramatic flair while Salamence flew into the sky, then downwards and right at Dragolich, whilst covered in blue dragonic energy. Dragouge, play rough, Dylan said while Dragolich and Salamence collided. Dragolich was knocked out cold, but Salamence didn't escape unscathed due to the fairy move. Dylan recalled Dragolich before he threw his final pokeball. Zangoose appeared on the field. Arms crossed and ready for battle, Zangoose looked up and glared at the Salamence, who glared back. Zangoose, Ice Beam, Dylan said while Zangoose let loose a bolt of ice at Salamence so fast and with such precision that it hit Salamence before he could even move. Shocked, Salamence didn't brace itself for the oncoming damage and took the attack full brunt. Salamence, Flamethrower, Drake told Salamence, who was circling Zangoose, who hasn't moved, arms still crossed, in the sky. Counter with your own, Dylan said while Zangoose craned its neck and shot out a blast of fire, cancelling out Salamence. Dragon Claw, Salamence swooped towards Zangoose with a purple claw. Counter with Ice Punch, Dylan said while Zangoose held Salamence in place while they fought over a battle for dominance between Ice Punch and Dragon Claw. Rock Slide, Dylan said, effectively trapping Salamence. If he backed out, Ice Punch hits. If he stays, then Rock Slide hits. He chose Rock Slide. After the barrage of rocks stopped, Salamence flew into the sky for safety, out of reach of Zangoose. Salamence, Dragon Rush, Drake said while Salamence dove from the sky and towards Zangoose at a hurtling speed. Take it, Dylan said coolly. Salamence slammed into Zangoose, who remained unmoved. Arms still crossed, all that happened was he was pushed backwards, dragging them through the dirt. Revenge, Dylan said, with a slight hint of malice. Zangoose then started to glow gold and shot a beam at Salamence, who took an immense amount of damage with the hit. Salamence, Steel Wing, Drake said while Salamence flew just above the ground with metallic wings. Blast it with Ice Beam, Dylan said while an ice beam shot from the mouth of Zangoose, whose arms were still crossed. The ice beam made its way across the field and slammed into Salamence, who was sent flying backwards a few feet before regaining control. End this, on its back in elemental combat, Dylan commanded Zangoose, who merely jumped and avoided the attack and landed on the back of Salamence. Zangoose then began beating Salamence with his elemental combat. His consisted of Fire Punch, Ice Punch, Thunder Punch, Power-Up Punch and Dynamic Punch. Watch its tail, Dylan shouted while Salamence tried to sweep off Zangoose like he did Gallade but didn't manage when Zangoose grabbed Salamence by the tail and used Ice Beam to freeze his tail to his back, which was a winning move because Salamence couldn't fly and crashed into the ground, and was knocked out by it. Dylan returned Zangoose after nodding in encouragement. Dylan was declared the winner by the referee, who left shortly after while the crowd was in an uproar. That Zangoose was brutal, Gary said as he reminisced on what that Zangoose did to Salamence. Yeah, it makes me glad not to be Salamence, Ash admitted. Actually that was nothing, you should see how it usually fights. Dylan doesn't let him fight often due to the brutality of him, but when he does, it gives people ideas for torture, Sean winced whilst speaking. Just don't get on his bad side, Dylan said while he chuckled at the poor soul who got on his bad side. Yeah, it wasn't a good thing to PSS of a crazy Zangoose who could torture people so badly that death itself would wince. Enough about Zangoose, who is battling next, Dawn asked while everyone looked around. If I'm not mistaken, it's my brother who is battling next, but I want to see Gold battling. He's meant to rival the power of Red, Paul said while everyone agreed with him on that. They then made their way to the stadium Gold was battling in, and along the way, picked up May went with them as well. As they entered the stadium, it was clear the stadium would be full. It was going to be a great battle with Gold taking on Hoenn Elite 4 member Sydney. Gold appeared on the field with a pokeball in his hand, as well as Sydney. Sydney threw his pokeball on the field revealing a Shiftry. Gold on the other hand released his water Pokemon. Politoed. Gold released his Politoed ready to combat the Shiftry across the field from him. Begin. Double slap, Gold yelled whilst Politoed made his way to Shiftry whilst his hands glowed white. Counter with Brick Break, Sydney called out to Shiftry. Her eyes narrowed before running towards the middle of the battlefield to meet Politoed. Politoed alternated slapping with both hands and such speed it was nothing but a blur, but Shiftry was even faster than Politoed as he deflected both of the alternating hands with his fan-like hands. Leaf Storm, Sydney commanded the Dark and Grass Pokemon. At the close range, it was a guaranteed hit, and since it was a super effective move it was sure to deal a decent amount of damage. Shiftry jumped back a few meters and blew his fan, in which Leafs came forth and assaulted Politoed, who couldn't dodge as of the close range and was dealt a plentiful amount of damage. Ice Beam, follow it up with Focus Blast, Gold told Politoed once he recovered from the close range Leaf Storm. Politoed sent an Ice Beam arcing its way through the air and towards Shiftry, who managed to evade the attack but was hit with the follow-up attack of Focus Blast and knocked back several feet. Feint attack, Sydney said whilst the Shiftry disappeared from in front of Politoed and appeared right behind him before socking him on the back of his head with a powerful knock with his fan. Politoed was knocked forward a few feet but stood up without any trouble. Blizzard, cover the arena, Gold barked at Politoed. The frog Pokemon put both of his hands together before a ball of ice appeared in his hands. Politoed then sent out the attack which was, like Gold asked, covering the entire arena. Shiftry, despite doing his best effort to dodge the attack, simply couldn't evade the widespread attack that enveloped the arena. Shiftry visibly started shivering whilst taking damage. Energy Pulse, Sydney said to Shiftry, who braved the cold and stopped shivering to make a dark energy ball in his hands before firing it off at Politoed. Counter with Ice Beam, Gold said whilst the Politoed sent a lance of ice at the oncoming attack, which did nothing but slow it down thanks to the overpowering dual attack, which hit Politoed, who fell down before arising with a pained expression on his face. Focus Blast, Gold commanded the Politoed, who took the order in full stride and placed his hands together before firing off a shining ball of energy that focused on the mind, even though it was a fighting move. The move hit Shiftry, who was knocked back to his side of the field before arising, more than ready to continue the battle. End this Shiftry, Grass Knot, Energy Ball, Aerial Ace, then finish with Leaf Storm, Sydney said, confident that his Pokemon will carry out the order. Shiftry tripped the Politoed with a quick Grass Knot, rendering him unable to counter the Energy Ball, which knocked him dead in the head. Shiftry then used Aerial Ace, he ran at Politoed then disappeared before slamming into him, to get in close and deal some major damage. Whilst close, Shiftry waved his fans for a direct hit with Leaf Storm, which might have been overkill, but it was better safe than sorry. The attack was shot out of his fans, which waved for the leaves to appear and struck the downed Politoed with gusto. He didn't get up. Although Shiftry beating Politoed, he wasn't fully undamaged himself, also taking damage from several ice attacks which had slowed him down severely and the Focus Blast which knocked him around a bit. It wouldn't take much to take him down. After all, he was facing the Gold. A legend in his own reckoning. The next Pokemon released by the trainer was his Togekiss. It was known to everyone that he was a formidable opponent. Gold had raised him from an egg to what he is today, and there was no doubt the Togepi, now Togekiss, would have been allowed to slack off during training. Aura Sphere, Gold said instantly, whilst the fairy and flying Pokemon placed his wings together and a blue ball of aura, normally associated with Lucario, formed between them. He launched his wing at an angle which empowered the attack and propelled it towards the Shiftry. Counter with Hurricane, Sydney ordered. The wicked Pokemon used his leaf-like hands to propel air from them at a high speed to counter the oncoming Aura Sphere. When both of the attacks met in the middle of the field, rather than battling back and forth, Aura Sphere was knocked off course and slammed into the wall whilst the Hurricane was blasted away and dissipated into a mere gust of wind, not affecting Togekiss. Leaf Tornado, Sydney said once both of the attacks had left the field. Shiftry released a Leaf Tornado, which is essentially a weaker Leaf Storm. They practically did the same thing. Extreme speed to dodge then counter with Flamethrower, Gold said whilst Togekiss visibly tensed, before shooting off into the air, faster than even the fastest Pokemon, before dodging the attack to dodge the oncoming Leaf Tornado. Togekiss leveled out from the attack before focusing on the Shiftry and a ball appeared in his wings, before launching a raging stream of fire at Shiftry. Whilst Shiftry was still firing the Leaf Tornado, trying to redirect it to hit Togekiss, he was blasted with an extremely powerful stream of fire. Shiftry was being knocked back before regaining his bearings, barely managing to stand back up again after the powerful attack. Togekiss finished this with Sky Attack. Togekiss flew up into the air and had a white glow surround him. The glow, which was caused by a massive influx of power, glowed brighter each second and ascended higher each second. Togekiss then swooped down towards the Shiftry who was staring at him, unflinchingly. Shiftry, Giga Impact, Sydney said whilst Shiftry used the physical variant of Hyper Beam. Shiftry ran a few meters before using his powerful legs, used for tree jumping, to launch himself into the air with a white veil of energy surrounding him. Shiftry and Togekiss met midway through the battlefield with the powerful attacks colliding with one another, causing a massive explosion around the battlefield and making smoke and dust cover the battlefield, leaving the result of the battle unknown to all. After several seconds, though it was probably nearly a minute, all of the present smoke cleared the area. The results were clear. Despite the massive clash in power, it was that Shiftry was out of it, being against Politoed and Togekiss. Togekiss though, despite the damage, held up without much trouble since he was fresh from the Pokeball. He still took damage but it wasn't serious. Sydney then wordlessly released Crawdaunt, whilst the crustacean-like Pokemon appeared on the field. Air Slash, Gold ordered whilst the Jubilee Pokemon flapped his wings which created spiral blades of air that was sent towards Crawdaunt. Counter with Ice Beam, Sydney said to the rogue Pokemon who opened both of his claws and shot out an ice beam from both of her claws. Both of the attacks made their way and met in the middle of the battlefield. There wasn't much of an explosion, just both of the attacks dissipating into nothing before both Pokemon glared at each other. Dark Pulse, Sydney said whilst the Crawdaunt repeated his previous action but this time a wave of dark energy appeared instead. Mirror Move, Gold said to Togekiss who opened up a portal in front of himself which absorbed the Dark Pulse and returned it back to Crawdaunt, who couldn't dodge thanks to being shocked. Hail, Sydney said, slightly unnerved by the Mirror Move. Crawdaunt glowed an icy white which then dispersed from his body and started to surround the field in a white veil. Soon the whole arena was covered in ice that covered the arena, slowing down the speedy Togekiss and dealing damage over time. Heat Wave, melt all the hail, Gold countered. Togekiss then used his wings to launch a wave of blistering hot fire which melted the attack that shrouded the attack in ice. The hail was melted, causing a pool of water to form around the arena, which gave Crawdaunt an advantage. Shock Wave, Gold said whilst Togekiss aimed a bolt of electricity at the rogue Pokemon below him. Togekiss attacked the Crawdaunt who was hit by the Shock Wave. Slowed down a lot, Crawdaunt lost his speed before he retaliated with an Ice Beam, hitting Togekiss, who didn't dodge the attack. Crab Hammer, Sydney commanded while Crawdaunt scuttled at Togekiss. Counter with Steel Wing, Gold said to Togekiss who charged at Crawdaunt with steel-bound wings. Both of the Pokemon met in the middle of the field, Crawdaunt with a glowing claw and Togekiss a metal wing. Both of the attacks collided with one another yet both of the Pokemon were in a stalemate and was knocked back with an explosion. Both Pokemon slowly got back to their feet before each of them launching off a powerful attack at each other. There was a clear dislike between both of them, when a Flamethrower and Ice Beam met in the middle and caused a minor shock wave. Extreme speed, Gold said whilst the Jubilee Pokemon flew at Crawdaunt, removing the maximum capacity of speed to allow to go faster. Although extreme speed was associated with quick attack and agility, extreme speed is actually removing the limitations of the Pokemon using the move. It is similar to how superpower is used because that isn't enhanced by psychic power like quick attack and agility. Though extreme speed is very dangerous, it can only be used for a very short amount of time or it can cause permanent damage to the user. Arcanine were built for it though. The strong muscle and thick hide was a big advantage in maintaining the attack, which is why very few Pokemon outside of Arcanine could actually learn extreme speed. Ancient power, make a dome, Sydney ordered whilst the Crawdaunt slammed one of her many feet into the ground which caused the earth around her to shift and mold, bending under her will to control the stones. The stones then cased around her in mere seconds, making the speeding Togekiss slam into the rocky dome, causing disorientation in the Jubilee Pokemon. End this Crawdaunt, rock slide, Sydney said whilst Crawdaunt concentrated and her eyes glowed a sharp blue. Then rock started falling from above Togekiss, who tried to avoid getting slammed. Shockwave, Gold said. Togekiss then steadied out and blasted a bolt of lightning at Crawdaunt, who didn't dodge the attack because of deep concentration. At the same time, a boulder slammed into Togekiss and slammed him into the ground, and didn't get up. Both Pokemon were unable to battle. Both sides returned their downed Pokemon before replacing them with new ones that appeared on the field. A fierce and mighty Scrafty appeared on one side of the field, on Sydney's side. Sudowoodo was on Gold's side of the field which was going to be used to combat the Scrafty, owned by Sydney. Hammer Arm, Gold said to Sudowoodo who charged the hoodlum Pokemon, with his right arm glowing a bright and powerful white gleam. Focus Punch, Sydney said when the powerful Scrafty began to run at Sudowoodo as both of them slammed together their fists of glowing white energy. The contact caused dirt around to pick up before Scrafty and Sudowoodo were both knocked back by the attacks. Bulk up then Dragon Claw, Sydney said to Scrafty who flicked his arms back and roared his name aloud and charged toward Sudowoodo, left hand glowing an eerie purple. Mimic, Gold countered whilst Sudowoodo charged at Scrafty with the same purple glowing claw. Both Pokemon collided, again, with a bang that shook the arena before they both retreated to their own side of the field. Wood Hammer, Gold ordered whilst Sudowoodo charged at Scrafty again. Stone Edge, Sydney countered when Sudowoodo attacked Scrafty. Scrafty formed a vortex of swirling stones around himself before launching them at Sudowoodo who batted them away with his hammer arm, though some of them still managed to make contact. Sudowoodo battled his way through the stones and got close enough to Scrafty. When Sudowoodo was within range, he slammed his earthly fist into the hoodlum Pokemon, despite the pain that coursed through his body when he had to punch through whirling vortex of stones that surrounded the body of Scrafty. High Jump Kick, Sydney said to Scrafty who ran at Sudowoodo before jumping exceptionally high before sticking out a foot towards the head of Sudowoodo. Counter, Gold said, a dark smile slipping onto his face before Sudowoodo glowed a red before taking the attack. Sudowoodo then looked at Scrafty and released a red beam of energy at Scrafty. The beam hit Scrafty who was sent flying back, before standing again despite the immeasurable amount of pain that he surely had to have felt. Dig, Gold said whilst Sudowoodo began to burrow his way under the ground and make his way towards the hoodlum Pokemon. Focus Punch on the ground, Sydney commanded. Scrafty lifted his now white glowing fist before slamming it into the ground repeatedly, causing the whole arena to shake through the psychic barriers. All of a sudden, a scream broke through the battlefield. Sudowoodo was then kicked out of the hole whilst writhing in pain from the violent vibrations of the earth surrounding him. Get in close then use Poison Jab, Sydney said whilst the Sudowoodo was on the ground, though moving around it was clearly in obvious pain from the previous attack. Scrafty got up close, a malicious smirk dancing on his face, before slamming his poisonous fist into the gut of Sudowoodo, who was knocked back several feet. End this, Drain Punch, Sydney said whilst Scrafty approached Sudowoodo again who just got to his feet. Sudowoodo then was slammed across the face with a fist of swirling green energy, courtesy of Scrafty using Drain Punch, who looked refreshed once he sapped the energy of Sudowoodo, who didn't rise after the powerful Drain Punch. Gold returned his down pseudo-wudo and placed his pokeball on his belt, he then replaced it with another one throwing. Out came his Sunflora. Despite her weird looks, Sunflora would be a powerful opponent to face, much like any other Pokemon that would be trained under Gold. Start off with Sunny Day, Gold said whilst Sunflora stared at the sky whilst grunting, and all of a sudden the whole arena became shrouded in blistering heat thanks to Sunny Day. Leaf Storm, keep it at a distance, Gold said whilst Sunflora quickly blasted a powerful force of tornado leaves at Scrafty, despite his best interest, wasn't able to avoid the attack thanks wide spread of the attack. Stone Edge, counter it, Sydney said when the Leaf Storm let down a bit to let Scrafty counter the move. He shot out a vortex of rocks that hit every leaf perfectly, which showed much training and dedication to master the attack. Solar Beam, Gold said whilst Sunflora managed to keep the Leaf Storm going, despite the weakening of the technique, and still charged the attack before releasing it, taking out all of the stones and leaves within its path of destruction before slamming into Scrafty, who was knocked down by the sun-based attack. Giga Drain, Gold said whilst Sunflora sprouted roots who zapped over towards Scrafty, who was struggling to get up thanks to the fatigue of 2 battles. The roots trapped Scrafty and began zapping his energy and replenishing the energy of Sunflora, though it wasn't much thanks to the very little battle time. Iron Defense, Sydney ordered whilst the hoodlum Pokemon was trapped in the vines and roots. Scrafty started to turn his skin silver thanks to the Iron Invocate in the Iron Defense, which momentarily increased the iron residing in one's body. Essentially, Iron Defense just makes all the iron in one's body to strengthen and multiply temporary, causing the user of the technique's defense to rise temporarily. Though it can be dangerous if used for too long. It can cause the iron levels in the user's body to rise past the safe levels permanently. Earth Power, Gold said to Sunflora, whose stance changed. It became sturdy like earth. Stamping one tiny foot into the ground, the earth moved to the will of Sunflora. The sun Pokemon shifted her arms and feet. The earth began to slam and bash into Scrafty, who couldn't take much more punishment and was knocked out mere seconds later. Sydney recalled the hoodlum Pokemon and muttered a word of encouragement to him before placing his Pokeball on his belt. He then replaced it another one that was strapped on his belt. Absol. The Disaster Pokemon. Its horn is deadly when used up close and is used to sense even the most minuscule changes of the weather around them. They very rarely venture out of their home and into a town. These Pokemon were blamed for the wrongdoings because they can sense natural disasters, and when they try to warn people, they associate them with the disaster and blame them for it. Still, they are very dangerous and powerful Pokemon, even in the hands of a novice trainer, and being in the hands of a Dark-type master and specialist, there was no doubt that Absol would be a force to be reckoned with. Night Slash, Sydney said, getting the first command of this leg of the battle in. Absol charged at Sunflora with a crazy amount of speed, no doubt rivaling an Arcanine when one is not in extreme speed. Seed Bomb, Gold said, a slight trace of worry dripping into his command. The field that Absol used to make his way towards Sunflora was beginning to be littered with explosive seeds that exploded upon contact with the ground. Despite the technique hitting almost every part of the field, Absol was still fast enough to dodge the attack. Absol got to Sunflora and slashed at it with his blackish-purple claw, knocking back the Sun Pokemon. Quickly, Leech Seed, Gold said whilst the tip of the leaf on the left hand of Sunflora shot out a seed that enraptured the disaster Pokemon in sapping vines. Triad 1, Sydney said whilst 3 orbs appeared on the horn of Absol. In the shape of a triangle, each one of the orbs was a different color. The upper one was a pure, icy white. The bottom left one was an electrifying yellow, and the final one was a fiery red. All of a sudden, 3 lances of energy made their way at Sunflora, who couldn't dodge the attack and was knocked back by the combined effort of Ice Beam, Flamethrower, and Thunderbolt. The attack also caused an occurrence of smoke to appear on the battlefield. Future Sight, Sydney said when the smoke was still in effect. The eyes of Absol glowed as they channeled psychic energy and foresaw an attack on the Sun Pokemon. Mega Horn, Sydney said whilst Absol charged through the smoke, eyes glowing to create a corridor to shroud the attack in darkness, before slamming into the back of Sunflora, who was knocked back several feet due to the attack. "Sunny day," Gold said whilst he was unaware of what was taking place of what happened within the smoke. The sun brightened up more than before and allowed everyone to see into the smoke, despite the fact that the smoke was still there. "Sunflora, grass whistle," Gold said whilst Sunflora began to whistle a melodic tune that put Absol to sleep, and even some of the crowd. As soon as Absol was asleep, Sunflora didn't wait to charge a solar beam at Absol, who was still napping thanks to grass whistle. Sydney recalled Absol when a leaf storm was headed towards Absol. It was pointless to keep Absol in the battle because of the status effect, making it practically pointless to let Absol take unnecessary damage. Sydney then released his Mytiana, which was common knowledge that it was the first Pokemon he ever caught. Sunflora was clearly in trouble, no doubt would have lost if Sydney didn't forfeit Absol due to the status effects. He had marks across his body and was shaking sideways whilst panting heavily. Wouldn't take much to put Sunflora down for the count. "Get in close and use Fire Fang," Sydney said whilst Mytiana charged the fatigued Sunflora. Getting in close was no trouble, since all she had to do was avoid a leaf storm, and she then pounced onto Sunflora before clenching her jaws around Sunflora and bit down hard with a fiery mouth. Sunflora let out a scream of pain before succumbing to defeat and passing out cold. Gold returned Sunflora, a frown danced its way onto his face. They both had 2 Pokemon left to battle, and it was sure to be one hell of a battle. Gold then threw out his Ambipom. One of his first. "Double hit," Gold ordered whilst Ambipom made his way over to Mytiana, who was on the other side of the field. "Crunch," Sydney countered to Mytiana, who ran at Ambipom full speed. They met on Gold's side of the field thanks to Mytiana and his superior speed before Mytiana shot of the ground and clenched his mouth around the front of Ambipom, across the midsection. Ambipom, not even reacting to the pain, brought down his 2 tails in rapid succession on the Mytiana, who was clobbered on the head, making him release his grasp on Ambipom and retreat. "Mytiana, use Iron Tail," Mytiana charged Ambipom yet again, this time with an iron-clad tail, dragging a line through the dirt. "Ambipom, use Brick Break," the long-tail Pokemon's tails glowed brightly while Mytiana approached him. At the same time, Mytiana jumped and front-flipped, swinging his tail at Ambipom, who met it with his right tail. Ambipom then slammed his next tail into the gut of Mytiana, who howled in pain as he was knocked back. "Thunderbolt," Gold barked. Ambipom put both of his hands together before an electric orb formed in the middle of the palms. Ambipom shot off the beam of electricity at Mytiana. "Dodge then Poison Fang," Sydney called out whilst Mytiana quickly regained footing before jumping to the side of the attack before launching off at Ambipom, thus being kicked up due to the immense speed. Mytiana then ran at Ambipom, who couldn't do anything before he was bit by a poison-infused bite. The poison was transferred into Ambipom when Mytiana decided to stop and retreat back to his side of the field. "Thunder Fang," Sydney called out again, Mytiana getting in close for the attack again. This time though, Gold was ready. "Focus Punch," Sydney called out for Mytiana to stop the attack, but it was too late. Mytiana jumped at Ambipom before 2 powerful white fists knocked him into the air and back onto Sydney's side of the field, whilst howling in pain. "Dig," Sydney ordered whilst Mytiana quickly burrowed its way underground, leaving its position unknown to everyone but itself. "Stay alert, have an Ice Punch charged up," Gold said whilst they scanned the field for any signs of movement, a pair of icy fists ready to strike at moment's notice. "Fire Fang," Sydney said whilst Mytiana jumped out of the ground right underneath Ambipom and closed his jaws around Ambipom. After locking onto Ambipom and refusing to let go, Ambipom fainted. It was smart play by Sydney, Gold realized. With the poison in Ambipom, it was smart for Sydney to have Mytiana use a fire attack. It would make the blood warmer, but it would also pump faster, thus achieving the goal of having the poison traverse the body faster and make Ambipom more susceptible to the poison. Gold returned Ambipom before looking at his Pokeball. It was his last, and undoubtedly his strongest. He smirked when his Typhlosion appeared on the field, pumped and rearing to battle. Typhlosion let out a deafening scream that shook the stadium. "Flamethrower," Gold said whilst Typhlosion let out a blast of fire. that headed straight for Mytiana. It was so hot that everyone around him began to sweat and become uncomfortable. The only reason Gold stayed there was because he was that used to it that it didn't really affect him anymore. Dodge, we can't match it in power, so use your speed, Sydney called out whilst Mytiana growled in response and dodged the attack. Mytiana then charged in for an attack, teeth dancing with electricity on it and ready to strike. Ready a fire punch, catch and execute, Gold said while the Mytiana charged. Once within a suitable range, Mytiana leapt at Typhlosion and went to bite the monstrous Pokémon. Instead he was caught by the volcano Pokémon. Typhlosion then slammed his fiery fist and slammed it into Mytiana, who was sent flying back to the other side of the field. Somehow, Mytiana managed to get up though he was on very shaky legs. Dark Pulse, Sydney said, knowing getting in close was suicidal, but that thought was cut off by Gold's next order, which made him blink in slight horror. Focus Blast, just as the Dark Pulse shot out and was mere meters from hitting Typhlosion, he let loose a powerful sphere of energy that cut through Dark Pulse with little to no effort. The Dark Pulse then dissipated and Focus Blast slammed into Mytiana, who howled in pain, which was more like a high-pitched scream. Mytiana was out. Each of them had one Pokémon each. Sydney released his next Pokémon with a few words of encouragement. A Zoroark. Formidable opponent, known for the illusions that they create and how they manipulate with people and their minds. Heck, a strong Zoroark can create an illusion that not only does it affect the Zoroark itself but also the landscape for everyone around them. However, they are physically incapable of changing forms like the man-made Pokémon, Ditto. They only have the power to create illusions. They also have powerful limbs, along with extremely sharp claws, enough to tear a hide if a salamence, if applied with enough force. But this was no Typhlosion either. Gold rained hell on anyone who got to his Typhlosion. It was amazingly powerful, very few could match it in power. Focus Blast, Gold said whilst Typhlosion shot a Focus Blast at Zoroark, who merely glared at the oncoming attack, not a hint of fear on it. Shadow Ball, Sydney countered whilst Zoroark put her hands together before launching the ghost move at the oncoming Focus Blast. Both attacks met in the middle of the field, before each of the exploded in bright white light, while both Pokémon looked on, unflinching and not blinking. Dark Pulse, Sydney said while Zoroark shot off a Dark Pulse at the volcano Pokémon. Flamethrower, Gold called out whilst Typhlosion blasted the oncoming Dark Pulse with Flamethrower. They kept on fighting over dominance before Typhlosion slammed a foot into the ground while maintaining the Flamethrower. Gold grinned. Typhlosion used Earthquake, not to damage Zoroark, but just enough to throw him off balance so the Flamethrower could overwhelm the Dark Pulse. Which happened. The Flamethrower absorbed the Dark Pulse and it dissipated. The Flamethrower slammed into Zoroark, who was knocked back and had singed fur. Get in close, Night Days, Sydney said while Zoroark legged it towards Typhlosion, who was standing ready to fight. Once close, Zoroark slammed both paws into the ground and a dark aura filled the stadium. All of a sudden, from where Zoroark slammed his claws into the ground, a dark wall of aura began to take up the field. Dig, Gold said while Typhlosion groaned at having to dodge and not counter but followed orders and still dug underground to dodge the attack. Typhlosion remerged unscathed. Night Slash, Sydney said whilst Zoroark ran at Typhlosion as fast as she possibly could. Catch then attack, don't let up, Gold whispered, so only Typhlosion could hear the order. Zoroark charged at Typhlosion, but he merely caught her in by the neck with his hands. He then let loose a close-range Flamethrower at Zoroark, who cried in pain. Typhlosion then threw Zoroark into the air and without warning, quickly threw a Focus Blast into her gut before she made her way back down to earth. Typhlosion, following his orders, then sent a flame burst at Zoroark, who couldn't dodge the attack. Crying in pain again, Zoroark threw a Shadow Ball at Typhlosion, who merely sidestepped the attack. Typhlosion, deciding to end the battle, then let loose the ultimate fire attack. The Hyper Beam equivalent that very few Pokémon could actually learn. Blast Burn. The body became engulfed in bright red flame. He then punched the ground, sending a wave of energy into the earth which then moved underneath Zoroark. The fire then burst upwards in a giant explosion of flames. Zoroark screamed in pure agony and pain as she was engulfed in the bright flames. The fire knocked her out within seconds, and then the flames dissipated. Gold 1. Afterwards, Ash and company made their way outside of the arena, amazed at the power that Typhlosion held. He was Fenji amazing, a true paragon of his kind, Gary said whilst everyone nodded their heads in agreement. That was no ordinary Typhlosion. All of a sudden, there was an explosion on one of the nearby buildings. With natural instincts of curiosity, they looked around only to find a group of people standing atop of one of the buildings. One of them had a black aura sphere in his hands. Black Guardians. Well, if it isn't the Aura Apprentice. It's nice to meet fresh blood. There was a group of 3 Black Guardians standing atop a building. They each had black cloaks covering majority of their, and they each had their faces hidden from view by the cloaks. It was obvious that the middle one was a girl and the ones on each side of her were both male. They each sported a sword in a sheath on their belt, which also held 6 pokeballs each. Chuckling menacingly, the middle spoke up again, "We are, whom I'm assuming you know, the Black Guardians. This is not our numbers but a minuscule portion of our army," the middle said formally while the left one smirked. "Why are you being so formal? I'm going to eat them. They all look so delicious." Especially the one in the middle, the one on the left said, but was stopped from lunging when the middle stuck out her hand. "Wait for my order, you idiot. We are each known as a number for we have no name. The closer to 1 the stronger we are. These are 12 and I am 8" the middle one said while Ash turned to his group. She gestured from the left to right. "I need each of you to find Riley. It's really important." "That you do so," Ash said while though it was obvious they wanted to argue, they listened. "And Cynthia," he called her back, "take Sarah and hide." Cynthia nodded her head and gave him a peck on the cheek and wished him good luck before running off with the baby in her arms. Ash turned back around, only to see that Paul and Gary hadn't left. "I thought I told you guys to leave," Ash said with a small smile dancing on his face. "Like I'd miss kicking some wannabe bad guys," but Gary mocked while Paul just had a glint of maliciousness in his eyes. That spoke for everything. "All right then, time for some fun," 8 yelled while Ash looked up and saw that they each released one of their Pokemon. 14 had let out his Gengar and 12 released a Magmortar. 8 though, let out an enormous Salamence that was at least a foot bigger than Drake Salamence, and he was outright massive and had scars and looked battle-worn. Gary let out his Umbreon, which immediately attacked the Gengar, and Paul his Electivire, going for the Magmortar. Ash though, let out his monstrous Charizard. Charizard let out a roar of flames when he appeared out of the Pokeball. Charizard glared at the Salamence, who glared back with just as much ferocity. No holding back. Take them out. Ash stayed where he was, watching Charizard and Salamence duke it out. If Ash gave Charizard a command, he could distract Charizard from the battle, and that could be costly. It didn't really matter though. Ash trusted Charizard with his life, and Charizard wasn't easy to take out. And if something bad happens, all of his Pokemon were in his bag after all. Thank you, Professor Oak. Charizard had just unleashed a flamethrower at Salamence, who flew out of the way before firing a Dragon Pulse back at Charizard, who countered with his own Dragon Pulse. Ash took a quick glimpse at the other battles and saw they were practically locked into a stalemate. Umbreon and Gengar were sending waves of convulsing energy at each other, mainly Dark Pulse and Shadow Ball. Umbreon had a slight advantage though, because psychic attacks were rendered useless against him. They would occasionally land the odd hit against each other, but it wasn't going either of their ways. Electivire and Magmortar looked to an even match as well. They were in close and using their fists to duke it out. They were constantly attacking one another with their fists, alternating between fist moves like Thunder Punch and Brick Break. Each of them countered most of the moves the other one used, so it was whoever had better footwork and was better at physically fighting to win. During this time of looking around, Ash noticed that all of the crowd had cleared from the area. That was a good thing, because he didn't want anyone to be unintentionally hurt or used as hostage to get them to surrender. That would be bad. Ash shook his head of the thoughts and surveyed the battle between his Charizard and the monstrous Salamence. It was almost scary at how strong that Salamence was. It could match Charizard to a certain level. Though it was obvious Charizard was stronger by a decent amount, that didn't mean he'd get away unscathed. Just when Ash started to think of sending out another Pokémon, a black sphere was coming towards his head. Out of instinct he raised his arm and braced himself for the blast. It never came. Ash looked up just in time to see an electro ball collide with the sphere and halted in its tracks. Realizing that it wasn't only a battle of his Pokémon but himself as well, he took stance when he saw 8 approach him. Lucky you, that Pikachu has good reflexes, much better than yours. Or was it that you were focusing on the battle? No matter. Now we fight, 8 said before she started to sprint at Ash, who braced himself. She stopped and swung her left fist at Ash, who used his palm to deflect the punch. He then shot of a 1-2 combo. 8 jumped back to avoid the 2 jabs coming her way before stepping inside to swing her fist towards Ash's head. Ash ducked using his knees and found that 8 had left her stomach unguarded with the swing. Ash quickly gave her a 3-shot combo in her stomach, which he felt her grimace under. As Ash went for the 4th, he swung but found no target was in his range. Standing up again and focusing on 8, he saw she had a little difficulty breathing. He smirked since those blows did some damage to her. Ash closed the distance, not giving her any time to breath, and swung his right fist towards her head and kept his guard with his left. 8 blocked with her 2 fists before spinning inside Ash's next strike. Finding herself on the inside of Ash, she launched her left fist towards Ash's head. Ash, though, brought his right hand up and blocked it with his forearm. Ash used the opening to deliver her a hook to 8's nose, which made contact with a sickening crunch. 8 jumped back after this, cackling like a madwoman. She recalled her Salamence, who was getting beaten by Charizard, who was winning thanks to his superior power and agility. Well, Ash Ketchum, this had proved that you will be a fun opponent. This war might not be so one-sided after all, 8 taunted despite her crooked nose which was pouring blood. Funny, I was just about to say the exact same thing. After all, you are only the 8th best and I broke your nose in just a few minutes. Hopefully your team doesn't disappoint, because mine sure won't, Ash replied with a snarky tone. It has been fun, Ash Ketchum, but I must take my leave. My job was only to test you of your capabilities. Ash was about to order Charizard and Pikachu to attack, but he didn't react fast enough. 8, 12, and 14 all started to disappear in a flash of black light, their Pokémon going with them. Ash walked over to Charizard, who had a menacing look in his eyes while he stared at where Salamence was before he left. Don't worry, Charizard, we'll beat him. I'll even reserve Salamence but for you to burn, Ash said with a chuckle while Charizard nodded his head, a look of determination danced onto his face. But seriously though, Charizard, you did an amazing job. It would have been a different story if you weren't here. Ash turned over to his companions. He noticed that each of their Pokémon had injuries. Though not severe, they could cause problems if not healed soon. They returned each of their Pokémon before Gary and Paul made their way to Ash. What the F is going on around here? Gary said while Paul remained silent, even though his expression betrayed his silence. They are the Black Guardians. If you couldn't tell, they are trying to take over the world and wipe out the Aura Guardians, Ash said, being sad at this. I've always got to save the FNG world, don't I? Hey mate, relax, we've got your back. After all, we were the dynamic duo of Palette, Gary said with a cocky expression while Paul looked at Ash. I may not be a part of some dynamic duo sheet, but no one is going to take over my world without a fight. Thanks for the support, Paul, it's really appreciated. Ash's sweat dropped before he saw everyone approaching him, Riley in the lead. After a bit they approached Ash and started asking questions. Riley though cut them all off. Ash, I think it's time I took you to meet the Council of the Guardians. What is the Council of the Guardians? Ash and everyone else around him was clearly confused. The Council of the Guardians is where all the Aura Guardians and the Aura Apprentices meet to decide the course of actions, whether it on a direct attack on Rhoda or an attack on the world. Anything that needs to be discussed that is of any importance will be held there. We should head off soon then. We should really have a meeting about this Black Guardian sheet, Ash replied before he gave Cynthia a kiss on the cheek and climbed onto Charizard. Despite the battle that had taken place, Charizard was more than ready to fight for longer if necessary. Riley released his Skarmory and then they both started flying towards Rhoda. An hour later and then they were there, standing out the front of the castle. They walked into the castle and went through a few passages Ash had never been in before. They arrived at a dead end and Ash was about to turn around and walk back. Stop. Ash focused on the wall in front of him and noticed something about it. The grain on the wall was smooth. The walls surrounding the dead end all had ridges and some even had cracks. The other wall though looked smooth, like it had been placed there only recently. Riley held out his hand and tapped the top right corner of the wall and before it disappeared from sight, not even moving. The wall is made of aura, touch the right part and it disappears, but only with an aura-infused hand. You can always sense where to touch by just reaching out your senses, Riley told Ash as they made their way through the doorway and the wall reappeared behind them. That's so cool, Ash said amazed at the door before he noticed that the passage was painted. It was a mural, which Ash was assuming told the story of the Great War. It started with the Emperor of Johto and King of Kanto in a room. Ash made out that they appeared to be having an argument. The painting flowed into the next scene with the Johto leader storming out. Ash noticed the detail that was in this. He slowly traced the painting with his fingers while he walked behind Riley. When they arrived at the end of the hall, Ash saw a picture of Sir Aaron and Lucario at the Tree of Beginning. Where Sir Aaron sacrificed himself to ensure peace was sent through the world. Riley opened the wooden door at the end of the passage and they both walked through. They arrived in a room that had a large table with 12 chairs. Ash followed Riley to the chair where Riley sat. Ash looked around expectantly. You sit to my right since you are my apprentice. Ash followed Riley's orders and sat to the right of Riley before he noticed Riley placed his hand towards the middle of the table. It was then he noticed the large blue crystal in the middle of the table. When this crystal is touched, it emits a signal around the world to all Aura Guardians to come here. Not more than 15 minutes later, 4 people walked through the door. He looked at each of them but couldn't make out their faces because they were all wearing cloaks. Within the next 15 minutes the 6 remaining trickled into the room. Ash noticed they all had hoods on that covered their faces from his view. Ash picked up that there were 6 guardians and 6 apprentices on the council, counting himself and Riley, though some of them were probably seasoned more than him. Ash looked around the room before noticed that they all sat in the order of apprentice on the right of the guardian, who was on the left. I'm sure all of you are aware of the present threat of the Black Guardians, Riley started while several heads around the nodded and a few of them grunted in agreement. Well, they have officially made themselves present among us. They attacked the tournament that was being hosted. Luckily my apprentice held them off. Speaking of which, I think an introduction is in order before we discuss the threat of the Black Guardians, some said while Riley nodded his head in agreement. The man sitting to his right stood up and removed his cloak. The man had a build that showed him clearly he spent way too much time in the gym. It was then Ash noticed it was Bruno. I am Bruno and this is my apprentice to my right. Her name is Corina. Bruno gestured to his apprentice who stood up and removed her hood. Ash registered her when she saw her face. Clearly beautiful but he was happily taken. Maybe he could set her up with Paul or Gary. The person next to Corina removed his hood and showed his face. And not really surprised he was here, Koga stood up. I am Koga. My apprentice is none other than my own daughter, Janine. Koga and his daughter simultaneously removed their hoods while Koga shot Ash a discreet look quickly, almost too fast for the normal eye, but Ash caught it. My name is Maylene and my apprentice is Cameron. Ash shot his head over and none other than his rival and friend Cameron from Unova was standing in front of him with a cheesy grin that said, "Surprise motherfucker," while Ash stared for a second. My name is Red. My apprentice is the one and only Paul Shinji, Red, the one who stopped the Rocket Wars. One of his few idols was right in front of him in the flesh. It took a few seconds to register that Paul was his apprentice. How lucky can you get? Let me introduce my apprentice first. His name is Dylan. Now Ash, I know this may come as a shock to you, but my name is Alex. I am your father. Ash snapped his head in shock, ignoring the fact that Dylan was trained by his own father, but he hadn't seen his father in years. Not since he was unable to come home because Team Rocket had placed a price on his head. Ash shot out of the chair and launched himself at his father before engulfing him into a hug. After a few seconds, Ash pulled himself out of the hug before doing something that surprised everyone in the room. Even himself. His fist connected with his father's jaw, which shocked everyone present. That's for not calling in the past 10 years. Just wait until Mom finds out. You're going to cop one hell of an but whooping. Ash smiled again before giving his father a hug. I guess I did deserve that, Alex chuckled before sitting down while everyone facepalmed. That's where Ash gets it from, Paul said while everyone sweat dropped. Ash had definitely inherited most of his personality from his father, that's for sure. And last but not least, I am Riley, your mother's brother. Also known as your Uncle Riley, Riley said before patting Ash on the head, leaving Ash gobsmacked. He knew everyone on the council virtually, except Red and Corina. The fact that Maylene was on the council should have been pretty obvious to Ash. When they first met, she did deflect aura spheres. Well, thank you for all your introductions. For those who do not know me, my name is Ash Ketchum. Corina looked up at him before speaking. So this is your infamous friend Paul. Good to know, Corina said while Paul shrugged his shoulders and remained silent. Well, back onto course. I'm sure all of you are now aware of the threat that presents itself as the Black Guardians, Riley said, standing up before talking to everyone who nodded their head in agreement. Ash spoke up. What's the plan? That's what we're here to decide. There are 12 of us to cover the whole of Earth. Hardly seems fair, Corina spoke out before placing a finger on her chin. But then again, life isn't fair, I suppose. I have an idea, Paul said, and everyone turned to look at him. What if we each took posts around the regions? For example, I'd take place within Veilstone and everyone was posted within somewhere of their region, Paul said while Riley shook his head. That won't work well, we'd have need to many people into many places. Riley shot the idea down while Paul nodded his head, accepting defeat. Why don't we just continue doing whatever, but we have like a distress beacon that everyone has that are all connected or something like that, Dylan said before placing a finger to his head. Wait, that won't work. We two a way to travel to the place of attack instantly. Dylan shot the idea down before Riley looked at him. You're on to something there, we just need a way to transport us there, like teleportation, Riley said when everyone looked at him wide-eyed. Well done, my good man, another problem solved. But I fear that's for a defensive plan. I say we take the fight to them to prevent casualties, Alex said while Riley nodded his head. That's for the council to decide, Bruno said with his naturally stern voice while Alex nodded his head in agreement. How right you are. So time to decide, do we go offensive or do we stay defensive until necessary? Riley asked everyone present. Ash, Dylan, Paul and Alex all voted for the offensive plan, but they were outvoted. Everyone else voted for the defensive option. This has been decided, we have decided to be on the defensive end of this fight. If there are any more things that need to be taken up with the council, then do it now, Riley said, and when no one spoke, he dismissed the meeting. Soon everyone cleared out of the room and went back to what they were previously doing. Ash and Riley were on their way back to the island. Reggie's match was tomorrow and Ash was looking forward to it. He knew Reggie was strong from their previous battles with each other, but Reggie never really used a serious team against him. With Reggie battling the Unovan champion, he was hoping for Reggie to bring out the big guns. Ash sat in thought as he thought of the battle he wanted to see take place. No doubt there would be a large crowd within the arena since Alder was battling. Reggie would be going in as the underdog of the match to the crowd, but Ash knew that the thought would be resolved within the first few minutes. They landed back on the island, snapping Ash out of his thoughts, and looked around. He was at the front of the hotel he was staying at. He walked away after bidding goodbye to Riley and then walked up the stairs and into his room. He found Cynthia there sitting on a chair whilst aimlessly flicking through the channels on the TV. "You look bored. I didn't think I was gone that long." Cynthia snapped her head up and looked to find Ash there. "How'd the meeting go?" Ash noticed her face was slightly strained, obviously she was worried about him. Or at least he hoped. "I think a better question is, are you okay? You seem stressed out a bit." "I'm fine, just worried about you." "But how'd you go with the meeting?" Ash frowned when he remembered he got outvoted. It didn't go unnoticed by Cynthia. "Was it really that bad, huh?" "Not really, it's just that we got outvoted by the rest of the council. We're now stuck on the defensive part of it, so we can't attack until they make a major attack against the population. I really wanted to take the fight to them," Ash vented while sighing in defeat. "Relax, your mother came over and we spent some time together. She is really nice, you know. She took Sarah so we could go out tonight. She knew that you would be in a bad mood after any sort of a meeting, and she insisted she spent time with her granddaughter, so we've got the whole night to ourselves," Cynthia told Ash, who nodded his head before having a smile on his face. "Well then, milady, shall we go out for dinner tonight then?" Ash said with a mock bow while Cynthia giggled slightly. "Of course, sir, I couldn't say no to such an invitation," Cynthia replied, the same tone and a mock curtsy. "Then I say let me have a shower and put on some other clothes, then we'll go." "I smell," Ash told her while she nodded in agreement and held her nose. "Yep, you do smell. Shoo, go have a shower," Cynthia told Ash. Ash stole a kiss then strolled into the bathroom. 15 minutes later and Ash was standing out the front of the room with Cynthia while he locked the door. Clad in a pair of red skinny jeans and a white t-shirt with a blue sleeveless hoodie, they headed out. Cynthia, though, had on a blue faded pair of ripped skinny jeans and a white button-up blouse. How Ash managed to get her out of black, no one will know. "Let's go," Ash said as he slid his arm around Cynthia's waist and held her hand with his hand around her waist. They walked out of the hotel and just strolled through the streets with nowhere in particular to go in mind. They found themselves at the beach after 15 minutes of slow walking with the occasional small talk. "Well, since we're at the beach, why don't we go home and get some swimmers and towels and go for a swim?" Ash suggested while Cynthia stared at the water for a second before looking up at Ash with a soft smile. "Sure." They walked back at a slightly faster pace than they walked to the beach. Once they walked there, they each got changed into swimmers, while Cynthia now donned a wide-brimmed straw beach hat. Cynthia had a two-piece white bikini on, showing a lot of her body that Ash would have liked to have kept to himself. Cynthia was on the same line of thought when Ash was wearing just a pair of black swim shorts on and held his own towel over his shoulder. Cynthia ran her eyes up and down his body, which stopped on his 6, nearly 8-pack. Ash had put on some muscle since the last time she'd seen him topless, which had been a while. She didn't want to share her property. The two walked back to the beach and arrived there in 15 minutes, and they both had towels over their shoulders. Cynthia and Ash, though, had attracted a few stares from the single people in the area they were walking by. It was funny, Ash thought to himself. Never in his life had Ash ever thought he'd have a beautiful girlfriend, let alone an absolute stunner like Cynthia. And he liked to let her know that. "You know, I really don't like you wearing that," Ash whispered into her ear, and Cynthia frowned and panicked in her mind. "Because you're showing what's all mine. You're showing the world your body. It's too beautiful for the world to see. So I must keep you all to myself," Ash said as he pulled Cynthia into a big hug playfully. Cynthia shook her head in amusement. "It's funny, Ash, I was thinking the exact same thing," Cynthia said as she moved her head to look up at him. Ash just chuckled before standing up, much to Cynthia's dismay. "What are you doing?" Cynthia said before she felt she was no longer on the ground. "Ash!" Cynthia screamed, which drew the attention of quite a few people, but they didn't seem to mind. Ash was running towards the water with Cynthia in his arms, who was screaming and softly beating on his chest, not hard enough to do any damage. Ash had reached the depth of the water where it reached his waist, and much to his amusement he dropped Cynthia. She let loose a high-pitched squeal before surfacing and tackling Ash. Ash though, was prepared for this attempt and had dug his feet into the sand and braced himself for the oncoming impact. He caught Cynthia in mid-air and spun her around before carrying her deeper again. This time though, Ash ducked under the water with Cynthia in his arms. He stood up again and let go of Cynthia. "You're mean," Cynthia said, turning around and crossing her arms like a child. "Ah, I'm sorry babe. How can I make it up to you?" Ash said as he snaked his arms around her waist before placing butterfly kisses along her neck softly. Oh, you're forgiven Ash," Cynthia then said to Ash, who stopped. He then spun Cynthia around and pulled her into a proper hug. "What do you say we go and get some dinner? I know you're hungry," Ash said while Cynthia looked at him before nodding. He had been right somehow, she was hungry. "How about we get some fish and chips, sit on the beach and watch the sunset together," Ash suggested. "Sounds romantic," Cynthia told Ash as they made their way to the shore of the beach. They decided to leave their towels where they were, trusting no one to steal them. They walked along the shore until they found a place that sold chips. After ordering their food and receiving it, they walked back to the spot where their towels were, and true to Ash's word, the sunset was absolutely beautiful, especially the way it bounced off the water and reflected the pristine color of the water. Ash snaked his arm around Cynthia's waist and placing a chip into his mouth with his free hand. "I told you it would be romantic." Ash looked at Cynthia, was smiling in utter bliss while he could tell there was a cheeky tint to her eyes. "I never said there wasn't babe." Cynthia laid her head onto Ash's shoulder. She looked at the sunset until it was out of sight and Ash sighed as he picked up the rubbish from their food. "Why don't we head back to the room and watch a movie?" Ash said as Cynthia nodded her head. They each grabbed their towels before they walked away from the beach and back towards their room. Once they got to the hotel room, Cynthia collapsed on the couch while Ash whisked through the movies that were provided for the two. He settled on Shrek and put it in the DVD player and hit play. He walked off to the room and blanket for him and Cynthia to use. When he got back, he sat on the couch with Cynthia and sat next to her. He, for what seemed like the 1,000th time that night but didn't care, snaked his arm around her waist and pulled her close while she put her head on his shoulder. He then put his head on her head and looked at the TV. After what seemed like a few minutes, the movie finished much to Ash's dismay. He was content with staying like that for the whole night, but unfortunately, Cynthia wasn't having it. "Carry me," Cynthia mumbled under her breath while Ash didn't understand. "Carry me," she repeated slightly louder this time and Ash heard. "Only for you," Ash said as he literally picked Cynthia up and walked her over to the bedroom, still with the blanket on top of her. Ash sighed when he realized that they both had their swimmers on. "Synth, we've gotta get change unless you want the room to smell like salt water," Ash sighed as he placed her on her bed. "Ugh, nuch, me," Cynthia muttered out while Ash blushed. "Are you sure?" Cynthia nodded her head surely, and she lied down on the bed while Ash walked over to her stuff and grabbed her clothes. He undressed, hoping it would be under a much different situation, but it couldn't be helped. He slowly changed her clothes, and successfully did so without waking her up. Ash then changed his own clothes before he laid down on the bed next to her. It might not have started off as a good, but it ended better than he could have hoped for. Ash fell asleep with a smile on his face. Even though that the battle at hand was going to be huge, it was too early for most people to get up and watch, so most people settled for the replays. For Ash though, he and Paul were the only ones from their extensive group of friends that could be showed up. Ash for the battle at hand and Paul, well, because his brother battling. "Vanillux," Alder said while he threw the Pokeball onto the field and out came the ice cream-like Pokemon. On Reggie's side of the field was his abnormally large Abomasnow. It would be an interesting battle though, a battle of the ice types. Abomasnow use Ice Beam. Reggie clearly knew it wouldn't do much damage, but it was more to test the strength of Vanillux. Alder had assumed the same thing and let the attack hit Vanillux, who was barely fazed by the ineffective attack. "Hail, shroud the field," Alder said calmly to Vanillux, who blew a gentle breeze of ice out of her mouth and began to shroud the field in a hail. It covered the whole field, obscuring the view of not just the trainers but the spectators also. Though it did help Abomasnow due to his typing, he wasn't like Vanillux in the hail who moved like Frostless in the shrouded field. Magical Leaf, spread your attack across the field and tag it. When you find Vanillux, use Focus Blast, Reggie told Abomasnow, who grunted in return. It was a smart move. Magical Leaf wasn't like Razor Leaf even though they were interpreted to be alike by people who never had a Pokemon use the move. Magical Leaf was controlled by a psychic power. Razor Leaf is propelled by pure force, but Magical Leaf was used with a combination of psychic as well. Hence the reason the user knows if the attack has stopped, because they can mentally feel that it hit the object and can't move it further even more. By tagging it, Reggie essentially assured a way to always find Vanillux. That is if Abomasnow has the mental strength. Abomasnow kept rapidly propelling leaves into the hail, but none of them seemed to be able to hit Vanillux. Suddenly Reggie figured it out and yelled out to Abomasnow. Vary the height of Magical Leaf. It's higher in the field than usual. Abomasnow started to use Magical Leaf up and down the field and eventually hit Vanillux. Abomasnow smirked. He used his mental power to keep track of where Vanillux was with the leaf embedded on her, all the while charging up a Focus Blast, the attack being sent at the tagged Vanillux. Vanillux on the other hand didn't know the attack was coming until it was already too late. Thus sending Vanillux sprawling through the field and losing concentration to keep using hail. Focus Punch. Abomasnow charged at the downed Vanillux, who was still picking itself up after the super effective attack. Vanillux barely managed to dodge the attack before firing off a signal beam at the Abomasnow. Being at such a close range and Abomasnow being so big, making him an easy target, signal beam struck Abomasnow in the chest and sent hurtling back to his trainer's side of the field. Shadow Ball. Abomasnow placed both of his gigantic hands together at the wrist before a dark murky ball appeared in his hand before Abomasnow sent the attack at Vanillux. Stop it with Ice Beam. Vanillux blasted an Ice Beam right at the oncoming Shadow Ball, and most people expected the Ice Beam to plow straight through it. It didn't. Both of the attacks hit and did nothing more than dissipate into nothing. The crowd started murmuring after this. Right after the dissipation of the attacks though, a Focus Blast from Abomasnow was sent hurtling past the two dissipated attacks. Vanillux didn't even see it coming, it hit her straight on and Vanillux was sent flying backwards through the air. Abomasnow, Brick Break. Abomasnow charged at the downed Vanillux and slammed his glowing fist on Vanillux, right in the head. Vanillux, not being able to deal with the pressure of the attack, fainted. The crowd was in a ruckus after this. This trainer, who hasn't been on the scene in years, has just defeated the Unovan champion's first Pokemon. Well done Vanillux. Return. Alder complimented the Snowstorm Pokemon who was in the Pokeball. Replacing the Pokeball in his hand with another, he threw it and appeared the Shell-Out Pokemon. Axelgar was out. Though it would be a relatively fair fight. Abomasnow didn't take much, if any damage that battle other than the signal beam. The fight would be on even ground if they could catch Axelgar. Quick Attack. Axelgar, known for its speed, charged at Abomasnow faster than most other quick attacks used by other Pokemon. Before Abomasnow could even react, he was sent backwards by just the pure force of the attack. Despite this, Reggie smirked. The general rule of thumb for Pokemon is if you've got something extremely fast, they are generally fragile and can't take a lot of damage. If you're big, you can take a lot of hits but aren't very fast. It's the general rule, despite Pokemon like Dragonite or Garchomp being exceptions. They hit hard, fast and are bulky. Blizzard. Spread it out. Abomasnow opened its mouth and sent a blizzard through the arena, covering the whole field. Though it's not as strong as if it was concentrated on a certain point, it still did its job in hitting Axelgar and slowing down the fast Pokemon. Reggie could see small pieces of ice forming on Axelgar. Agility into Focus Blast. Axelgar started to move too fast for Abomasnow to track by the eye, even Reggie had trouble tracking it. The blizzard was still slowing it down, so it would have been impossible to track if Abomasnow didn't use Blizzard. Double Team. Reggie said, using his trump card. It was extremely uncommon for a trainer to give such a big Pokemon a move like Double Team. It wouldn't be useful in many situations except in ones like this. Though it did prove useful. Abomasnow did evade the focus blast though, it probably would have managed to put Abomasnow out of commission. Swift, once you've hit it, use focus blast, Alder told Excelgar, who placed both of his hands over his head and stars began appearing out of all directions for Excelgar. Abomasnow, not even with the help of using double team, couldn't dodge the attack. Abomasnow was pelted with star after star from Swift and eventually was struggling to stand. Excelgar, seeing this, charged up a focus blast in the palms of his hands before he pushed forward with his palms. Abomasnow had been sent hurtling back by the focus blast. Before the referee even made the verdict, Reggie had returned him. Excelgar was extremely strong. Not as strong as Alder's Volcarona or Buffallant, he was still extremely strong though. Excelgar would be in for one hell of battle though. Reggie smirked as he released his slaking. Alder groaned visibly. Slaking was like Snorlax. It was strong and could take hits while its power was on par with a Dragonite. Slaking would probably be able to defeat Excelgar at a few hits if it could catch Excelgar. Excelgar on the other hand would barely be able to damage the monstrous beast who could take hit after hit and be unfazed. Alder was glad he taught Excelgar Focus Blast. It was probably the only thing that could actually do some damage to Slaking. Quick attack, Alder said while Reggie did nothing. Slaking went unfazed by the attack, even going as far as fake yawning to show Excelgar that it was doing nothing. Even though it was nothing but a harmless taunt, Excelgar growled and fired a focus blast at Slaking. Slaking definitely felt that. Excelgar smirked before charging in for another quick attack. This time though, Slaking was prepared for the oncoming attack and, somehow a Pokemon as lazy as itself managed to time its hammer arm and sent Excelgar flying in the air and landed on the ground with a thud. Excelgar groggily got up from the attack and looked on furiously at Slaking, ignoring its pain. Excelgar used Focus Blast. Excelgar placed both palms together yet again and sent a Focus Blast at the lazy Pokemon. Flamethrower, Reggie said while Slaking opened his mouth and blasted a stream of searing flames at the oncoming Focus Blast. The two attacks met and resulted in an explosion that shook the arena. Smoke shrouded the field but it dissipated in a few seconds. Freeze the field with Ice Beam, Reggie said, suddenly getting an idea to get around the speed Excelgar had to dodge the attacks. Slaking released a beam of arcing ice and covered the field with ice, with the only spot free of ice was right under Slaking. It didn't affect Excelgar though, he didn't even touch the ground for it to affect him. Focus Blast, as per order of his trainer, Excelgar sent a Focus Blast towards Slaking, who looked unfazed by the oncoming attack. He had complete trust in his trainer's judgment. Earthquake, Slaking slammed the ground as per order of his trainer. The earthquake shook the ground of ice. The earthquake caused the ice to splinter and fly around in all sorts of different directions. The flying ice splintered the Focus Blast and stopped it in its tracks. The ice also happened to splinter its way into Excelgar, who looked to have much trouble standing with shards of ice sticking from him. Somehow though, Excelgar managed. Knowing Excelgar wouldn't last more than a minute, he charged up a Focus Blast and sent Slaking, who was too shocked to dodge the attack and was slammed back. Excelgar dropped down to the ground, knowing it had done all he could do. That was his final act of defiance. Alder returned Excelgar to his Pokeball, then swiftly released his next one. Out came his monstrous Druddigon. The cave Pokemon was known to be extremely ferocious and would strike anything that proved to be a threat to itself or its hatchlings. It was a good matchup against Slaking. Dragon Claw, Druddigon flew at Slaking with its left claw glowing a bright purple from the draconic energy. Druddigon charged at Slaking and slammed his claw into Slaking, who was too slow to even react to the attack. Though it was probably too lazy to be bothered to react anyway. Blizzard, Slaking groaned, clearly too lazy to be bothered to fight, but in the end opened its mouth and sent a blast of ice through the arena. Counter with Flamethrower. Druddigon released a stream of fire towards the oncoming blizzard, hoping to overpower it. Reggie smirked. The blizzard and Flamethrower met in the middle of the field, but to the shock of everyone on the field, the Flamethrower was being forced back. Reggie smirked, opening his mouth to speak about what was happening. When ice melts, it turns into water. So when blizzard melts, then it turns into a hydro pump essentially. Once blizzard gets close enough to the heat, then it turns into water. It was still a difficult technique to master. The ice attack had to be cold enough that the attack would actually function work. But it still needed to be warm enough that it would be able to melt when it came into contact with heat, or it would instantly turn into steam. Earthquake, Drudigan flew out of the way of the blizzard, giving up on the battle they had between the streams of fire and ice. Drudigan flew into the air before flying into the ground and causing an earthquake which shook the arena. Slaking, being too heavy to jump and avoid the attack, could do nothing but endure it. Shadow Ball, Slaking placed both of its palms together before launching off an attack that resembled a ghastly without a face. The purple ball was sent hurtling at the airborne Drudigan. Counter with Thunder Punch. The oncoming Shadow Ball was torn apart by the cave Pokémon using its thunder-infused fist. Drudigan then flew past where the dissipated Shadow Ball was and charged at the Slaking, the Thunder Punch leading the way of the Pokémon. Ice Punch and Shadow Claw, Slaking charged both of its fists and soon the left one was covered in ice and the right was glowing an ominous purple. Drudigan charged at Slaking, having momentum and gravity on its side while Slaking remained motionless. The attacks clashed together and created a spark and an explosion, causing smoke to shroud the field, leaving the result of the battle unknown to everyone in the stadium, trainers included. The smoke eventually left the stadium and to the surprise of everyone, it was Slaking that had fainted. Reggie returned Slaking inside. Seems like the battle was harder than Reggie thought, but it always would be a difficult battling a champion. Reggie replaced the Pokeball with another one on his belt and threw it. He sent out a Drapion. Drapion snarled at the Drudigan, hoping for a battle that would be tough. Drapion snarled again while the referee signaled the match to begin. Reggie got the first command to go. Dark Pulse. Drapion sent off the Dark Pulse towards Drudigan, who calmly awaited orders for whether to counter or to dodge. Flamethrower. Keep it going for as long as possible. The Dark Pulse was burnt away by the stream of fire which kept on burning away at the field. Drapion kept dodging the constant barrage of fire that was sent at him by Drudigan. Drudigan kept on blasting the field with fire while the field was turning out to become charred from the heat of the constant flamethrower. Quickly, use Rock Slide, Reggie said while Drapion dodged another flamethrower that was coming at him. Rocks started to fall from the sky thanks to Drapion using Rock Slide to be just enough to throw the attention off Drudigan from using the flamethrower. Shadow Ball then dig, force him onto the ground. Drapion used its pincers to fire off a Shadow Ball before burying under the ground to retreat. The only way for Drudigan to hit him would be to use Earthquake, making him have to be on the ground. Earthquake, Drudigan flew at the ground, just like Reggie had hoped for. Drudigan had flew into the ground just as Drapion jumped out, as per command of Reggie. Slamming into the ground, Drudigan had been poisoned. Drapion had used toxic spikes underground. Reggie smirked, his plan had worked successfully while Drudigan was slowly taking damage from the poison in itself. Dragon Tail, Reggie snapped out of his stupor when he saw Drudigan closing in as fast as possible. Counter with Iron Tail, Drapion reacted just in time to spin and swing his tail to counter Drudigan's Dragon Tail. The tails countered each other and they kept batting against each other until Drapion ducked his tail and swung it up in a fast motion, catching Drudigan's underbelly. That was the straw that broke the Camerup's back. Drudigan was sent flying through the air and was knocked unconscious. Alder quickly recalled his Drudigan and sent out his second Pokémon of his famous bug duo. Escavalier appeared on the field and Reggie sighed. Axelgar was hard enough without the help of Slaking and its bulkiness, but without Slaking it would be more difficult. But if there is a will there is a way. Twineedle, Escavalier took off from its spot at a slow speed. Using both of its lances, it began to repeatedly stab at the Drapion. Drapion had somehow managed to dodge the speedy Escavalier's lunges. Quickly use Earthquake, Drapion slammed its tail into the ground whilst dodging the advances of Escavalier at the same time. Slamming his tail into the ground caused the arena to shake and some parts of it to crack. The repeated use of earthquake must have damaged the ground too much for it to hold. The earthquake managed to knock Escavalier off balance and knocked him back onto the ground. Escavalier used Iron Head. Escavalier stood up and was enveloped into a steel coating while charging at Drapion and slammed into the Ogre Scorpion Pokemon. Drapion was knocked back onto his side of the field by the powerful Iron Head attack which dealt a lot of damage to the poison Pokemon. Follow it up with Aerial Ace. Escavalier charged at Drapion once again and slammed into him with the move that always hits. Drapion was knocked back even further and let loose a cry of pain before standing up again. Escavalier, quickly use Focus Blast. Escavalier sent a Focus Blast at Drapion, who was knocked back down again before he knew it. Drapion was sent hurtling back yet again from the Escavalier who had taken the advantage of the battle. Quick Drapion, get up and use Slash, Reggie told Drapion, who stood up as commanded and swung his pincers at Escavalier. The cavalry Pokemon stood up and charged in with Fury attack. The pincers of Drapion and the lances of Escavalier kept on clashing with each other, sparks flying every time they made contact with each other. Escavalier used Poison Jab. Escavalier charged at the Ogre Scorpion Pokemon and his lances became purple, indicating they were filled with poison. Slamming those lances into Drapion repeatedly until Drapion had been sent hurtling back. Drapion used Iron Tail. Drapion regained composure before slamming his tail into Escavalier and knocking him back, and soon Escavalier had been sent hurtling across the field and nearly into Alder, who bent down. Escavalier nodded at his trainer's niceness and launched onto the field again, ready to take revenge in the hit Drapion had dealt it. Ended Escavalier, use Giga Impact. Escavalier was covered in a veil of white before charging in at Drapion and slamming him out of the arena and into the side barrier. Unable to stand up, Drapion was declared defeated and replaced by a Crocodile. Crocodile used Stone Edge. Crocodile stomped its foot on the ground and stones rose out from the already damaged earth and began to spin around Crocodile, encasing him with stones. Crocodile launched the stones at Escavalier and began to pelt him with stones. Focus Blast. Escavalier, ignoring the persisting pain of the Stone Edge, placed the tip of his lances together and formed a Focus Blast at the tip of them. Winding back the lances, them launching it forward, the Focus Blast was sent through the stones, batting them away. The Focus Blast slammed into Crocodile, knocking it back to the ground. Crocodile used Dragon Claw. Crocodile went onto all four legs and its two front claws, glowing a bright menacing purple color, started to run at Escavalier, who waited calmly. Counter with X-Scissor. Escavalier charged up both of its lances and calmly waited for the Intimidation Pokemon to strike him. Crocodile jumped off all four and swung his two purple claws at Escavalier, who countered the glowing claws with his own lances. They kept dueling with their claws and lances respectively, until Escavalier got a lucky strike in and managed to knock Crocodile back enough for Alder to give him an order. Focus Blast. Escavalier placed the tip of his lances together and sent a Focus Blast, hitting Crocodile in the gut, and was sent backwards. Quickly Crocodile, use Earthquake. Reggie said quickly, losing momentum. Crocodile slammed his foot into the ground and the whole arena shook while even more cracks formed into the arena while rocks were kicked up into the atmosphere. Escavalier was shaken by the attack and launched into the air before catching himself and landing peacefully when the attack stopped. Quickly Escavalier, use Energy Ball. Escavalier placed the tips of its lances together and a green ball formed at the tips. Escavalier launched it using the same method he used to launch Focus Blast. Energy Ball was sent flying while Crocodile tried to duck under the attack but misread it and was knocked in the head with the Grass-type attack. Crocodile used Focus Blast. Crocodile placed both of his palms together and pushed the lower palm forward and sent a blue ball of energy at Escavalier. Counter with your own, Alder said to the cavalry Pokemon. He sent forth what seemed like the umpteenth Focus Blast and cancelled out the one Crocodile used. Acting out of instinct, Escavalier shot another one when he saw the two Focus Blasts explode. The Focus Blast traveled through the smoke and smacked Crocodile right across the jaw, and a sickening crack was heard throughout the whole arena. Without a doubt Crocodile's jaw broke. Crocodile was knocked back several feet and was knocked unconscious. Crocodile was returned to his Pokeball while Reggie sighed in defeat. I was going to save this until. Last but I've lost all momentum, so here you come. Blaziken. Reggie released his starter Pokemon and Blaziken appeared on the field. Blaziken was so strong that its aura was just oozing power and you could feel the heat emitting from the Pokemon. Oh shit, Paul said, making Ash and Pikachu look at him in concern. Paul, knowing they would want an explanation, began to speak. Blaziken is Reggie's first Pokemon and without a doubt the strongest Pokemon I've ever seen. I'd even say he's as powerful as your Charizard, if not more so. Ash could feel the more flowing off Blaziken, but to be more powerful than Charizard. But he knew Paul wouldn't exaggerate when it came to power. Speaking of which, why'd you neglect to tell me you were an Aura apprentice? Ash said in certain tone that made him feel like Ash was his mother. You never asked. Blaziken, use a little fire spin. Reggie smirked while Blaziken stood arms crossed and fired out a fire spin that was stronger than most fire Pokemon's flamethrower. The fire spin was launched across the field, trapping Escavalier into a vortex of fire. The vortex, while generally slowly chipped away at health, did major damage. Escavalier had a double weakness to fire type and the power of Blaziken also assisted in the damage dealt. Breakout with Aerial Ace. Escavalier broke out of the fire vortex and flew at Blaziken, disappearing before slamming into Blaziken. Blaziken just simply stood still and took the attack while Escavalier bounced off. Much to the surprise of everyone, Blaziken looked to be standing still. As if the attack never happened. Blaziken, end this. Bounce into Fire Punch. Blaziken uncrossed its arms before running at Escavalier. No one could see it, except Reggie. To everyone else it simply looked like Blaziken disappeared before reappearing on Escavalier and jumped off its head. In the air, Blaziken did a simple flip so it was facing the ground and flew to the ground with fists facing down. Blaziken flew to the ground with both fists facing down at high speeds. Both of the fists sparked into fire and fire encased Blaziken and licked harmlessly at his body. Blaziken slammed into the Escavalier and created a crater in the ground with smoke. Despite the smoke leaving everyone unclear of who won the match. Paul and Reggie had a matching smirk. They clearly knew that the battle was over, who the victor was. The smoke soon cleared from the field and the verdict left everyone utterly shocked. Not just had Escavalier been defeated by Blaziken, but the metal coating of Escavalier was heavily dinted, and it was common knowledge that it was stronger than triple reinforced titanium. To dint it required power. Not only that, but Escavalier was in a crater that was about 8 feet deep. The power required to put a Pokemon 8 feet into the ground, let alone anything, would be immense. Alder replaced Escavalier from the crater and released Volcarona onto the damaged and charred field. The Sun Pokemon floated in the air while the two Pokemon sized each other off. The referee said to begin the fight, and Reggie, not for the first time in the match, called out the first move. Thunder Blitz. Blaziken stood still for a few seconds before a blue wave of fire lapped itself around Blaziken. It looked to be a regular flare blitz, but then a yellow tinge circled around the outside and Blaziken's fists glowed yellow. Blaziken, faster than anything, jumped and slammed itself into Volcarona. Volcarona appeared to have the wind knocked out of him and took some serious damage from the combination attack. Quickly used Psychic. Volcarona regained his composure and floated in the air again before his eyes glowed a blue color before he started to have a line appear around Blaziken, indicating he was under control of Volcarona. Throw him. Volcarona tried to throw Blaziken mentally with the power of the psychic attack, but somehow Blaziken remained still and unmoved. That shouldn't be possible, Alder thought to himself. Blaziken was meant to be vulnerable to psychic-type attacks. Blaziken, break free and use Flamethrower. Blaziken simply knocked his arms in a circular motion and broke free of the attack. Blaziken then moved its mouth and blasted a fire that could have been mistaken off that of an overheat in sheer power. The attack hit Volcarona, who was once again knocked backwards by just the force of the attack. Volcarona, use Hurricane. Volcarona flapped its wings while wind started to circle the arena and power up the already present wind. The wind was picking up faster and faster until Blaziken had to dig its feet into the ground to stop itself from taking off into the air. Blaziken. Reggie roared over the wind so Blaziken would hear him. Use flamethrower into the hurricane itself. Make it a giant fire spin. Blaziken opened its mouth and started to shoot a steady stream of fire on the inside of the hurricane. Soon the hurricane lapped with fire dancing off it and damaged both Volcarona and Blaziken, though Blaziken managed to stay in place to limit the damage taken. Volcarona on the other hand was being knocked around to the need to stay airborne or being unable to fight. After about 15 seconds the wind died down, Volcarona being unable to take any more damage from the fiery hurricane. End this with Stone Edge. Blaziken stood still while the stones from the earth encircled around Blaziken. Blaziken stuck its arms out, towards Volcarona, and the stones rocketed off towards Volcarona, who was too exhausted to dodge the attack. Volcarona, not having the energy to continue the attack, fainted. I agree, Paul. Blaziken is without a doubt stronger than Charizard, Ash said before realizing what he said. I never thought I'd say that. Well, your Blaziken sure is something. It took down two of my strongest Pokemon and looks to be able to tango with my last one still. Alder complimented Reggie and his Blaziken, who chuckled in response. Thanks, I haven't had a battle this fun in forever. Bouffalant stomped its feet on the field and roared to show off its power, but the indifferent look of Blaziken on the field put a fury of rage in him. Wild Charge. Bouffalant stomped its foot on the ground 3 times before a veil of electricity surrounded Bouffalant, who took off at Blaziken, with a roar. Counter with High Jump Kick. Blaziken jumped off his left foot and leapt at Bouffalant, right foot pointed at his head. Both the attacks collided with each other and a veil of smoke shaped the field. The smoke cleared the field and it appeared that Bouffalant appeared to be just standing up while Blaziken looked indifferent. Focus Blast. Blaziken shot off a Focus Blast at Bouffalant and unfortunately for Bouffalant, took it head on. Somehow, Bouffalant had stood up again after taking 2 super effective attacks right off the bat. Somehow Bouffalant roared loudly again and charged off at Blaziken as per command of Alder. Blaziken used Sky Uppercut. Blaziken calmly stood still and waited for Bouffalant to come within range before he shot his fist in an upward direction. A cry of shock was heard from parts of the crowd when they saw Bouffalant was airborne. Bouffalant was stuck in the air and landed back down on the ground with a thud. Earthquake. Finish this, Reggie told Bouffalant, who jumped into the air and landed on the ground, shaking it at an extremely alarming rate. The attack was that powerful, an earthquake had been used that many times that the field had been collapsing. Parts of the field now had giant holes while there were cracks and charred pieces of earth littered around the arena as well. Much to Alder's surprise, Bouffalant didn't get up. Sighing, Alder recalled him and then walked to the middle of the field and shook Reggie's hand. Hey Reggie, I think your new name is the guy with the super strong Blaziken, or the guy who bet the Unovan champion with only 5 Pokemon, Ash said with a chuckle while Reggie shrugged his shoulders. I'll keep that in mind, the guy with the super strong Charizard, Reggie joked while Ash sighed. Hey, at least I didn't decimate a champion, Ash said while Reggie smirked back. At least I didn't decimate 2. Steven counts he is still as strong as 1 inch. Reggie smirked while Ash groaned for the umpteenth time in the past few minutes. This would be a battle he'd never win. So Team Rocket, how have you all been? I haven't seen you 3 in a while, Ash asked the 3 members as he bumped into them on the way back home with Reggie's match while they were selling merchandise, as per usual. Hey, we're no longer a part of Team Rocket. Call us by our names, twerp, Jesse said while Ash glared at them. Only on the condition that you don't call me twerp. As much as I'm used to it, I'd much rather you call me Ash. Deal, Ash? James said, trying out the name of the raven-haired trainer. Ash nodded his head and in agreement at James, who nodded his head in return. So Ash, how is everything with Meowth? Jesse inquired while Ash grabbed a pokeball of his belt. Meowth appeared out of the pokeball and turned to Ash. What's up, boss? Ash gestured his head towards the X-Rockets and Meowth turned his head around. He jumped at his 2 X-teammates and embraced them into a tearful hug. Meowth, spend the next few days with them. I'll bid you goodbye for now, Ash said while Reggie and Paul walked away with Ash at his side. Suddenly Ash's poke gear went off and he looked at the screen to see it was Scott calling him. Hey Scott, "What's up?" Ash spoke into the poke gear after he answered it. "Ash, we've got a slight problem. You need to come to my office ASAP and talk with me," Scott replied into the phone. "No problem, be there in 5, Ash hung up the poke gear. "Sorry guys, I've got to leave now to talk to Scott, but I'll see you guys later, yeah," Ash said before walking to Scott's office. "Hey Pikachu, I'll give you a race to Scott's," Ash said while Pikachu nodded and jumped off his shoulder and got into a starting position. 3, 2, 1, go. The duo took off at rocketing speed while they both sprinted towards Scott's office with everything they had. It was a close race with Pikachu getting a short lead, a few meters in front of Ash. Seeing the finish line, Ash started to sprint faster and was neck and neck with Pikachu. Though Pikachu saw this and pulled ahead with quick attack to take the lead. "Come on Pikachu," Ash said as he saw Pikachu do a little happy dance. Ash opened the door and the two walked into the office that Scott was inside. "Scott, what's the problem?" Ash said in a calm tone, though his mind was racing with possible problems. "Well, the problem is that even with all the tournament money, we still wouldn't be able to buy more than 2 islands and build what we need on them," Scott told Ash sadly while he was shattered. On the inside, he was broken. How would he be able to tell Cynthia? She was extremely happy about the deal that was created. "However, I have thought of a counter-proposal to the problem that we have stumbled upon." Scott had Ash's full attention to this. "You know how sport leagues have a ladder system and points for every one match and a percentage and things like that?" Ash nodded his head, waiting for Scott to continue. "We buy 1 island and build on it to have a city. Then we have to build 5 stadiums, 1 of each rank B, A, S, U and X. The strongest are in X and weakest in B. But we select participants, every in the PLA are automatically in, if we get permission from Good Show." Scott took a breath before continuing again. "Anyway, what we do is we adopt a ladder system for each league. We select trainers, probably 30 to 40 for each category, and then we have battles broadcasted live to the audience. Each trainer battles every other trainer twice, so if we have 40 then there are 78 battles. He battles the opponent twice, so 39 times 2 is 78 inch. After the first season, we have a draft tournament to see where the placement for new trainers will be. Like a sports league. So what do you think?" Scott told Ash, who was still taking everything in. After a few seconds, he responded. "I like the idea, even better than our own league because it's original. However, the only problem I have is how will we have the funding?" Ash asked Scott, who smiled. "Well, between the prize money and my money, it should be enough to start it off. But I'll propose it to some of my colleagues and get some sponsors for the league as well. Then hopefully in future years, we'll be able to add double and triple battles." Scott replied while Ash turned to Pikachu. "What do you think, buddy? We good?" Pikachu nodded his head, his usual smile on his face. "Also, as a second thought, make sure Good Show is the one who selects who goes into what league," Ash said before shaking Scott's hand and walking out the door after bidding goodbye. Walking out of the office, Ash looked around before walking away from the office and to his hotel room. "Hey stop," Ash groaned as he recognized the voice behind him. Ash turned around to see that Max and company were stalking behind him. Ash sighed before looking at all of them. And smirked when he saw Brock had a black eye. "What is it you want? I've got better things to do than deal with the lot of you guys," Ash heard Pikachu groan in frustration. "I heard what you did to Brock, so I'm going to kick your butt," Max said while he clutched a pokeball of his belt and released his Galate. "What makes you think I'm going to bother dealing with your shit, you PSS weak little BSTRDS?" Ash snapped while Max smirked. "Well, if you don't want me to tell Galate to kill you then I suggest you listen to me," Max said before Ash and Pikachu burst out laughing. "You actually think that Galate could kill me? How about this, Max, you and me fight," Ash said as he took off his top and threw it to the ground before taking up a defensive stance. Ash grinned when Max started to sweat. "Fine," Max said to Ash, who smirked. Ash knew Max would never turn down a challenge. Max took off his shirt and his bones showed through his skin. Ash on the other was toned, he had a six-pack with bulging muscles on his arms and legs which showed off how big he had gotten. His pecs had developed and Max started to shake. "See ya, Galade teleport," Max said quickly before they disappeared from the sight of Ash and Pikachu. Ash groaned as he looked around and noticed that he was receiving some very suggestive looks from random chicks around him. "Hey babe, what's going on? And why do you have your shirt off?" "Not that I'm complaining." Ash turned to see Cynthia standing behind him, out of breath. Ash assumed that she ran when she saw him, looked at her and gave her a kiss quickly. "I'll explain later, let's go get Sarah." Ash slid his t-shirt back on and the two walked to the hotel, all the while Ash explaining why she found him shirtless. "So, you challenge Max, a kid 2 years younger than you, to a street fight, then he chickened out and teleported away," Cynthia deadpanned. "In my defense, he wouldn't shut up, so I scared him shitless." "Well, if I do say, if you took off your shirt before a fight then I'd run away as well. Though it would never happen because I love you too much," Cynthia said as she leaned into his side and gave him a kiss on the cheek. "Love you too babe, more than you'll ever know." "Oh, I know babe, believe me I know," Cynthia said while Ash sighed and pulled her into a side hug while they continued to walk to the hotel. The walk was full of talking and playful banter between the two of them, both had a smile on his face. Walking into the hotel and up to the stairs, Ash and Cynthia knocked on his mother's door and opened it to a beautiful smelling aroma that immediately hypnotized Ash and Cynthia. Delia opened the door, and much to their surprise, the table situated in the middle was full of food. "Oh, right on time you two, and Pikachu too," Delia said while Ash and Cynthia snapped out of their stupor and looked at her. "No offense Mum, but were you expecting us to be here now?" Ash asked his mother, who was as cheerful as ever. "Well, I was expecting you to be here so I didn't bother to invite you too. I know you too well Ash," Delia said while the two sat on the sofa. "Sarah is asleep so don't worry about her, food is on the table so dig in." Ash and Cynthia shifted from the sofa to the couch and sat around the table with Delia, who smiled a big smile. The three ate dinner and talked like a group of old friends. Ash hadn't had much time to talk with his mother over the past few weeks, so the catch-up with her was nice. Ash smiled, his mother and Cynthia were getting along so well. Halfway during lunch, Sarah woke up so Ash retrieved her and placed her in her high chair while they all ate lunch. Ash grinned, his three girls were getting along with each other. Nothing in the world could be better with that, they were his world after all. "What's with the cheesy grin Ashy?" Delia asked her son in a teasing manner while Ash shook his head to relieve himself of the thought. "Nothing, just my three girls are getting along so well. It's the best feeling ever," Ash replied, making Cynthia and Delia smile, and in the former case, blushing. Pikachu didn't like this as he poked Ash. "Okay Pikachu, you're my best friend. Of course you're a big part of my world." Ash scratched Pikachu's forehead while he purred and continued to drink his ketchup. "Ah Ashy, I never knew we're your world," Delia said while Ash smiled and carried on with the conversation at hand. An hour later, when all the dessert was finished, the Ash, Cynthia and Sarah all left her room and went to their own room. "Hey Ash, did you really mean that when you said we were your world?" Cynthia asked Ash, a blush on her cheeks. "Why would I say something that I didn't mean?" Ash said innocently, making Cynthia blush even more. "Well, you're mine too." Ash blushed slightly but hid it well so she didn't see it. "So babe, what's the plan for today?" Ash asked Cynthia, who shrugged her shoulders. "Why don't we invite people over and get some moves, have a bit of fun and stuff?" Cynthia suggested while Ash nodded his head, excited about the idea. Even if his three girls were a big part of his world, his friends still held a big part of it. "Well, how about this then? I'll go to the shops, get a few movies and food. I'll leave Sarah here while you invite everyone," Cynthia said to Ash, who voiced his agreement. Soon they set out to the tasks. Cynthia left for the shops, Ash started to message people on his poke gear, and Sarah, with the most important job, was playing with her building blocks under the watchful eyes of Pikachu. Within the next 2 hours Cynthia had come back with groceries and movies for them to watch. Ash had sent everyone a message to come over. So far Percy, Reggie, Paul, Gary, Dawn, and May were the ones coming over. Gary, Reggie, and surprisingly Paul had asked if they could each bring over friends for the night. Of course, Ash agreed. Sarah, though, was the most impressive. She managed to build a tower around the height of Pikachu, speaking of who was taking excellent care of her. Delia, though, had come and taken Sarah once she found out about the night that they were about to have. Though it was extremely weird, they never told her that they were having a few friends over. Oh well, sometimes they thought she had ESP. Hey babe, Paul's got a date, Ash said like a matter of fact while she giggled at what Ash just said. Paul, stubborn, cold-hearted Paul has a date, right? We are talking about the same Paul, Talish, purple hair. Ash nodded his head while Cynthia tried to muffle her laugh. Reggie, Percy, and Gary have dates as well, though they wouldn't tell me who they were. But we get to meet them tonight, Ash said whilst chuckling. Well, now I'm curious about who they are, Cynthia told Ash, who shrugged his shoulders and looked at her face. He examined her face slowly and carefully, tracing every line, every curve and everything else on her face. I'm so lucky to have her, Ash thought to himself. Ash, you're staring. Of course I am, I still can't get over the fact that I've managed to land such a beautiful girlfriend, Ash said in a suave sort of way while Cynthia blushed but hid it in her hair as the two put the drinks in the fridge and the snacks in the cupboard. Order pizza for dinner tonight, Ash asked Cynthia. Well, I don't plan on cooking for all of us, so yeah babe. Pizza for dinner sounds like a great idea, Cynthia agreed while Ash smiled in agreement. The door opened to reveal Reggie, and to everyone's surprise, Jasmine was with him as his date. Reggie, as usual the first one's here. Jasmine, long time no see, Ash said while he ran his eyes over the two to examine their positioning. Just by the stance, Jasmine was leaning slightly towards Reggie and there was little space between the two, so it wasn't just a once-off thing. They were probably going for each other for a while. The two walked and sat on the chair while the other two placed the last few things in the cupboard. So Reggie, did you hear that Paul is bringing a date, Ash said as he tossed Reggie 2 beers, Reggie giving one to Jasmine while Ash and Cynthia opened their own beers. Really, I'm interested to hear who this date of his is, Reggie replied while Jasmine giggled. Wait, this is the same Paul that I know, right? Cold-hearted, quiet and his brother, Jasmine said gesturing to Reggie when she said, his brother. Yes, that Paul. You know this is going to make tonight fun. You know right, Ash said while Reggie smirked happily knowing that Paul would be copping a lot of shit tonight. Hey Reggie, has Paul ever spoken about someone called Corona, Ash asked Reggie who nodded his head. Once or twice maybe. Are you saying that's who his date is, Reggie asked Ash who nodded his head. That's who I think it is. We met at a council meeting and she actually seemed to be able to talk to Paul without him scowling. I nearly fainted. The door opened once more, Ash not even bothered by the fact that they let themselves in. Rather he felt honored in a way that his friends walked in without knocking. It meant that they trusted him to do the same. Hey guys, what's up? Gary walked in with his date. Everyone's jaws dropped to the floor when they saw who it was. Claire, clad in her general outfit, walked into the apartment. But then again, the only people that could go out with Gary would be the ones who were able to tame his cockiness. And Claire wouldn't let it emerge, even for a second. She was known to be a dominating person. Hey Claire, it's been a while. Decolora Islands, right? Ash said to Claire, nodded and said hi to everyone. Gary, there's a slab of beers in the fridge, grab out 2, Ash told Gary who strutted to the fridge and took 2 beers from the fridge and threw one to Claire, who caught it with expertise. Hey Gary, Claire. Mind if I ask how you two are friends? Or going out, whichever you are, Ash asked the two who didn't react to it and just laughed softly to each other. Well, do you know anyone else who could actually stop him from being his cocky, arrogant personality? Ash chuckled at this while Gary smirked. Actually, I say that my arrogance and cockiness cancels out yours, so we aren't arrogant and cocky while the other one is around, Gary retorted while Ash inwardly smiled and groaned at the same time. They both were just as bad as each other. Cocky and arrogant just scratched the surface. You're both as bad as each other. Surprisingly, it was Jasmine who said that. While she was generally soft-spoken, they were assuming that Jasmine and Claire knew each other well. They were known as two of the three strongest gym leaders of Johto, along with Price. Well, you and Reggie are both too calm and collected for your power that you hold. Especially that Blaziken of yours, Reggie. It was brutal, Claire replied while Jasmine giggled and grabbed Reggie's arm. Suddenly the door opened again and revealed May and Dawn walk in. Hello, have we met? May said while Ash stood up quickly. Oh, this is Jasmine and this is Claire. Jasmine is going out with Reggie, and somehow, Gary is going out of Claire, Ash introduced while Claire blushed, though very faintly. Probably the first time she's had that scene about him. Oh, well, nice to meet you too, May said with a smile, though it didn't reach her eyes. Ash suspected that she had a thing for Gary. Don't really know why though, to Ash's knowledge, Gary and May rarely talked to each other. But then again, it was just to his knowledge, they could be good friends. Hey Ash, who else is coming? Dawn asked eagerly. Well, other than everyone else here, Percy is coming and bringing a friend, and Paul is coming as well. I think Corina might be. Ash worded it like this on purpose, not wanting to let Dawn know Paul had a date. Ash knew she had a crush on him. All of it was just suspicion though. Who is Corina? Dawn asked while Ash and Reggie shared a knowing look. Silence took over the room until Dawn started to vocally protest about not knowing who Corina was. Corina is one of our friends. She'll be here in a bit, Reggie said, cutting off her protests. Hey, everyone, Percy said as he walked into the door. He was followed by a blood-haired girl with tan skin. Percy, beers are in the fridge. Percy had literally walked in the door and then made a beeline to the fridge. Grabbing two from the fridge and threw one to Annabeth who caught it. Hey, where's ours? Dawn and May protested. Both of you are underage, so no alcohol for you little ones, Ash teased, holding the half-empty bottle of beer just out of their reach while they pouted. Hey, that's no fair. Just because we're underage doesn't mean it's illegal for us, May said, and Dawn nodded her head. They all sighed. It does make it illegal for you, you idiots, Reggie snapped at them. Being the oldest, he had the most responsibility and was the voice of reason for the kids. May and Dawn looked horror-stricken at this. So you mean, the times that we got alcohol it was illegal? Dawn shrieked. You guys had alcohol. Who the hell let you have it? Because I sure wasn't around, Ash told them while they looked away innocently. In all fairness, you weren't around. You would have been in Unova when we drank. If it makes you feel better, May replied. Guys. Not that this isn't entertaining or anything, but I haven't even introduced to you my friend, Percy announced, and they all snapped their heads to Percy. Sorry, I apologize for my rudeness. You must be Percy's girlfriend, Ash said as he stood up to shake her hand, which she accepted though she blushed. Most likely the word girlfriend got her to. Ash smiled. It would be a fun night. Nice to meet you all. I'm Annabeth, the blonde girl spoke up while they all replied saying their own names. So what's the plan, guys? Just sit around all bored and stuff, Claire said with a small bit of bite to her voice as she took a sip from her beer. Well, we wait for Paul and Corina to get here and then we'll do something, Cynthia replied while she sat down on Ash's lap and he twirled her hair. Speaking of which, the door swung open and Paul was standing, whilst much to everyone's surprise, he held the hand of a blonde girl. Everyone in the room was gaping, liking a Magikarp. Hey Corina, Ash said whilst snapping out of his stupor first. Hey Ash, nice to see you again, Corina replied while everyone looked around the room, confused as hell. Also, how did you get Mr. Stone Cold Paul over here to actually show affection? He doesn't smile, let alone hold someone's hand, Ash smirked whilst saying this. Well, I don't know. I've never really tried. We met at one of the meetings and he seemed pretty nice. Didn't know he was as emotionless as you made him out to be though, Corina said while Paul dropped her hand and walked over to the fridge. Grabbing two beers from the fridge he walked over and handed one to Corina. So, introductions are in order then, since I'm assuming not everyone knows everyone, Reggie said while everyone announced their names to each other. Ash looked at Dawn out of the corner of his saw. She was glaring at Corina. Oh boy. Hey babe, watch Dawn. I think she might sew something to Corina. I'm going to talk to Paul, Ash said as he slid Cynthia off his lap and walked over to Paul, and they slipped out the room and Gary followed. Paul, watch out for Dawn. She'll provoke Corina into a fight to prove she's better for you than Corina, Ash said, cutting straight to the chase. Gary blinked once, then twice while Paul shrugged his shoulders. I figure she'll do something like that, but you forgot one thing. Corina doesn't need me to fight her battles for her. She's strong and independent. One of the reasons I like her, she's not one of those superficial girls like Dawn who need people to pamper her. Paul, that is the most I've ever heard you say. And Gary, why the hell are you out here? Keep an eye on Claire as well. May's not like Dawn to fight for you directly, but she'll have some tricks up her sleeve, so keep an eye on her too. Gary shrugged his shoulders. You know, Claire is one of the few gym leaders who can compete with Elite Four, and I'm willing to bet that if it came to worst, Claire will kick May's butt. But aren't these two like your best friends? Why do you want them to not go out with us? First of all, the betrayal of them cut me really deep and you stuck with me through it. You guys are the better friends. And I'd much rather you be happy while they can get over a silly little crush. But seriously guys, watch out. They aren't strong or anything, but they are very sneaky. Relax, but if it makes you feel any better then I'll keep an eye on them. Now let's go back in before they kill each other, Gary said while they all walked back into the room and looked around it. All appeared to be in order while they all took a chug of their beer. What was that about? May asked when they all walked in. Ash was about to lie to them, but Gary cut in. Oh, we were just talking about something that is none of your concern, Gary said in a suave tone. Expecting it to start a fight, Ash sighed, but to his surprise, they all resumed. Claire eyed Gary weirdly, but she dismissed it without a second thought. Since everyone's here, what should we do? Jasmine said loudly over the noise in the room. I don't know about you guys, but I'm hungry. And the game is on, Ash said while he made his way over to the TV remote and put the game on. It was the last game of the playoffs with Kanto and Sinnoh. Winner would be the playoff champions. Ash walked over and grabbed a handful of snacks and threw them around the room. Digging into the fridge, he grabbed a 6-pack from a slab, put it on the table in front of them. Playoffs, ain't it? Paul grunted out as he dug into the pack of chips. Yep, went all the way to Game 7, so it's the final game, Gary said while after he took a chug of his beer. Sinnoh is going to win. Without a doubt, Cynthia said while she sat on Ash's lap and everyone else made their way onto the couch. Everyone was on the couch and the volume was turned up high so everyone could hear. Sorry babe, I love you and all, but Kanto's got this in the bag. Guys, relax, if we're arguing about a game then we're betting. 50 in from everyone but the 12s, surprisingly in was Reggie who said this, and they all put 50 each on the table in the middle while they all watched the game at the starting tip-off. I'm just using the all-star teams. Kanto is west and Sinnoh is east. Kanto had first scoring shot with Curry hitting a 3. The game was back and forth and extremely close, until the end. Kanto had pulled away by 6 points in triple OT. Carmelo Anthony hit a step-back 3 to put the game to just 3 points. James Harden pulled away and hit an and 1 3 points, went to the free throw line and converted the shot. Kanto won by, take your money guys. Reggie handed all the money to Percy, Gary, and Ash while they split the money between them. Well, since that's all said and done, why don't we get a game of beer pong going? 12s get cordial, Claire said while they all nodded and the 2 youngest pouted at being called 12s. Clearly disliking their newfound nickname. I'm up for it. Since I can't be bothered sorting it all out, teams as couples and 12s pair together, Ash said while everyone agreed in some sort of way. 20 minutes later and it was the final game. Corina and Paul were clearly dominating, Paul showing a side no one had ever seen before and had been dominating the game. Corina was no newbie either, showing she had a good hand. Though Reggie was with Jasmine and their experience had shown through and they had prevailed through game and were clearly seasoned in the art of beer pong. Reggie had just potted the last shot. Cheers and claps were heard around the room. Placing a kiss on Jasmine's lips, he pulled away soon after while they basked in their victory. "Well, how about some shots?" "None for the twelvies," Gary said this time, saying the twelvies part for just a laugh while the two groaned. "Well, I've got some Red Bull, so how about some Jaeger bombs?" Ash said while he stepped into the kitchen and grabbed Red Bull from the fridge. Soon afterwards, most of them were asleep or knocked out. May and Dawn left soon into the shots since they weren't going to get any, so it was pointless for them to be there. The only ones awake were Paul, Ash, Reggie and Jasmine. Though they were absolutely smashed though, Jasmine was constantly giggling while Paul slurred random things. Reggie and Ash were the only calm ones though that were in the right mind frame. Ash was sitting on the couch with a passed-out Cynthia lying her head on his lap and a blanket draped over her. Reggie was sitting next to him with Jasmine on his lap, sitting down. Paul was sprawled across the floor at their feet with a blanket over him while Corina had her head on his chest. Gary and Claire were leaning against the wall with a blanket over them. Percy and Annabeth had sprawled across a couch and were cuddling together in their sleep. Paul and Jasmine fell asleep around the same time while Reggie reached over the arm of the chair and pulled a blanket over the side of it and wrapped himself and Jasmine up in it. "Hey Ash. It was a good idea to get everyone together," Reggie said. "Thanks Reggie, I thought it would be a good idea to get everyone together for a bit of randor while we're here," Ash said before he looked down at his lap and smiled. Cynthia was still there, lying on his lap. He smiled even more and he started to slide her hair. He felt a tinge of something, not too sure what it was, but he liked it. He was clearly doing it right because he heard her purring in her sleep. "Seems like you found your special someone." Ash looked up and saw Reggie looking at him. "Looks like you have to, man." "We're both lucky," Ash replied. Reggie grabbed 2 beers, opened them then gave them to Ash. "Well then, cheers to a happy future," Reggie said while Ash and Reggie clinked their beers. "Cheers." Ash woke up with a splitting headache rocking his head. Instantly opening his eyes to observe the situation, he saw everyone sprawled across the room, same as last night. Ash reached down in his lap only to not feel Cynthia there. Looking around the room he saw her in the kitchen browsing through the contents. Ash stood up slowly as to not wake anyone up, and made his way over to the kitchen. Reaching from behind her, Ash pulled out the paracetamol from the cupboard and downed 2 without any water. Cynthia turned around and looked at Ash and pouted. Ash took out 2 and gave them to Cynthia, who downed them. "We've got to be quiet, the others are asleep," Ash told Cynthia, who nodded her head in understanding. "Well, let's go into our bed, I'm still pretty tired." We only got to sleep few hours. It was true, by the time that they had all fallen asleep it was already 5 in the morning and it was 9 now. Naturally, they wouldn't wake up for a few more hours. Ash took Cynthia by the hand as they walked into the room and lied under the covers of the bed. Ash sat up when he heard a knock on the door. "Hey Ash, Cynthia, wake up." Reggie opened the door and the 2 groggily sat up. "What's up Reggie?" Ash spoke up and Cynthia slowly sat up and rested her head against the bed rest. "Well, you should probably wake up soon, it's nearly 5. Ash and Cynthia both looked across and the clock read 4. Ash and Cynthia both stood out of bed and walked out of the room. It looked like everyone had just woke up with half of them sitting along the couch with bowls of food in their hands while they watched one of the live battles that was on TV. "Who's battling?" Ash said while he walked to the toaster and placed 4 slices of bread in the toaster. "Not sure, just 2 random people battling, but it's a good battle. They're both down to 1 Pokemon each and it's Dragonite versus Gengar," Gary said while Ash took the bread out of the toast and buttered it. Ash walked over to the couch and sat down next to Cynthia. She stole 2 slices of toast from his plate. "Not bad, clearly a challenge whoever they are," Ash, while the Dragonite was knocked out by the Gengar, who was declared the winner. "Meh, hey Cynthia, don't you battle tonight?" Reggie said while Cynthia nodded her head. "Yep, I'm pretty sure that I've got Lorelei. Not an easy battle, but it's definitely a winnable battle, Ash said while Paul grunted. No, she's definitely a good trainer but her strength is overrated. I battled her when she was in Sinnoh last time and I bet her, 6 to 5 inch. Wow, I always thought she was strong, she was the strongest Elite Four behind Agatha and Champion Lance, Claire said while Paul shook his head. No, she took the spot when she was younger and was in her prime, but her strength is no longer what it used to be. Don't get me wrong, she is still highly above average for a trainer but she is no longer what she used to be. And she doesn't even know it, she acts like she is at the top of her game and if she loses she'll have a beach about it. Well thought out speech there, Paul. So you reckon she'll be an easy beat then? Cynthia inquired information about her opponent. If you lose any more than 2 Pokemon then I'll be disappointed, that was all she needed to hear. Paul's expectations might have been high but were definitely achievable and everyone here in the room could achieve his expectations. When's the battle? Jasmine said while Cynthia tilted her head and thought to herself for a second. Pretty sure it's 7, Cynthia said while the TV program shifted to the news. I'll be back in a few minutes, I'm going to go get Sarah, Ash said while he placed the plate on the table in front of him before he stood up. Paul, care to go for a walk? Paul stood up and walked away without a word. Even though it was down the hall, Ash wanted to ask Paul something. Something he and Cynthia had spent so much talking about, giving a small nod of the head to Cynthia, who replied with one of her own. Paul and Ash walked out the room. They walked down the hall in silence and walked into Delia's apartment. Hey Mom, how was she? Ash asked while he gave his mother a hug and a kiss on the cheek. When she moved to give Paul a hug, his jaw dropped, literally. When Paul returned it without hesitation. Great, couldn't ask for a better granddaughter. Ash didn't know how to feel about that. It clicked just then, he was a father now. Maybe not by blood but he was a father, Cynthia was a mother and Delia was a grandmother. Ash smiled, he wasn't joking when he said that they were his world but it was only then that it clicked. A father at and by choice as well. So Ash, why is it that you wanted me to come with you for a 30-second walk? Paul asked while Ash smirked, trust Paul to cut to the chase. Well, me and Cynthia have talked a lot about this. I know you're not religious or anything like that and neither am I but I know we'd be honored if you'd be her godfather. If there was one time Ash had ever seen Paul shocked, surprised or startled, it was then. After a few seconds of Paul looking amazed, he cleared his throat and regained his composure. I'd be honored, Paul, as usual a man of few words, said it in 3 simple words. Ash was pretty sure Paul was happy on the inside then and notices a small smile tugging on the side of his face. Well, this is great, Delia said while she gave Ash and Paul a hug while they nodded. Well, we should probably go. The others are waiting for us. You coming to Cynthia's battle, Mom? Ash asked his mother who nodded and ushered them out the door. Ash and Paul made their out of the way out of the door and back to the room with everyone else residing in. Hey babe, go shower. Your battle is soon, Ash said when he walked into the door. Ash sat down while Cynthia looked at him oddly. Are you saying I smell? Cynthia said in a mocking tone that only spelled trouble for Ash. Ash gave Paul the baby while he smiled sheepishly. Of course I'm not, I'm saying you should have a shower before your battle, Ash said while Cynthia looked at him oddly. So are you saying that I'm not pretty enough to be with in public then? Ash groaned when he heard everyone else snicker around him. You know what I mean. I know but I couldn't resist it. Cynthia walked over to Ash and gave him a kiss on the cheek before she went in the shower. You know, if we didn't have guests then I'd invite you to come with me, Cynthia said before disappearing into the bathroom with a giggle. Everyone else around the room laughed, except Paul. I think we just indirectly PP blocked him, Gary said earning a roar of laughter from everyone else in the room. Ash groaned and sat down on the couch while Paul held Sarah. He was surprisingly well with taking care of her. I laughed writing that sentence. Everyone was still placed around the room when Cynthia stepped out of the bathroom after her shower and sat next to Ash. Let's head off now, Cynthia said while everyone present in the room walked out and to the stadium, with Sarah in Cynthia's arms. Well, if it isn't the dropkick, Ash groaned when he heard the voice and he turned his head around to see Max and company. Do you guys mind leaving? I've got better things to deal with than your bitchy, but so shut up. I challenge you to a battle, Max said and released Galade, who took a fighting stance while Ash groaned. My Pokemon aren't worth your time, Max stormed off after hearing this. Ash let out a sigh of relief. He really couldn't be bothered dealing with Max and his insolent friends. Let's go, his presence is really shitty. They walked to the stadium undisturbed this time and they filed into the seats. They waited for a few minutes until Cynthia appeared from the waiting rooms and Lorelei appeared when she was announced. Cynthia had clicked a Pokeball onto her belt and released her Roserade. Lorelei had already released Dugong onto the field. Roserade, use Razor Leaf. Spread the field. Roserade spun her arms in a circle and a flurry of flowers was sent hurtling across the field. Counter with Ice Beam. Dugong created a sphere of ice in front of its mouth before it blew a powerful force of ice at the oncoming Razor Leaf. Despite stopping the direct path of Razor Leaf, it didn't affect the wider paths of Razor Leaf and still took damage to the sides. Icy Wind. Dugong opened its mouth at the command and blew out a cold breeze of icy wind that cancelled out the still coming Razor Leaf. The Razor Leaf froze and slowly started to drop to the ground, littering the ground with frozen leaves. Roserade stopped the attack and took a breath. Energy Ball. Roserade placed the bouquets on her hands together before a green ball formed at the tip before winding back her arms and launching the Energy Ball at Dugong. Counter with Ice Shard. Dugong formed a similar ball of ice at the mouth of Dugong before launching it at the oncoming Energy Ball. Despite the type advantage, the Ice Shard was simply knocked aside by the raw power of the Energy Ball. Dugong, to stun to dodge, took the hit with a shrill cry of pain. Don't let up. Energy Ball and Shadow Ball. Roserade repeated the same process as Energy Ball but this time formed an attack on each bouquet. The left bouquet had a Shadow Ball on it while the right had an Energy Ball. Launching both attacks simultaneously, Dugong was hit with both attacks from Roserade and was sent hurtling. Finish this with Leaf Storm. Roserade placed both bouquets together before releasing a loud cry before Leaf started to fly at the down Dugong. Soon Dugong could be heard crying in pain and it echoed in the arena, but once the cries stopped, that was when Cynthia called the attack off. Lorelei returned Dugong with a visible scowl on her face while Cynthia had her well-known smirk on her face. Paul was right, Lorelei's strength was completely overrated and she was easily angered. Cynthia had already won the battle, she was already in Lorelei's head. Lorelei released her Jinx who glared at Roserade, who stared back indifferently. Blizzard. Jinx opened her mouth and a wide spread of cold air filled the arena while the super effective attack against Roserade. Roserade stood her ground while the chilling wind chipped away at her health. Leaf Storm. Roserade repeated the move that ended Dugong and launched the only move Roserade had in her arsenal to counter Blizzard. Even if it wasn't effective it still did the job Cynthia wanted it to, it cancelled out Blizzard. Roserade let the attack down when Blizzard was no longer in effect and caught her breath. Ice Punch. Jinx ran at Roserade with a fist clad in ice that was swirling around its fist. Counter with Dual Poison Jab. Both fists of Roserade glowed a dark purple and Roserade waited in a defensive pose as Jinx approached. Jinx swung its fist and Roserade ducked under it before jumping with a double uppercut poison jab. Jinx was sent flying over to its trainer's side of the battlefield. Lorelei gritted her teeth while Jinx slowly stood up in pain. Blizzard. Lorelei angrily shouted while Jinx shrunk slightly before responding to Lorelei's order and opening its mouth and released a blizzard that emanated its trainer's anger as it was much stronger than the last one. Roserade. Dodge the attack. Roserade nimbly moved to avoid the blizzard that shrouded the whole arena. Jumping over the low-to-ground blizzard, Roserade jumped behind Jinx, the one spot where there was no blizzard to take damage from. Roserade winded up a poison jab and slammed it into the back of Jinx. Once the blizzard ended, Roserade jumped over back to her side of the field while she waited for her opponent to stand up again. Jinx slowly stood back up and it was obvious that Lorelei was angered about the battle with the expression that was on her face. The battle had only just started and Lorelei was already jumping down her Pokemon's throat. Cynthia hoped Lance would talk to her about her attitude tonight. Perish song, Lorelei said while there were several gasps around the stadium. The move, though not forbidden, was highly frowned upon and was being contemplated on banning the move because it guaranteed a knockout. Jinx sang a song while Cynthia looked angry, her calm demeanor slipping for a second. It was wrong to use a move like that in her opinion. Roseraid, don't hold back. Flurry energy ball. Roseraid placed both her hands together, started to fire energy ball after energy ball at Jinx, who collapsed soon into the slaughter. Lorelei seethed as she returned Jinx and released her star Pokemon. Lapras appeared on the field and Cynthia groaned. Lapras probably knew Perish song as well, so Cynthia would have to win this match fast. Roseraid used energy ball, Cynthia said right after the referee announced the battle to start. Roseraid took a deep breath and drew on her power to launch yet another energy ball. She was drained from the previous two battles, but Roseraid powered through the fatigue to throw an energy ball at Lapras, who was immobile, to dodge the attack. Lapras used Ice Beam on the floor. Lapras took the hit and winced but didn't flinch nor recoil from the attack, but shot an Ice Beam onto the floor which covered Lorelei's half of the floor in ice. She should have done this in the first half. Her whole team are ice Pokemon and would have benefited her more, Cynthia concluded. Lapras took to the ice and started to move around the floor, letting Lapras become more mobile with the ice on the floor. Petal Dance. Roseraid had a vortex of petals swirl around her, similar to that of Stone Edge. Roseraid launched her attack at Lapras, who tried to slide out of the way, and successfully did so. Until Roseraid redirected the Petal Dance, which slammed into the back of Lapras, who cried. Rain Dance. Lapras started to sing rather than dance, the odd shape of its body preventing it from doing so. Soon rain started to fall from the sky while shuffling could be heard through the arena as people put on their raincoats or plastic ponchos. Dragon Pulse. Lapras created a ball of light green in front of its mouth before launching Dragon Pulse across the arena at Roseraid while Cynthia smirked. Weather Ball. Roseraid created a ball the exact same as Energy Ball, except for the fact that it was blue instead of green, and launched it at the Dragon Pulse. Both attacks cancelled each other in the middle of the field. That was good and bad. Roseraid was still able to take on Lapras, who was at full power. Though it meant Roseraid was nearing her end, and Perish song put a time limit on the battle. Extrasensory. Cynthia revealed her trump card while Roseraid placed her bouquets together before a multicolored beam came out of the end of the bouquets and Lapras was sent sliding back on the ice as she took the attack. Ancient Power. Lapras gritted its teeth as it moved chunks of the earth out of the ground and sent them hurtling at Roseraid, who was too tired to avoid the attack. Shadow Ball. Cynthia knew Roseraid was nearing her end, but she had full faith that Roseraid could take out Lapras, even with the time limit of Perish song. Cynthia was said to say the least. Perish song was wrong. Garchomp was going to play. Roseraid sent a Shadow Ball at Lapras, who collapsed in pain and didn't get up. Roseraid smirked before falling to the ground in a cry of pain while Cynthia recalled her before she even hit the ground. Words couldn't express how proud Cynthia was of Roseraid at that moment. She had just taken out 3 elite Pokemon with a time limit of Perish song hanging over her head. Garchomp, feeding time, Cynthia said as Garchomp appeared on the field with a roar that Charizard would be proud of. Cloyster. Lorelei released her 4th Pokemon while Cynthia was only on her 2nd. Even though Garchomp was at a disadvantage, this was Cynthia's Garchomp we're talking about, so that disadvantage was practically out the window. Flamethrower. Cynthia took a pose that most had come to associate with her when she was with Garchomp on the field. Laid back and her right arm bent at an angle which rested on her hip, a small smirk that danced across her face. Garchomp released that stream of fire at Cloyster, who clamped its shell shut as a reflex. It didn't do much and steam could be seen coming off the shell, cooking Cloyster inside its own shell. Protect. Cloyster started to glow a green color before a sphere started to enlarge around Cloyster and slowly push the flamethrower away, giving Cloyster enough time to open its shell and release the heat that was built up in it. Cloyster dropped the Protect once Garchomp stopped with Flamethrower. Garchomp, use Crunch. Garchomp folded up and took off after Cloyster, who was soon within range of the powerful jaw. Withdraw. Lorelei yelled out to Cloyster, who clamped up into its shell. Change to Brick Break, Cynthia calmly said, in perfect sync with her Pokémon. Garchomp threw his white glowing hand into Cloyster, which let out a sickening crunch that split the arena while some spectators visibly recoiled. Despite the noise that could be heard, Cloyster winced and got up. Even though the noise was loud, it seemed that the shell had absorbed most of the damage from the attack, but some still phased through the shell and Cloyster took damage. Ice Beam. Cloyster willed a ball of ice to form in front of itself and sent 3 beams of ice arcing its way to Garchomp. Flamethrower. Garchomp opened his mouth and a blast of fire was sent flying through the air, which collided with the ice beam. Almost instantly the ice beam was engulfed with Flamethrower, and the Flamethrower made contact with the insides of Cloyster, not hitting its shell for the first time this match. Follow it up with Giga Impact. Cynthia was confident that would definitely be enough to finish off Cloyster. She wasn't underestimating Cloyster's strength, but she had full faith that Garchomp would be able to take out Cloyster. And the damage to the inside of the shell was one of the few weak spots of Cloyster. Garchomp flew at Cloyster with a white veil of energy, the exact same as Hyper Beam, forming around Garchomp. Garchomp started at the Cloyster, who was barely able to get up before slammed into the giant shell. Cloyster was knocked back several meters and fell face down into the dirt. Everyone was at the edge of their seats to see if Cloyster could get up. It didn't. Cloyster was face down in the ground, and after a few seconds the referee was forced to call Cloyster unable to battle. Lorelei recalled her downed Pokémon and replaced it with Slowbro. Most Slowbro looked dopey, but this one looked determined and battle-hardened, if the scars were anything to go by. Dragon Claw. Garchomp sped off towards Slowbro with an unreadable look on his face. Counter with Ice Punch. It seemed Lorelei hadn't learnt her lesson yet. She should have figured out that very few Pokémon can match Garchomp in a strength-wise, even with a type advantage. It wasn't the cornerstone of Cynthia's team for nothing. To Ash's knowledge, the only person to ever beat Garchomp was Tobias, but he used legendaries to battle. Garchomp swiped his claw into the icy fist that Slowbro had used to punch at Garchomp. Both the Ice Punch and Dragon Claw were battling with their fists, but Garchomp soon overwhelmed Slowbro just on sheer power, and his claw knocked Slowbro into the dirt. Crunch. Garchomp took the few steps forward to the downed Slowbro and clenched his jaws on the tail of Slowbro before biting down hard and launching the opposing Pokémon into the air. Dragon Rush. Cynthia ordered Garchomp to fly into the air, and Garchomp was soon covered in a veil of blue energy. Garchomp slammed into Slowbro and Slowbro was sent hurtling to the ground. Get up and use Ice Beam. Slowbro stood up, refusing to be bested that early in a match, and launched an Ice Beam at Garchomp, who was on his way down to the earth from the Dragon Rush. Garchomp used its arm to block the attack, but that led to his arm being frozen. Cynthia smirked while Lorelei looked happy for the first time this match. Turns out Garchomp ended up with an ice spear attached to his arm. Lorelei, and everyone else's jaw dropped in the arena while Garchomp shaped the ice attached to his wrist into a spear with the flamethrower. Garchomp flew at Slowbro. The moment's notice of shock was more than enough for Garchomp to capitalize on. Garchomp flew at Slowbro and slammed the ice sword that lingered on his arm into the gut of Slowbro. When Garchomp pulled away, the tip of the sword was covered in blood while Slowbro groaned and clutched its stomach in pain before growling angrily. Shadow Ball. Slowbro took its hands off the wound on its stomach before placing them together, and a Shadow Ball formed. Slowbro launched off the Shadow Ball, which slammed into Garchomp, who gritted his teeth and slid back in the dirt from the attack, but it did little damage. Flamethrower. Slowbro opened its mouth and blasted a stream of fire. The fire burned through the air and into Garchomp. Despite not being effective, it did lick away at some of his health. Overall though, it did very little damage. Draco Meteor. Garchomp released a bright ball of energy, much similar to that of Dragon Pulse but only much stronger. Once the ball reached its highest peak, it then split off into many smaller balls that were all attracted to Slowbro. Soon all the balls slammed into Slowbro and Slowbro cried in agony. Slowbro somehow managed to get up after the slaughter of Draco Meteor. Hyper Beam. Going for broke. hyper beam slammed into Garchomp, who growled and was knocked back a few feet, but that was all that happened. Finish this off, Garchomp. Earthquake. Garchomp slammed his foot into the ground twice before the earth started to rumble. Earth started to rumble and shake through the wild field. Slowbro was being knocked around the ground before he was knocked out. Lorelei replaced her Pokemon and sent out her last Pokemon while Cynthia was still on her second. Cynthia was confident that Garchomp would be undefeated for the rest of this battle. Lorelei's last Pokemon was her Mamoswine. Naturally big and tough Pokemon, hers was no exception. The Mamoswine in Lorelei's possession looked bigger and stronger than most other Mamoswine. Though it was clearly nothing compared to Garchomp though, the paragon of its kind. Dragon Rush. Garchomp ascended into the air at a high speed before descending towards Garchomp with blue energy around him, the energy looking similar to that of a dragon's mouth. Counter with Giga Impact. Mamoswine charged towards Garchomp with haste, shrouded in a veil of white energy. The beasts slammed into each other before they were both locked in a stalemate for a short PRD of time. Garchomp soon overpowered Mamoswine despite the weaker attack, and Mamoswine was knocked back. Brick Break. Garchomp approached Mamoswine, who was on the ground, before Garchomp chopped his fist downwards at Mamoswine, who was standing up from the ground. Garchomp stalked back to his side of the field after hitting Mamoswine. Get up and use Blizzard. Lorelei screamed at Mamoswine. Mamoswine rose off the ground before roaring and a blizzard appeared from its mouth. Spin and use Flamethrower. Garchomp growled in response and started to use Flamethrower within the spinning action. This managed to encase Garchomp in an ever-growing vortex of fire which slowly made its way across the field, the blizzard not slowing down one bit. Ram it. Garchomp flew at Mamoswine, the veil of fire still around Garchomp, and slammed into the twin tusk Pokemon with little trouble. Mamoswine let loose a loud shriek of pain and collapsed to the ground, twitching. Mamoswine though, did get up after a few seconds though. Ancient Power. Mamoswine slammed his front legs into the ground and parts of the earth started to rise into the air. Mamoswine swung its head in the direction of Garchomp and the rocks were sent flying towards Garchomp. Garchomp, taking initiative for defense out of instinct, used Brick Break on both hands and started to split the rocks that were coming his way. Fire Blast. Garchomp opened his mouth and fire started to pour from the opening, except at the end of the mouth was a 5-point star which led towards Mamoswine. Mamoswine was knocked back by the attack but tried to hold its ground. It was no use though, the super effective attack proved to be too much for Mamoswine, who fainted out of pain. See you guys later, Reggie said to Ash as he and Claire walked after the battle. Those were the last of the group except Cynthia, Ash and Sarah to leave. What do you want to do for dinner? My treat for winning, Ash said while Cynthia tilted her head, like most people when asked a question. Chinese babe, no anywhere, Cynthia asked Ash, who nodded his head, and soon the three of them had made their way to nearest Chinese restaurant. After being sat down by the waitress, Ash and Cynthia scrolled through the menu they were given. After they ordered their food, they waited for it to arrive, small talk killing the time. I must say, I really didn't expect Paul to have a girlfriend. I doubt I could have ever imagined him ever having one until yesterday though, Cynthia said while Ash shrugged his shoulders. They are exact opposites, Paul is Corynus Ice and she is Paul's Fire. Two sides of the same coin, Ash said while Cynthia nodded her head. Hey, are we two sides of the same coin? Cynthia asked while Ash looked thoughtfully before he heard Sarah mumble next to him, snapping him from his thoughts. In a way I guess, I'm more hot-headed than you, who is a lot more calm. You plan strategies for your battle while I'm the sort of person who goes with the flow and wings the battle. But not as much as Paul and Corina, no way in hell could anyone be more opposite than those two. Ash replied to her question. True, I guess that they are exact opposites. But then again, finding someone like Paul, let alone a female version of him, would be hard. So I guess that whoever he goes out with is his opposite, Cynthia said while Ash nodded his head in agreement. My sentiments exactly. The food then arrived and they were all sat around the table, eating their food. Cynthia had worked a miracle and got Ash to eat with manners. It was even more shocking when Pikachu did the exact same thing. Well, good to see I've kept you all well trained. I can put my whip away now, Cynthia joked with Ash, who grinned at her while Sarah clapped. I'm not sure if you noticed, but Dawn's got it in for Corona, Ash said while Cynthia tilted her head to the side. Why, Corona's actually really sweet and nice. What do you mean by out for her? Cynthia asked Ash, who looked seriously at her, a rare moment. Well, to put it plainly, Dawn is jealous of Corona. She's been crushing on Paul and know that Paul had a girl, she said. I actually saw her glaring at Corona last night. I've already told Paul, so hopefully he can take care of that, but I can only seeing it ending badly. Dawn has a one-track mind, so if she wants Paul then she'll do whatever she wants to get him. She was always used to getting what she wanted, Ash told Cynthia, who shook her head. Let's leave it to them to solve the problem, we'll intervene if necessary though, Cynthia said while Ash nodded his head in agreement. Yeah, I completely agree, but I think May is after Gary also, Ash replied while Cynthia groaned. How come you meet all the crazy people, though I'd fear more for May's health. Claire is ruthless, Ash chuckled. Actually, you shouldn't need to be worried about Corona anyway. She's an Aura apprentice training under Corona. Actually, Paul is one as well, but the lucky BSTRD is training under Red, Ash said, and Cynthia spat out her drink. Red, the Red, Pokemon Master Red, Cynthia told Ash, who nodded his head and crossed his arms. Lucky BSTRD. But unlike him, I'm trained under the most renowned Aura Guardian. But I'm even luckier, look at my girlfriend, Ash replied while Cynthia diverted her eyes down slightly and Ash smirked. You know you're the only one on this planet able to get me flustered, even after all this time, Cynthia spoke softly while Ash grinned. That's how it should be. It does work the other way though, you're the only person that can make me blush, Ash said before grinning. Well, except for Mother. She can get under my skin actually very easily, Cynthia giggled at Ash, who took a sip from his drink. We should go home soon, babe, Sarah's getting sleepy, Ash gestured to the baby in the high chair and she was rubbing her eyes while Cynthia nodded her head. Cynthia picked up Sarah while Ash took out his wallet and paid the bill. Ash and Cynthia slowly made their way to the apartment from the restaurant. The walk home would have been uneventful, until they bumped into Max and company. Well, look here guys, looks like the loser knocked up some slot and had a baby, Max jeered, and Ash snapped his head around in anger. You know Max, you can talk shit about me as much as you want. But as soon as you talk about my family, that's when you've crossed the line. I'll meet you back at the apartment, babe. Pikachu, go with them, just in case, with the last part directed to Cynthia and Pikachu. As soon as Cynthia was out of sight with Sarah, Ash took 3 steps forward in a rapid pace before pinning his arm back, then throwing it forward, hitting Max on his upper right cheek. Max fell back and would have landed on the ground if his friends hadn't caught him. DMNU, Max said before falling unconscious. About time you did that, Ash turned his head around to see Paul and Gary standing there, smirking whilst looking at Max. Later guys, I need to head home and have a shower, wash the filth off my hand if you know what I mean, Ash said as he waved goodbye to them and stalked off to the apartment. Ash walked in the door and Cynthia literally jumped on him. Ash caught her and she began to bombard him with questions. Slow down, babe, is Sarah asleep? Ash asked Cynthia, who nodded her head, and Ash continued. Well, it was pretty anticlimactic. After you left I sort of knocked him and left, Ash said while Cynthia froze for a second while Ash, who was still carrying Cynthia, walked to the room and placed her on the bed. Ash laughed at her expression and gave her a kiss on in her head. Be back in a few minutes. I'll be in the shower. Ash walked into the bathroom and stripped down, not even bothering to close the door. Ash turned the tap on and put his hand under the water, waiting for it to heat up. Ash stepped into the shower once it was hot enough. After a few seconds of standing there under the water, the door opened once more. Ash turned around only to see Cynthia's blonde locks. Hey babe, isn't Paul battling Tobias today? Ash asked Cynthia, who nodded her head slowly. She wasn't exactly bitter over her loss of the Sinnoh championship to Tobias, but it hurt and she was still recovering from it. One thing though, it was sure to be one hell of a battle. Paul would give it everything he's got, but it would be an uphill battle for Paul. Do you want to go see it? Ash asked Cynthia softly. He knew she wasn't over the loss, but it would be a good chance for closure though. And he wanted to cheer Paul on, he'd need it for such a big battle. Yep, I think I'm alright to see Tobias. Okay, and besides that, we'll need to cheer Paul on. This will be one hell of a battle and I wouldn't want to miss it for the world. After all, Paul is one of the very few people that could battle me on an even field, Ash said while Cynthia nodded her head. You and me both. 20 minutes later Ash, Cynthia and Sarah were all seated around the table eating breakfast. When's Paul battling Tobias? Cynthia asked Ash, who was on the computer that came with the room. The schedule says he's battling in 40 minutes, so we should leave soon if we want to get good seats. Ash and Cynthia both walked out of the apartment with Sarah in the pram with Pikachu standing on the end of it entertaining her. Hey buddy, I find it funny how you can be the most ruthless Pokemon to battle against but then you turn to mush when it comes to Sarah. Ash was right. Pikachu battled with an edge about him that scared most of his opponents. But when it came to Sarah, Pikachu slept at the foot of her bed every night and entertained her the most. He was always there to play with her when she needed someone to look after her. Pikachu was always there for her. Pikachu shrugged his shoulders and continued to make his famous faces for her while she laughed and clapped her hands. So what are your thoughts on the battle? Who's going to win? Cynthia asked Ash, who shrugged his shoulders. To be honest, it can go either way. But it probably will be in Tobias's favor, only because of the fact that his team is full of legendaries, Ash said, but Cynthia shook her head. But Tobias doesn't train his Pokemon, he relies on intimidation and their original power to win battles. That was how he bet me. I went in underprepared but he doesn't train his Pokemon. I had my suspicions on that, and besides, I can guess which Pokemon Paul will use for this battle. Heck, I can guarantee he'll use Torterra in the battle, Ash said before he and Cynthia stopped outside the stadium to look at it. Hey guys, came to watch the battle. Both of them snapped their head around to see Reggie, Jasmine and Corona all standing behind them. Hey guys, where's Paul? Cynthia asked the three while Corona spoke up. He's already in the locker room, probably trying to collect his thoughts. They all gathered in the stadium, taking up a row of seats, and they all sat down and waited for the battle to start. Thoughts on the winner? Ash broke the silence while everyone looked at the field and thought. Paul, definitely winnable, but it depends on how he battles today. If he's off even the slightest bit he'll lose, Reggie said, and Ash nodded his head in agreement. Paul walked onto the field and stood there in silence while Tobias appeared after his name was called. Paul wordlessly released Agron onto the field while Tobias did the same. It was no surprise that Darkrai appeared onto the field. It was without a doubt that Tobias always started with Darkrai. He always used Darkrai as his opener. It was a battle of two quiet people. They were both the strong and silent type, both spoke very few words, and they both had unbelievable power in their arsenal. This was a battle between quite possibly the two most powerful trainers on the planet. As soon as the referee said begin, they were off. Sunny day, Agron opened its mouth and a bright ball appeared inside it. Agron then roared and the ball was in the air and exploded, brightening the whole stadium, quite possibly the whole island. Quick attack, Darkrai flew at Agron, so fast that most people's eyes couldn't. Even Paul couldn't track Darkrai until it made contact with Agron. The attack not being effective, Agron took the attack with little more than a grunt of pain and slid back an inch or two. Dark Pulse, Darkrai placed both hands together and soon black and purple rings started appearing from Darkrai's hands, shooting their way across the field. Earth Power Shield, Agron slammed a foot on the ground and the earth shot up to form a shield in front of Agron, absorbing the Dark Pulse and crumbling under the attack, but it stopped Agron from taking the Dark Pulse. Ice Beam, Darkrai placed both hands together before a sphere of ice formed on Darkrai's palms and Darkrai pushed his palms forward and soon there was ice making its way towards Agron. Counter with Flash Cannon, Agron opened his mouth and a metallic ball formed inside his mouth and forced it out and it collided with the ice beam. Both of the attacks cancelled each other out and caused a minor explosion. Shadow Ball, Darkrai placed both palms flat against each other before a dark energy pressed against the palms and soon they separated slowly, a shadow ball forming in the midst of Darkray's palms. Darkrai threw his hand forward and the shadow ball started to launch the shadow ball at Agron. Solar Beam, Agron instantly formed a green ball between his arms and launched it at the shadow ball. The Sunny Day charged the Solar Beam up fast and it instantly hit the shadow ball and phased past it, only because of Solar Beam being the stronger attack. Solar Beam made its way through the field and slammed into Darkrai. Paul smirked once he saw Darkrai land on the floor. Brick Break, Darkrai regained its bearings before floating off towards Agron, one hand glowing a bright light. Counter with Thunder Punch, once Darkrai was close enough to Agron on the field, both Pokémon swung their fists. They both slammed into each other and were locked in a stalemate. After a few seconds, Agron powered up his other fist in with an Ice Punch and slammed it into Darkray's head, thus knocking Darkrai on the floor in front of his trainer's box. Use Poison Jab, Darkrai flew at Agron while Paul smirked and let the attack hit. Tobias looked shocked when Agron didn't even slide back an inch. Did you forget that poison moves aren't effective against steel Pokémon? So the Sinnoh champion makes a rookie mistake. Honestly, I don't know how you bet Cynthia, Paul taunted while Tobias glared at him. Paul shrugged his shoulders before turning to the field. Agron had locked Darkrai in his hands. Flamethrower into Dragon Tail, Agron clenched his palms even tighter shut and opened his mouth. With an even tighter smirk on his face, Agron opened his mouth and blasted a hot stream of fire into the face of Darkrai. After about quarter of a minute, Agron stopped before using Dragon Tail to knock Darkrai back to his side of the field. Focus Blast, Darkrai placed both of its arms together before sending of a Focus Blast whilst still lying on the floor. Agron, who was slightly cocky from the beating he just delivered Darkrai, was unaware of the Focus Blast heading straight towards him. The Focus Blast knocked Agron right in the gut and knocked him back several feet onto the ground. Agron, though only taking a quick attack from before, was awfully injured from the Focus Blast because of its quadruple weakness to fighting-type moves. Agron got off the ground and clenched at his stomach before roaring and taking a fighting pose. Darkrai had basically evened up the battle with that one move. Despite all the damage that Darkrai had taken, it was a legendary. So it was only natural that Darkrai had a legendary endurance and attack power. Though Darkray's health was dwindling, so it was beginning to be an easier battle for Agron. But Darkrai did return the favor and tie the match up with just one attack. Superpower, Agron flexed both of his arms and reared his head back whilst roaring a deafening roar. Most people except the most hardened people flinched or recoiled from the roar itself. Agron now had this aura to him that you could just feel the power emanating from Agron. Agron ran at Darkrai at what speed most people thought would be impossible to do so for a Pokémon as large as Agron. Agron ran at Darkrai, who was shocked of the speed that Agron displayed and was caught off guard and was slammed into the ground, courtesy of Agron. Don't let up, Brick Break, Agron held Darkrai down and repeatedly slammed his fists alternatingly into Darkray's chest while Darkrai was crying out in pain, the first time this match. Get out of there with Feint Attack, Darkrai disappeared right before Agron slammed his fist into him, which would have been the fifth time. Darkrai reappeared right behind Agron and punched his head into the ground and slowly made his way back to his side of the field while the crippled Agron stood off the ground and glared at Darkrai. Ice Beam, Darkrai placed both arms together before firing off an ice beam towards Agron, who snarled and stamped his foot on the ground, waiting for the order to come from Paul. Counter with Focus Blast, Agron placed both of his hands together and fired off a Focus Blast. Both the attacks dissipated and exploded on contact. Once both of the attacks exploded, Agron growled and stamped its foot. Agron's instinct was telling him the battle was ending soon, so he would put everything into his next attack. Focus Blast, Paul said while Tobias said his order a second later. Focus Blast. Both Pokémon's actions mimicked each other. Placing their palms together and throwing off a Focus Blast, both of them off their right palms, each of the Focus Blast didn't even make contact with one another, they just blew past. Darkrai and Agron were both hit with focus blasts at the exact same time and was sent hurtling to the ground. After 10 seconds of no moving, the referee announced each of them knocked out. Paul's battling well, he managed to get Agron to draw with Darkrai, an impressive feat to say the least, Ash said, and Reggie shook his head. But if he draws every battle in this match, then how is he meant to win? They're only allowed 6 Pokemon each, Reggie told Ash, who shrugged his shoulders to reply. He only needs 1 knockout and to win the battle if he draws with every other Pokemon. Don't forget the battle just started and Paul hasn't even used his Torterra or Cobalion that I gave him. He has a legendary of his own and his starter Pokemon, he's not out of it yet, Ash replied, and Reggie nodded his head. Yeah, I know. This battle won't be determined until the last move, Reggie told everyone who nodded their head. Paul gladly returned his fallen Pokemon. Normally, he'd be annoyed that his Pokemon drew to another, but this was a special case. His Agron managed to go toe-to-toe with the legendary Pokemon of Pitch Black. Paul just hoped that his next few Pokemon could do the same, just long enough to rattle Tobias, then bring Torterra in while Tobias is rattled. Paul wordlessly released his Electivire while Tobias did the same, and Latios appeared from the Pokeball. The referee signaled the battle to begin and Paul called out a command right off the bat. Thunderbolt. Electivire whirred his arms and snarled at the same time before yelling and letting of an electric charge off her body. Counter with Dragon Pulse, Latios opened its mouth and a purple ball formed at its mouth. Blowing with gusto, Latios blasted the Dragon Pulse, which collided with the Thunderbolt, and both of the attacks cancelled out and exploded after a short battle. Ice Beam. Latios opened its mouth and a sphere of ice formed at the front of his mouth. Latios let out a screech and soon ice was arcing across the field, making its way to Electivire. Counter with Thunder. Electivire whirred his arms once again and soon an even bigger electric blast was on its way towards the Ice Beam. Both attacks dissipated in the middle of the field and so far nothing but their endurance was tested. Close the distance and use Dual Ice Punch. Electivire leapt forward in the blink of an eye and towards Latios, who was rearing to go. Dragon Claw to counter. Latios readied both claws with Draconic Energy before flying off towards Electivire as they both clashed in the middle of the field. Electivire and Latios were both locked in a battle, Electivire using his fists and Latios using its claws. Both were locked in a stalemate until Electivire's elusive tails became metallic and starting pelting Latios, who was trapped. If Latios tried to dodge the iron tail, then Electivire could use Ice Punch and vice versa. Protect, then get out of there, Tobias said to Latios, who slowly raised a shield around its body which cut off the attacks and made Electivire ended up pelting a shield instead of Latios. Both Pokemon retreated to their side of the field and waited for orders to arise from their trainers. Signal Beam. Electivire opened his mouth and soon a multicolored beam of energy shot out of his mouth and made its way across the field. Counter with Dragon Pulse. Latios let out a purple ball and launched it across the field. The Signal Beam and Dragon Pulse met in the middle of the field, but the Dragon Pulse exploded on contact. The Signal Beam traveled through the smoke and collided with Latios, who fell to the ground from the effective attack. Thunderbolt. Latios took off the ground after recovering, then an electric current covered around Latios before arcing its way towards Electivire, who was standing boldly in front of the attack. Counter with your own Thunderbolt. Electivire whirred his arms and electricity started visibly dancing across both antennae on Electivire's head. Both bolts of electricity shot across the field, only stopping to meet each other in the middle. The Thunderbolts exploded upon contact and kicked up dirt across the field and shrouded the field in mist. Paul's brows furrowed when the field was covered. Latios had the type advantage with mobility in the air and the psychic powers rendering the smoke useless to blind its vision. Aerial Ace. Paul heard Tobias call out over the crowd. Paul knew that Aerial Ace would always hit unless Paul could think of a countermeasure, and fast. Then it clicked. Protect, Paul ordered calmly, though he was frazzled on the inside. Electivire acted a barrier around himself, just in time to see Latios slam into the barrier. Thunder Wave. Electivire let down the shield as soon as he heard the command and sent a small electric pulse through the air and into Latios, only taking a mere second to travel from the air to Latios. Latios, who was still recovering from slamming into the Protect, was paralyzed from the thunder wave. Double team into Shadow Ball, Latios made multiple fake copies of itself and scattered them around the field. All of the copies made a shadow ball at the front of each of their mouths, all of them being launched at Electivire. I really don't want to do this because I'll never hear the end of it, but I have to. Electivire use Counter Shield Thunderbolt, Paul yelled while he heard Ash yell out some cocky response from the crowd. Paul flipped him off before returning to the battle at hand. Electivire span around on his back in a circle, firing a Thunderbolt, a semi-sphere of Thunderbolts in the air. The Shadow Ball and Thunderbolt collided in a forceful way which caused an explosion, but the smoke was kicked up did nothing to hinder the counter shield technique and repeatedly slam into Latios, who was screeching in pain. Hyper Beam, Latios fired off a Hyper Beam at Electivire, who was picking himself off the ground after using the Thunderbolt. Counter with Giga Impact, Electivire charged at the oncoming Hyper Beam, his own similar energy forming around him. The beam was making its way towards Electivire, who was charging head-on at the beam of pure energy. Electivire jumped after making contact with the Hyper Beam and was slowly forcing its way towards Latios. Electivire made its way through the beam of energy, though it took a lot of energy from Electivire to remain airborne in with the Hyper Beam pushing Electivire down. Electivire was just inches away from slamming into Latios before the energy overloaded and released in an output. The explosion rocked the whole battlefield, and Electivire and Latios, both being so close, was sent hurtling to the ground from the explosion of pure energy. As soon as they hit the ground, dirt was kicked off the ground. The referee waited for the dirt to clear the field and the result shocked the crowd. Both Pokemon were down again. Paul's doing well. Or Tobias is doing bad, I'm not really sure, Corina stated confusingly while Reggie shrugged his shoulders. I think it's a bit of both, to be honest. Paul is on his game while Tobias is flustered. Paul's not one to be intimidated, and that's one of Tobias's main weapons, so it's thrown him off his game a bit. Without a doubt, Paul is on the verge of winning this if he can get into Tobias's head just a little bit more. But if Tobias can block him out, then it's game over for Paul, though I suspect some of the surprises Paul has in store will throw the battle in his favor, Cynthia stated. Paul wordlessly released Alakazam onto the field, and then Tobias chuckled before an NTI made an entrance onto the field. Noises were heard from the crowd, who was talking about Tobias using a third legendary Pokemon. No matter, Paul thought to himself. A Pokemon is a Pokemon, no matter how legendary, they can still be defeated like every other one. After all, Paul had already drawn with 2 legendaries. Shadow Ball, Alakazam created a dark purplish ball between her hands, using her psychic powers to gather energy before throwing the ball at NTI. Counter with Shadow Ball, NTI shook the earth with a roar that would have made Charizard proud, and a Shadow Ball formed at the mouth of NTI, who launched it at the oncoming Shadow Ball. Both Shadow Balls collided, but only dust was kicked up. Flame Charge. It was no secret that Alakazam was one of the mightiest Pokemon when it came to special attacks, but as soon as you brought the battle to close quarters, then Alakazam was at a disadvantage. Alakazam was suited to long-range combat, and it seemed that Tobias knew that and tried to bring the fight in close. NTI burst into flames before running across the field at a blinding speed and launched itself at Alakazam. Teleport. As soon as the words left Paul's mouth, Alakazam glowed a slight blue before disappearing into nothing, while NTI slammed into the air where Alakazam was a mere second ago. Future Sight. The eyes of Alakazam glowed a bright blue color before stopping suddenly. Paul just had to bide some time until the attack actually came into effect. Flamethrower. NTI opened its mouth and turned to where Alakazam was and sent a stream of fire her way. Though Alakazam safely teleported out of the way. Rock Smash. NTI charged at Alakazam with its right claw, glowing a white effect. Grass Knot. Then Gravity, Paul whispered, and once again her eyes glowed a menacing blue before NTI suddenly tripped and fell to the floor, its face grinding into the ground. Gravity soon took effect and was intensified across the whole arena. NTI was stuck on the ground and unable to stand because of the gravity. Calm Mind. Alakazam took the lotus position for a few seconds and her eyes glowed a bright blue. After a few more seconds, Alakazam left the lotus position and stared at NTI, who was struggling to stand up. Kinesis Alakazam moved her spoons which suddenly bent, decreasing the chance of NTI hitting her. Focus Blast Alakazam transferred all her physical energy into a spherical objet inside her palms before sending it flying at the now standing NTI. Psychic, Speed It Up Alakazam used her mental powers to launch the ball at an even faster rate than what it was already going. NTI was still getting used to the stronger gravity, so it was unable to get out of way of the attack quick enough, not that it mattered. Alakazam could redirect the attack with Psychic anyway. Stone Edge NTI slammed its foot into the ground to make the earth around NTI make a vortex, encasing it inside the vortex. NTI nodded its head towards Alakazam, who was caught off guard from how sudden NTI was able to get used to the gravity. The stones started to pelt at Alakazam, who had braced herself for the rocks. Thankfully Kinesis had stopped. Half of the stones had flown right past. Teleport into Psycho Cut, Alakazam disappeared out of the stones and reappeared right behind NTI. Her arms glowed a bright purple before Alakazam repeatedly slammed both of her arms into the back of NTI, who roared in pain. Iron Tail NTI, despite the pain it was in, managed to tense the tail attached to its back so hard that it turned steel and shone with a white sheen. NTI swung the metallic tail back and forth, trying to knock Alakazam away. Though neither Pokemon was relenting to the pain being dealt, they were both taking damage. NTI got in a lucky swing and got Alakazam right on the jaw, knocking her back several feet. Suddenly, this giant vortex of glowing colors shot across the field and slammed into NTI, who roared in pain and was knocked onto the ground, though NTI still recovered faster than Alakazam could. Flamethrower NTI shot out a stream of fire from its mouth which fired across the field and slammed into Alakazam, who was still getting up from the attack. Once the fire stopped, Alakazam was struggling to rise from the attack. Teleport and Drain Punch Alakazam stood up and charged a Drain Punch. Once the attack was fully charged, Alakazam teleported and punched at the exact same time. NTI, who was unsuspecting of the attack, was drained of some energy while Alakazam sapped at NTI's energy before teleporting out of harm's way. Flame Charge NTI took off towards Alakazam, covered in flames with little embers strkng off the back of the flames that liked NTI's skin. Meet it head-on, Psycho Cut and Zen Headbutt. Paul knew it was risky to attack a Pokemon physically with Alakazam, let alone a legendary, but taking risks was the only way to win this battle. Alakazam and NTI both collided together head first, though Alakazam was taking more damage to her inferior defense, which changed once Alakazam brought in the Psycho Cut that occupied her arms in the fight. It evened up the collision and both of the Pokemon were taking equal damage. Teleport. Paul knew that Alakazam would lose ultimately if that carried on, so he forfeited that one battle, if only to fight another. Heat Wave NTI opened its mouth and a spreading wave of heat entered the field. The wave gradually made its way towards Alakazam, whose spoon was twitching slightly at the imminent danger in front of herself. Hyper Beam. Normally, Paul wouldn't use Hyper Beam Alakazam, but this was a desperate situation which could end the battle in a second. Alakazam placed both of her hands together and soon a bright sheen of light appeared. It was the raw, untapped and uninfluenced power of Hyper Beam. Alakazam launched the Hyper Beam at the oncoming heat wave, hoping to stop it in its tracks. It didn't work. The heat wave just curled around the Hyper Beam and slammed into Alakazam, who let out a cry of pain. Not one to make any noise other than using their telepathy, it must have injured Alakazam enough to cause some severe damage to Alakazam. It was a shock to the whole crowd though, most of them had never heard an Alakazam make a noise and probably never will, even if they own one. Alakazam collapsed to the floor in pain and writhed, almost like the body of the Psy Pokemon was having a seizure. Paul, knowing it was over, had instantly recalled Alakazam to stop the pain that overcame her body. NTI wasn't much better though, panting hard and sporting marks of pain across its body. Paul knew that it wouldn't take much to put the dog down for good. Paul returned the fallen Psychic to her Pokeball. After a few words of congratulations about the battle, Paul placed the Pokeball on his belt before throwing his next Pokemon to the field. Paul smirked when everyone's reaction to him having one of Tobias's Pokemon. Cobalion stomped the ground with one of its hooves while the crowd was in awe that Paul had a legendary Pokemon of his own. You're not the only one with a legendary Pokemon, Tobias. Don't get too cocky just because you have 6 of them. I mean, look at the last battles, you drew. You drew with 2 normal Pokemon, almost with a third. So if anyone should be cocky, then it's me. Paul used his legendary 4th, then what are his last 2 Pokemon? Corona said what was on everyone's mind. You should know this sort of stuff, Corona, you're his girlfriend, so if you don't know then don't bother asking us, Ash teased her while she pouted. I know Torterra is one of those 2 Pokemon, but I'm honestly not sure what the other was. When he was asking me who I think he should use, he only asked for 3. Meaning that Cobalion and Torterra were already there and there is a mystery Pokemon. He already used my 3 suggestions, so it wasn't one I suggested for him to use, Reggie announced, drawing everyone's attention. They all shared one thought. What was the mystery Pokemon? So what, you've got 1 legendary Pokemon, I've got 6. You're just a novice in them, but I am the master of all legendary Pokemon, Tobias shouted across the field. Paul smirked at the statement, if only he knew. If you're the master of legendary Pokemon then prove it, Paul taunted, getting in his head. Tobias fell for it when he shouted across some comment on how he will. Shut up, Cobalion use Flash Cannon. Paul knew it would prove to be ineffective, but it was the first attack that came to his mind and he wanted Tobias to stop talking, so he called it out. Cobalion opened its mouth and a metallic ball formed at the mouth of the Iron Will Pokemon. The steel stream fired it slammed into the injured Entei, who had already endured a painful battle with Alakazam. Flamethrower. Not for the first time this match, Entei had formed a ball of fire at the tip of its mouth before a steady yet wild stream of fire launched across the field, ready and willing to slam into Cobalion. Bounce. Cobalion jumped over the fire and into the air as high as it could. Heck, most people could barely see him. But Paul could. His eyes were trained from years of Pokemon battles, so this wasn't anything new. Cobalion shot straight down to Earth, using the intensified gravity from Alakazam to help itself go faster down at an even faster pace. The trajectory of Cobalion to land was right where Entei was, though it was doubtful that Entei or its trainer could see that high in the air. Cobalion came rocketing down to the ground so fast that even if Entei could have seen Cobalion then it wouldn't have mattered. Cobalion slammed onto Entei's back. Letting out a howl of pain, Entei was forced onto the ground with a sickening crack. Without a doubt, Entei would have had some broken bones and blood was pouring down its mane, only adding to the furious look on Entei's face. Pride of a legendary wouldn't let another legendary beat him. Aerial Ace. Cobalion charged forward with blinding speed before disappearing in front of everyone's eyes, a testament to Cobalion and the speed beheld in a legendary Pokemon. Cobalion reappeared right before slamming into the head of Entei, who squealed in pain. Cobalion had a steel-coated cranium, as did every other steel Pokemon. Like the element of the Pokemon, their physiological factors determine their typing. It was the same as how psychic Pokemon could read minds, though some were more able than others. Steel Pokemon had a physiology of steel-coated bones which reinforced the hits delivered from steel Pokemon. Though it wasn't always like that, some Pokemon with factors that resembled a steel Pokemon but weren't could also have steel-coated bones. It was like how even though Electivire wasn't a psychic type, it still had the capabilities to use psychic. It all depended on the body shape amongst other things that determined the moves, and their parents. It was how some Pokemon knew special moves, through breeding. Though sometimes it was done illegally, but most of that had been stopped by the police and law enforcement agencies. Entei collapsed to the ground in pain but quickly rose again, losing its pride hurt more than anything else that Cobalion delivered. That was how most Pokemon died, their pride got the best of them and they refused to back down. Many Pokemon had fallen dead in arenas because of incompetent trainers with strong Pokemon. They didn't know when to forfeit their Pokemon. Cobalion finished this off with Stone Edge. Cobalion stomped its foot on the ground while parts of the earth rose out of the ground and started to circle around Cobalion. Cobalion took a small jump step forward and the stones shot of towards Entei, whose eyes were wide, in too much pain to dodge the attack. The attack slammed into Entei, who let loose a cry. Not a deep and horrifying one like when NTI entered the field, but one that was high-pitched and shrill. The one that resembled pain. NTI was literally unable to stand up after the attack and its body gave out. Pitiful MMS escaped its lips while he was returned to his pokeball. It looked like Tobias was one of those trainers. The incompetent ones that lacked the knowledge of true Pokemon trainers. That was why Cynthia deserved her title back. She was a true Pokemon champion. Tobias was some fake who couldn't train Pokemon, so he took legendaries and used them to do his bidding. He wasn't a good trainer, he just had good Pokemon. Tobias returned NTI to his Pokeball before releasing his next Pokemon. Victini appeared on the field for Tobias, earning Paul groaned. Not another one. Paul shook his head once, snapping his head free of those thoughts. It didn't matter what Pokemon he battled, he refused to lose, and that stubbornness carried over to his Pokemon. If nothing else, this would be interesting. A battle between two legendary Pokemon that both hail from Unova. This could be the best one-on-one battle for this round of the tournament. It wasn't often that you got to see two legendary Pokemon battle in an arena, not that it was a common sight anywhere else. Flash Cannon. Cobalion opened its mouth and the leader of the Justice of Swords blasted a silver beam of materializing steel towards Victini. Before Tobias could say a word to counter, Victini acted upon its own accord and shot a flame burst to cancel out Flash Cannon. It wasn't really a move to damage each other, just a test of strength. Aerial Ace. Cobalion took off, stamping its feet on the ground like a tauro's beforehand. Cobalion ran at Victini at blazing speed and suddenly disappeared from sight for a mere second, before reappearing and knocking into Victini. Though Victini didn't seem too affected by the attack though, it recovered quickly from the attack. Thunderbolt. Victini let out a screech in the form a high-pitched tone. Victini then became shrouded in a yellow glow and suddenly thousands volts of electricity was making its way across the field at a furious rate of speed. Counter with Stone Edge. Cobalion stamped its foot on the ground once before Cobalion became encircled in a vortex of floating stones. Cobalion let loose a deafening roar and pointed its horns forwards before the stones shot off towards the oncoming Thunderbolt. Both attacks slammed into one another and sparks started to fly off where the two attacks made contact. Eventually the attack stopped, ending a stalemate. Energy Ball. Victini placed its hands together before a green ball with swirls of other colors formed in its hands. Victini then pushed both palms forward, launching the attack at Cobalion. Double Team. Cobalion instantly disappeared for a second before several copies of itself appeared on the field of the arena, with the energy slamming through where Cobalion once was. That won't work, Paul. You forget that Victini is a psychic Pokemon. Victini can read minds. Shadow Ball. Tobias taunted, but of course Paul knew that. He had every possible variable running through his head of what could go wrong in the battle, and ready to formulate a strategy in mere seconds. Victini formed a Shadow Ball in its hands before throwing it at Cobalion. I know what I'm doing. Metal Burst. The oncoming Shadow Ball was soon absorbed by a bright ball of white light, though not for long. The attack reappeared from the ball, but this time the trajectory was different. It was headed for Victini. Victini was too shocked to dodge the attack and Tobias was unable to call out an attack to call out the order. Paul assumed Tobias and Victini had never come across Metal Burst before in their travels. Judging by the shocked looks on their faces. It wasn't all that common of a move to come across, most people deeming it useless. Though most people brushed it aside only because it was a non-damaging move, most people opting for brute force, but that only gets one so far without strategy. Poison Jab. The horns of Cobalion turned a deep purple, hinting at the poison that influenced the attack before Cobalion took off towards Victini, who was picking itself up after the redirected Shadow Ball had slammed into Victini. Cancel it out with Flame Charge. Victini slammed its foot into the ground a few times, kicking up flames that started to lick at the skin of Victini. Victini shot forward, launching itself at Cobalion. Just before they met with each other, Paul smirked. Tobias saw this and his eyes widened. Paul had something planned. Protect. Everyone in the arena was confused why Paul would use a defensive move such as Protect when attacking. Though all became clear when a sphere of pure protective energy encased Cobalion before Victini slammed into the shield. Victini was sent hurtling across the field before picking itself up. Ash, Cynthia, Reggie and everyone else present had their jaws dropped. Ah! What the hell just happened? Ash said, his old childish behavior starting to slip back into the question. Protect is the perfect move. It is an impenetrable shield that uses the same energy as Hyper Beam, just as a shield, Reggie said, regaining composure before everyone else. I get it now. If nothing can break the shield, it would be the perfect attack. It's just that the hardened form of the energy makes it hard to keep the shield up for a long time, so he had to call it right before impact. Cynthia caught on. The mind that was once the champion of Sinnoh had no trouble understanding the physiology of Pokemon and techniques of attacks. Exactly. Protect is arguably the hardest move to keep up for a long stretch of time. Most Pokemon could only keep it up for a few seconds at most. Even legendaries could only use it for 15 seconds at most. Protect reflects the attack back, same with physical attacks. So if one used it for an offensive technique, then it would be unstoppable with momentum behind him, Reggie explained in further depth. Okay, that makes sense. Essentially, Paul is using Protect as a ramming shield. Ash simplified the convoluted way that Reggie and Cynthia had explained the attack. Exactly, it is the perfect attack. No one in history, to my knowledge anyway, has ever used an attack so perfect, Jasmine said while Ash thought to himself for a second before saying it out loud. Paul has made the perfect attack. What the hell was that? Tobias shouted across the field angrily. Normally, Tobias was a cool, calm and collected trainer who always had a strategy formed and never got angry. But this battle, Tobias had been on the underhand this whole match. Even if they were both on their fourth Pokemon, Tobias felt to be lagging behind. Forgetting the basics and making simple mistakes. And Paul got into his head. Wouldn't you like to know? Paul smirked when he saw Victini visibly wince in pain and smirked. The battle was won. Paul had Tobias angry and he'd start making some pretty rash decisions and bad calls. He may not win the battle, but this match was his for the taking. Take down. Overheat. Paul's eyes widened slightly, not enough for anyone but himself to notice. Overheat was an overpowered move that most frowned upon, often like Perish Song though not as bad. Overheat was so strong that it was rarely used. Tobias was desperate. Before Paul could call out to dodge, there were very few counters to a move like Overheat, and Cobalion possessed none of them. A large white, orange and red stream of fire streaked its way towards Cobalion, who was still charging in to use Takedown. Once the fire slammed into Cobalion, the proud legendary let loose a scream of pain which made Paul wince on the inside, though he wouldn't show weakness. Not one. Cobalion was on the ground and twitching with pain, though Cobalion slowly started to stand up, refusing to back down to the other Unnovan Pokemon. Stone Edge, Circle Victini. Cobalion lifted stones littered across the field from the previous stone edges used in the previous battles. The stones started to circle around the field at a slow pace before picking up speed. Soon, Victini was encased in a sphere that was made of moving rocks. Stone by stone, they started to slam into Victini before the stones were all littered around the fallen Victini, who was definitely unable to battle. Cobalion smirked, looking in pride at the damage caused by its own hands. Cobalion collapsed in pain and succumbed to the darkness that clouded its mind. Paul smiled softly and returned his Pokemon. Cobalion did its job and then some. Cobalion had evened up the battle, his next Pokemon would make sure of that. Torterra, stand by for battle. Torterra appeared on the field, basking in the glory of being the cornerstone of Paul's team. Though not the strongest on his team, though not by much, Torterra was most definitely the most reliable. If it all came down it, Torterra would go until he is unable to move anymore. Paul couldn't be more proud of his starter Pokemon. Azelf appeared on the field. Though not the strongest legendary, Azelf definitely wasn't the strongest. Though in all fairness, Azelf definitely wasn't the weakest legendary. And what would be tricky was that Azelf could turn invisible at will. An uncanny ability that could prove difficult to counter. Paul wasn't fazed though. If there's a will there's a way. And Paul definitely had the will to win the match, so he definitely would. Torterra assured his victory, and Paul knew that things could only go up from here. Torterra, we've got this in the bag. Paul knew he sounded cocky, but it was true. No matter what Tobias and his team threw at him, Torterra could take it and dish it out twice as hard. Torterra roared in agreement before rearing onto his hind legs for a second before landing on all four again. The earth shaking showed the power that Torterra had. Energy ball. Torterra opened his mouth whilst standing in the same spot, not moving. Torterra let loose a puff of his breath and the ball of energy went flying from Torterra and to Azelf. Azelf took the attack and, used to not feeling pain, was actually knocked back several feet and cried out in pain. Watch out Azelf, this is actually an even battle, Tobias told Azelf, though by the way that Azelf didn't shift to change posture indicated that it didn't really respect Torterra as a challenge. Fire punch. Paul sighed at this. Tobias should have known that getting in close to Torterra was suicide, though it probably came down to Tobias's bad strategy, much like the rest of this match. Paul sighed and waited for Azelf to get even closer to Torterra. Paul and Torterra were always in perfect sync, and as soon as Paul said the first letter, Torterra knew the attack Paul was going to call for. Once Azelf was in range, Paul made his call, wood hammer. Torterra roared and stood on its hind legs once he heard Paul's order. Azelf was close enough for the attack to work, so the front two legs of Torterra glowed a deep green before Torterra forced itself onto the ground at a rate that most would think impossible for a Pokemon of that size. Torterra caught Azelf under its left foot and slammed Azelf into the ground, making a small crater with an Azelf-sized shape. Azelf quickly reared out of the hole and teleported its way out of harm's way and onto the other side of the field, away from Torterra. Shadow Ball. Azelf reared its tail back before swinging it forward, too fast for most eyes to catch the speedy movement. But once Azelf swung its tail forward, a shadow ball instantly appeared on the tail of Azelf and launched its way towards Torterra. Stone Edge. Follow it through. Torterra let loose a roar and soon the earth around Torterra started to shift and rise out of the ground. The pieces of earth taken out of the ground started to circle Torterra, going over his back then under his legs. Torterra tilted his head slightly forward before the stones shot forward. The stones made their way into the shadow ball. Once the shadow ball made contact with Stone Edge, the impact caused the shadow ball to explode, but the stones just went right through the explosion. Azelf, who was still unaware of the strength of Torterra, refused to dodge the attack, almost claiming the first one was a fluke. Azelf was once again knocked back several feet and into the ground, further angering Azelf. Azelf knew it was a legendary and had the pride made sure that no attack from a normal Pokemon could damage a legendary. To Azelf, that was preposterous. No Pokemon other than a legendary should be able to damage Azelf. Leech Seed. Azelf was caught off guard when it heard the order of the other Pokemon trainer. Torterra instantly reacted, being in perfect sync with its trainer, and the seed shot from Torterra and landed on Azelf. Before Azelf could react, it was covered in vines from the Leech Seed. Rock Tomb. Torterra shifted its feet in the dirt slightly before taking a more sturdy stance. Torterra let loose a deafening roar and Torterra raised his right knee before slamming it into the ground. All of a sudden, pillars shot out of the ground, caving Azelf in the cave. Frenzy Plant. It was a common use strategy by Paul and Torterra. When Paul had come across Torterra learning Frenzy Plant, Paul knew he had to make sure that he didn't waste the move because, like Hyper Beam, it required a recharge time, so Paul knew he had to make sure the attack would always hit. So that's what Paul did. Paul came across this technique when someone encased his Frostless in a rock tomb and used Dig as a way to damage him. It sparked an idea in Paul's mind. If Torterra trapped his enemy in rock tomb then used Frenzy Plant, since it came out of the ground, he'd always be guaranteed a hit on the opponent. No one could see what was going on, but the noises they heard gave it away. All that could be heard was Azelf crying out in pain and the constant slamming against the stone walls on the floor. Eventually the noise stopped and Torterra shifted the rock tomb into the ground. What they saw shocked them all. Azelf was on the ground, lying bruised and battered. Azelf had several cut across its body and was beaten to a pulp. Several bones were out of place, and it was visible too. The gruesome sight was enough to make most people cringe except the most brutal trainers. Tobias returned Azelf while Paul noticed most looks in the stadium on Torterra, looking at him in absolute awe. While all of Paul's other Pokémon had drawn with legendaries, no small feat either, Torterra had absolutely decimated Azelf, not even being hit by a single attack. Paul smirked at the display of strength that Torterra had showed today. He knew that he sent a message to the rest of the competition today. Watch out, world. Paul is here, so you better watch your back. Paul had full belief that Torterra could take out Tobias's next Pokémon just as he had Azelf. After all, Torterra was a monster. Hey Reggie, Cynthia, Ash started and all attention turned to him. Yes Ash, what is it? Reggie replied, wondering what Ash could want after seeing this display of power. I was wondering if you wanted to see the battle of a lifetime, Ash said, whilst everyone else present wondered what Ash meant. I was wondering, I wanted to put Cynthia's Garchomp, Charizard, Pikachu, Sceptile, Reggie's Blaziken and Paul's Torterra in battlefield. Just to see who wins, Ash said while everyone's eyes widened. Ash, there is nowhere in the world that could hold that sort of power and still stand, though if you do find somewhere then I'm all for it, Cynthia replied. Reggie nodded his head in agreement. Well, why don't we just put all of them on an uninhabited island somewhere? They can fight there and they use natural instinct. No orders from us. Okay, you've got yourself a deal. Now you've just got to ask Paul, though for some reason I don't think he'll have a problem with that, Reggie agreed while Corina and Jasmine both spoke up at the same time. I want to watch the battle as well. Tobias's last Pokémon was the second Pokémon of the lunar duo. Cresselia appeared on the field, much to the surprise of the crowd. Not only did Tobias have Darkrai, but he also completed the set of the lunar duo. Your team is full of legendaries. How the hell are you losing? Paul mocked Tobias, not to really get in his head but more for the satisfaction of Tobias having an outburst and Paul having a calmer head than Tobias. It was nice to win in more ways than one. Don't worry though Tobias, your punishment will be over soon enough, Paul smirked maliciously, which made its way onto Torterra, who smirked just like Paul had before, letting out a deafening roar. The only person not flinching was Paul. In fact, Paul was in his element. Torterra roaring just made Paul even more in his element. It was like Ash and Charizard. When Charizard let loose his powerful roar, it just made Ash seem more terrifying, and that was Ash, not Charizard. The same thing was with Paul. When Torterra scared the opponents, it made Paul not flinch, making the opponent giving him respect and, unknowingly, making themselves scared of him. Torterra was a ruthless Pokémon, just like how Paul was. Though not an abusive trainer, he still trained his Pokémon harder than most Pokémon trainers trained their Pokémon. Torterra and Paul had the exact same personality on the battlefield, both were vicious and gave no mercy. Tobias, this battle is over. Give up. We both know that Torterra will take anything you have to throw at me and send it back twice as hard. Tobias gritted his teeth and Paul smirked. Paul didn't want his opponent to give up, not by a long shot. Tobias was the Sinnoh champion, though not the real one in his mind, and he was enjoying torturing him. Shut up, Aurora Beam, Tobias shouted while Cresselia formed a multicolored ball at the tip of its chest where the wings met. Cresselia let loose a high scream when the ball started to turn into a beam, making its way towards Torterra. Paul sighed. Fine, have it your way. Torterra, Iron Tail. Torterra turned sideways as the Aurora Beam made its way towards Torterra. Torterra started to charge up an Iron Tail when the Aurora Beam hit the tail of Torterra. To everyone's surprise, the Aurora Beam was absorbed into the Iron Tail. The tail now was multicolored with a tinge of steel undercoating. Paul smirked and laughed when Tobias paled. Send it back. Torterra slammed his tail into the ground, which started to split into several pieces of earth. The multicolored rocks infused with steel and psychic energy erupted from the field and slammed its way into the Cresselia. Cresselia cried in pain and was knocked back while Torterra smirked. Normally, Paul wouldn't give an explanation for his combination attacks, but it wasn't like other people could use it. And the ones that could were the ones that he knew. And he liked to gloat. That was what I like to call an infuser. What it does is absorbs the energy of another attack into a part of Torterra's body, enabling Torterra to use a dual-type move. It required perfect timing and the skill of energy manipulation and the power not to falter under absorbing the attack. Earth power, Torterra glowed a golden tinge on the outside of his body, allowing Torterra to shift the earth to his favor. Torterra slammed his foot into the ground once more and soon the earth started to shift underneath Cresselia. The earth under Cresselia then shot straight out of the ground, knocking into Cresselia and knocking the lunar Pokemon into the air. Follow it up with Stone Edge, Torterra slammed his foot into the ground and the stones littered across the field from the previous Stone Edge attacks beckoned to his call. Psychic, Cresselia glowed blue and started to take control of some of the stones that Torterra had control over. Both of them started to throw stones at one another, though Torterra had more control over the stones. Partly due to his relations to the earth and everything connected to it, and partly to the fact that the move he was using was designed for the control of stones. They both eventually stopped attacking, each of the trainers surveyed the damage caused. It was clear to both of them that Cresselia had come off the assault second best. Cresselia had several gashes across its body, indicating the damage that Torterra caused. Though Torterra only had a few on his back, mostly due to the fact that Torterra's skin was made of earth. Solar Beam, the tree on Torterra's back started to absorb sunlight at a fast rate, clearly showing the experience Torterra had with the move. Torterra had absorbed the energy in mere seconds and even faster, the solar beam was making its way across the field, skyrocketing at Cresselia. Ice Beam, Cresselia formed a ball of ice on its chest before 3 lines of ice was sent arcing its way towards the oncoming solar beam. Though upon impact, the solar beam ended up being encased but the ice beam, not stopping it. Now, Torterra was firing off an ice solar beam at Cresselia. Cresselia reared back from the attack and screeched in pain while Tobias flinched, a noise he was not used to hearing. Not from Cresselia anyway, Cresselia was the cornerstone of his team. Tobias knew that this battle was coming to an end but he refused to back down. His pride wouldn't let him. Frenzy Plant, wrap Cresselia up, Torterra slammed his foot into the ground and soon vines shrouded in green aura appeared from the ground. Torterra willed the vines to hold the lunar Pokemon in a tight grip, 3 of the vines holding one of Cresselia by each of its wings. One vine wrapped around its neck and the other 2 wrapped around the fragile body. So Tobias, how does it feel? To lose a match by SBMSN. This is exactly what you did to every one of Cynthia's Pokemon, you just put them into a SBMSN so they can't fight back, so Cynthia had to forfeit all her Pokemon. You did not knock one of her Pokemon out, you just made sure that she's forfeit all of them, a little harder Torterra. Paul had much respect for the old Sinnoh champion. They don't air matches for the championship matches nor are they recorded. They are always done in private and a select few people were allowed to watch. Both Paul and Cynthia were looking for Ash when Tobias had ordered the championship match, so Cynthia invited Paul. It was a horrific battle with Tobias winning every battle by SBMSN of Cynthia's Pokemon and Cynthia had literally forfeited the whole match to Tobias, the coward was too scared to fight her head-on. Paul had too much respect for her, especially after she swept him at their first battle, there was no way she shouldn't be the Sinnoh champion, and Paul just proved that. Cresselia screamed. In a high-pitched tone when Torterra squeezed a little tighter. Tobias gritted his teeth, though he knew the battle was lost, he just refused to forfeit because, like his Pokemon, he had too much pride. And that was his downfall. After Torterra tightened his grip, not even needing to hear the order to know what his partner was thinking, Cresselia let loose an even louder scream of pain. Tobias cracked. I forfeit, Tobias said softly and returned Cresselia to its Pokeball and walked off the field, not even bothering to shake Paul's hand. Paul nodded his head to Torterra and returned his starter Pokemon, though they caught eye contact with each other. Paul knew Torterra wanted a challenge, and there were few and far between that could actually pose a threat to Torterra. Paul walked out of the stadium and into the locker room, where all his friends was waiting. Upon walking in, Corina literally launched herself off the bench she had been sitting on since coming into the room. She grabbed onto his neck and pulled him into a side hug. "Do you ever find the competition here a bit too easy?" Paul said mockingly while Ash nodded his head. "Yep, if you actually want a challenging battle then hear this out. I want to place our strongest Pokemon on an island, uninhabited mind you. We watch them go all out, no commands from us." Paul perked at hearing the idea, he knew it would turn out to be an amazing battle. "Now you're speaking my language. Free for all?" Paul questioned and Reggie nodded his head. Now Paul was actually pumped for the battle to happen. "Let me heal Torterra then we'll find somewhere, though it shouldn't take long." Torterra took next to no damage. They all walked out of the locker room and slowly made their way to the Pokemon Center. On the way, Ash found the X-Rockets and took Meowth back. Paul handed over 5 Pokeballs to Nurse Joy, making everyone wonder something. "Well, to be completely honest, I didn't have one on me. If I did it would have been Frostless, I just planned on Torterra not losing," Paul said confidently. "You went into a battle against the Sinnoh champion with 5 Pokemon, and won," Jasmine deadpanned and Paul nodded. "Generally, I'm not one to judge but you are absolutely stupid," Jasmine said and Paul smirked. "Meh, didn't matter. I won anyway so it didn't matter. I did have 6 Pokemon, Frostless was just not on me," Paul replied and Corina slapped him playfully over the head. "So you're saying that you nearly lost because you were too cocky to bring in a 6th Pokemon," Corina scolded and Paul nodded his head. "Exactly, but let's face it here. Torterra was never going to lose. He probably could have swept half his team with the roll he was on." Paul was called over the counter, his Pokemon in battle-ready condition. Paul thanked Nurse Joy. That's how Paul was, he only thanked people that helped him and earned it. Namely the Nurse Joys and his brother. "Let's find this island of yours," Paul said as they walked outside. Paul let out his Salamence and jumped onto her back whilst Corina followed his lead and jumped on Salamance's back. Jasmine and Reggie both got onto Reggie's Dragonite and Ash released his famed Pidgeot. He and Cynthia both crawled onto the Pidgeot, Pikachu sat the front of Pidgeot while Cynthia had Sarah in her arms. Ash looped his arms around Cynthia's waist and pulled her into his lap, Sarah still in Cynthia's arms. Ash leaned forward and whispered into her ear. "Ready for the battle of the century." Ash sipped on a mug of cocoa as he was wrapped in a blanket with Cynthia, Sarah sleeping in her cot. Both were drenched with rain as they were using the blanket and each other to warm themselves up. "Some battle, babe," Ash said cheekily while Cynthia poked his side, causing him to jerk his body in a wayward direction. "It was a great battle," Cynthia said as she put a finger to her head. Flashback, haven't done one of these in a while. Everyone was on their respective Pokemon's back as they had found an island to battle. On the floor was Sceptile, Pikachu and Charizard, who they all belonged to Ash. Cynthia only had her Garchomp on the floor while Reggie had his Blaziken and Paul had Torterra. Despite Ash having 3 Pokemon, it was more of a battle for superiority than for a trainer to show dominance. It was for their Pokemon's personal gain for bragging rights, though there probably wouldn't be much of a battlefield left, or an island for that matter. All of the Pokemon were in the middle of the island, each in 6 corners of the center of the island, each of them carefully glancing at one another, whilst waiting for the signal. It came in the form of Pidgeot firing a hyper beam into the sky. For the first minute, neither Pokemon moved. Sceptile and Blaziken appeared the calmest on the field but each one of the Pokemon was still on guard in their mind, waiting at a moment's instance to dodge the attack. To no one's surprise, it was Charizard who broke the peace that was on the island. Charizard lashed a flamethrower towards Blaziken, much to no surprise. Charizard wanted to battle for superiority of the fire Pokemon. Blaziken merely jumped up in the flamethrower, but all hell broke loose. Sceptile dashed into the forest for cover, using the trees as cover so Sceptile could use hit-and-run tactics. It was a smart move by Sceptile. Like Pikachu, they weren't very bulky compared to the rest, so hit-and-run techniques were ideal for them. Torterra stood his ground, much too heavy to run into his natural habitat, but it wouldn't matter. Torterra could take damage and dish it out twice as hard. Proving when Garchomp used a brick break on his back before Torterra knocked Garchomp away with an energy ball. Pikachu followed the lead of Sceptile and dashed away into the forest, waiting for the four powerhouses to weaken each other out. Though Pikachu did send the constant Thunderbolt at the other Pokémon on the field. Blaziken and Charizard instantly engaged each other into the fight, Charizard taking to the air whilst Blaziken used the powerful legs to jump from tree to tree into the air, using his limbs to combat the dragon in the air. Garchomp had then engaged Torterra as the two Pokémon started to fire attacks off at each other. Garchomp was about to use Dragon Claw on the back of Torterra, using his speed to get around the back, but a solar beam from the shadows stopped him. Blaziken bounced off one of the trees but cringed and didn't put enough power into the jump as he was struck with a thunderbolt before ruffling in the foliage. Could be heard, the user of the move had disappeared. Charizard took advantage and tried to close the distance, but a redirected energy ball put a stop to that thought, allowing Blaziken to recover from the attack. Garchomp unleashed a Dragon Pulse directed at Torterra, only for Torterra to be slammed from the bottom by an Iron Tail, knocking Torterra a bit into the air, forcing the Dragon Pulse to slam his head, not his back. Pikachu then followed up with a quick attack to Garchomp before shifting the attack into an Iron Tail. Though it was countered by a flash of green using Leaf Blade. Both the owners of the yellow and green disappeared into the trees once more, having their own battle of speed and stealth. Blaziken leapt off the trees once again while Charizard flew towards the oncoming opponent, body shrouded in a ball of dancing flames. Both of the Pokémon collided at such a hard force that a shockwave was kicked up, a few stones flying in several areas. Torterra used an earthquake, which wasn't really used to damage Garchomp but was used to make more of a field, when a few trees fell to the ground and even pieces of the ground cracked in a few places. That also indirectly shook the whole island and caused damage to Pikachu and Sceptile, who were both on the ground at the time of the attack. Garchomp took off the moment Torterra had used Earthquake before diving into a Dragon Rush, slamming into Torterra. Torterra took several steps back to recover from the attack that Garchomp had used, which gave Garchomp time to get out of range for Torterra to use a move like Giga Drain. Blaziken jumped into a Blaze Kick, a foot looking right at the head of Charizard. Charizard countered with a powerful Dragon Claw, which met the other move head-on. Neither Pokémon had an edge, but Blaziken had succumbed to gravity and had started to slowly fall down to the earth as Charizard flew back and banked his wings. Pikachu leapt off a tree, using Quick Attack to gain extra momentum, before slamming into Charizard with a Volt Tackle. At the exact same time, Sceptile had launched itself up and into Blaziken, slashing across the back of Blaziken, causing deep cuts to form and slowly drip blood. This, however, caused both fire Pokémon to become enraged with fury as they started to unleash a flamethrower that destroyed most of the forest in the way of the fire Pokémon's blast. Though both of the two speedy Pokémon dashed from the line of fire and into another part of the forest which hadn't been burnt down, before two Pokémon noticed. Charizard turned his attention to the distracted Blaziken and fired a Dragon Pulse at Blaziken, who was slammed in the back and crashed into the ground, creating a crater in the earth. Blaziken was clearly angered by the display of getting hit in the back. In retaliation, Blaziken flared its power and fired off Flamethrower at Charizard. Charizard dodged the Flamethrower, not having enough time to counter the attack. "This is awesome," Ash said, a massive grin on his face. "DMN straight it is." "This is amazing," Reggie said while Cynthia sighed. "Boys." Pikachu appeared from the coverage that masked his presence, only to use a signal beam which slammed off Torterra's back. Torterra winced from the blow, which allowed Garchomp a window of opportunity to use a Dragon Pulse. The Dragon Pulse slammed into Torterra at the exact same time as Garchomp was knocked from behind by a Dragon Claw. Garchomp was launched into the ground, but not fast enough as the glow of green and purple danced away into the forest. Though a flash of yellow and a flurry of leaves seen flying through the battlefield indicated that Pikachu and Sceptile had met in one half of the forest while the other was still alight from Charizard and Blaziken. Charizard narrowed its wings and started to dive towards Blaziken at blinding speeds that only the trained eye could see. Charizard tucked its wings and launched itself into a flare blitz. Blaziken used the legs that they were renowned for and leapt at Charizard, using a flare blitz of his own. The two titans collided at a show of power that caused sparks of fire to set patches of the earth below them on fire. Neither Pokémon had an edge in the battle of the war, but they refused to give up in the battle that had their honor on line for the battle. That was cut short when it dashed out of the treetops and used a hand on each of them, the power of Dual Chop infused in them. That caused the fire Pokémon to stop their battle. Pikachu dashed from the trees and used a Thunderbolt on Sceptile, who skillfully dodged the attack and disappeared into the foliage once again, Pikachu chasing after him. Garchomp left the battle with Torterra to engage himself in the battle with Blaziken and Charizard. Garchomp approached with a Dragon Rush, causing both Pokémon who launched themselves at each other to stop. Torterra meanwhile slowly trudged his way into the forest, no one sure where Torterra was going to go, except possibly Paul. Once Torterra left, it was the two speedy Pokémon and the three combating in the air. Garchomp let loose a Draco meteor into the sky, and each one of the meteors that slammed onto the ground and created several craters, along with Blaziken and Charizard being slammed with several of the meteors that didn't damage the ground. Rocks started falling from the sky above the three Pokémon who were in the aerial battle, though Blaziken had to use the trees as a springboard to stay in the air constantly, but that was no problem for the powerful legs of his though. Sceptile was on the ground on all four limbs as he willed rocks to fall from the air and slam into the three powerhouses above him. Sceptile had just used Rock Slide to hit all three of the Pokémon as the ground became littered with rocks. The field had sustained much damage in such a short amount of time. The forest that was surrounding them was still burning, but several of them were charred while less than a quarter of the forest was still left standing. That was most likely where Sceptile and Pikachu were. Though the lakes were left mainly untouched, as had the beach. But the earth was littered with several craters from the Draco meteor, and rocks were placed along the field from when Sceptile used Rock Slide. Charizard shot a pulse of fire at Garchomp, who slowly backed away from the fire before charging right back in as Garchomp, Charizard and Blaziken were in the air and started to trade punches and kicks. Pikachu and Sceptile had started to engage in a battle of Leaf Blade and Iron. Tails, both of the attacks powered up with the use of Quick Attack, placing more momentum behind the attacks so the users could deal more damage. At the exact same time, 5 vines appeared from the earth and snagged all of the Pokémon and held them to the ground. At the exact same time, the vines glowed a deep green, so Torterra was in the vicinity and using Frenzy Plant. Torterra had disappeared in the trees and had snuck up on all the other Pokémon, who were all too enraptured to notice the heaviest Pokémon on the field disappear. Torterra had secretly used Frenzy Plant to trap all the opposing Pokémon on the ground. It didn't hold Charizard and Blaziken for long, however, both of them upped the temperature of their bodies to melt through the vines, which soon turned to ash. Blaziken and Charizard both charged up a flamethrower each and fired it at the trapped Pokémon, who all cringed in pain. But in doing so, the vines that once helped them shriveled up and died under the heat. Pikachu and Sceptile instantly dashed into what little was left of the forest to recover from the attacks they had taken. They were both the lightest in the battle and the most susceptible to pain that plagued them. Garchomp on the other hand had instantly joined into the fray as Torterra had made itself visible, and the fight between the 4 Pokémon began once more. Charizard had done a roll and used Flamethrower, using what was called a counter shield in midair. That was the best move for Charizard at that point, effectively making an ever-growing ball of fire around him, acting as both a sword and a shield. The 3 Pokémon backed off quickly, though Torterra was unable to back off fast enough and was hit by the attack. Blaziken then jumped into action and used Roar, which had managed to throw the flames off course, which allowed Garchomp to swoop in and use a Dragon Claw, disabling the counter shield and rendering it useless for the match since it now had a viable counter. Pikachu and Sceptile had fled to the beach part of the island, and started to fight there. Pikachu had just deflected an energy ball with Iron Tail before charging in with Volt Tackle. Sceptile had met him head-on with Leaf Blade as both Pokémon were instantly knocked back from the force applied by the attacks. Pikachu dashed onto the water with Quick Attack, quickly using his feet to stay above the water. Sceptile, who had confidence that he could keep up with Pikachu, dashed onto the water after Pikachu and used his immense speed to keep up the speedy electric Pokémon. The two Pokémon ran across the water, like Suicune in the legends. Though they weren't purifying the water, they were just running on it. Pikachu and Sceptile were trading attacks whilst running on the water. Pikachu had avoided electric attacks though. The electricity would travel through the water and damage himself as well as Sceptile and anything in the water. So Pikachu had settled for shooting signal beams at Sceptile, who fired right back with energy balls. Sceptile had started to charge up a solar beam and shot it towards Pikachu, who quickly dashed out of the way by the powerful attack and let the attack hit the water. That caused a tsunami. Sceptile and Pikachu instantly looked at each other once the giant wave had formed and dashed towards the island, the battle lost among the mines but not forgotten. The two instantly dashed onto the island and ran to the cliff which was on the other side of the island. Though that didn't matter, both of them made it to the cliff and waited atop, watching for the show. Hopefully, the other Pokémon don't realize about the tsunami and get taken out by the attack. They didn't. The wave approached the island and slammed onto the embankment before a booming noise was heard across the island. Though the four Pokémon paid no mind to it, they continued to battle at full capacity and wrote the noise off as an explosion from the battle. Ash surveyed the field with eyes slightly wide. Oh. The giant wave made its way towards the four unsuspecting Pokémon as they continued to trade powerful attacks. The wave swept away the trees and put out the lingering fire that danced across the forest. That was the first sign they knew something was wrong. The second was when an unsurmountable amount of water started to flood the field before a crushing wave leapt into the air and swallowed Charizard and Garchomp into the water. Blaziken and Torterra were already being flooded by water since they were already on the ground. Garchomp was the first to break free of the water as he had launched himself into the air and out of the water and flew out of range before another one crushed the island. Torterra had put up a protect to stop the water and Blaziken had followed suit. Charizard though, refused to be beat by some water and let loose a small but ever-growing stream of flamethrower which slowly started to make steam before Charizard escaped the fire. Though the water had severely weakened Charizard to the point where he actually had to catch his breath for a bit, but after a bit the fatigue disappeared. Pikachu and Sceptile had realized what had happened and smirked, before both of them had realized that they were still battling. Both of them came to the realization at the same time and they had jumped back several feet before firing off a solar beam and thunder respectively. Pikachu jumped out of the way when Solar Beam overpowered Thunder and rolled to safety before firing off an Electro Ball. Sceptile had countered with Energy Ball, but both of the attacks missed one another and blew past to knock the opposing Pokémon off the cliff top. Both of the two Pokémon started to fall down the side of the cliff. Though before either of them met with the earth below, they had both launched themselves at the cliffside and slowed themselves from falling at such a fast pace before they were clinging to the wall just meters from the ground. Charizard had regained its power and launched a flamethrower at Garchomp because the other two were still submerged by the water on the field. The flamethrower bounced off the shield Garchomp threw up before Garchomp charged forward and tackled Charizard to the ground. Though it ended up badly for Garchomp, Charizard had more close combat experience clearly and turned the attack around, lined up for a seismic toss. Charizard gripped Garchomp before flying in an acute circle a few times before flying dead towards the ground. But since there was water on the ground still, though it was draining rather quickly, Charizard had thrown Garchomp on the ground rather than actually slamming both of them onto the ground. The water had drained enough and soon all four Pokémon were back to their battle as they glanced at each other. This time it was Pikachu who broke the peace as Pikachu had jumped through the piled trees and the damaged lands to use a Thunderbolt on Blaziken, which instantly sparked several bolts of fire, energy, electricity and grass through the battle as Pikachu and Sceptile had joined in the free-for-all. Pikachu shot a Thunderbolt at Charizard but a Dragon Pulse bounced off it and they both changed courses. The Dragon Pulse ended up slamming into Blaziken and the Thunderbolt into Sceptile. It was a fray as the 6 Pokémon landed attack after attack on one another. Some of the attacks missed, some were deflected and some were taken head-on. The first Pokémon fell. Torterra had dropped to the ground after being hit in the back of the head by a brick break, courtesy of Garchomp. The force delivered that much impact that Torterra had been flipped onto his back while Paul swooped low and returned Torterra. Garchomp then followed up with a Dragon Pulse on Charizard, who retaliated with a flamethrower which bounced off Garchomp, though it did lick at his skin and do some damage despite the resistance. Charizard then swooped low and caught Blaziken off guard with an Iron Tail to the gut. Though it wasn't the most effective attack, but it still did some damage. Blaziken recovered instantly and launched a Blaze Kick at Sceptile, who was charging up a Leaf Blade to use on Garchomp. The kick landed right on his rib cage as Sceptile was knocked back and landed in the dirt. Pikachu shot a Thunderbolt which connected with Charizard, who slammed into the ground as after he spiraled out of the air and connected with the ground. Pikachu then dashed into a Volt Tackle which knocked Sceptile off his feet once more. Garchomp let loose a flamethrower which hit the middle of the ground and spread like wildfire, caressing the field and leaping into the air. The flamethrower knocked all 4 Pokémon back several feet, though Charizard and Blaziken barely took any pain from the attack. Charizard used a Fire Punch which caught Sceptile in the gut. Sceptile struggled to get up this time. Sceptile had taken several moves which had caused much damage to himself over the past few minutes. Sceptile shot an Earthquake over the wrecked island which had dealt much damage to Pikachu, but the other Pokémon had been airborne. Though Sceptile had taken a Fire Punch from Blaziken to the back, Sceptile collapsed to the ground in pain. The second fell. Ash swooped close to the ground and returned Sceptile back to the Pokeball before ascending back into the air. Now it only left Garchomp, Pikachu, and the 2 fire Pokémon on the field. Garchomp slammed his hand into Charizard, using Dragon Claw. The draconic energy had forced the fire Pokémon to slam into the ground and roll over in pain. Though Charizard refused to back down and stood up once more before taking off into the air. Blaziken jumped up into the sky and swung his fist in an uppercut motion, slamming his fist into Garchomp's jaw, causing the colossal Pokémon to recoil in pain and succumb to the power that Blaziken dealt to Garchomp as a crack echoed through the arena. Charizard swept low to the ground and fired a low flamethrower to the ground which was countered by a Thunderbolt from Pikachu before Pikachu's speed of to use quick attack on Blaziken, catching the Hoenn Pokémon off guard. Charizard dashed up into the air and used a close-ranged Dragon Pulse on Garchomp, sent the dragon spiraling out of control and slammed into the ground. Garchomp landed in one of the water-filled craters which was still on the field from the tsunami. Garchomp flew out of the crater, only to get knocked back down into the hole by an aerial ace from Blaziken which sent the dragon right into the ground. Garchomp slowly got out of the ground and fired off a rock slide, which slammed the other 4 Pokémon into the ground. Picking themselves up off the ground, Garchomp was already in the air and started to catch his breath from the onslaught of attacks he had just been victim of. Though the peace didn't last for long, Charizard had shot Garchomp down with a flamethrower. Garchomp spiraled to the ground, looking like he had turbulence as he span to the ground with a massive amount of pain and was unable to continue the battle despite his wishes. Cynthia returned the giant dragon to his Pokeball as the battle raged on. Pikachu had fired a dual Thunderbolt at both the 2 remaining Pokémon who were engaged with one another as they continued to battle head-to-head. The Thunderbolt shocked both of the Pokémon into slight SBMSN and they were unable to not fall to the ground. Both Pokémon had taken to their feet again before the 3 remaining Pokémon began to trade attacks, in close quarters and at long range. Though the first attack didn't land for a whole minute and it came in the form of a Sky Uppercut to Charizard. Charizard immediately retaliated with a Fire Punch which knocked Blaziken into the ground, but he stood up before Charizard could capitalize on the opening, though Pikachu could. Pikachu slammed an Iron Tail into the back of Blaziken, who stumbled forward. Blaziken immediately turned around to the sound of Pikachu charging up another attack, but he should have never turned his back onto Charizard. Charizard slammed into Blaziken with a Dragon Rush to the back. A sickening crack could be heard during the arena and Blaziken was on the ground. Though Blaziken had got to his feet despite the sound that it made. Though it was obvious that Blaziken was in pain that would last some time. "We should do this again," Paul said with a smirk on his face. Despite Torterra losing first, he was glad he got to see a battle of such a huge caliber. "Agreed," Reggie said. Blaziken jumped up, but not as high as he could have because of the pain in his back, and used a blaze kick on Charizard, who countered with a fire punch, though Blaziken got overwhelmed by the pain in his back and couldn't use full force. Charizard, though, had full power and knocked Blaziken away effortlessly. But then Charizard changed his demeanor. Water slowly started to drip from the sky. Then within the next 10 seconds, rain was pouring like buckets. Charizard and Blaziken were all of a sudden from an advantage to a disadvantage. The water definitely gave Pikachu the edge. Pikachu knew this and took full advantage of the rain that poured across the island. Pikachu's cheeks sparked with electricity that danced over the sheen fur of Pikachu. Then all of a sudden, Pikachu let loose what most would have guessed as over 1,000,000 volts, and the rain caught it. The two fire Pokémon were damaged severely by the attack and couldn't get up, despite the furious efforts they put into standing. The battle was over. The lightweight had won. Flashback end. "No offense, Pikachu, but I didn't think you'd win. For no other reason than the fact that you're the smallest," Cynthia said as she scratched Pikachu behind the ear as a sort of apology. Pikachu cooed at the pleasure from the touch. "Hopefully we don't get sick from the rain. I know we stopped Sarah from getting wet by shielding her with our bodies, but let's hope," Ash said as he slid out from the blanket to make a few mugs of hot cocoa. "Yeah, we can't really afford to get sick with everything that's on. Between the tournament, and all the other stuff. It's too much of a hassle to get sick," Cynthia replied as Ash gave her a cocoa and they both were underneath the blanket, watching the TV. After 5 minutes Sarah started to cry, so Ash walked over to where she lay and retrieved her before giving her to Cynthia, who in the meantime had warmed up a bottle of milk. Ash, Cynthia and Sarah then lied under the blanket, the baby in between Ash and Cynthia. After 10 minutes, the Sarah had finished the milk and Ash had placed it on the coffee table near his feet. They then proceeded to stay there for the rest of the night, the three of them huddled under a blanket with the warmth of themselves to fight the cold. Ash faintly heard the door open before falling asleep. Ash awoke as felt something poke his side. Opening his eyes, he saw Cynthia with a big smile with Sarah in her arms, holding the baby to poke at his cheek while she cheekily giggled and Ash poked her back playfully. "What's the time, babe?" Ash said groggily as he stood up and stretched his arms, cracking the bones in his back which had filled with air because of the sleeping position he was in. "Breakfast time," she said as she gestured to a table with bacon, eggs and toast on the table. "Ah, babe, have I told you how amazing you are?" Ash said as he placed a kiss on her cheek before making a beeline to the bacon. Taking a rash from the table and placed it in his mouth, Cynthia smiled softly as she placed Sarah in the chair. "Couldn't hurt to tell me more often," Cynthia said as she sat down on the other side of the table. Sarah let loose a wild chuckle at the exact time as her mother finished her statement. "See, she knows where it's at," Cynthia said as Sarah started to poke her finger into the egg before flinging her finger across the room, shooting egg onto her adoptive mother and father. "Ah, was that necessary, cheeky?" Ash said as he swiped the egg off his face and put it in his mouth. Ash looked at Cynthia and wiped the egg off her face with his right index finger before placing she liked his finger, taking the egg off it. "Compliments to the chef," Ash said as he started to eat the meal at an unusual pace, even by his own standards. "Ash, slow down before you choke," Cynthia said as she poked Ash on the forehead as he looked up and nodded before eating at a slower pace, though it was still faster than most. "Hey bub, when Daddy chokes we can just laugh at him," Cynthia said to Sarah, who turned her attention to Cynthia before resuming poking her egg. It appeared she liked poking fried egg and throwing liquid yolk across the room. "That's mean. Don't listen to Mummy, she likes to pick on me," Ash said as he playfully crossed his arms before a piece of yolk went flying into his eyes, courtesy of Sarah, which earned a giggle out of Cynthia. "You know, if it was anyone else that threw food at him, your daddy would have started a food fight," Cynthia said before her top was suddenly covered with a streak of egg yolk. Same goes for your mum, Ash countered. Hi everyone, you wouldn't believe what I got yesterday. Delia appeared through the door all light and bubbly as per usual. Delia surveyed the scene. Ash and Cynthia both had egg yolk on themselves while Sarah was giggling and clapping her hands. Hey mum, come in and take a seat. Have some food, Ash said to Delia who had her camera in her hand, and Ash looked at it for a second. What's with the camera? Ash asked his mother who sat down at the table. Look at this, I've got the most amazing photo on here, Delia said as she brought up the most recent photo on the camera reel. Ash and Cynthia both looked at the photo and their hearts instantly melted. It was a picture from last night, when Ash, Cynthia and Sarah were sleeping on the couch with the blanket over them. Ash had his arm draped around Cynthia with Sarah in the middle as Cynthia rested her head on Ash's shoulder with Sarah in both of their arms. Hey mum, Ash said slowly as he took in the picture once more before looking at his mother, who nodded her head, waiting for him to continue. I know what I want for Christmas. How about we go out for lunch? Ash and Cynthia had spent the morning trying to find what to do. They knew no one battling, so they decided to take a day off from the tournament and the ongoing war, taking the time to enjoy life as it is. Though Ash had his battle tomorrow, so he was pumped. How about we just spend the day here, as a family? Ash replied to Cynthia's early statement. Cynthia tilted her head slightly as she thought about it. Ash found it extremely cute. Sounds good. Cynthia stretched her arms out and laid her head in Ash's lap. What do you want for dinner, babe? I'll cook, Ash said, and Cynthia looked at his face. She remained silent for a second. No clue. Surprise me, Cynthia replied, and Ash frowned slightly but nodded his head. Though Gary is taking me in a while because he wants a game of basketball to chill and wind down because of this fiasco going on, Ash said, and Cynthia nodded her head. Where is he taking you? Looks like Uncle Pikachu is having fun, Ash joked as he saw Sarah and Pikachu playing with a few toys on the ground that people had brought when they came to the apartment. It was then Ash pictured a Pikachu telling a 10-year-old Sarah what to do. Ash let out a deep chuckle, earning a look from Cynthia. Don't worry, I'm not going mad. I just imagined Sarah saying Uncle Pikachu when she is like 10 and double his size, Ash said as Cynthia giggled at his words before regaining control. Ash then started to slide Cynthia's hair as they watched the two playing on the ground. I'm happy, Cynthia said simply as Ash looked at her. Odd thing to say now, care to elaborate? Ash asked Cynthia, who nodded her head in Ash's lap. I'm happy with how everything turned out. Even though I was sad that I lost the championship, I'm glad I did now. It was sort of a blessing in disguise, I guess. I wasn't this happy as a champion, ever, Cynthia said without a care in the world. Good thing I'm amazing at making people feel happy, and now you're stuck with me making you feel good from now on, Ash said, and Cynthia smiled, looking up at his face. Somehow, I think I'll be able to live with that. So Gary, why did you want to ball today of all days? I was perfectly content at home with my family, Ash said truthfully, though a small part of him was glad to be playing ball. It had been a long time since he played basketball. No reason, we just haven't had time to chill with each other and we're brothers. That was true. Despite them having a lot of fights, they were brothers and brothers fight. But at the end of the day they are still brothers. Fair point, Ash said as he shot the ball, but it bounced off the front of the rim and dropped into Gary's hand. Gary smirked. See, while you were traveling the world, I was at home being an apprentice, which gave me time to play basketball. Gary was right. As the game proceeded, it became painfully obvious to Ash that he was lacking in skill behind Gary, who easily got past him with a sham god. That don't matter, Gary, I have played here and there. Just not as much as you, Ash said as he dunked the ball into the ring, though it was more of a rim grazer than a big dunk. It ain't gonna matter, you ain't even going to get the ball with your broken ankles, Gary said as he performed a crossover into spin, then a hop-step layup. It dropped. I know I don't need it, but kiss for good luck, Ash said cheekily as Cynthia stood on her toes and gave Ash a kiss on his lips before rolling back onto the flat parts of her feet. It was then Cynthia noticed how much Ash had grown. She remembered when he was half a foot smaller than her when they first met, but now she had to stand on her toes to kiss his lips. "See you in a bit," Cynthia said before she retreated into the crowd to find the Paul and Reggie who had also shown up to his battle. Ash walked into the change rooms with Pikachu residing on his shoulder. He was calm, cool and collected. It wasn't like he hadn't beaten a champion before, and Wallace was without a doubt the weakest champion. It was then Ash thought if someone had rigged the matches. He, Reggie and Paul had all battled champions, and the other two won. Paul even bet Tobias, who used legendary Pokemon to win his match. Ash had no doubt that Pikachu would be able to sweep Wallace, so that's what Ash would do. It wasn't like Ash was a vengeful person to humiliate someone like that, but he disliked him. He'd heard some stories of using his title to get with women, and that didn't sit well with him. And he wasn't even a trainer, he was a coordinator. He was overestimated in strength because of all the coordinators thought of him as a god. After all, a coordinator usually focuses on pretty attacks, not strong ones. So Ash knew Pikachu would have no problem with sweeping Wallace. It would be fun. But if he needed to, a little ketchup bribery never hurt anyone. "Ready to go, buddy," Ash said as he stood up, turned to his best friend whom he'd known for nearly half of his life. Pikachu just looked at him with an expression that said, "Really?" before launching himself onto Ash's shoulder. Ash walked into line of sight of the fans and made his way to the box, all the while the crowd roared. Ash acknowledged them with a nod of his head but kept his eyes focused on the field in front of him. Ash knew that it wasn't that hard of a battle, but he still knew focus was key to even the easiest battles and mental preparation for the next as to not get cocky. The referee had announced for the battle to begin once Wallace had made his way onto the field. Ash kept his gaze focused on the ground as he ignored the noise of the crowd and focused on what was ahead of him. Pikachu leapt onto the field, already knowing that he was battling. Wallace, though, had just released Ludicolo onto the field to try and even things out with the grass type, but it would prove futile in a few seconds. "Begin." Razor Leaf, Ludicolo did a small dance whilst waving its hands around in the air before sharp shards of leaves shot out from its palms and towards Pikachu. Quick Attack, it seemed like Pikachu disappeared. Nobody could find Pikachu for a split second until Ludicolo let loose a cry of pain. Everyone turned their head to see Ludicolo clenching its gut and Pikachu just meters from where Ludicolo was, skid marks through the dirt. It wasn't hard to figure out Pikachu had slammed into Ludicolo. Follow it up with Thunderbolt. Pikachu sparked his cheeks with electricity flowing through his body and released it in a form of directed lightning. Ludicolo was too close to avoid the attack. The sheer power of the attack caused people in the front rows to close their eyes because of the intense STMLTN. Hydro Pump. Wallace panicked and called out one of Ludicolo's stronger moves in its arsenal. Ludicolo opened its mouth and soon a large jet of water shot out of his mouth. Though it lacked the power that Ludicolo would have normally mustered up because of the damage that Ludicolo had taken. Thunder Shock. Pikachu sent a minuscule blast of electricity at the oncoming Hydro Pump. Even though the attack left after the Hydro Pump, electricity traveled faster than water, even when being propelled. The electricity shot through the Hydro Pump because of the water that conducted the electricity and electrocuted Ludicolo, and therefore causing enough damage to stop the Hydro Pump. Icy Wind. Ludicolo instantly placed both palms together to emit a blast of frosty wind that shot through the field. Pikachu, not expecting a widespread attack, crossed both arms to prevent the loss of heat, but it didn't cause any damage, more of a hindrance than anything else. Thunder Shield. Pikachu generated electricity around itself into a protective sphere of electricity that prevented the cold from chilling Pikachu. Quick Attack. Pikachu disappeared into a blur of a yellow circle on the field. Pikachu slammed into Ludicolo with the electric ball zapping the carefree Pokemon. Somehow, Ludicolo still managed to get up after the beatdown it received. Surf. Ludicolo summoned a wave of water into the air and rode atop of the wave as it traveled towards Pikachu. Counter with Iron Tail. Pikachu dashed at the looming wave and caused the molecules in his tail to shift to iron, giving his tail a metal sheen. Pikachu jumped towards the wave and slammed his tail right down the middle in a vertical direction, effectively dividing the wave down the middle. Ludicolo fell off the wave but landed on its feet. Ice Punch. Ludicolo charged its fist, though it would probably prove to be ineffectual to try and hurt Pikachu. Ludicolo started to run at Pikachu, ice glossing over its fist. Volt Tackle. Pikachu shrouded himself in a veil of electricity before slamming a paw into the ground before taking off. Pikachu and Ludicolo charged at each other, but Pikachu was naturally faster than Ludicolo and it showed. Pikachu brutally smashed himself into the stomach of Ludicolo, who let loose an uncomfortable cry in pain before stumbling and falling to the ground. You know, my Pikachu isn't that durable of a Pokemon compared to even something like a wild Dragonite. But that's more than enough to sweep the team of a coordinator. Ash emphasized the coordinator part of the statement, drawing out a few boos from the crowd, but Ash smirked. He found it endearing to be the bad guy every so often. Wallace returned his fallen Ludicolo with a frown on his face and replaced it with his Swampert. Ash groaned and sat on the ground. A few people in the crowd snickered and a few booed him, but Ash smirked. Earthquake, Wallace said with a smile dancing on his face before Swampert slammed its two front webbed feet into the ground with a loud crash. Magnet Rise, Ash said as he continued to sit on the ground, showing disrespect to his opponent. Pikachu released the same electric energy emitting from the ground and propelled himself into the air and started to gain altitude until about 20 feet into the air. Quick Attack. Pikachu switched the magnetic energy to opposite the one he was currently using to boost his speed to the earth. Protect. Swampert acted a spherical barrier around itself to prepare for the oncoming attack of Pikachu. Switch to Feint. Pikachu in mid-attack changed the attack to that of Feint and bypassed the barrier and batted into Swampert. Follow it up with Focus Punch. Pikachu manipulated energy into his fist and it glowed white. Pikachu pulled his fist back before rearing it forward with what a professional would have called telegraphed, but that wouldn't have mattered. Swampert was already distracted trying to recover from the feint. Hyper Speed. Ash called out and Pikachu had virtually disappeared from sight. If it wasn't from the dirt being kicked up by the speed, then it would have been impossible to try and track Pikachu. Wallace was at a loss for what to do. If he called out Earthquake, then Pikachu could just use Magnet Rise to avoid it, and Pikachu was moving too fast to hit with a normal attack. Muddy Water. Wallace called out his last resort as Swampert raised the water from the earth and came out of the ground as a murky brown. Swampert stood atop the wave as it submerged the whole field in water. Iron Tail. Pikachu once again stopped the wave in its path with a simple flick of the tail. Swampert graciously descended from the top of the wave and landed on the ground, though a grimace plastered its way onto Swampert from the previous pain inflicted. Iron Tail. Swampert's typing had no doubt put Pikachu at a disadvantage when it came to the available moves Pikachu could use. Pikachu dashed towards Swampert as he charged his tail and swung at Swampert. Dual Hammer Arm. Swampert charged forwards and met Pikachu head-on in a collision as each of the two Pokémon slammed into each other. One of Swampert's arms collided with the Iron Tail, and though there was enough power to knock Swampert back, its other arm slammed into the front of Pikachu, barely clipping him, though it was enough to deal some damage back at Pikachu. Follow it up with Hyper Speed. Pikachu ran at Swampert so fast that he crossed the field in a mere second, if not faster. The impact on Swampert didn't have the strength of most Pokémon, but the speed made up for the strength that Pikachu lacked. Iron Tail. Pikachu bounced off Swampert upon impact before immediately launching back into an Iron Tail attack. Pikachu swung his tail and knocked Swampert into the side fence of the field. Swampert struggled for a second to rise off the ground but failed in doing so. I collapsed on the field. Wallace recalled Swampert with a scowl on his face. He glared at the Pikachu on the field before releasing his next Pokémon. Walrein sat on the field as Wallace was in a mental dispute. This Pikachu was like nothing he had ever faced. Pikachu had taken out two of the champion's Pokémon and all he had to show for it was a little panting and a small bruise on his face. He couldn't believe this was the Pikachu he had met long ago back in Sinnoh. Ice Ball, Wallace said, and Ash laughed to himself. This is nostalgic, isn't it, buddy? Hyper Speed. Pikachu dashed out of the way as soon as the ball had left Walrein. Ice Ball again. Once again, Walrein charged up the attack and shot it off towards Pikachu, this time though it was slightly longer. Volt Tackle, Pikachu dashed towards the oncoming ice ball with a veil of electricity dancing over his fur. Upon making contact with the ice ball, it split and attached onto Pikachu's Volt Tackle, which now had ice particles across his fur. Wallace would have been impressed if this hadn't spelt disaster for him. Even though Walrein was bulky enough to take hits and tank his way through a battle, he wasn't sure how much power Pikachu had and how long it would take Walrein to fall. Pikachu slammed into Walrein and the damage was clearly sufficient enough to cause damage. It wasn't even to get Walrein in the air, which would have been amazing for a Pikachu. Thunderbolt, Pikachu dashed free from Walrein while charging electricity that coursed through his body. Pikachu sparked his cheeks before letting loose a large jolt of electricity at Walrein, who was too slow to even think about dodging the attack. Ice Beam, Walrein formed a ball of ice at its mouth before shooting off 3 lances, arcing its way towards Pikachu. Hyper Speed, Pikachu disappeared from sight once more and reappeared a few meters away from the Ice Beam, it harmlessly passing by Pikachu. Iron Tail, Pikachu dashed up to Walrein as fast as possible with the help of a speed-boosting move like Quick Attack or Hyper Speed and slammed his tail into Walrein, right on the cranium. Walrein rocked back and forth on the spot trying to stop the thumping in his head from taking place. Roll out, Walrein curled his fins into its body and started to roll around the field and into the direction of Pikachu. Have some fun with Hyper Speed, Pikachu smirked as he ran around to certain spots before stopping and waiting for Walrein to approach again, then Pikachu would disappear again. A few minutes and Pikachu started to get bored, even going as far as to sit on the ground. This caused an outrage amongst Wallace at the disrespect he was receiving from this Pokemon trainer. Wallace yelled out, "Sheer cold." A move frowned upon by most for the simple reason that it was a guaranteed knockout. In fact, some would even call it a taboo to use this move. And Ash was one. It was the same as moves like Guillotine, Fissure and Horn Drill. Thunder, Ash said in a deep, dark voice that sent shivers down everyone's spine. And the look on his face was scaring most of the people in the stadium, and it mimicked onto Pikachu's. Pikachu clearly got the hint and charged a Thunder, slightly slower than the other but still stronger than more. The sheer cold was slow-moving and easy to avoid, but it was still a lethal attack, and in some cases, a fatal attack. Pikachu let loose a Thunder that tore up earth that was under the Thunder. It had that much speed and power. The attack slammed into Walrein, who squealed like very few Pokemon had ever done before and collapsed to the ground, twitching in pain as he remained floored. Wallace returned him as Ash spoke out loud. "You signed your own grave. Never use a move like Sheer Cold for the rest of this match or it will be you on the receiving end of the Thunder," Ash threatened. It was nothing other than the fact that Ash believed Pokemon battling should be about having fun. Moves like Sheer Cold were created for nothing other than the fact of hurting other Pokemon. Wallace returned his fallen Walrein and quickly replaced it with Starmie. "Quick Attack," Ash said once again, though this time his voice was steely and much more serious. And the way Pikachu attacked mirrored the expression on Ash's face. The attack had no more fun about it, this time out to do damage and willing to severely injure for it. Pikachu lacked his usual zigzag pattern in running, opting to dash straight at Starmie instead. Rapid Spin, Stay Still. Wallace knew there was no chance that Starmie could dodge the attack and instead decided to cause some sort of irritation and burn Pikachu instead. Not gonna work. Spin Pikachu. Pikachu launched off the ground and spun in the air a few feet before slamming into Starmie, spinning the same way that Starmie span, causing no pain, and in fact he span faster than Starmie and knocked Starmie back several feet. Starmie got up and stayed where it was, much to the dismay of Ash. Quick Attack. Pikachu dashed towards the still Starmie, nearing at an increasing speed. Confuse Ray. Pikachu tried to stop the attack to avoid the Confuse Ray, but despite no longer running, the momentum carried Pikachu towards Starmie and into the trap of Confuse Ray. Grass Knot and Swift, keep it up, Wallace yelled with joy as things finally started to go his way. Starmie tied up several strands of grass together and fired off a small but continuous stream of Swift at the confused Pikachu as Starmie divided its attention between the two attacks. Ash looked on in horror as he could do nothing but watch his best friend be pelted by attacks from the Starmie. "Hey buddy, come on Pikachu, snap out of it. We've been through tougher things than this. I know you've got what it takes to sweep anyone we come across, and I know that if it comes to it, you've always got my back and I've got yours. Ash spoke to Pikachu as he continued to be attacked from all directions. But right now I need you to snap out of this because this is not the Pikachu I know. Pikachu, you're my family, I know you'll win this battle Pikachu. Snap out of it, Ash finished as Pikachu shook his head vigorously and looked at Ash before firing off a thunderbolt at Starmie. This time it lit up the whole stadium, and it definitely did some serious damage because smoke was coming from Starmie. Yeah buddy, follow it up with Thunderbolt, Ash said as a smile graced his face. Pikachu closed his eyes and focused on channeling energy out of his body and at an extremely fast rate that most would have thought impossible. The Thunderbolt rocketed across the field and slammed into Starmie, who was sent reeling back into the wall once more. Finish it off with Electro Ball. Pikachu held the tip of his tail close to his head as he started to channel energy into a spherical form on his tail before jumping and doing a flip to launch the Electro Ball at Starmie. The ball slammed into Starmie, who let loose a weird noise that would be classified as a scream as it collapsed to the ground. Wallace returned his Starmie to his Pokeball with a frown on his face, accompanied with an extremely sad look in his eyes. He then released his fifth Pokemon, Bibarel. The Bibarel, though, looked different from the normally timid species. This one appeared to be savage, and the look in its eyes seemed to promote that fact. That and the battle scars across his body showed some serious battling experience. Pikachu took a step back as the look in its eyes shone and gleamed brighter at the prospect of battling. Super Fong, Bibarel looked like a vicious Arcanine let off the chains as Bibarel charged at Pikachu. Hyper speed, Pikachu took off towards the Bibarel and slammed into its gut before Bibarel could even react. Bibarel was knocked back and the damage was noticeable, but the lust for battle overcame all sense Bibarel had. Superpower, Wallace said as Bibarel suddenly flexed its muscles and removed the restraints placed on his muscles as Bibarel slowly made his way to Pikachu. Thunder Armor, Ash yelled and everyone looked at him like he had a second head, though Pikachu nodded his head. Bibarel stopped charging, intrigued in the attack as Pikachu seemed to be concentrating. Pikachu charged electricity around his body to form a sphere around him, similar to earlier. This time the sphere seemed to shift and form an electric version of a Pikachu around him, just larger than his own body. It was nearly quadruple his size. The crowd was in awe as the electric Pikachu mimicked the movements of the Pikachu inside. Even Bibarel seemed impressed as he ran at Pikachu, who swiped a hand in a sweeping motion and knocked Bibarel back several feet. Though instead of making Bibarel wary, he charged once more at Pikachu. Let's hope this works, Ash muttered to himself before yelling out to Pikachu. Iron Tail, Pikachu tensed his tail and ironized it inside the electricity that formed around him. Less than a second later, the Thunder Armor Pikachu replicated the move as the tail looked to be made of pure iron. Pikachu swung his body so the giant tail slammed into Bibarel and knocked him back several feet. As for the first time this battle, Bibarel looked cautious. Wallace groaned as he realized it was now near impossible to utilize Bibarel in a situation like this. And Bibarel was best at intimidation. If that didn't work and he couldn't use his fangs, then he is practically useless. I forfeit. Why on earth did he forfeit? Ash said to himself as he made his way across the field to shake Wallace's hand. Ash and Wallace shook hands in the middle of the field as Wallace recognized his curiosity. Bibarel was only a few moves of being knocked out and was useless, and I'd rather not put Milotic against Pikachu. Even if she were to win, she'd have to beat 5 more Pokemon and I'd rather not do that to her. Ash nodded his head as he thought about it some more. Even if Milotic had beaten Pikachu, she wouldn't be able to go on against 5 of his other Pokemon. Or it could have something to do with him not wanting to be charged with abuse if he refused his Pokemon time to heal, though he doubted it. Wallace was known for his genuine amiability towards his Pokemon. Ash strolled to his side of the arena and exited the stadium from the body. He waited for a few minutes for the crowd to disperse and filter before moving to find his friends. After combing through the crowds for a few minutes, he saw someone half a foot taller than the crowd. Only Dylan would be that much taller than everyone. Making his way towards the hare, he found Dylan, Cynthia, Gary, and Paul all in a group looking for him. He let loose a small wave over the crowd which Paul caught and wordlessly made his way towards Ash. The others, getting the idea, followed him towards Ash. Upon arrival, Cynthia gave him a kiss on the cheek and Ash leaned across to grab Sarah from her arms and carry her for the small walk to the apartment, all the while making small talk. "So your battle is the last of the top 64, Gary?" Ash asked him and he nodded his head. "Yeah, and that takes place tomorrow. And then we'll have the top 32 start 2 days after that. Can you all really believe we've been here for 2 weeks? I mean, look at everything that has changed," Gary replied as they found one of the less populated streets to walk on. Paul shrugged his shoulders and continued walking, the others brushed it off as well though they still dwelled on it. "I know what you mean, but what are your plans for after this?" Ash asked them. Paul shrugged his shoulders. "Kalos is starting to sound interesting from what I've heard." Ash's interest peaked at this. Kalos was one of the few regions that he hadn't been to. And he'd been to a lot of regions. Normally, he would think of going there, but now he had a family to think of, so he wouldn't go, but he'd definitely visit that region. "Actually, I'm thinking of heading off to Ur. Each of the regional professor has been sent a request to find a few people to go to or to help with the cleanup of Team Cypher and Snagem. They are both practically disintegrated, but there are a few groups of them that like to cause trouble. That and they are trying to establish a league and they need some help," Gary said, and Ash nodded his head. It was awfully dangerous for anyone to go to Ur, especially around 5 years ago when there was trouble around every corner, but the main evil syndicates had been beaten and only the stragglers were left over. And if they were trying to establish a league, then Gary would be a great help, being a professor in training and a renowned trainer. "Not bad. Scott has an idea under trial that he's trying to get money for from the promoters and stuff. Hopefully it'll be a big success. He said that we all have positions if we get far enough in the tournament if you want it." Once Ash said that he remembered he still had the opportunity to join the battle frontier of Kanto. "Sounds interesting and all, but Ur needs me, so I'll be there, maybe later," Gary said as Ash nodded his head. He was sort of glad Gary had said that. Arceus knows Ur had bad luck and it needed a big pick-me-up. Hopefully, what the regional professors do will be able to mitigate the trouble in Ur. And Paul didn't even need to say no. Ash knew that no matter what, Paul wouldn't be able to sit still and be grounded for long enough to compete in another league if he wouldn't be able to travel. That, and a certain gym leader lived in Kalos as well. All of a sudden, Ash's phone beeped. He pulled it out and read the message. "Hey babe, I'll meet you back at the apartment later, I've got a few errands to run." "Go with her, Gary," Ash said as he looked at Dylan and Paul, who each looked at their phones at the exact same time. "Okay, see you there." Cynthia took Sarah and continued back to the apartment on her own. Gary, though, didn't even say anything, but he just went with her. "You got it too, didn't you?" Ash said as he looked at Dylan and Paul as they both stuffed their phones into their pockets once more. "Yeah, it's not too far from here. Bruno's fighting off the Dark Guardians as we speak. Let's go," Dylan said as he pulled a pokeball off his belt and a Fiero came out. A few seconds later, Charizard and Salamence were out as well. Pikachu and Ash jumped onto the Charizard just before Charizard rocketed off into the air, along with Salamence and Fiero. The 3 trainers along with the 4 Pokémon made their way towards where Bruno was fighting the Dark Guardians at that point in time. As they neared the area, they could feel jolts of aura being thrown just a few miles away from them. The Pokémon flying at an even faster rate, they approached the site to find Bruno fighting 2 Dark Guardians on his own, though his Pokémon were holding their own. Bruno had all 6 of his Pokémon, but between the 2 Dark Guardians they only had 8. Ash quickly jumped off Charizard, leaving Pikachu on Charizard to attack from the air and when necessary, to attack the ground. Ash created a crater in the ground when he landed and was aware that Paul and Dylan were behind him, though he paid them no mind. He took off to field, releasing Sceptile and Lucario at the meantime, while both Dylan and Paul released their own Lucarios to join in the fray. There were 4 Lucario, Sceptile, 1 of each of the Tyrogue evolutions, and 2 Machamp battling the Dark Guardians Pokémon, along with the Pokémon in the air. Magmortar, Electivire, Bisharp, Honchkrow, Hydreigon and 3 Absols. Ash dashed towards where Bruno was engaged with the 2 guardians, instantly making them reassess the situation at hand. Not even a second later Dylan and Paul were with Bruno and Ash, easily outnumbering the Dark Guardians. Ash shot a quick look to the Pokémon to see that 2 of them had already fallen to the ground. Ash dashed forward instantly to engage the 2 guardians, sweeping one of their legs easily, though upon standing found himself with a fist in his jaw. Ash reeled back only to see the person who punched him on the ground with Bruno pinning him down, Dylan and Paul restraining the other one. Ash walked forward and smirked at the 2 of the Dark Guardians. He took his first good look at them and they didn't appear to look the same as the ones he had previously seen before. In fact, they seemed to only wield 1/10 of the power that the other ones had. "Hey Bruno, do we have an interrogation room?" Ash asked Bruno as he stood in between the pair of restrained Dark Guardians. "Yeah, teleport those 2 to the Cameron Palace and Riley will be there." "He always is," Bruno said, Ash not understanding the last part but ignored it. Ash gestured to Dylan, who released his Alakazam. Dylan didn't even need to speak to Alakazam, who simply read his mind, and Alakazam teleported everyone present to the Cameron Palace. Just as Bruno had said, Riley was out the front of the Cameron Palace with a smirk on his face. Bruno looked at Riley pointedly as they both stood at the entrance to the palace. "Give them to Riley, he's the master interrogator." The 2 restrained Dark Guardians were handed to Riley, who cuffed them with ore-infused handcuffs to prevent their powers if they had any and to reinforce the steel cuffs. Riley soon disappeared with the 2 guardians into the palace, much to Bruno's dismay, something about wanting to be the interrogator. "Well, you can all head back to the island now, no more trouble," Bruno said in a deep tone as Alakazam was about to teleport them but was stopped by Paul asking a question. "How come our phones went off when you were being attacked?" Bruno gave a small grin before replying to Paul's question. "All phones provided by the Cameron Palace to Guardians all have an emergency function. Just triple tap the power button and it sends off a distress signal that alert all Guardians within the distance of half of Kanto. It sends the coordinates of the Guardian," Bruno replied. Ash pulled out his phone and got to press the button twice before Bruno pulled his arm away with some force. "Don't use it without an emergency or I'm sure the Aura Guardian that comes will kick your butt when they get there." Ash nodded his head and placed his phone back into his pocket before he heard the palace door open once more. Ash snapped his head back to see Riley walk out of the palace again, this time without the guards. "Already done with them, Riley?" Bruno asked, and Riley shook his head. Ash then realized that he hadn't returned his Pokémon. He quickly did. The Pokémon from the battle were recalled instantly. "No, I put them in a cell for now. I figured that the rookies here would like to see how the torture works. After all, they'll need to know when I'm long gone, Bruno. And let's be real here, you could never compare to me when it comes to torture methods," Riley said with a dark glint in his eyes. "Good idea, go on, rookies. Time for you to see how a Guardian extracts information from enemies," Bruno said as he nudged forward Paul, who grunted at the contact. The 3 younger ones all followed Riley into the palace as they walked along the twists and turns of the palace. As they walked along the paths of the palace, Ash ran his fingers along the stone wall as his fingers rubbed along the rough surface of the stone, his fingers rubbing over every bump in the stone. The stone itself told many stories of the palace, the new stones in the wall showing that the most recent war had damaged the palace. Though that was over 30 years ago if his memory served him. Ash stopped when he felt Pikachu softly squeak on his shoulder. This caused Ash to snap his attention forward. He saw a massive door, easily double his own height. Riley pushed the door open to show that there were a few cells in there with several torture items. This caused Ash to take a step back. He was sure Riley didn't need to use physical torture. They all took steps into the room as Ash dropped to the back of the group as he saw Riley buckle one of the 2 Dark Guardians into a chair. The other one appeared to be knocked out with a drag. "So, are we going to do this the easy way or the hard way?" Riley said as Gary snickered at his comment. "Really, how much more cliché can you get than that?" Dylan said, but he was ignored. The Guardian didn't look like he was going to talk. Riley smirked. "I'll ask you this one question and I give you my word that if you answer I won't use any devices in this room." Why did you join the Dark Guardians? Riley asked, and he looked at him like a madman. Why else would I join the Order? For power, of course. Riley smirked. Soon as the Guardian said one word, he knew he had won. Power. Why did you want power if you hurt people? You'll do nothing but cause trouble, Riley said as the man chuckled maniacally. Who cares if I hurt people or even if I kill someone? That doesn't matter because power is what gets you places. You're nothing without power, Riley smiled, nothing he hadn't heard before from other captives. Well, what happens if you lose yourself along the way? Then what happens to your power? Riley said as the Guardian opened his mouth then closed it again. It doesn't matter, power does. Riley took a few steps back and grabbed a razor and shaving cream. Everyone looked at him oddly as Riley put the cream on his head and shaved his head. No one knew what on earth he was doing. Once Riley had shaved his head, and stepped out of the room with the other three. Why the hell did you shave his head? Ash asked Riley as they had exited the room. It will take a few hours for my torture methods to work, but I don't use physical torture, only mental. Destroying one's self-image is the easiest way to make him break, without physical torture anyway, Riley added at the end. An hour later and they were all back into the dungeon-like room. The man was clearly in distress but most likely nothing other than discomfort for being in the same position for an hour. Another technique known as a stress position. If you keep them in a certain position for long enough to cause them discomfort and an immense amount of pressure on the body parts being affected over a long period of time. It was commonly used for extracting information. Riley stood up straight as he stood a little over a meter away from the detainee before he began to speak to the man. F off, I'm not talking you stupid but Beach. Riley took a step forward before pulling out a bunch of flashcards. This made the three rookies tilt their head to the side and even the detainee was confused. Riley slowly started flashing the cards to the person. They were cards that had pictures of Pokemon on them. Charizard, Galvantula, Meganium, Dragonite. Riley kept flashing the cards before he noticed the detainee's eyes widen for just a split second on the card. It was an Umbreon. Riley then put the cards down and picked up another set. He started flashing the cards over and over, this time receiving a reaction for every card he flashed, however small the reaction was. Dylan, does your Umbreon know Double Team? Riley whispered into Gary's ear so not to be heard by the Dark Guardian. Dylan nodded his head. Get him to fill the room with Double Team when I give you the signal. Riley walked over to the detainee and placed a sack over his head preventing him from seeing. Riley nodded his head to Dylan who released his Umbreon. Double Team, Dylan said making no effort into being loud. Umbreon didn't show any sign of responding in any other way than executing the move. Soon the whole room was filled with clones belonging to Umbreon. Riley knelt down to Umbreon's level. Hey Umbreon, when we leave the room can you take the sack off his head? We'll be back in 20 minutes. Umbreon nodded in understanding before the Aura Guardians left the room. Umbreon used Double Team to create insurmountable copies of himself in the room. A few seconds later and the whole floor space was covered with clones of Umbreon. The real Umbreon strolled up to the last human in the room and pulled the sack off his head. The man blinked several times before looking around the room. He screamed. Care to explain that technique to us? Dylan asked Riley. Riley opened his mouth to explain the method but was cut off by Paul. Humph, it's simple. Riley used the cards to determine if he had a phobia of Pokemon, then catching a simple reaction M showed he was scared of Umbreon, later deciphering it into a fear of evolutions. Then exploiting the phobia was the next step, Paul said though he did look at Riley for confirmation. Riley nodded his head. Exactly, nice and simple technique. Find what they are scared about and use it against them. True to his word, Riley and company were back in the room within the next 20 minutes. The detainee looked like he was going absolutely insane. The others all stopped at the door while Riley made his way to the Dark Guardian. So, do you want to talk now? Or would you like to keep living this nightmare? Riley asked with a smug look on his face. The man had a pained look on his face before he succumbed to defeat with a sigh. I'll talk. Riley smirked before he started questioning the chained man. After nearly an hour of questioning, Riley had all the information he could get out of the man, placing him back in the cell with the other Dark Guardian. Riley went through all the notes he had taken during the questioning. Riley had found out the man was a mere grunt, with even the weakest of the elite being at least 15 times stronger than him. He found out there was 15 elites in the order, all of which named by a number of 1 to 15. He found out that they had Pokemon that was around elite level strength if the description was anything to go by. Though one was the strongest, he wasn't the leader of the organization but only second in command. There was a scientist that one took orders from, but that was all a rumor, though only 1, 2, and 3 have ever seen this scientist. But that was all just a rumor after all, nothing but superstition. That, and they had been able to somehow manufacture this body armor sort of thing that boosts the strength of a Pokemon. He also found out where 3 of the locations for the bases were, but not the main one, unfortunately. There was one in a cave on the side of the island where the tournament was being held. One in Kanto, the old abandoned power plant had been converted into a base where they had caught unsurmountable electric Pokemon due to the electricity being emitted. And the last one was actually in Ore. Though from what Riley had gathered from the information, it was more of a backup base if they were driven from all the lands that the PLA had established themselves in. It was apparently built under the desert, which is impressive. Riley turned to the other 3 once he had finished going over his notes. "Hey guys, we're going to be calling a meeting now," Riley said as he quickly walked past the 3 and out the door, the other 3 struggling to walk and follow his fast pace. Not even a minute later and Ash found himself in the room where the Aura Guardians meet to discuss actions. Last time being in here he had found himself being outvoted, not a particularly good memory. Riley quickly disappeared from sight for half a minute before he appeared in once more. All 4 of them had sat in the allocated spots from last time and softly conversed with each other until everyone else appeared and all the seats were filled. Riley stood once everyone else had seated and had started to speak aloud to everyone. "We found 3 bases of the Dark Guardians," Riley said instantly, not wasting time on anything else. This caught everyone's instant attention. "Amongst other information, we have found where they are located. So let's discuss the course of action," Riley said as he placed a giant map on the giant circular table in front of them with 3 X's marked across the map. The one in Ore is meant to be deserted and the one in Kanto is meant as a farming source for capturing electric Pokemon. The final one is meant as a strong base that is on Diablo Island, where the tournament is, Riley said as he saw Bruno stand up. "We should send the apprentices to Ore to check out the deserted base and scrap it for information, then destroy us. Aura Guardians should go to the one in Kanto and destroy that one there, because if the one on Diablo Island is as strong as you say then we'll all go," Bruno said flawlessly. A few people made remarks around about not expecting that from Bruno. It was an excellent plan. In fact, no one could find fault in it. Who's leading our mission?" Ash spoke up before his own father chuckled. You're the leader's apprentice after all." That wasn't something Ash expected. In fact, he fell out of his chair. Picking himself off the floor with a glaring Pikachu, he regained his bearings. "When do we leave?" Dylan asked Riley, who was silent for but a mere second before smirking. "Tomorrow, after the top 64 has ended. You'll have a week before the top 32 starts, so you'll have a week to complete it," Riley said, then he kicked out the apprentices to discuss their mission. Ash looked around, taking in what he knew about the masters and what they would have taught to their apprentices. No doubt that Janine would be light on her feet and know the weak spots of her opponents. Always quick to observe the situation on top of having astounding reflexes, she was after all, a ninja. She would be the scout. Corina was sure to be strong despite her tiny body. She had trained under Bruno after all. Great for catching her opponents off guard when they underestimate her for her tiny size. She surely knew how to fight, light and agile as well. She would be the fighter. Cameron, despite training under Maylene, who had learned to keep a cool calm composure, was still a bit rash and hard-headed. Extremely similar to how he used to be before it all changed. catching the opponents off guard with his attitude to make them underestimate him. He would be the bullshit artist. Dylan, cool, calm, composed and hard to surprise. Always prepared for everything that could be thrown his way. He would be vital to this mission as well as everyone else. He was an all-rounder, he could improvise, fight, scout, and Ash knew that if it came to it, he'd be willing to kill. He would be the all-rounder. Paul was steel. He always kept his composure in anything and nothing could break the facade he carried. The powerhouse Pokemon he carried would be vital to destroy the base when they finished or if they got into a scrap. He was the juggernaut. And then there was himself, nothing would stop him from completing his first mission on his own. He would make sure he completed it, even if he came back in a full body cast. It was his job to protect everyone and make the decisions. He would be the leader. Dylan had a sheet-eating grin on his face before speaking up. So leader, what is the plan?